My hands were trembling a little as I lit a cigarette, my heart flooded with relief. Thank goodness for the blessing of our ancestral masters. Turns out the talismans handed down by our ancestors are still the most reliable. All those so-called holy waters and other foreign trinkets look flashy, but in truth they're useless. Our methods are the real deal. This time, successfully driving the demon from that little girl's body left me utterly exhausted. I had no idea how long. I'd have to lie down before I regained any strength, and then I'd have to chase down that miserly, balding middle-aged man to get him to pay the rest of my fee. I lost track of how long I lay there on the floor, only noticing when my cigarette burned down and I flicked the butt aside. Glancing at the foreign girl, still unconscious, I took out my phone and dialed a number. Hey, it's done. Unlock the silver lock on the door and come in. Not long after, I heard movement outside. The door swung open and a balding, medium-built man rushed in as if the place were on fire, heading straight for the girl, his voice quivering with anxiety. Natasha, Natasha, it's Daddy. Wake up, sweetheart. At the sound of her father's voice, the little girl slowly opened her eyes and whispered softly, Daddy. The middle-aged man was instantly overwhelmed with joy, clutching his daughter as he wept uncontrollably. I stood on the side, arms folded, growing impatient, and called out twice, Sir, sir. He shot a glance at an elderly man nearby who looked like a butler. The butler, all professional smiles, turned to me. Mr. Zhu, your exorcism skills are truly remarkable. The remaining payment will be transferred to your account immediately. With that, he nodded to a man in a suit standing behind him. A sharp chime signaled a new text message on my battered old phone. The final payment had arrived. I pulled another cigarette from my crumpled pack and gripped it between my lips, fishing a Zippo lighter from my trench coat pocket to light it. After taking a drag, I tilted my head back slightly, flashing what I fancied was a suave grin. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call me. I'm Detective Zhuangshan. With a flick of the wrist, I sent my business card sailing straight into the butler's hand, then turned and left as everyone watched. Phew, this job is exhausting. I'll need a couple of tea eggs to replenish my strength. And, ouch, seems I twisted my ankle, better make that 3. To give my exit some dramatic flair, I deliberately leapt out the window. But I was too drained to stick the landing, so I hobbled away from the villa, limping all the way. Truth be told, I'm hardly some famous detective, just an exorcist barely scraping by. In this day and age, the law forbids any supernatural creatures from revealing their true forms since the founding of the nation. All monsters and spirits have to keep a low profile. I'm so broke, I can barely put food on the table, stuck with the cheapest phone plan out there. Can't even afford 4G data. This black trench coat I'm wearing is probably the most presentable piece of clothing I own. I can't even remember which night market I bought it from. For this overseas assignment, I made a point of giving it a quick wash. After all, the coat cost just over 100 yuan. If I sent it to the cleaners a couple of times, I could just buy a new one with that money. I originally considered buying a pair of sunglasses to look cool, but the street vendor at the night market absolutely refused to knock 2 yuan off the price. Figuring I need to save enough for a tea egg at lunch tomorrow, I didn't even turn around. When the old man called after me, 11 yuan, I just walked away in my slippers. Maybe the old man muttered to himself, what a foolish loss, after saving 2 yuan but failing to make a sale. Maybe he'd end up 1 tea egg short at lunch tomorrow too. My name is Zhuangshan. Ordinary looks, ordinary build, ordinary voice. Toss me into a crowd, and you'd never find me again. If there's anything that sets me apart, it's just one word, broke. So broke that even paying for a meal or my phone bill has become a problem. That young man, on the other hand, looked every bit the part. Poised manners, polite speech, clearly raised in a good family. Not like me. No matter how neatly I slicked down my hair, I still couldn't hide my down-and-out appearance. Honestly, using spit to slick your hair speaks for itself. What you need isn't just any detective. I'm different from the rest. I can tell your family's been going through some strange things lately, and I can help you sort them out. 20% deposit, and you can settle the rest after the job's done. Fair price. Ask around if you like. The young man's hand froze just as he was about to turn on the faucet, his eyes darting uncertainly. Are you another one of those con artists who just chase after rumors? Is money really that important to people like you? Is waking up every morning in a huge bed, being waited on by hundreds of servants, and riding to the office in a car worth millions really all you care about? That's right, I replied, feigning innocence, my not-so-bright eyes wide open. Excuse me, please move. I need to go. Maybe right now you find some comfort in the company of friends. But what about when you go home? What about the sounds you hear? And those dreams of yours? I flicked a cigarette out of the pack, ready to catch it with my lips. Suddenly, the young man spun around and grabbed me, his grip surprisingly strong. He had never spoken of his dreams to anyone, not even to his own grandfather. For a split second, My mind went blank. I could only watch as the cigarette, so close to my mouth, tumbled to the restroom floor, bouncing a few times before coming to a stop, as if in slow motion. That was a fancy cigarette I'd specially brought back from overseas, one I'd only opened to impress clients. Fortunately, my gamble paid off this time. I finally had a job. My name is Chin Dong. I have never told anyone about my dream. If you truly have the ability, please save me. Save my family. Although Chin Dong didn't look particularly strong, his grip was powerful, clutching Zhu Angshan's arm so tightly it hurt. In order to protect the only pack of imported cigarettes he had left, Zhu Angshan gritted his teeth and held on for dear life, determined not to let go. I can help you, but let go first, will you? That really hurts. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk? And so, the famous detective found himself with a new job, trailing after Chin Dong to a tastefully decorated cafe. As they left, he couldn't resist glancing back at the pack of cigarettes lying on the ground. Sigh, such a rare treat, just opened, didn't even get to savor it, and that guy ruined it for me. So, to sum up, your family situation is basically a haunting. And not just any ghost, it's a woman. The detective stroked his chin, his tone full of certainty. After listening to Chin Dong's detailed account of all the strange occurrences at home, Zhu Angshan arrived at this conclusion. But when he saw that Chin Dong looked hesitant, as if he might bolt, he quickly dropped the jokes and became serious. The strange happenings in Chin Dong's home began 2 months ago. So far, though, things had remained relatively safe. No one had been hurt. Many items in the house would vanish without warning. Food, women's clothing, bath products, cell phones, batteries, cash. Just ordinary things, nothing dangerous. There was no pattern to what, where, or how much would disappear. Beyond that, objects would sometimes move on their own, even float in the air. No one had ever witnessed the items moving or levitating with their own eyes, but the security cameras clearly showed things floating and gliding about with no visible support. Such phenomena weren't uncommon in supernatural cases, but what was strange was that the missing items always found their way back to their original spots. It was as if someone had simply picked them up to play with, then carefully put them back, almost afraid of being caught. As for the voice Chin Dong heard in his dreams, it was a whisper so faint he couldn't make out a single word. Started about a month ago, every time he dreamed, he'd see a vague silhouette standing in the light, speaking to him. Each time he tried to get closer and listen, he'd jolt awake. Aside from those supernatural events, no one in the family had been harmed. Still, everyone was constantly on edge. Ever since he first heard that voice, Chin Dong hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep. He was jumpy, distracted, and unable to focus on work. In that case, why don't we visit your house tomorrow? Don't worry, if I can't solve the problem, I'll refund every penny of your deposit. Zhu Angshan declared, downing both coffees and cakes in record time. Waving his hand, he added, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll see you there. Chin Dong watched as Zhu Angshan walked out the door, burping contentedly, and murmured softly to himself, the moment you start talking about money, you remind me of a con artist. The next morning at 6, the great detective emerged with a wild tangle of hair and bloodshot eyes from a sleepless night, forcing himself awake to wash up. He'd had 2 cups of coffee the night before, and as a result, hadn't slept a wink. The little one had left much to be desired, lacking even basic shampoo, dashing Zhu Angshan's hope of making himself presentable. 3 hours later, Zhu Angshan appeared punctually at the foot of the courtyard hill before Chin Dong's home, carrying all his luggage. By now, he didn't care what this place was called. Stuffing a slip of paper with a phone number and address into his pocket, Zhu Angshan looked up at the mountain and the ancient mansion perched atop it, marveling at the staggering gap between wealth and poverty. If seeing upscale neighborhoods abroad had broadened his horizons, then coming to Chin Dong's home was positively mind-boggling. No matter how vivid his imagination, he could never have pictured a scene like this. At this moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. This was truly a residence fit for a king who commands the whole mountain. The Chin family lived in an ancient mansion that blended traditional and modern styles. The road was paved with neat blue-gray bricks, flanked by stone embankments lining gentle streams about 3 meters wide. Ahead, the mansion itself was composed of 3 building complexes, all connected by airy corridors above the ground. The buildings encircled a vast pond, with taihu rocks and lotus blossoms scattered across its surface, and at the center, a towering artificial mountain soared over 10 meters high. The mansion sat atop the hill, with security personnel patrolling from halfway up the slope. Nearly half the mountain seemed to belong to the Chin family. Zhu Angshan couldn't help but clap a hand over his mouth, almost moved to tears. The nicest place I've ever stayed in my life was a budget hotel. Just a few days ago, I finally visited a luxury venue, but had to leave right after finishing my work. If only I'd thought to stay and experience it for a night. Qin Dong had been waiting at the door, looking somewhat anxious. He hurried forward, waving the security guards away, then took Zhu Angshan by the arm, whispering, "Mr. Zhu, I've been waiting for you. Please come with me." Zhu Angshan followed Qin Dong through a side entrance into the vast mansion. Along the way, Qin Dong kept glancing around as if worried about being noticed. Just as Zhu Angshan was about to ask what was going on, he spotted a Qilin statue to the left of the corridor ahead. It was common for wealthy families to place Qilin statues in their homes to ward off evil. But this particular Qilin was surrounded by a constant, gentle flow of auspicious spiritual energy, something truly unusual. Such power rarely appeared without a special source. Seeing Zhu Angshan gazing at the Qilin statue in silence for a long time, Qin Dong pressed his lips together, as if finally making up his mind. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu, I haven't told you everything before. The truth is this isn't just some supernatural incident. I believe it might actually be a curse." Zhu Angshan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Have you been watching too many TV dramas? If such things as curses really existed, I'd recognize one in an instant." Regaining a bit of confidence, Qin Dong continued, "If that's the case, then I'll be relieved. But if it's not a curse, how do we explain all these strange phenomena?" Zhu Angshan shrugged and spoke softly. "Who knows? Ahem. What I mean is, I need to take a look at the items that have exhibited the levitation phenomenon first." Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where objects had once floated in midair. Zhu Angshan let out a low, thoughtful sound. Qin Dong hurriedly asked, "What is it, Mr. Zhu? Did you find something?" With a contemplative look, Zhu Angshan replied, "At first I thought this place was haunted, but now I think I need to reconsider." Qin Dong was caught off guard. "What do you mean?" Zhu Angshan smiled. "Rather than saying it's haunted, I'd say there's an auspicious aura here. That's what I think." As this area and those gravity-defying objects came into Zhu Angshan's view, he could clearly sense a pure, peaceful spiritual energy. This presence was nothing like what wandering ghosts would produce. In fact, this spiritual force was so strong it would repel any restless spirits, more effective than spring couplets or firecrackers. Zhu Angshan turned to Qin Dong, a smile playing on his lips. "Are you authorized to make decisions? I need to speak with someone in your family who has that power. I have some good news to share." Qin Dong adjusted his glasses, touched his nose, and after a brief pause said, "Please, come with me." They wound their way through a few twisting corridors and stopped outside a closed door. Qin Dong knocked and called out, "Grandpa, Mr. Zhu is here." Together, they entered the room. Qin Dong introduced the two family members seated on the sofa to Zhu Angshan. "This is my grandfather, the head of our family, and chairman of Qin Dynasty Group, Mr. Qin Dachui. And this is my father, the family's heir and general manager of Qin Dynasty Group, Mr. Qin Xiaochui." Zhu Angshan lowered his head in thought and asked, "Is your grandfather 80 years old and your father 40? Qin Dong replied in surprise, "How did you know?" Zhu Angshan continued, "Which Dong is your name referring to?" Qin Dong answered, "It's the kind of hole you make with a hammer." Zhu Angshan chuckled. "Got it. No problem." Qin Dachui spoke first. "Mr. Zhu, since you've already noticed something unusual about the Qilin statue, it shows you truly have some real skill. Since Xiaodong has invited you here, we hope you can help us resolve these problems." Qin Xiaochui continued, "As you can see, this estate is built on a mountain. They say the mountain itself is a dragon vein. No one really knows when our ancestors first moved here. At first, they just built a simple hut on the hillside. Unexpectedly, our family prospered over the generations, and it's only reached its current scale in our time." Finally, Qin Dong spoke. "However, building and living on a dragon vein is considered a grave taboo. It's said to bring misfortune. That's why we suspect the recent strange events are likely caused by residing atop the dragon vein. That's also why I asked you before if this could be some kind of curse. Mr. Zhu, if you can help us solve these problems, we'll reward you handsomely. But regardless of the outcome, please keep everything strictly confidential." Hearing their explanations, Zhu Angshan found himself uncertain. In theory, living atop a dragon vein should indeed attract disaster. But why would anomalies only begin to appear after several generations? What puzzled him even more was that the spiritual energy he sensed held no malice. In fact, it felt peaceful and auspicious, which didn't match the idea of misfortune at all. "In that case, please give me some time to investigate," Zhu Angshan replied, all the while rummaging through his backpack for various tools. At last, he even pulled out a POS machine. Before I start, I'll need a deposit. Will you be paying by card or by transfer?" Ever cautious, Zhu Angshan chose the hour of noon, when yang energy was at its peak, to set up a few special devices around the ancient estate. Afterward, he made his way to the highest point of the property, the artificial hill in the middle of the lake. Climbing to the top, Zhu Angshan found it held secrets of its own. There, hidden from view, was a small cave just big enough for one person to slip inside. Though rocks like these often had caves, this one looked utterly ordinary from the outside. But within, it was brimming with spiritual energy, making it anything but ordinary. After calming his nerves, Zhu Angshan quickly left the hill, quietly scanning the surroundings for anything out of place. Finding nothing unusual, he retrieved the monitoring devices he'd earlier placed around the estate's perimeter and carefully repositioned them closer to the artificial hill. Then, he slipped back into the cave. Lying inside, bored, Zhu Angshan began absent-mindedly picking at his fingernails, switching from his left hand to his right. Just as he was about to take off his shoes and deal with his toes, a girl appeared at the mouth of the cave. She was strikingly beautiful, with an air of cool detachment and long black hair, cascading to her waist. At first, she seemed surprised to see him, but then gave him a slightly provocative smile. Zhu Angshan was just about to greet the young girl with a teasing remark when, all of a sudden, the world around him shifted. He found himself in a place utterly unfamiliar, clearly no longer within the ancient Qin family residence. A faint aura of spiritual energy shimmered around. The girl, on the surface she seemed calm, but power surged beneath that tranquility. Zhu Angshan realized that his little device had done nothing at all, and a mischievous grin that usually hung from his lips froze in place. Still, he did his best to maintain an air of composure. The girl before him appeared no older than 17, but nothing about her was as simple as it seemed. The ability to whisk someone from reality in the blink of an eye. Zhu Angshan had only ever read about such things in outlandish online novels. In those stories, there was always some formidable character who could spirit people away, unleashing a chain of unpredictable events. Regardless of whether this girl intended anything dangerous, one thing was certain. Whatever she planned to do next, Zhu Angshan had absolutely no way to resist. The ever-confident detective now stood with his arms folded, trying to look unruffled, though inside he was anything but calm. His gaze darted over the girl, searching for any clue in her expression or movements. The girl tossed her hair and spoke. "So, you've already noticed me, haven't you?" The detective wanted a cigarette to steady his nerves, so he pulled out a pack of imported smokes from his pocket, about to light one up. But the girl frowned, flicked her wrist, and said, "Smoking is bad for your health, and I can't stand secondhand smoke." In the blink of an eye, the entire expensive pack vanished into thin air. Zhu Angshan stared at his empty hand, seething with frustration. Those cigarettes had been hard-won. Just recently, Qindong had stolen one, and now, before he'd had another chance, the whole pack was confiscated by this girl in an instant. Fuming, Zhu Angshan checked to make sure his lighter was still in his pocket, then narrowed his eyes and stared straight at the girl. "I'd really like to see what you actually are." The girl shot him a look of disdain, turned to gaze at the distant scenery, and replied with biting sarcasm, "So it's just a half-baked amateur who can't even figure out what I am." Zhu Angshan's heart skipped a beat. He noticed the girl had said what instead of who. That could only mean she, or rather, it wasn't human at all. His expression darkened. "Hey, don't rush. Let me take a good look at what you really are." As mentioned earlier, the reason Zhu Angshan can serve as an exorcist lies in his unique gift. He can see the souls of all things. This is not what the folk call the yin-yang eyes, but rather a rare ability to perceive the true essence of everything. In his eyes, all things in the world, whether the mountains and rivers, the earth itself, or every living creature and blade of grass, possess their own souls. This, he believes, is the real foundation of the world. At this moment, Zhu Angshan's gaze seemed to contain unfathomable mysteries, so intense that no one dared meet his eyes. He opened them anew and looked at the young girl before him. Instantly, a shock unlike anything he'd ever felt surged through him. Heavens, is this real? Behind the girl, an enormous golden dragon, crowned with 5 claws, coiled majestically. Its whiskers fluttered in the air, and it unleashed a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very world. The dragon's piercing eyes locked onto Zhu Angshan with a gaze that would make any mortal shudder. In that instant, Zhu Angshan was utterly unnerved. He fumbled for his phone, his hands trembling as he dialed Qindong's number. "Hello, Qindong, listen, you'd better talk things over with your father and your grandfather. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to consider moving out." "What's that? The old man's too stubborn?" "Well, then you'd better add a few more zeros to my fee. And if anything really happens to me, promise me a glorious funeral, all right? The family grave is located at..." The girl frowned, glaring at the so-called detective with open disapproval. Is this what the Taishang's chosen ones are like now? So timid? You're really this scared. You're the one who's scared. I'm Detective Zhu Angshan. The detective protested, forcing his trembling hands into his pockets and trying to sound bold. Oh sure, your hands are hidden, but your legs are still shaking. You can barely stand, and you're still trying to talk tough? Pathetic. The Golden Dragon. Girl tossed her hair, clearly unimpressed by Zhu Angshan's bravado. You're just shouting to cover up your fear. Don't you have even that much courage? Come on, let's... Before he could finish, the girl whisked Zhu Angshan up into the sky. They soared over the ocean, dived down sheer mountain cliffs, and wove through narrow gorges at breakneck speed. The dizzying, heart-stopping flight left the detective with no choice but to let out a long, unbroken scream. Yeah. By the time they landed back where they started, Zhu Angshan's voice was hoarse, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she pressed her foot firmly onto Zhu Angshan's chest, her tone stern and indignant. Don't call me big sister. Listen, up. By dragon standards, I'm not even an adult yet. You look like you're well into your 20s, so from now on, just call me by my name. I am Ao Qingxi. And you call yourself the river goddess? What? Do you really think you're some celestial maiden from the heavens? Don't tell me you imagine Chao Ji wrote his ode to the goddess of the Luo River for you. Zhu Angshan retorted, his words defiant even as his courage had all but evaporated. To his surprise, the golden dragon maiden, Ao Qingxi, answered with utmost seriousness. First, I'm a dragon by nature, so using as graceful as a swimming dragon to describe me is perfectly appropriate. Second, before I fell into slumber, I did live by the Luo River for many years. Dragons are born with a divine nature, so I am indeed the Luo goddess. Third, the author of the Rhapsody on the Luo goddess only wrote that piece after meeting me. Do you really think any mortal woman could possess such beauty? In truth, not a single word made it into Zhu Angshan's head. All he could think was, my goodness, this creature has been around for 2,000 years and still hasn't come of age. Does she plan on never growing up? But then again, there probably aren't any laws against befriending a juvenile dragon, right? That should be fine. Steadying himself, Zhu Angshan leaned back against the tree and sat up, carefully asking, may I ask, were you the one who touched the things inside that old house? Ao Qingxi straightened her robes, turned her face away, and said, I merely brushed against those things, that's all. It wasn't out of curiosity, and I certainly didn't throw anything around. Zhu Angshan's lips twitched, but he pressed on. So, those missing items, were you the one who took them? Those foods look delicious, and human clothing is so different from before. Strange, but very fashionable. I also need to study human technology to understand how they've developed. Zhu Angshan could swear he saw Ao Qingxi secretly picking at her fingers as she spoke. Then what about the voices in Qin Dong's head? Did you really enter his mind? Oh, that? Actually, I just muttered something in my sleep. I never expected him to actually hear it. It's so embarrassing. Zhu Angshan watched as Ao Qingxi's cheeks flushed a faint pink, and thought to himself that it was easier to look at her when she was in her golden dragon form. At least then you couldn't tell she was blushing. And what's the story with the bath products? Do gods need to bathe too? At once, Ao Qingxi perked up. You have no idea. Humans are truly fascinating. The thing called shampoo, it actually made my mane soft and glossy. So, a dragon, a deity, no less, had stolen human shampoo to wash her mane, and was now singing its praises? Miss Dragon, just now you mentioned the Supreme One and the Observer. What did you mean by that? Unbelievable. The Observer that my noble dragon clan has been waiting for turns out to be a clueless nobody like you. I thought it would be some ancient being who's lived for tens of millions of years. Excuse me, little dragon, may I? Enough. I'm coming with you now. You can tell that family you've completed your task. It's settled. 10 minutes later, Zhu Angshan and Ao Qingxi were back in the Qin family's room, explaining everything they were allowed to reveal. So, this mountain isn't actually a dragon vein, but the resting place of a dragon deity. And it was your awakening 2 months ago that caused all those strange happenings. Qin Dong mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Zhu Angshan took a deep drag of his Cuban cigar and said, that's right, and I've already convinced the dragon god to leave with me. You no longer have to worry about misfortune or curses, and there's no need to move. On the contrary, since this place was once the dragon god's resting ground, your descendants will be blessed for generations. The matter is perfectly resolved. So, when will the final payment arrive? Don't forget, we agreed to add another 0. The Chue glanced at Xiao Chue, who replied with a warm smile. Mr. Zhu, thank you so much for using your powers to save our home. The remaining payment will be transferred soon. However, A.O. Qingxi gave the three members of the Qin family a thoughtful look, then glanced at Zhu Angshan, who clung stubbornly to his cigar. Her voice was soft but firm. If you wish for my protection, you must abide by the rules. If you cross the line, I won't hesitate to punish you. Finally, a broad smile creased every wrinkle on Qin Dachui's face. To honor the dragon god and to thank Mr. Zhu, the Qin Dynasty Group would like to present you both with a villa as a gift. Thank you. Just as the two were about to leave, Qin Dong came running after them, shouting, "That sound! What on earth were those sounds? Run!" A.O. Qingxi, throwing all decorum aside, grabbed Zhu Angshan and tore down the mountain path as if their lives depended on it. By the time they reached halfway down the mountain, the surroundings were deserted. Zhu Angshan, clutching an entire box of Cuban cigars, grinned at A.O. Qingxi. You know, these business folks are sharp. In the end, all we got was a villa. Hey, why don't we sell it, split the cash, and go our separate ways? A.O. Qingxi curled her lip. You lackey, listen up. From now on, I'll eat your food, live in your house, and use your things. Just look at yourself. Can't you be a bit more proper? Didn't Qin Dong give you the address of the villa? Let's head to your place, pack up, and move in tomorrow. Zhu Angshan hugged his box of cigars even tighter, his face full of reluctance. Call me a lackey if you want, but why should you eat, live, and use my stuff? Isn't it obvious I don't want to share a roof with a deity? Besides, aren't gods supposed to live in palaces in the sky? How could you squeeze in with a poor guy like me? A.O. Qingxi flicked him hard on the forehead. Enough with the nonsense. Those heavenly palaces are drafty and freezing. Human houses have air conditioning, warm in winter, cool in summer, much more comfortable. By the way, when we're up in the sky, you'd better tell me how to get to your place. A chill ran from Zhu Angshan's feet to his scalp. What do you mean up in the sky? After he got used to it, Zhu Angshan was eventually able to shout out more than just ah. He could even manage his home address while flying. A.O. Qingxi frowned as she surveyed the shabby rental apartment. Even among the city's old villages, this place looked particularly dilapidated. Hey, lapdog, you really think you can live in this place? One gust of wind and a little rain, and it'll come tumbling down. As Zhu Angshan fumbled with the old, menacing-looking lock, which turned out to be more bark than bite. A.O. Qingxi finally lost patience with the environment. You'd be better off digging yourself a hole in the ground. But Zhu Angshan was full of energy. You're right, it's cramped and run down. How could a deity like you possibly stay here? Since you've just woken up, shouldn't you be settling somewhere decent? That's what really matters. He didn't get to finish. A.O. Qingxi shot him such a sharp look that he immediately shut his mouth and obediently started packing up. Truth be told, he didn't own much worth packing, just 2 old quilts and a handful of tattered clothes. A.O. Qingxi watched him fuss over these shabby belongings, unable to hold back her impatience. With a snap of her fingers, everything crumbled away to dust. In the end, Zhu Angshan still carried that box of cigars, humming a tune as he walked inside, and kept humming as he walked back out. Under A.O. Qingxi's stubborn insistence, more threat than persuasion, if we're being precise, Zhu Angshan did something unprecedented. He went to the mall and bought himself a full year's worth of clothes, one outfit for each season, and picked out dozens of outfits for a woman as well. Lapdog, have you ever read those cohabitation novels? You know the ones? A regular guy randomly bumps into a beautiful woman, and next thing you know, they're living together for no apparent reason. Don't you think that's exactly what we're like right now? A.O. Qingxi asked with a laugh. Zhu Angshan clearly wasn't in the mood to debate fiction versus reality. Gritting his teeth, he struggled forward, weighed down by shopping bags. Miss, couldn't you just use your magic and teleport us straight to the villa? Why do I have to lug all these bags around, standing out here on a main road like some idiot waiting for a cab? Are you doing this just to mess with me? A.O. Qingxi admired her freshly done nails, completely unfazed by his complaints, her heart full of delight. This is what real life feels like. A sidekick like you just can't appreciate it. Half an hour later, surrounded by shopping bags, Zhu Angshan stood dazed in front of the villa's grand entrance. It took him a moment to collect himself. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd live in a place like this. It's even grander than any mansion I've seen abroad. Outside the villa sprawled a garden of nearly 100 square meters, shaded by verdant trees and meticulously pruned, with winding pebble pathways weaving through the greenery. The villa itself stood 4 stories tall, each floor about 150 square meters, 2 above ground, 2 below. The first floor housed the living room, kitchen, and dining area, as well as a master bedroom with its own bathroom. On the second floor were the study, 3 guest rooms, and a restroom. The first basement level featured a small study, a restroom, 2 storage rooms, and a corridor enclosed by railings. The rest of the space was open, allowing a view down to the second basement. The lowest level was dedicated entirely to entertainment. At its center stood a billiards table, surrounded by a long bar, its shelves crowded with bottles of every kind. At the far edge, a glass-walled section was outfitted with gaming consoles, computers, and beanbag chairs, a haven for leisure. The entire villa was designed in the European style, with lavish, expensive furnishings and exquisite decor. Every detail radiated luxury and taste. Perfect. That was the word that came most naturally to Zhu Angshan, a native son of this city. Moving here felt like leaping overnight into a brand new life. By comparison, his old, shabby rented apartment seemed like a nightmare from his past 20-odd years, a life of never knowing where the next meal would come from, of smoking every cigarette down to the very last shred before tossing it away. Those days were gone for good. And all of this he had earned through his own efforts as the renowned Detective Zhu Angshan. Don't flatter yourself. If it weren't for my understanding nature and willingness to move in with you, you'd still be living in that run-down apartment. Ao Qingxi said as she descended the stairs, dressed in a flowing white dress sheet. Bought just yesterday. She was graceful and luminous, her composure as serene as a blooming lotus, making it nearly impossible for Zhu Angshan to look away. As long as she kept silent, this girl was the very picture of beauty at home. Keep staring, and I'll dig your eyes out. Ahem, who says I can't live without you? As a detective, I cracked a major case abroad, sent a devil back to hell, and made quite a bit of money. In the process, buying a house, getting a car, opening my own agency to retire, those were always part of my plan. I'd be just fine without you. Besides, you're the one who clung to me. So how did it become your generosity that made all this happen? Woman, time may not have stolen your beauty, but it's certainly made you shameless. The famous detective lounged lazily on the sofa, a cigar between his lips, the very image of satisfaction. What followed was their usual round of playful bickering, loud and dramatic, filling the air with laughter. Still readjusting from the flight, the detective struggled to rise from the sofa, willing his trembling legs to steady and fighting off a faint wave of nausea. With a deliberately casual toss of his head, he said, "What? Didn't you hear me praising your beauty, generosity, and understanding while we were up in the air?" Ao Qingxi smoothed her skirt and sat down. So lovely she drew every eye. If I hadn't heard, you'd still be flying around up there. Zhu Angshan curled his lips in a wry smile. To be honest, I originally planned to open a detective agency back home and settle into a quiet retirement. But now it seems I don't even need to bother with that. Looks like I'm heading straight into retirement. But as for you, what exactly are you doing in my retirement home? Ao Qingxi crossed her legs elegantly, holding a glass of red wine she just picked up from the bar. If I'm not mistaken, I should be the only god in this world, and also its only dragon. I'm staying here because I have a mission. Is that mission to torment me? Quiet. Listen to me. Her expression grew serious. I fell into slumber 2,000 years ago and only woke up 2 months ago. There must be a reason for that, and that reason is very likely connected to you. Didn't you notice your abilities becoming stronger about 2 months ago? Zhu Angshan, who had been savoring his cigar with his eyes closed, opened them. Now that you mention it, it was about 2 months ago that I suddenly realized I could drive away spirits. Before that, I could only see strange things. How did it change? Swirling her wine, Ao Qingxi smiled. Hey, don't I look especially graceful sitting like this? Can you please be serious? We're discussing something important here. Zhu Angshan replied helplessly. The mind of a dragon, he thought. Humans really have a hard time understanding it. Oh, come on. Just trying to lighten the mood. There's a kind of will in this world, not a living thing, not an organization. It's the most fundamental will of the world itself, and we call it the supreme way. It silently influences everything, but since it isn't alive and can't act on its own, it chooses an individual to bestow with the power to perceive the essence of all things. This individual is known as the observer. So, according to you, I'm that so-called observer, huh? With a cigar dangling from his lips, Zhu Angshan rolled his eyes, full of disdain. Well, that supreme way sure is stingy. The first half of my life was miserable, and it didn't even bother to step in. No one knew when Ao Qingxi had appeared behind the bar, now dressed in a black gown. As she poured a drink, she explained, I told you before, the supreme way isn't a living being. It may have a will, but once it grants the observer their power, it never interferes again. Everything depends on the observer's abilities and fortune. A bit uneasy, Zhu Angshan asked, what do you mean by never interferes? It means that even if you die, it won't lift a finger. Huh? What's with that twitch? Lying back on the sofa, Zhu Angshan finally made peace with it. Well, my life or death was never its concern anyway. Besides, it's not like it asked me to work for it. Ao Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance. Who told you observers don't have to work for it? Since you were chosen and given the title observer, it means you're responsible for maintaining the world's order in places others can't see. There's only ever one observer in a dimension, and every observer is extraordinarily powerful. So, you're not from my dimension, are you? That's right. I come from the mythic dimension you people speak of in legends. You mean the dragon clans of the Four Seas, the Supreme Lord Lousy, and the Monkey King? They're all real? Exactly. Everyone you just mentioned truly exists. But after there was a glitch in the order of the dimensions, I ended up in your world, just before I fell into a deep sleep. Wait, hold on. What happened to the observer here? Zhuang Shan, lost in thought, scratched his foot absent-mindedly as he asked. No idea. Weird things happen in a dimension all the time. It's perfectly normal. The observer can't possibly pay attention to every single being. Their only job is to keep the whole dimension in order. Damn, so you came to my world and no one even noticed? Zhuang Shan was astonished. But wait a minute. If each dimension has only one observer, why would the observer in my world be a clueless rookie like me? I've only been alive for a little over 20 years. By your logic, observers should be ancient beings. Maybe it's because your dimension is a bit on the weak side. Ao Qingxi's gaze was utterly nonchalant. Every individual here is so fragile, and your civilization is still very young. It's only in the last 100 years that technology has begun to advance, and you've developed some weapons with real power. That's probably why an observer like you appeared. Zhuang Shan was taken aback. So what's the point of my existence? Am I supposed to protect the world from the apocalypse? Ao Qingxi walked over and patted Zhuang Shan on the shoulder, speaking with heartfelt gravity. That's exactly why, my dear sidekick, you've got a heavy burden ahead. You must stop any potential end-of-the-world scenarios. So, miss, do you know how to protect the world? Absolutely no idea. Even a simple act of shrugging looked beautiful on her. Then what are you doing here with me? I want to go home. In your dimension, the only ones with these abilities are observers, meaning you. Hurry up and get stronger, will you? I need to go back. As Ao Qingxi climbed the stairs, Zhuang Shan found himself in no mood to light a cigar. If all those legends were true, did that mean the multiverse was real? Would humanity be able to travel through space and time once technology reached a certain level? He was born with this power, yet it didn't seem like he could travel to another dimension. Besides, shouldn't saving the world be the job of some muscle-bound hero like Captain America, or a genius like Tony Stark? Did this world really need a down-and-out exorcist who could barely afford his next meal to protect it? Wait a minute, before that call from abroad, apart from being broke, he didn't really have any problems. Just like Gouda, he had an expanded business abroad. In fact, he hardly had any business left in China. So how did that foreigner get his number? He'd been ready to retire after dealing with that foreign demon, but for some reason, he'd ended up at a bar one night and picked up a job that turned out to lead straight to the last dragon. His powers had started to grow 2 months ago, the very time Ao Qingxi had awakened. But the call from overseas came only 10 days ago. The timing didn't add up. Was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? Ao Qingxi woke up because his abilities increased. If enhanced power was the starting point, then Ao Qingxi wasn't the one orchestrating these events. Dragons are a sign of good fortune. It shouldn't be her. But was this power boost even normal? After all these years of nothing changing, now his abilities had grown, but not by much. He still needed talismans to exorcise foreign demons, and at best, he could startle a bird or tease a cat. Hey, sidekick! Ao Qingxi's voice drifted down from upstairs. Go out and get a few bottles of shampoo, will you? My mane needs a wash. Looking up at the golden dragon sprawled across the penthouse ceiling, the detective let out a helpless sigh. Well, a lackey must accept his lot. Off I go to buy some shampoo. Zhuang Shan, a country bumpkin who had never lived in a villa before, would never have imagined that villa districts had no taxis or buses. His villa happened to be at the very end of the neighborhood, and it was a full 5 kilometers to the nearest place with transportation. Living here sure is comfortable. Am I here to torture myself, or what? What a dump. Even the suburbs have buses. This godforsaken place doesn't even have a bird in sight. Just a step outside, I've got to walk an hour. My feet are killing me. Ao Qingxi, you called. Clearly, Zhuang Shan had forgotten that Ao Qingxi could teleport at will, which made for a rather awkward moment. No, never mind. What kind of shampoo do you like? I'll get it for you. Looking at Zhuang Shan's crestfallen expression, the golden dragon beauty suddenly felt less interested in washing her mane. Maybe Ao Qingxi was in a good mood, or maybe she'd simply decided to make the best of things. With a snap of her fingers, the scene around them shifted instantly to a supermarket. She wandered off to the shampoo aisle, leaving Zhuang Shan muttering to himself at the restroom entrance. Maybe I should just buy a car for getting around? All right, I like QQ. Wait, weren't you going to buy shampoo? This elusive, unpredictable dragoness always managed to startle Zhu Angshan, surprising him in the most expected of ways. Lifting her shopping basket, Ao Qingxi signaled she'd already picked out a generous supply of shampoo. She glanced over the shampoo shelves once more, making sure she hadn't missed any brands. Here's Head & Shoulders, there's Clear, Pantene even. Sassoon. And Sassoon's great for conditioning too. Hey, do you think I should grab a bottle of conditioner as well? Shampoo and conditioner together would make my mane extra silky, right? Oh, I just envy those flowing locks you see on TV commercials. A shudder ran through Zhu Angshan. He couldn't even begin to imagine it. A majestic five-clawed golden dragon circling the skies, its mane. Billowing on the wind, each strand catching the sunlight and gleaming, smooth as silk, not a split end in sight. Every hair glowing with health. Watching Ao Qingxi, her basket now brimming with shampoo but still gleefully bounding toward the conditioner section, Zhu Angshan was utterly baffled. Of all the hobbies a deity could have, why fixate on shampoo of all things? He kept his grumbling to himself, careful not to let Ao Qingxi overhear. But then again, at least this hobby didn't cost much. A bottle of shampoo could last a month or two, and she'd grabbed an entire basket. Must be more than 30 bottles in there. Even at top price, that'd only be a couple thousand yuan at most. She'd be using shampoo until the cows came home. At that moment, Ao Qingxi suddenly halted her previously joyful, bouncy steps. She turned around and walked toward Zhu Angshan, step by step, then fixed him with an intense, unwavering stare. This made cold sweat break out on Zhu Angshan's forehead. Could it be that this dragon, in addition to teleportation and flying, could also hear other people's thoughts? If that's the case, then last night, I just remembered. You, my lackey, can help me carry things. Take these and follow me. If you lose track of me, I'll toss you into the wilderness of Shenanjia and make you survive on your own. Ao Qingxi suddenly burst out laughing, handed the shopping basket to Zhu Angshan, and then joyfully bounced away toward the hair conditioner section. Only then did Zhu Angshan let out a long, shaky breath. His back, which had instinctively straightened in alarm, slumped again. He lowered his head and wiped at the sweat on his brow. Sweat that, truth be told, wasn't. Even there, inwardly, he was grateful that even gods weren't all-powerful. Otherwise, he might really have been dumped in Shenanjia. Wait a minute. He hadn't even said anything outrageous. Why was he so afraid of her? Having reasoned out, Detective Zhu immediately straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and marched over to Ao Qingxi with determined steps, glaring at her with all the defiance he could muster, though he didn't forget to bring along the shopping basket brimming with bottles of shampoo. Get lost. Right away, ma'am. Take your time and pick out whatever you like. No need to hurry. We got all the time and money in the world. He. A split second later, Detective Zhu instinctively reverted to lackey mode, nodding and bowing, rubbing his hands together with a silly grin. If his ancestors hadn't lost their tails during the course of evolution, he'd probably be wagging his right now like a propeller. Zhu Angshan's pitiful display made the nearby sales assistant shake her head in disbelief. Men these days, still so thoroughly henpecked. It was almost unbelievable. If Zhu Angshan had the power to hear other people's thoughts right now, he'd be immensely relieved that the sales assistant hadn't said any of this out loud. As it was, since he didn't possess this ability, he kept grinning foolishly, even thoughtfully swapping the shopping basket for a card, and, every so often, helpfully recommending hair conditioner to Ao Qingxi. Look at this one. It matches your mane perfectly. It's got black sesame in it, which is great for hair. Should be good for your mane too. Speaking of black sesame, should I get you some sesame paste? A couple passed by. The woman pointed at Zhu Angshan and said to her boyfriend, "See that? That's what I call top-tier lackey energy. You should take notes." The boyfriend glanced at Ao Qingxi, then at his own girlfriend, then back at Zhu Angshan. He let out a sigh and shook his head. Half an hour later, just like yesterday, Zhu Angshan was red-faced and buried under a mountain of shopping bags, dragging dozens of bottles of shampoo and conditioner, plus a pile of junk food. He shot a look of pure resentment at Ao Qingxi, who was happily skipping ahead and, staggering under the weight, did his best to keep up, step by awkward, shuffling step. Why is it that every time you buy something, I'm the one who has to carry it? Aren't you supposed to be a god? Can't you fly and teleport? Why don't you just use your powers to send all this stuff home? The famous detective was fuming, spitting his words with such force that he seemed to have forgotten his sycophantic grin from just moments ago when he'd been recommending conditioner. You sure know how to switch gears fast. You were grinning from ear to ear just now. Besides, didn't I buy something for you as well? A bunch of random junk. There's nothing here for me. What's with all the yelling? Look, this is for you. A bell. Exactly. Next time I need you, I won't have to call. Just ring the bell, and you'll come right away. Looking at A.O. Qingxi's innocent, radiant smile, Zhuangshan felt firsthand what it meant to be on the verge of tears with no tears left to cry. No, I've had enough. I'm going to buy a car. Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, the man lugging bags and the energetic young woman materialized in the car dealership. Zhuangshan realized that A.O. Qingxi must have snapped her fingers to teleport them both. Clearly, she wouldn't rest until she'd worn him out completely. Before he could even gather his wits, A.O. Qingxi strode into the dealership with the same cheerful enthusiasm she'd shown picking out shampoo at the supermarket. Hello, I'll take this car. Lackey, come pay for it. Still clutching the shampoo, Zhuangshan stared blankly at the car in front of him. Maybe we should talk this over? I mean, I've finally made some money. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to drive around in a QQ? I don't care. You figured out. Without sparing Zhuangshan so much as a glance, A.O. Qingxi marched over to the dealership's sofa and sat down. Of course, she didn't forget to grab a newly bought drink on her way. She opened it, though she didn't take a sip, and let her eyes wander. One moment examining this car, the next that one, and finally glancing at the QQ, nodding in satisfaction with a bright smile. Zhuangshan had no time to concern himself with A.O. Qingxi's mysterious taste. In his confusion, he found himself whisked away by the staff to make the payment. When he pulled his card from his pocket, the famous detective's face was still blank with disbelief. After all his hard work, was his first real car, such a milestone in life. Really going to be a QQ, chosen by a god? Hey man, your girlfriend's gorgeous. The staff member winked at Zhuangshan, grinning with open envy. These days, you don't find many girls who aren't materialistic. You'd better cherish her. Huh? Oh no, she's not my girlfriend. Zhuangshan's confusion only deepened. Oh, even better. You're already married? Huh? Not bad at all. The staff member's eyebrows danced with excitement. Not married either, actually. With a face as blank as a mask, A.O. Qingxi appeared out of nowhere behind Zhuangshan, grabbed his ear, and began dragging him outside. Her voice was utterly devoid of emotion as she said, "You've paid, right? I just checked. They have cars in stock. Let's go." The staff left behind could only sigh with a knowing look. Wow, a real masochist. Turns out this gorgeous girl is a total queen. Of course, the great detective, now being dragged by the ear to the car, had no idea what sort of wild, embarrassing thoughts were swirling in that staff member's mind. Just as A.O. Qingxi opened the car door, she suddenly stopped, her face lighting up with realization. I knew I'd forgotten something. Oh, the shampoo. It's still by the couch. So, our detective found himself yelping and protesting as she hauled him back by the ear all the way to the sofa. Here, lackey. Take it. Ow, 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 that hurts. You're still pulling my ear, and now you want to carry stuff? That's not fair. Let go and I'll take it myself. Rebellious, aren't you? A.O. Qingxi shot him a disdainful glance. Try refusing, and I'll grab your other ear too. At this point, there was no telling if Zhuangshan was actually a masochist, but one thing was for sure. A.O. Qingxi was absolutely a queen. She marched him from the sofa to the car by the ear, dumped the items into the trunk, and then, still holding on to her lackey-cum-driver, pulled him into the driver's seat before finally releasing her grip. With the most serene, unbothered air, she settled into the passenger seat, looking as though she'd never just dragged a grown man around, leaving not a trace of the chaos from a minute before. Rubbing his now bright red ear, Zhuangshan shot her a venomous glare. If he weren't so sure he'd lose in a fight against this deceptively cute, demon-hearted girl, the first thing he'd do would be to kick her right out of his precious new car. Grimacing, he pulled out the car keys he'd just received from the staff. Holding the key in his right hand, he brought it slowly toward the ignition. Time seemed to slow down, the dust floating near the keyhole drifted lazily in the air. The metallic lines around the slot gleamed with a kind of harmonious beauty. He felt a sense of ritual in this act, a joy welling up from deep inside, flooding his whole being. What are you waiting for? Get on with it. Without a second glance, A.O. Qingxi gave his hand a casual shove, pushing the key straight into the ignition. Yarg, my sense of ceremony. You old dragon. Clearly, the great detective had once again tried to resist the dragon's iron rule. And, just as clearly, the result needed no guessing. Utter defeat. None of the nearby shop assistants had noticed when the people in the car had left. Just a moment ago, there'd been a commotion here, some loud shouting, but when they turned around, no one was there. Their belongings were still in the car, and even the keys were left in the ignition. One attendant scratched his head in confusion, shrugged it off, and went back to work. While the attendant was still puzzling over where those people had gone, a gust of wind had already rushed into the mouth of the so-called detective, twisting his lips out of shape. Even so, he stubbornly resisted the tyrant. After struggling mightily to adapt to the wind flooding his mouth, he fought to control his distorted lips, forcing the corners of his mouth upward in a devilish grin. Huh, did you really think I'd give in to you? Not a chance. Ao Qingxi frowned. This guy had already adapted to high-speed flight. Next time, she'd have to come up with a different way to scare him. Just then, the shop assistant heard a strange noise behind him. Startled, he looked back, only to see that the man and woman from before had somehow returned without anyone noticing. They were both sitting perfectly in their seats, driver and passenger, just as before. If anything seemed off, it was the man's hair, now a wild nest, and his face, which looked unnaturally stiff. That stiffness was thanks to the wind. The gust had filled Zhu Angshan's belly to the brim, leaving him with no appetite for dinner. I'm fine, really. Snap out of it. Speak properly. Ao Qingxi's reply was a slap that sounded gentle but packed a punch. If you got guts, try that again. The slap had clearly worked, as Zhu Angshan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. You can't treat me like this. I put a roof over your head, buy you food, clothes, even a car. I'm the one supporting you. And if I don't take you home, you're stuck in this world forever. Ao Qingxi just shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Ooh, I'm so scared. I've already been stuck here over 2,000 years. If you don't take me back, I'll just torment you every single day until you do. Zhu Angshan shook his head in defeat, pulled out the key, and, trying to recreate his earlier dramatic flair, slotted it back in. But the ritualistic feeling was gone. Miserable, he started the car and sped all the way home. I'm telling you, stop tormenting me. If you're so smart, why don't you think of a way for me to send you back? Ao Qingxi opened the door that connected the underground garage to the second basement level, then flopped onto the sofa in the game room, looking utterly content. How should I know how observers get stronger or where they get all those strange powers? Besides, life here is actually pretty nice. I'm starting to think I don't want to leave at all. No, please. Sis, I swear, I'll start training right away so I can send you home. The moment he heard this, Zhu Angshan, in a panic, dashed off to a storage room on the basement level. He planned to transform this space into a training chamber. Once he mastered his martial arts, gained the power to open portals to other realms, he'd send that so-called god, who was in truth just a demon named Long, flying back to her own world with a single kick. Then he could finally retire in peace. Perfect. After yesterday's painful reckoning, Zhu Angshan resolved to strengthen himself and send Long home. So, at the crack of dawn, he sped off in his newly purchased QQ car to the mall, buying punching bags, boxing gloves, training clothes, and even one of those wooden dummies he'd seen on TV, the kind Donnie Yin pummeled in IP Man. With passionate shouts and energetic moves, he threw himself into training, leaving Ao Qingxi so nervous and on edge that she started to wonder if she'd let him catch a fever from that windy night and it had fried his brain. But reality soon proved that martial arts masters aren't made in a day. No matter how enthusiastic he was, all Zhu Angshan managed to do was exhaust himself like a husky after a wild run. Have you ever seen a husky? The kind that, for no reason at all, likes to hang its tongue out and stare blankly into the distance? No? Well, one look at Zhu Angshan and you get the picture. After a whole morning of self-inflicted torment, the great detective was utterly spent just before lunchtime, inventing a new way to collapse the husky. Flop, right there in the kitchen. Actually, he hadn't intended to end up in the kitchen. To be precise, Ao Qingxi had dragged him there because she wanted lunch. This, too, proved a point. Gods aren't all-powerful. At the very least, they can't cook. She had never learned to cook, which explained why food kept mysteriously vanishing from Qingdong's house. After moving in here, it was always Zhu Angshan who handled the meals. Still, to keep up appearances, the young lady volunteered for what was supposedly the more exhausting job, cleaning. Her method was simple. She'd sit on the sofa, snap her fingers, and then go right back to watching TV. Even if gods aren't omnipotent, they can still use their baffling powers to wash the dishes. Why do I have to cook every day? Can't you, just once, try to make a meal yourself? Even sprawled out like a husky, Zhu Angshan forced himself to open the fridge and get started, grumbling as he bustled around. Honestly, how do you gods manage not to starve? You're so lazy you might as well just waste away. Gods don't get hungry. Ao Qingxi replied. Zhu Angshan froze at that, then exploded in outrage. Then why do you steal people's food? Why do you make me your slave, forcing me to cook every meal? If you don't get hungry, what's the point of eating at all? Clutching the remote, Ao Qingxi didn't even glance away from the TV, completely unconcerned with the chef flailing about with a spatula. absent-mindedly answered, because I feel like it. Oh, hey, have you seen the Avengers? This big guy with the hammer, is actually kind of cool. Zhu Angshan, who had already given up on trying to fix anything, put down his spatula and continued picking through the vegetables. So what are you planning? To become a shut-in? I mean, I can overlook your obsession with washing your mane with shampoo, but now you're in a manga too? What's going on with you? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck our detective like lightning. He conceived a plan so unprecedented, so outrageous and earth-shattering, that it just might free him from the tyranny of this dragon before she left the world for good. Come here, miss. Come over here. Seeing the familiar, mischievous grin on Zhu Angshan's face, Ao Qingxi instinctively furrowed her brow. Her divine intuition told her something was off. With a servile smile, bowing and rubbing his hands together, Zhu Angshan perfectly executed his well-practiced routine. He led Ao Qingxi to the computer. Then, adopting an air of great solemnity, declared, "Now, I am about to introduce you to the greatest cultural phenomenon of this century, anime." Click. As he pressed the enter key, a website called Bilibili sprang to life, ushering open the gateway to a whole new dimension. 1 hour later, Ao Qingxi, dinner's ready. Not hungry, not hungry. Yaoren Mao is just too adorable. 2 hours later, miss, how about we go out for a walk? I want to see if I can find a good spot to open a detective agency. No, Xiao Duan is too cute. 8 hours later. Damn it. Are you ever going to sleep? I can hear you making a racket from the basement. Not sleeping, not sleeping. Monster girls have a totally different schedule from you. Oh wow, look at the swimsuit. It's so cute. Perhaps the power of anime really was enough to breach even a god's defenses. In any case, Ao Qingxi had no time to bother with Zhu Angshan anymore. She'd been glued to her computer, lost in the world of dance covers and anime marathons for a full day and night. When asked for comment, the man who prefers to remain anonymous, Zhu Angshan, had this to say. Let her be obsessed. I'd rather she laughs like a lunatic in the dead of night than torment me every chance she gets. You don't know what it's been like ever since I moved. Here, no, ever since I met her. She's made it her life's mission to torture me. If the law could actually punish her for what she's done, she'd have a court summons by now. Does anyone know of any anime that could calm down a monster girl after watching it? Hypnosis episodes are fine too. Anything to make her quiet down. No one. Seriously? Useless. How can no one know? According to reports, Miss Ao Qingxi's current condition remains unstable, with frequent outbursts of unpredictable emotion and occasional destructive tendencies. Our field reporter is currently en route to the hospital. Injuries remain unconfirmed, and a large portion of our camera equipment has been damaged. This channel will not be providing further updates. Thank you for watching. And so it was that, on the surface, the great detective appeared generous and magnanimous. But in truth, he had simply run out of options. He and Ao Qingxi divided their territory. He surrendered the entire basement, level, and 1 bedroom on the top floor in humiliation. Since the living room, dining room, and kitchen were all common spaces, that left Zhu Angshan with only the master bedroom and a small bathroom as his domain. Dog, legs, get over here now. Holed up in his room, wallowing in self-pity and lamenting the loss of his basic rights, the great detective sprang into the basement at the sound of that call. Enough with the yelling. Where's that bell? You bought it and never use it, always barking lackey at me. Do you have any idea how undignified that is? Ao Qingxi was impeccably dressed, showing not a trace of her former obsession with all things anime. Zhu Angshan was startled. Had she already seen through his strategic intentions? Had she snapped out of her infatuation? I made up my mind. I'm going to work. What's the big deal? Go by all means. Spare me from your torment, will you? Zhu Angshan turned to head upstairs, but his foot froze in midair as he gaped in shock. You haven't caused me enough trouble already? Now you're planning to bring chaos to the outside world, too. What, a deity can't get a job? I've decided to set aside my divine identity for a while. There's no going home anytime soon, so I might as well work. Dancing sounds nice. Oh, really? What kind of dancing? Dunhuang's celestial maidens or dragons soaring through the sky? What do you know? I want to do otaku dance. I've done my research, recording otaku dance videos and posting them on Bilibili for clicks. Oh yes, that's how I'll become famous. But it's not that simple. Never mind the editing, even finding venues and costumes will cost a lot of time and money. It's nearly impossible for one person to pull off. Zhu Angshan shrugged dismissively. What? Are you Naruto or something? Got a shadow clone jutsu up your sleeve? Seriously, can you actually clone yourself? The next moment, the great detective felt the world lose all meaning, because the room was suddenly filled, wall to wall, with Ao Qingxi, each one staring at him with wide, expectant eyes. Ahem, why are you looking at me? You've already whoosh, 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 summoned a whole crowd of yourself. Why would you still need me? Because I don't know how to do anything. Zhu Angshan couldn't help sneaking a glance at the real Ao Qingxi, only to find, to his utter dismay, that even her enormous dragon eyes, bigger than his own head, were brimming with unmistakable innocence. When you say you don't know how to do anything, does that include dancing? Of course. And so, Zhu Angshan learned the second thing Ao Qingxi couldn't do. She couldn't dance. You're not seriously thinking of turning me into your double, so I can dance for you, are you? That's just outrageous. It's an affront to my manly dignity. I absolutely refuse. Unless, when you call me your lackey, you say it a little more gently. It's really not that bad. As long as you finish everything else except for the dancing, you're good, right? Sounds easy, doesn't it? And so, on a bright winter day, Zhu Angshan was forced to put his detective agency project on hold. He spent a long time wandering around downtown with Ao Qingxi, cramming all the necessary equipment and costumes into the trunk and back seat of their little QQ car. Thanks to its compact size, they managed to make it home safe and sound before rush hour hit. Tell me, for my first submission, should I go with Elysium or Platinum Disco? Do I suit the cutesy lowly style or the mature diva look better? Are these heels a bit too high? As he watched Ao Qingxi totter unsteadily in high heels, Zhu Angshan couldn't believe she could dance at all. Just turning around looked like a challenge. Even a shaman would complain her poses weren't up to par. Yet, Ao Qingxi seemed oblivious to how unrealistic it was to want to dance when she could barely walk straight. Right now, she was flailing along with the girl on the 65-inch screen, arms and legs all over the place, too caught up in the chaos to even hear her trusty sidekick's replies. Truth be told, Zhu Angshan was far too busy himself to pay attention to anything Ao Qingxi was saying. The great detective had already shrugged off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and was hauling heaps of photography equipment into the house. With each trip, he silently thanked the villa's architect for including a connecting door between the basement level 2 and the underground garage, and gave a special nod to Qin Dong's decoration company for putting the entertainment area in the lowest level. By the time everything was finally moved in, and after hanging up all the costumes in Ao Qingxi's closet, Zhu Angshan's inner husky made a comeback. Listen, I have no idea how to do any of that complicated post-production stuff. I'm broke. I've never fiddled with computers. My knowledge is limited to turning them on and watching videos online. Then why don't you go learn? Oh, come on, Ao Qingxi. That's not fair. You don't even pay me, and now you want me to waste my time going crazy with you. Ao Qingxi responded with a snap of her fingers. A sudden chill made Zhu Angshan realize something was off. One of those cosplay dance outfits was now on his body. Ao Qingxi was using her damn supernatural powers again. This one's no good, way too modest. And this one, no, it's way too revealing. Oh my, so embarrassing. Having lost all sense of masculine dignity, Zhu Angshan stood there, face blank, no longer caring whether he was wearing a school swimsuit, a maid outfit, or a cheongsam. At that moment, his second most wish for power was the ability to rewind time, to return to that fateful lunch when he first introduced Ao Qingxi to the world of anime, and pour every ounce of brain water he had straight down the drain. After surviving an ordeal even more terrifying than flying at high altitude, the great detective felt utterly defeated. His hands trembled so much he couldn't even light his cigar. When he looked at Ao Qingxi, his gaze was filled with a whirlwind of emotions, a fusion of anger and embarrassment, an awkward mix of anticipation and shyness. But why was there even anticipation? In short, Zhu Angshan's mind was a chaotic mess all night, and, at Ao Qingxi's urging, he finally called Qin Dong for help in finding a top-notch post-production expert. Word had it that this expert was truly outstanding, having worked on many blockbuster visual effects productions, including a slew of Marvel movies, where much of the special effects were his handiwork. For some reason, this expert had left his previous VFX team and wandered his way into this city. They agreed to meet at Zhu Angshan's home at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the careful supervision of engineer Ao, Zhu the laborer hauled all the new equipment, much of which he didn't recognize or know how to use, into the living room. According to Miss Ao Qingxi, this was to impress the expert with professional gear and entice him to stay. Zhu the laborer didn't quite see the point and protested, but his objections were forcefully overruled. After lunch, Ao Qingxi disappeared without a trace, leaving Zhu Angshan alone in the living room, bored out of his mind as he fiddled with the camera equipment. After randomly pressing every button, the detective sprawled across the sofa like a satisfied husky, watching movies on the laptop he'd bought specifically for post-production, occasionally glancing at the clock and grumbling about how Ao Qingxi was cutting it close. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Just as Zhu Angshan was about to get up to answer it, Ao Qingxi came rushing in out of nowhere like a gust of wind. She stopped at the door, tidied her collar and the hem of her dress with studied composure, and then finally opened the door. "Hello, welcome." Before she could finish greeting, Zhu Angshan pulled Ao Qingxi protectively behind him, his face grave. This guy, his aura, is overwhelming. "Hello, my name is Thor. Are you Mr. Zhu? I want a job here." Staring at the foreigner with golden hair, golden stubble, and a cheerful smile, Zhu Angshan was completely dumbfounded. Oh no, not only does this guy look less than human, but he doesn't speak Chinese at all. The worst part? Zhu didn't speak English either. "You, out. If you're not out, I will pew 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 you." Zhu Angshan stammered, pointing weakly toward the door. He wasn't really afraid of this foreign-looking non-human. After all, he had a dragon at his back, but he was terrified the guy wouldn't understand a word he was saying. Activating my ability and taking a closer look, I saw that this foreigner had to be at least 6'3", with flowing blonde hair draped over his shoulders. He wore lightweight armor-covered, in intricate, mysterious patterns, and a long red cape fluttered in the wind. In his hand, he gripped a hammer, exuding an air of heroism and strength. But why did he look a bit familiar? Oh my goodness! Ao Qingxi, come over and take a look. Is this guy Thor, the god of thunder? The foreigner was startled when he heard this. Holy smokes, how'd you figure out it was me? Wait a minute, this Thor speaks Chinese, and with a thick local accent. Ao Qingxi walked over, giving her shoulders a squeeze and patting her chest, grinning as she said, "Oh wow, you look just as handsome as you do on TV. So, you ended up here too? What do you mean? You're not from this world either." Once he was sure this was a friend and not a foe, Zhu Angshan relaxed and sat back on the sofa. Still, it was unsettling to hear a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner speak in such a thick dialect, especially when that foreigner happened to be the hammer-wielding god of thunder himself. It was like meeting a fellow townsman in a faraway land. Tears of joy welled up in their eyes. Though Ao Qingxi and Thor soon learned in their 2-hour conversation that they came from entirely different realms, the sense of camaraderie between strangers in a foreign place lingered, as if they'd found kindred spirits. Thor had arrived in this world over a century ago, at a time when wars raged across the globe. Once he figured out the situation, he set out in search of signs of the gods, hoping to find a way home as soon as possible. But he realized he couldn't sense the Bifrost, and Heimdall ignored him completely. With no other choice, he blended into the crowd, living among ordinary people and slowly learning new skills and knowledge. When World War II broke out, he joined the Flying Tigers to help China. During a mission, however, he was struck by a strange force, causing his plane to crash in an unfamiliar region. He remained unconscious for a long time, and when he finally awoke, the war had already ended. Though he wondered what kind of power could have kept him unconscious for so long, he didn't return home. Instead, he stayed and learned Chinese from the locals. Later, he discovered this place was called Panda Province. So, he must have picked up that local accent back then. A decade or so later, Thor realized he couldn't keep hiding. He never seemed to age, and people were starting to notice. He moved back to America under a new identity, continuing his studies in life. There, he learned about Marvel, which mentioned Asgard. Even though Asgard was just a legend on Earth, he figured it was worth a shot. Perhaps he'd find a clue if he looked hard enough. He conveniently joined Marvel's special effects team for the movies. But over time, he realized it was nothing but a commercial company, with no real connection to his homeworld. So, after finishing work on a string of movies, he left the company, ready to try his luck in other countries. Every country has its own assortment of legends. Thor believed that since Asgardian tales had made their way to this land, then the myths circulating in other nations must also have a basis in reality. Even if the records of Asgard had never mentioned these other gods or their realms, the fact that this place itself was unfamiliar territory only increased the likelihood that other divine realms might exist. Before this, he had already traveled to Northern Europe, the birthplace of the Asgardian legends, only to find nothing. That was why he had come to this country, the one he had helped years ago, but had fallen unconscious in, hoping to learn about its pantheon and perhaps try his luck here. As it turned out, the hammer-wielding man with a strong local accent had some good fortune. There was indeed another god here who couldn't return home. And what's more, that god had arrived 2,000 years before him. Wait, so you're saying you don't know about the Watcher's existence? The Watcher? No idea, really, Thor replied, his speech now tinged with Ao Qingxi's dialect. Zhu Angshan's eyes lit up at this. He sprang to his feet, flinging his trench coat back dramatically, striking the pose of a lone hero standing atop a windswept canyon. At last he'd found someone even more clueless than himself. He could not let this opportunity slip by. Besides, if the head of the household didn't speak up now, he'd fade into complete irrelevance. The Watcher is... Oh, so that's how it is? Zhu Angshan stared, dumbfounded. Hadn't this guy just claimed ignorance? How did he suddenly seem to know everything? You've been to the Northeast? Ahem, what I mean is just a moment ago you said you didn't know what a Watcher was. Now you act like you're in the know. A.O. Qingxi sneered dismissively. Please, you country bumpkin. This is called a direct mental link. It's like plugging in a USB stick, just transfer a file, open on another computer, and boom, you know everything. Oh, right, Thor, the useless guy in front of you, is the Watcher of this realm. Thor's face turned ashen. Sorry to bother you, goodbye. Zhu Angshan didn't even have time to glare at A.O. Qingxi. He launched himself at Thor's feet, clutching the god's thigh, wailing in desperation. Give me a chance, big bro. I've been working so hard to get stronger. I know I can send you all home. Don't look down on me like this. I'm Detective Zhu Angshan. I even took down a foreign demon once. Don't go, big bro. Ow, you're stepping on me. It hurts. Unable to bear the scene any longer, A.O. Qingxi forcibly pried Zhu Angshan off Thor's leg and pinned him to the sofa, offering Thor an awkward apology. Sorry about that. He's just a country bumpkin, never seen the world. Thor, still shaken, managed a stiff nod. So, when do you think he'll be able to open an interdimensional portal? A.O. Qingxi shrugged. That's something I really don't know. It's exactly because he doesn't have that ability for now that I wanted to find something to kill time. I didn't expect to run into you, but it's all good. Let's be companions, and while we're at it, we can train this weakling together. So, how exactly do we train him? The next moment, Zhu Angshan received what could only be described as a legendary USB drive, but must have been some kind of mental direct link. In those visions, he saw the tragic life that awaited him. The detective, whose will to live had evaporated, glanced at the two formidable figures and gave up resisting. And so, the former professional hammer wielder, now part-time video editor, Thor, settled into the villa. According to a friendly agreement between the parties, Thor agreed to provide his labor, specifically video production, in exchange for payment to be distributed by A.O. Qingxi. The unlucky Zhu Angshan would cover room and board and all other expenses. The two gods and one human meticulously ironed out the details of this arrangement. When negotiations were done, they commenced what was officially called friendly and cordial training, though Zhu Angshan certainly didn't see it that way. Move your hips. Come on, move. It's your hips, not an Oreo. Did you even watch the video? See how they dance? They're swaying, but you look like a donkey grinding at a mill. Lackey, did you not get smacked enough during yesterday's practice? Didn't you see me trying to move? I'm sweating here. You think this is easy? If you've got what it takes, put on the costume and dance yourself. Hey, don't get so worked up. Take it easy. Take it easy. You're not moving like a zombie anymore, right? Thor, meanwhile, was attempting to mediate an argument that was doomed from start. Zhu Angshan, who styled himself as the director, sat on a little stool, barking orders at A.O. Qingxi to dance. But after thousands of years of stiffness, how could she possibly regain flexibility in just one night? That led to the heated exchange above. Thor, part-time video editor and impromptu cameraman, sweated bullets as he tried to keep the peace, his mind racing with worry that the two would tear the house apart. How's this take it easy? She spent 2 hours on a single kick, sent her shoes flying a dozen times, and even kicked my cigar clean off once. Old woman. Hopeless. Just as Thor was about to step in, he realized the two had vanished from the spot, tension still crackling in the air. He glanced around, thoroughly baffled, scratching his head in confusion, when suddenly both of them reappeared in their original places. Only now, A.O. Qingxi was standing, while Zhu Angshan was sprawled on the floor. Zhu Angshan staggered to his feet, grabbed the still smoldering cigar from the ground, dusted it off, and stuck it back in his mouth. With a crooked grin, he announced, "Haha, I told you, that trick doesn't work on me anymore." Thor, though he had no idea what was going on, obligingly turned Zhu Angshan, now facing him, back toward A.O. Qingxi. A.O. Qingxi flicked her hair and sneered. Then why don't you try landing without using your face, Men. All in all, it was a thoroughly chaotic afternoon. In the end, A.O. Qingxi never got to finish her dance. Saul spent the entire time playing peacemaker, and only Zhu Angshan seemed thoroughly pleased. Nothing made him feel more at ease than making trouble for A.O. Qingxi. This round of mischief was truly satisfying, brimming with playful spirit. After dinner, lying in his own room, Zhu Angshan couldn't shake the feeling that the dragon in the basement was wriggling restlessly. It wasn't just A.O. Qingxi down there. Saul was with her as well, inspired by his own penchant for stirring up trouble. Zhu Angshan quietly slipped into the basement. There he saw A.O. Qingxi striking a pose while Saul, behind the camera, shouted, "Cut." Instantly, Ao Qingxi, her cheeks flushed, dashed toward the camera, calling out as she ran. How is it? How is it? See, things go so much smoother without some lackey messing things up. Saul praised Ao Qingxi's dancing while deftly hooking up various pieces of equipment, already preparing to start post-production. Zhu Angshan seized the chance to sneak over and, to his surprise, realized her dancing was much better than it had been that afternoon. He marveled at how much energy dinner had given her, enough to make a body thousands of years old move so gracefully. That was when Ao Qingxi noticed Zhu Angshan's arrival. With a look of disdain, she waved him away. Shu, you're more of a hindrance than a help. What is it? You messed with me this afternoon. Now you want to mess with Saul too? I'm telling you, if you so much as make a peep, I'll have you flying in the sky the whole night. Zhu Angshan curled his lip, grumbling inwardly. This hot-tempered old woman. No wonder she's been single for thousands of years. Saul ignored their bickering, fully immersed in his computer work. Seeing this, Ao Qingxi tried to drag Zhu Angshan upstairs, not wanting him to disturb Saul. But Zhu Angshan refused, squaring his shoulders and standing his ground with hands on his hips, glaring stubbornly. With a sigh, Ao Qingxi smacked him on the back of the head. The great detective promptly collapsed, unconscious. When Zhu Angshan finally woke up, his head pounding, it was already the next afternoon. Ao Qingxi and Saul were sitting on the living room sofa, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Zhu Angshan emerge, Ao Qingxi seemed to have completely forgotten his meddling from yesterday. She greeted him with a beaming smile and a wave, so much so that Zhu Angshan didn't dare make a move. Come here, lackey. Saul finished editing the video overnight and uploaded it to Bilibili. It's already gotten thousands of views. To celebrate the success of my very first dance video, I've decided we're all going on a trip. Zhu Angshan immediately realized this was another chance to cause some trouble. Picking his nose, he replied, Are we heading out to the garden in front of our house? The scenery's quite nice there, you know. Thor chuckled and said, No, that's not it. Qingxi is planning to invite us to Hawaii this time. I've been there before on vacation. It's a beautiful place, the sea is crystal clear, and it always reminds me of Asgard. Oof. So I'm telling you now, go pack your things, we're leaving first thing tomorrow morning. With that, Zhuang Angshan was booted back into his room with a swift kick. In truth, there wasn't much packing to do. A couple summer outfits, some swimwear, sunglasses, and you were good to go. Still, Zhuang Angshan was genuinely curious. How were these two, with no legal documents or passports, planning to buy plane tickets? Who told you we're flying? Ao Qingxi replied. The next morning, Zhuang Angshan endured the longest high-altitude flight of his life. By the time they landed, he felt like he was about to vomit up his very soul. Oh, so you really can't handle flying, huh? Thor teased. Last time he managed only because it was so short. Hearing this, Zhuang Angshan looked at Ao Qingxi with a mixture of weakness and fear. Thor tucked his hammer away with a shimmer, and his armor and cape vanished in a flash of illusion. He was back to his usual office worker attire, ruffling his hair as he muttered to himself, this doesn't look like Hawaii at all. The atmosphere here feels off. Ao Qingxi poked Thor. Hey, Thor, are you sure you didn't get us lost? Thor immediately shot back, eyes wide with indignation. You think I get lost? When have you ever seen me lost? Still queasy, Zhuang Angshan chimed in right now. This place doesn't look anything like a beach, Ao Qingxi observed, glancing at Thor. And that village up ahead seems deserted, abandoned even. No sign of anyone living there. Hey, henchman, get up and check out the surroundings. Muttering under his breath, Zhuang Angshan stood up and looked around. Something's definitely wrong. There's nobody here, but there are still lights on, and I can sense some really abnormal spiritual energy, strong and sinister. Truth was, the trio had landed on a small hillock surrounded by forest. At the base of the hill sat a village, not very large, maybe 30 or 40 households. The houses looked dilapidated, much like the rented place Zhuang Angshan used to live in. Each home had its lights on, yet he saw no sign of human life. Still, the powerful and malevolent spiritual energy swirling through the area made it clear that things were far from ordinary. As they entered the village, they noticed that while the houses looked decayed and the wood seemed rotten, the structures themselves were surprisingly solid. Zhuang Angshan tried yanking at a beam, but it wouldn't budge. Looking closer, he realized that spiritual energy pulsed within the wood. Not just this house. Every house in the village was like this. In fact, the entire settlement was infused with this strange energy. This place is being sustained by some unknown creature's spiritual power. Zhu Angshan glanced back at the dragon hovering in the sky and the brawny man wielding a hammer. He lowered his head and let out a cold chuckle. It's been so long since I've felt any action. I almost forgot I'm an exorcist. Could you not look back at us when you say things like that? I'm not responsible for you. Ao Qingxi, arms crossed, saw right through Zhu Angshan's little fantasy as he turned around, bluntly shattering his illusion. Zhu Angshan knew she had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, so he paid her no mind and instead looked hopefully at Thor. At this moment, Thor's armor and cape shimmered into existence once more. Hammer in hand and eyes full of resolve, he gazed deep into the heart of the town and murmured softly, "For Asgard." Upon sensing the evil spiritual power here, Thor didn't hesitate to shift into battle mode. With confident, powerful strides, he led the way into the town's depths. Zhu Angshan and Ao Qingxi followed close behind. Since they'd stumbled into this, there was no way they could just stand by. Zhu Angshan felt his heart pounding in his chest. It was the latter half of the night, and all around was deathly silent. Though the forest was not far away, not a single sound could be heard. No chirping of insects, no calls of birds. Here, such noises didn't exist. Only a thin mist hung in the air, cloaking the entire town. The fog refracted the light spilling from windows, lending the town an even eerier atmosphere. Thor stopped in front of a large house, raised his hammer slightly, and gently pushed the door open. The long-neglected door groaned, with a shrill creak that made one's teeth ache. Inside, the floor and furniture were spotless, as if someone cleaned frequently. What was even stranger, the candles inside were still burning. Their flames flickered, casting an unsteady glow, yet the candles themselves were untouched, perfectly whole. Not a single wax drip marred the candlesticks. It was clear the candles weren't burning at all. It was some powerful and sinister force that fueled their flames. Ao Qingxi picked up a candlestick and waved it back and forth, but the flame at its tip burned on, unaffected, dancing as if in its own world. Seeing this, Zhu Angshan took the candlestick, tossed it to the floor, and the candle snapped. The flame tumbled to the wooden boards, but instead of catching fire, it simply burned right there on the floor. Thor frowned and stepped forward, stamping out the flame with his boot. Perhaps his step carried a trace of spiritual power, because the flame was finally extinguished. In that moment, Zhu Angshan finally sensed a ripple of spiritual energy. "Thor, what'd you just do? Do it again." When the flame went out, I felt a breach in the spiritual power here. All the energy in this area rushed in to fill that gap. It only lasted a moment, but I'm certain it was a profound spiritual fluctuation. "I just stepped on it, that's all. I didn't do anything else," Saul protested, trying again to press down with the same force and angle as before. But this time, nothing unusual happened. Zhu Angshan glanced at the candlestick, then nudged Ao Qingxi. "Aren't you able to teleport? Help us out. Can you fetch all the candlesticks in this whole town?" Ao Qingxi shot Zhu Angshan a glare before vanishing on the spot, leaving behind only a single sentence. "In the middle of the night, looking as gorgeous as I do, aren't you worried 100 burly men might jump out and try to bully me?" Zhu Angshan rolled his eyes right back, not caring whether she could still hear him, and called out toward where she'd stood. "If there's anyone out there who could actually bully you, I'd set up an altar at home and worship him. I swear." Humph. Moments later, Ao Qingxi returned, her arms full of candlesticks in a chaotic jumble. The flames from the candles licked at her clothes and skin, yet neither fabric nor flesh was burned. Clearly, these flames were not only non-flammable, but seemed to have no heat at all. Gathering all the flames together, Saul lifted his foot and stomped down hard, again and again. In just a few kicks, all the flames on the ground were snuffed out. At that moment, Zhu Angshan, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened them, pulled out a cigarette, and stuck it in his mouth, though he didn't light it. With a mischievous grin, he said, "You probably never imagined someone like me exists in this world, huh?" With that, he stepped out of the house and into an open area of the town, calling back to the two trailing behind him, "Oh, right. Are you two going to start channeling your energy?" Ao Qingxi's answer came in the form of a sharp flick to his forehead. Rubbing the spot where a bump was already forming, Zhu Angshan silently muttered, "Old spinster, no wonder she's still single," and other such grumblings. Once the pain faded a bit, he lifted his hands slowly to his chest, focusing on his innate abilities, still somewhat faint but growing stronger. Perhaps his talents really had improved, for soon the scenery around them began to change. No longer were the houses merely old but tidy with the glow of dim lanterns. Instead, flames crackled everywhere. Houses were charred and ruined, broken walls and rubble scattered all around. The woods outside the town had vanished, and in the distance, all was hidden in a haze of firelight, making it impossible to see what lay beyond. The air was thick with an eerie, unsettling tension. Suddenly, Zhu Angshan shouted, "Watch out! We're under attack!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than strange creatures appeared all around, as if from nowhere. Each had a tail, sharp ram's horns on their heads, hooved feet, pointed ears, and wicked claws. Flames curled around their bodies, and they looked at the trio with mocking, playful eyes. They're demons, real demons, just like in the old legends of the West. To find his way home, Thor had studied most of the world mythologies, so he was hardly a stranger to creatures like demons. As for Zhuangshan, there was no need to mention it. He had just driven one out not long ago. The only one who didn't recognize or have experience with demons was Ao Qingxi. Even so, as a deity, she had her own keen instincts. She immediately slipped into combat mode. Her eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils, the eyes of a dragon. There could no longer restrain his power at this point. Gone was the peacemaker from before. Shouting, "For Asgard!" he spun his hammer and charged straight into the horde of demons. The clash was explosive, a cacophony of battle. Zhuangshan even caught glimpses of demon horns and tails flying out from Thor's direction now and then. The mighty brother was truly a force to be reckoned with. Zhuangshan had the luxury of spectating only because Ao Qingxi fought while shielding him. Otherwise, with his meager ability, having to struggle half a day just to banish a single demon, how could he possibly stand against a whole swarm? I say, minion, besides eating and sleeping, can't you do anything else? Like, I don't know, fight? Zhuangshan called out, leaping aside to dodge a demon strike while hiding behind Ao Qingxi. How am I useless? He shot back, stubborn as ever. If I were really useless, you two would still be running around the town right now. Oh, please. I'd rather be running around town than fighting a pack of these disgusting things. Suddenly, a demon lunged at Ao Qingxi from the flank, catching her off guard. She was struck, and her anger flared instantly. Her dragon eyes blazed with golden light. In her hands, twin swords shimmered into existence, their hilts adorned with ancient, intricate dragon patterns, and their blades gleaming with a cold, deadly aura. Snatching up both swords, Ao Qingxi shot forward like a bolt of lightning, cutting a swath through the enemy, leaving only severed limbs and broken remains in her wake. Zhuangshan couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Good grief, she's got a sword storm up her sleeve. Now, without Ao Qingxi's protection, Zhuangshan finally realized the danger he was in. In truth, it wasn't so much danger, as it was a particularly tall and powerfully built demon fixing him with a murderous glare. Flames danced between the demon's horns and along its tail, leaving behind charred footprints wherever it stepped. These differences from the other demons marked its formidable strength. Panicking, Zhuangshan grabbed a wooden stick at random and swung it wildly. When he saw flames curling from the demon's mouth, he jabbed the stick straight at it. To his shock, the stick was instantly incinerated inside the demon's jaws. The demon coughed a few times and spat out a pile of smoldering wind debris. Zhuangshan began to panic, frantically searching himself, when his fingers suddenly found a talisman. It was the same kind of talisman he'd used earlier to expel the demon from the little girl's body. Without hesitation, he activated it. Flames erupted, and the talisman was reduced to ash, but the demon was only dragged back a few meters by an invisible force. The power of the talisman wasn't strong enough, and this was the last one he had. There was no time to make a new one. Shutting his eyes, Zhuangshan desperately reached for his innate gift, hoping his mysterious ability would come to his aid. According to Ao Qingxi in its later stages, this gift wouldn't just reveal the essence of all things. It could destroy or even reshape them. In other words, it was a power that could be used to attack enemies. Suddenly, the demon seemed to be struck by an invisible force. Its movement slowed, and for a moment, a look of pain twisted its grotesque face. This gave Zhuangshan a surge of hope, and he focused all his will on continuing the assault. But gradually, the demon began adapting to the attack, its body showing signs of recovery. The demon staggered forward, forcing its way closer to Zhuangshan, and, trembling, raised its razor-sharp claws toward his head. When Zhuangshan sensed those claws were less than an inch from his temple, his strength gave out. He screamed, and at that instant, the demon regained all its vigor, lunging forward with a savage grin, its claws ready to crush his skull. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Zhuangshan let resistance slip away. Lying on the ground, memories flashed through his mind, from his birth to graduation to his struggles in society. And finally, to the past few months when he'd met the legendary gods and even learned he was destined for greatness. Yet, time had run out for him to grow. His journey would end here. Slowly, he closed his eyes. There was too much regret, but he could only hope that the next observer would become strong enough to face these dangers. Farewell, world. A thunderclap shook the air, deafening and all-consuming. With his eyes shut, Zhu Angshan realized he was still alive. He could still breathe, still feel the wind's touch and the searing heat of the flames. In the final moment, Thor had leaped from afar, Mjolnir crackling with the force of 1,000 storms. The hammer struck the towering demon's skull, and in an instant, lightning ripped the demon to pieces. The remaining power reduced even those fragments to drifting ash. One of Thor's guiding principles was simple. There's nothing a hammer can't fix. And if there is, well, then you just use the hammer twice. Zhu Angshan, freshly rescued, let out a long, heavy breath, feeling even more exhausted than before. His limbs, utterly spent, sprawled uncontrollably as he lay flat on the ground, staring fixedly at the deep blue-black sky above. He yearned to see her. This sky into his heart through his eyes, breathing in great gulps of air thick with the scent of sulfur. Never had he imagined that such filthy air could become so enthralling. Nor had he ever thought he'd someday feel such a fierce urge to kiss a man. Thor dusted off his hammer and helped Zhu Angshan to his feet. Glancing around, he asked, "Why did these demons suddenly show up here? And all the houses nearby are on fire. Is the spiritual energy supporting those buildings still intact?" Before Zhu Angshan could answer, Ao Qingxi interjected, "Hey, what's with you blowing on your hammer all the time?" Thor grinned, flashing a mouthful of brilliant white teeth. Turning around, he struck a pose and replied, "Well, how does it look? Don't I have a bit of that Wild West cowboy flair? I'm actually thinking of getting a revolver. Would be cool for smaller fights, don't you think?" Desperate to inch closer to Ao Qingxi, Zhu Angshan was smacked back into place. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he flicked his bangs and said, "Switching to revolver is fine and all, but who knows if a revolver could even blow the brains out of those thick-skinned demons?" Thor then helped Zhu Angshan onto a stone to sit, listening as Zhu continued. "These demons appeared out of nowhere because I broke the illusion here earlier. This place is a singularity," Ao Qingxi chimed in. "Exactly, a singularity. According to current human physics, a singularity exists at the heart of a black hole, a point that both exists and doesn't. We're inside a singularity now. We're no longer on Earth." "Huh, why isn't a wormhole? I thought wormholes were supposed to let you travel through time and space." Thor scratched his head, confused. "I don't think this is a wormhole," Zhu replied. "There's no evidence to prove it. The idea that wormholes can traverse time and space is mostly theoretical. In my opinion, wormholes do allow for travel, but only as a passage between two planes, step through, and that's it. Just now I took a look around. Part of this place's environment is indeed from Earth, but some surroundings, and the life forms here, are completely alien. There's a massive overlap of information, and, in theory, this place shouldn't exist. Yet the solid ground under our feet convinces me it's real. So, this place matches the traits of a singularity better. In other words, we're trapped in an unknown space, belonging to no single plane, a special realm where two dimensions have become entangled. I'm not good at physics, but are you saying that after being trapped on Earth, I'm now stuck in another dimension?" The muscle-bound man, obsessed with returning home, seemed unable to take this new blow. The thunder in his eyes visibly intensified. Streaks of electricity began to dance along his hammer and across his body, and the crackling of static could be heard in the air. Seeing this, Zhu Angshan hurried to comfort him. Whoa, don't lose it. It's not like we can't go back. Since I could open the entrance to the singularity, I can definitely find a way out." In truth, Ao Qingxi was still a bit worried that Zhu Angshan might suddenly kick the bucket. She wiped the sweat from his brow and, frowning slightly, asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" Zhu Angshan managed to restrain his urge to question the muscle man, but seeing Ao Qingxi's genuine concern moved him deeply. He decided that this time he wouldn't suppress his impulse to ask the beautiful woman a question, no matter what. "I'm fine," he declared, then closed his eyes, puckered his lips, and leaned in. Smack! "Then get up and open the singularity portal for me." Clutching his face, the would-be detective could only sigh at the inscrutable ways of women. One moment, she was gentle as flowing water. The next, a raging tempest. He couldn't tell whether her feelings were sincere or just a clever ruse. Still, to acknowledge that fleeting gentleness, he managed an awkward but polite smile in Ao Qingxi's direction. Crazy. So, Zhu Angshan decided to pack away his gratitude and forget all about any moments of tenderness. The sky above was an uncanny gradient from deep blue to inky black. Zhu Angshan vividly remembered that while flying earlier, he had seen countless stars overhead. Back then, Thor had pointed to those stars and sworn he'd never lose his way, for the stars would always guide him. But now, not a single star was visible in the sky. not even the moon. Zhu Angshan had assumed that thick clouds were concealing the starlight and moon, but when he activated his abilities, he was astonished to discover there was nothing here at all. No other planets, no moon, and not a single star. He even suspected that the ground beneath his feet was just a fragment, floating alone in the void of space. After death, the demons didn't combust into ash like on TV. They bled, and they still existed in this world. Zhu Angshan lowered his head to study them closely, and discovered these demons seemed quite weak, almost devoid of spiritual energy. Perhaps the towering demon who nearly killed him had been a bit stronger, but since Thor had already sent its soul to the afterlife with a single blow, there was no way to investigate further. The spiritual energy lingering over the house still remained, but it was noticeably weaker and calmer than before. When they first arrived, it was Sol who had extinguished all the flames, causing a fluctuation in the spiritual energy that allowed Zhu Angshan to spot a loophole and open the main door. Yet now, with the fire gone and the demons showing no sign of rising to be questioned, he found himself at a complete loss. He had boasted a moment ago, but now he couldn't even find his way home. Come look, the woods outside are gone. No wonder there's such a strong smell of sulfur and it's so hot. It turns out there's a volcanic crater here. Ayo! Qingxi hadn't been in the house just now. When she noticed the surrounding forest had vanished, she'd gone out to investigate, only to discover the volcano. Zhu Angshan and Sol hurried to Ao Qingxi's side. She led them closer to the crater. This was an extinct volcano, unlike those perched atop high mountains on Earth. Here, it was just a rise in the land. By the looks of it, likely the same small mound where the three of them had landed before entering the singularity. The magma was mere meters below the surface, perhaps 5 or 6 at most, glowing red-hot and churning restlessly. Waves of heat billowed upward while now and then splashes of lava would leap into the air, with some droplets landing on the ground and gradually forming an uneven crust of volcanic rock, spreading outward from the rim. Even before he reached the crater, Zhu Angshan was already overwhelmed by the intense heat. Noticing his discomfort, Ao Qingxi immediately conjured a protective shield around him, making him believe once more that her gentleness was no illusion. Why is there a volcanic crater here, anyway? It looks pretty calm, Sol remarked, utterly unbothered by the environment. His divine body made such temperatures trivial, not even enough to singe a strand of his golden hair. If the town belongs to Earth, then this place must be a product of another realm on the far side of the singularity, just like those demons. The energy here is powerful, but eerily calm. Even a dormant volcano shouldn't be like this. It feels as if someone did this on purpose. Hey, Ao Qingxi, what's up with you? You're stealing my lines, and this chapter isn't even that long. Care for volcanic mud spa? Or do you want a face full of lava? Ao Qingxi shot Zhu Angshan a glare before continuing. Since this place is so unusual, can you figure out how to open the passage? Sol quickly grabbed Zhu Angshan, who looked ready to do something reckless, and pulled him back, worried he might throw himself into danger. Wiping away a nervous bead of sweat, Sol tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. If this place is really the result of someone's design, then let's start our search here. How did a simple trip turn into something like this? Zhu Angshan flung his sleeve with a grand gesture, signaling that he was magnanimous and wouldn't stoop to argue with a woman. As he did so, he slowly edged closer to the mouth of the volcano, leaning over to peer downward. Every now and then, he had to dodge spurts of molten lava that shot up unexpectedly. The glowing lava bathed the entire volcanic wall in a fiery red, as if the rock might melt and flow into the depths at any moment. At first, Zhu Angshan's eyes fell on the volcano wall opposite the three of them. Then, his gaze gradually swept to either side. The closer he looked toward his own side, the dimmer the red glow became. Sujual, hold on my feet. I want to lean forward and take a better look, he called out. Calling for Sujual to anchor his feet, Zhu Angshan crept cautiously forward. His line of sight slowly slipped past what had previously been a blind spot. No wonder he had felt the light from the volcano wall beneath his feet was fading. It wasn't fading at all. Instead, there was a trapezoidal entrance in the wall below, indented gradually from both sides. Though he couldn't see it clearly, he was sure the wall beneath his feet was more than just rock. There had to be a cave down there, maybe even a tunnel. There's another space down here. It's a tunnel. Ao Qingxi, who had somehow crossed to the opposite side, pointed to the spot beneath Zhu Angshan's feet and shouted. Of course. Why bother lying flat to look? Why not just walk across to the other side? You'd see everything clearly and wouldn't have to worry about falling. Zhu Angshan thought ruefully, realizing that being bullied for so long by this violent woman must have left him with some bad habits. Feeling a pang of regret, Zhu Angshan quickly grabbed Sujual beside him. With a swing of Sujual's hammer, the two of them soared into the air. Carefully adjusting their position, they landed right at the tunnel entrance, set into the volcano wall. At that moment, Ao Qingxi suddenly appeared at the mouth of the tunnel. She must have teleported directly. Judging by the look on her face, she wasn't willing to let Zhu Angshan take the lead. Zhu Angshan saw her stride ahead, but before long she came quickly back, a strange look on her face. "By the way, this thing called a demon, what does its mother look like?" she asked. On the road earlier, Zhu Angshan and Sujual had taken turns giving Ao Qingxi a brief rundown of what demons looked like, their characteristics, and habits. But clearly, they hadn't told her how demons came to be. To be fair, they probably didn't know themselves, since demons weren't exactly human. The world only knew that demons hailed from dark realms, hell for instance. As for their origins, the details were vague at best, with only words like summoning used to explain them. No record or legend had ever revealed to the world whether demons were born or hatched, or, most mysteriously of all, what a demon's mother might look like. Walking further down the tunnel, you'll eventually arrive at a more spacious area. What you see here might just explain how demons are formed, and what the demon matriarch actually looks like. After all, even if she was summoned, she must have had somewhere to reside before that. Even a Pokemon gets a Pokeball. Suspended in midair is a swirling mass of black energy, streaked with threads of red. Countless filaments of energy extend from this core, each one connecting to a number of transparent sacs. Through those clear membranes, the shapes inside are plainly visible. Inside each sac lies a not yet fully developed young demon. All around on the ground, discarded and torn sacs litter the floor. These must be the remnants of demons that were previously destroyed. The energy mass seems almost alive. The moment it senses the three intruders step into the chamber, it begins to shudder. Beams of light flash and flicker violently, the pitch-black hue rapidly shifting to a glaring yellow, leaving only the very heart of the core shrouded in darkness. One by one, the sacs connected to the energy mass start to shrivel and detach from their lifelines. Only a single sac is spared. Instead of shrinking, it swells larger and larger. It appears all the energy from the core is being diverted into this one, as if it's desperately accelerating the birth of a fully matured demon to defend itself. The temperature in the chamber rises. It was already uncomfortably warm in this cavern, but now Zhu Angshan can feel waves of volcanic heat being drawn, and by some unseen force, surging into the chamber. The rush of air and heat scours the jagged tunnel walls, whipping up a chilling, piercing wail. As they draw closer to the energy core, these surges of heat and air seem to transform into pure energy, rapidly absorbed by the mass. It's clear now. The core's usual source of power must be the magma from the volcano above. Suddenly, a strange sensation floods the chamber. Yes, floods. It's as if an overwhelming tide, like thousands of cavalry thundering in unison, is about to sweep over the three of them and the energy mass. But in the blink of an eye, all the energy vanishes, not just the core's own reserves, but even the energy it was drawing from the surroundings. It simply disappears without a trace. So what just happened? It wasn't just Saul. Even Zhu Angshan was completely at a loss. Everything had happened so abruptly that he hadn't even managed to use his abilities to get a better look. The energy mass before them darkens once more, but the one remaining sac is undergoing drastic changes, swelling to nearly 2 meters, its contents thrashing violently, desperate to break free. It seems this enhanced, accelerated demon is about to be born. Hey, look over there. This thing's about to come out. Does this make us the first intelligent creatures to witness the birth of a demon? Ao Qingxi watched the bubbling sac with great interest, still making jokes as he spoke. The way you put it, witnessing a birth, sounds kind of weird to me, Sol said, hefting his hammer as the corner of his mouth twitched, clearly uncomfortable with Ao Qingxi's odd phrasing. Suddenly, the sac split open, and out stepped a tall, muscular demon. Its predatory gaze swept around the room, but the moment its eyes landed on the three of them, its bravado vanished. Terrified, it opened its eyes wide. The flames on its tail sputtered out and it tucked it between its legs, scurrying behind the energy mass and trembling with fear. Does this thing actually know us? Ao Qingxi's voice was uncertain, but from the look of it, this newly born demon didn't seem simply afraid. There was a sense of recognition in its fear. Standing at a safe distance, Zhu Angshan activated his ability and studied the newborn demon closely. The familiar build, the familiar ram's horns. The sharp claws. Wasn't this the same creature that had nearly killed him before? Even the crooked front teeth were slanted at exactly the same angle. Isn't that the one I smashed to death earlier? Soul recognized it too, circling the demon and staring hard, making the creature clamp its eyes shut and shiver in place. How was this thing alive again? At that moment, Zhu Angshan, who had been standing farthest away, suddenly spoke up. Ao Qingxi, go back and check the spot from before. See if there's still a demon corpse there. Though puzzled, Ao Qingxi did as he was told, vanishing on the spot. But in the blink of an eye, he reappeared as if he never left, only now with a frown of confusion. There's nothing there. Not a trace. The whole place is empty. What's going on? Zhu Angshan narrowed his eyes, a half-smile curling his lips. Looks like we've stumbled into a looping space. I thought the singularity was just a spatial anomaly, but I didn't expect time itself to be distorted here. What do you mean? Are you saying that while we're in here, time outside is still flowing normally? Or has the flow rate changed? Soul had some experience with unusual time zones. After all, time flowed differently in Asgard and Midgard, the world of humans among the 9 realms. No, it's not that simple. What you're talking about is just a difference in the flow of time, but still within a normal framework. Here, the timeline has been completely scrambled. I was watching closely just now. Right after the demon was born, there was a sudden gap in the energy fluctuations as if someone had forcibly stitched together 2 different moments in time. I'm quite certain now. The demon had already been killed by Thor earlier. What's appearing here isn't a resurrection, but rather, this strange energy sphere is somehow extracting specific information from a previous moment and projecting it into the present, then letting time flow forward from there. It's just like this. With a sudden wave of his hand, Zhu Angshan caused Thor, who had originally been standing beside the demon, to abruptly reappear at the exact spot where he'd first checked on it. What the? Thor exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping his hammer as he exchanged wide-eyed glances with Ao Qingxi. So this specific information you mentioned, is it the idea that this demon didn't die? The energy mass extracted that information, and let time continue onward from there, to protect itself. If we think of time as a line, the point marked the demon didn't die actually comes before the point where we arrived here. What the energy mass did was to place the earlier event into the same position as the later one. But then, why doesn't it just revive all the demons at once? Ao Qingxi walked over and poked at the demon. My guess is it tried but failed. Those shriveled sacks are proof of that. Thor set down the sack with conviction. It wanted to bring all the demons back to life, but it needed a massive amount of energy to do it. That explains the earlier energy surge. But then, a strange force appeared and made all the energy vanish. Clearly, that was a third party's intervention. Most likely, it was the only third party, the energy of the singularity's creator. Looks like I'll have to take a closer look at this. Pitch black energy ball. Feeling a bit uneasy, Zhu Angshan motioned for Thor to carry the demon away and toss it far from here. Then, he crouched right in front of the energy sphere, chin propped on his hands, staring at it intently. Every so often, he muttered under his breath, "You're full of tricks, aren't you, my friend? Change colors too, huh? Go on, try moving again and see what happens." Whether it was frightened or for some other reason, the strange energy mass that created the demons now sat in utter silence, as if none of the previous events had ever taken place. Zhu Angshan, too, went completely still, as if he had entered a deep meditative trance, though his pose, chin in hands and rear in the air, was rather unseemly to behold. Thor, growing uncomfortable in the silence, finally said, "Qingxi, you keep an eye on him here. I'll take a look around outside. Maybe I'll find some other clues." Ao Qingxi nodded, watching as Thor passed through the tunnel and soared out of the crater. Then she turned her gaze back to Zhu Angshan, quietly observing him. Somehow, when this guy wasn't making trouble, he didn't seem so bad. He provided food and shelter, after all. Where else could you find such a generous patsy? A tenderness as gentle as flowing water spilled out in an instant, and Zhu Angshan seemed to sense something. Suddenly, as if startled awake, he lifted his head and turned to look at Ao Qingxi, asking, "Did you just say something?" "No, I didn't say anything." "Why, did you notice something?" Ao Qingxi hurriedly tried to cover up, a little flustered, secretly alarmed at how quickly this guy was growing. He could already sense emotional shifts. "Yeah, this pitch-black thing has something special about it. And it's not just any ordinary thing. I just took a close look. It's true that it's an energy cluster, but at the same time, it's also a passageway. That passageway must have been added by a third party, probably to seal or suppress the creative reaction of this energy cluster. This thing is an incredible biomechanical device. It can absorb energy and use it to create living beings. So, you're saying this energy cluster could be man-made?" Ao Qingxi, who had walked up for a closer look but still couldn't make sense of it, asked uncertainly. Hey, can we please have a little respect for a demon of mythic proportions that survived countless eons? Now you're telling me it's basically a bioengineered artificial human. Thor, who had gone for a walk and just returned, seemed a bit unable to accept Zhu Angshan's explanation. I just took a lap around. It seems like this place is a sealed space. After you walk a certain distance, you can't go any further. There's no solid wall to touch. You feel like you're moving, but in reality, you're just treading in place. What about the sky? Ao Qingxi asked, unwilling to give up. Thor looked up helplessly at where the sky should have been, but there was only rock. No luck there either. No worries, no worries. The way forward is right here. Zhu Angshan's voice was utterly unconcerned. The path we're looking for, or rather, the next space, is inside this energy cluster. I've never tried it, but I'm certain we're not mistaken. Even though the sealing force is unimaginably strong, and I have no idea how to unlock the seal. But the timeline is broken. Thor crossed his arms, deep in thought. So we can extract the information of this energy cluster being unsealed from another point in time, and use that to open the door to the next space. Ao Qingxi's voice quivered with excitement. Lighting a cigar, Zhu Angshan took a deep drag, exhaling through his nose. He propped his feet up on a rock, shaking them with obvious pride, his face smug. Even the big guy can't solve this. Totally ignored the timeline fracture. So easy to fix, and yet there's zero sense of accomplishment. Ha ha ha. Ao Qingxi, exasperated by this over-the-top show-off, couldn't hold back and said, Then hurry up and open the door. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can go home. Exactly. I just want to go home, Thor chimed in, his mysterious longing for home unwavering. Even if home was just that villa. I can't do it, Zhu Angshan replied, pretending to be perfectly at ease. The next half hour might have been the darkest time for our detective since his brush with death at the hands of the demon. Life felt utterly bleak and devoid of any hope. In truth, Zhu Angshan had indeed come up with a solution, but the biggest problem was that he was simply too weak right now. Previously, he'd managed to move Thor back by 1 minute with just a wave of his hand, but that was only possible because the time span was so short. This energy sphere, on the other hand, could have existed for countless ages. He simply didn't have the power to rewind time by thousands or even millions of years. On top of that, his control was far from refined. Just pinpointing the exact moment when the sphere wasn't yet sealed would likely take a very long time, not to mention manipulating the information itself. Isn't there any way to master this ability quickly? Can't the energy sphere extract information too? Teach me and Thor. If the three of us work together, surely we'll make faster progress. I'm afraid it's not possible. Ow, that hurts. The energy sphere probably learned this ability just by lingering here for so long. As for me, it's a talent I was born with. You two, well, I don't think you stand much of a chance. Ow. Once again, they found themselves at an impasse. The situation now was like three people walking through a narrow tunnel that could only fit one at a time. They had found the key and even managed to insert it into the lock on the door ahead, but Zhu Angshan, leading the way, was so feeble he couldn't muster the strength to turn it. Trailing behind him, Thor and Ao Qingxi were blocked by the cramped passage and had no way to switch places with Zhu Angshan. They could see the door up ahead, but couldn't reach the key to turn it themselves. A long, heavy silence fell over the trio. Around them, only the distant burbling and leaping of molten rock could be heard, along with the sound of hot gusts being forced through the tunnel, the collision of hot and cold air, creating a whistling wind. The energy sphere remained as silent and motionless as before, hovering in the air. The demon that had been forcibly conjured had been thrown who knows where by Thor, and outside, the skies seemed to be changing. The sun was about to rise. What do we do now? It feels like we're really stuck here. All I wanted was a little celebration, and look what we've gotten ourselves into. We can't go home. We can't go home. We can't go home. In truth, the mighty Thor was just a poor soul who longed for home, but couldn't return. Don't panic, don't panic. Who knows? Maybe I'll suddenly have an epiphany. My inner meridians will clear on their own, and I'll master some miraculous power. Then I'll shatter the void, and take you both home. Even as Zhu Angshan spoke, he could hear the lack of conviction in his own voice. There was simply no way to boost his abilities in such a short time. For now, unless his strength increased, there was no way to break this damned seal. And even if they managed to open it, who could say what lay beyond? A path home? Or just another demon's lair? Still, the three of them shared an unspoken agreement. Don't go courting trouble when you can help it. Zhu Angshan grumbled inwardly. If it weren't for Ao Qingxi insisting on going out for some fun, everyone would probably be lounging at home right now, and he himself would be learning computers from Thor. Computers? Hey, Ao Qingxi. Did you bring your computer? Just then, Zhuangshan felt a flash of inspiration spark across the back of his mind, like a bolt from Conan's playbook. Of course I did. I was planning to take photos, edit them, and upload them later. With Ao Qingxi, going out was always convenient. As she spoke, she made a few gestures in the air, and a computer materialized out of thin air. Zhuangshan, unfazed by the spectacle, took the computer and turned to Thor with another question. You can write programs too, right? Thor looked a bit confused, but answered nonetheless, yeah, I can code a little, various kinds of programs. Zhuangshan handed the computer to Thor with both hands, as if presenting a treasure, and said solemnly, Here, save us all. You want me to write a program to calculate the information points? Thor asked uncertainly. Will that even work? This is supernatural stuff. We're talking about things far beyond human science. But Zhuangshan was full of confidence. Come on, even if the rules of physics only apply to our own world, at least part of this space overlaps with my world, so some of the rules should work here. But my laptop's almost out of battery, Ao Qingxi said, nearly in tears. Hearing that, Thor turned on the computer to check the battery. Sure enough, there wasn't much left. With great care, he picked up his hammer, gave it a gentle blow, and tiny sparks of electricity danced along its surface. Thor brought the hammer close to the computer's charging port, shouted a brisk command, and a small bolt of lightning zipped into the port. Instantly, the battery showed 100% charged. So you're telling me, from now on, I don't need to bring a charger whenever I go out? After overcoming all sorts of hurdles, like the keyboard cover affecting the typing feel, not having a table, and Zhuangshan suddenly demanding to listen to music, Thor finally, after who knows how many hours, managed to forcefully calculate an approximate time point through a mountain of computations. In truth, Thor still didn't quite trust the results. He wasn't sure if the time point calculated by such means would actually work. But he handed the results to Zhuangshan anyway. Once Zhuangshan had the time point, he quieted down and focused intently on sensing the spatial rules, preparing to open the passage. Qingxi, do you think this is reliable? I don't think it's very reliable. Click. There was a sound like a door unlocking, and the scenery around them began to change. The cold, lifeless rocks faded away like drifting sand, revealing shades of green unlike anything they'd seen before, and the blue of the sky began to emerge. Once the space around them stabilized, everything looked completely transformed. The three of them were astonished to find themselves in a world filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Small animals darted about ahead of them, and in the distance, there seemed to be a forest and a lake. The sky was such a pure shade of blue, the air so fresh, it was hard to believe that just a short while ago, they had been standing in a dark cave surrounded by surging, overflowing lava. The air there had been thick with the choking stench of sulfur, and the temperature had been high enough to kill almost any living thing. Had they come from hell to paradise? So are we home now? Thor, still clutching his hammer, glanced cautiously at the scenery around them and asked in a low voice. It doesn't look like it. Ao Qingxi replied. I already checked. Just like before, this place is sealed off. We can't get out. Over there, in the middle of that forest and by the lake, there appears to be a small cabin. Let's take a look. As soon as the space stabilized, Ao Qingxi had investigated the new area, discovering it was still a closed space. Most likely, they would have to find the next door and the next key. Zhuangshan said nothing, simply heading toward the house Ao Qingxi had mentioned. The other two exchanged a glance and immediately followed. Not far from them, there was a patch of woods and a lake, neither too large nor too small. There seemed to be fish in the lake as bubbles occasionally broke the surface. The woods were lush with all kinds of trees, flowers, and grasses, vibrant and full of life. Where the woods met the lake, there stood a small wooden cabin, surrounded by a low wooden fence. The gate to the fence hung slightly open, giving the impression that someone lived there. Folks, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Zhuangshan stopped a short distance from the cabin, waving his hand as if to set the stage. The good news. Thor glanced at the cabin, then looked to Zhuangshan expectantly. The good news is, we've probably reached the final level. Defeat the boss, and we can go home. For Asgard, Thor hefted his hammer, ready to charge, but Ao Qingxi quickly held him back. Don't be so hasty. Let's hear the bad news first. I saw something unusual in that house. Its main feature, 6 pitch-black wings. Lucifer, hey there. My name is Lucifer. You're the first visitors to appear here in many years. You must be very strong. Why not come inside and have a seat? Coffee or tea? Suddenly, the 6-winged, jet-black Lucifer appeared before them, greeting them with a friendly invitation to come inside and be his guests. By the lakeside, inside the little wooden cabin, allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Lucifer. I stumbled into this plane by mistake. Since you've managed to arrive here, you must all be extremely powerful. Individuals. I hope we can become friends. Rest assured, haha, I'm not as evil as the rumors claim. I've long wished to clear my name, but I never had the opportunity. The three of them exchanged glances. This was a far cry from the Lucifer of legend. According to the stories, Lucifer was the embodiment of wickedness, once God's most beloved angel, but ultimately seduced by power and transformed into the Lord of Hell. Even after that, he would occasionally descend to the mortal realm to wreak havoc. He was nothing like the figure standing before them now. Tall, with piercing, spirited eyes, a magnetic voice, the air of a supermodel, and an unexpectedly friendly demeanor. Lucifer sipped his coffee as he began to recount how he had ended up stranded in this plane. Around 80 years ago, Lucifer had grown weary of his duties as Hell's guardian. He put in a request for leave to God, the observer of their realm. With approval granted, he began to roam across dimensions. Somehow, he triggered something unknown, and without fully understanding how, he found himself in this world. Upon his landing, he misjudged his strength and crashed into something, likely a formidable creature, which sent him hurtling a great distance, and he eventually landed in the very town the three had seen earlier. In truth, that town had just been abandoned before Lucifer's arrival, because of demons. One day, a portal appeared in the town, and from beyond it poured an endless horde of demons, including several demon lords. Lesser and intermediate. Demons were simply beyond counting. The demonic invasion swept through the town, wiping out every last inhabitant with terrifying ease. By a strange twist of fate, Lucifer fell from the sky and landed in an utterly undignified fashion. He sprang to his feet and fought the demons in a battle that raged for 300 rounds, leaving the remaining demons fleeing in panic back through the portal. After tidying up the battlefield, Lucifer ventured through the portal himself. On the other side was the very space where the three had been trapped before, a realm devoid of other living things, filled only with endless volcanoes and swarming with demons. Lucifer understood that if these demons ever made their way through the portal to another plane, even if that world didn't face total annihilation, it would still suffer catastrophic loss of life. He immediately resolved to use all his power to seal off this place, no matter the cost. The sealing process went smoothly. Having once lived at the side of an observer, Lucifer had gained some knowledge of spatial theory. Had he not just arrived in this space, already exhausted from battle, he would have been able to construct the seal and leave unscathed. But his strength already greatly diminished. Lucifer was forced to use himself as the core of the seal, twisting the portal into a pocket dimension and shutting it off. From that moment on, he was left with nothing but a long wait, hoping that, once he recovered, he might finally break free from this confinement. Zhuangshan took a sip of tea, smacked his lips thoughtfully, and said, "So, the strongest demon killed off a bunch of other demons to protect humanity? I'm a fallen angel, not a demon." Lucifer nearly choked on his coffee, his mouth tightening with irritation. But if a fallen angel has fallen, doesn't that make you a demon? Ao Qingxi, also sipping her tea, chimed in with the same question. Setting his coffee down, Lucifer explained patiently, "Demons are born that way. They're a different species. I wasn't like that. I was a mighty six-winged angel, but then my power was tainted by hell. My wings turned black, and that's how I became a fallen angel. So, basically a demon?" Thor picked his nose absent-mindedly. "Fine, whatever, call me a demon if you want." The four of them sat around, drinking tea and coffee, exchanging stories. Lucifer, who probably hadn't spoken to anyone in decades, launched into his tales with animated gestures and lively eyes, as if determined to make up for all those silent years. There was a touch of sadness in the room for the hardships this earthbound fallen angel had endured. Thor, meanwhile, smacked his lips as if tasting a memory. 80 years ago, didn't you crash into some metal bird with wings? And then you two had a brawl in the sky before you ended up here? Lucifer stared in shock. "Wait, Thor, are you telling me you fought that metal bird too?" Thor shrugged. "I was a metal bird." The room fell silent. Case closed. The timelines matched up. Back then, Lucifer had triggered some mysterious power that hurled him into this world. In midair, he'd collided with Thor, who was piloting a fighter jet. They fought a fierce battle, and the resulting shockwave sent them both flying. Thor crashed in Panda Province, while Lucifer landed in this very town. What a remarkable twist of fate. For a moment, the atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Thor and Lucifer peered sheepishly at one another, exchanging polite but embarrassed smiles, each giving a small nod before ducking their heads to resume drinking. In truth, Thor had finished his tea ages ago. He just couldn't bring himself to look Lucifer in the eye, Not after sending him halfway around the world and trapping him here for nearly a century. But what Thor didn't realize was that Lucifer's coffee had long since run dry as well. After hearing that Thor had been knocked out for years from the crash, Lucifer felt too guilty to meet his gaze. He kept pretending to sip from his empty cup, shooting forced grins that made Zhu Angshan and Ao Qingxi wince in sympathy. Scratching the back of his head, Zhu Angshan broke the tension. It's all in the past. We're all stranded souls, after all. Lucifer, when you get out, you can stay in my place. I'm supposed to be this world's observer, or so they say. Lucifer rolled his eyes. Buddy, that, or so they say of yours, is really something. The only one still maintaining a bit of composure was Ao Qingxi. Upon hearing them broach this topic, she chimed in, he really is an observer, but right now, he's far too weak and clueless about everything. It was actually my computer that did the calculations to break the seal on that energy cluster, not him. Lucifer looked utterly puzzled. What is a computer? How could it possibly calculate the solution to my seal? Just then, he saw Ao Qingxi, like performing a magic trick, pull out a flat, rectangular object. She opened it in the middle, tapped a few times on a cluster of smaller rectangles, and the black rectangle opposite them suddenly lit up, displaying all kinds of images. The contents on the screen shifted rapidly, finally settling on an image of a cloaked figure. Ao Qingxi pushed the computer toward him and said, "Take a look. This is a computer. It was this device that figured out the exact moment your seal could be broken." Lucifer cradled the flat object carefully, turning it over and over in his hands, marveling aloud. Amazing. It truly is remarkable that such a thing can have so much power. Zhu Angshan, standing nearby, pouted with a look of frustration. Seriously, you're a god, a fallen angel, the most powerful demon in history. Watching you cradle a human toy and call it magical just feels so bizarre. I can't wrap my head around it. Still chewing on his snack, Thor came over and clapped Zhu Angshan on the shoulder in consolation. Nothing strange about it. We developed divine power and magic, while you humans pursued technology. The first time I encountered a computer, I was just as astonished. That's why, all these years, I've been fascinated with computers and programming languages. I even dabbled in a few things myself, just following my interests. Zhu Angshan closed his eyes, enduring the barrage of snack crumbs Thor inadvertently sprayed at him, then wiped his face and grumbled. Swallow before you talk, will you? What's wrong with you? Other than making special effects, what else are you into? Settling back into his chair and crossing his legs with a relaxed air, Thor replied, back in the day, I managed to sneak into a tech company and hit it off with this chubby guy. The two of us spent every day tinkering with code. By sheer accident, we ended up creating a programming language together, Java. It's still pretty popular now, but I preferred using the tab key for indentation, while he insisted on spaces. We couldn't agree, so we split up. When a language was released, my name wasn't even on it. It's a real shame. Zhu Angshan stared at him in disbelief. So this guy wasn't just a big shot. He was practically an ancient founder. All that talk about knowing just a little programming had been ridiculously modest. But glancing over at Ao Qingxi, he remembered that Chao Zijian's Rhapsody on the Luo River Goddess was actually written about her. He immediately felt at ease. These folks had lived for thousands of years. There was nothing odd about them, stirring up a bit of everything in human society. His thoughts returned to reality, and he finally remembered the matter at hand. He hurriedly asked Lucifer, since you created this space, you must have a way to get out, right? Lucifer furrowed his brow and replied, getting out isn't the problem. But once I leave, this space can't be maintained anymore. The passage will open, unless there's some way to seal it permanently, or we find something to replace me as the seal's core. Zhu Angshan's eyes darted around, and finally, he fixed his gaze on Ao Qingxi's computer. Hey minion, I'm warning you, don't even think about touching my computer. Do you know how hard it was for me to buy a new one? I even put a Hello Kitty screen protector on it. Get your paws off. Zhu Angshan paid her no mind and reached over to snatch the computer away. Oh, don't give me that. I paid for it, didn't I? What's so hard for you? The priority is getting Lucifer out. Knock it off. Ao Qingxi reluctantly let go, her face full of regret. My poor Hello Kitty screen protector. That cost me 50 yuan. That was my money too. Actually, Zhu Angshan realized that while the computer was powerful, without electricity, it was useless. But Thor patted his chest and assured, it wasn't a problem. Suddenly, Zhu remembered the electrifying deity right beside them, and what happened next left him utterly gobsmacked. Out of nowhere, the burly Thor fished out a stone, raised his hammer, and struck it with a few resounding blows. Instantly, arcs of electricity danced across the stone. Thor placed it beside the computer, and a crackling current connected the two. The computer screen lit up, showing it was charging. Zhuangshan stared at Thor in astonishment, and only one thought echoed in his mind. I'll never have to pay an electricity bill again. Thor clapped his hands and said, all done. The magic stone stores enough power to last till the next century. But this computer might only survive 4 or 5 years, so every 4 years we'll have to come back and swap it out until you learn how to open and close interdimensional passages yourself. Thor, I just had a money-making idea. Why don't we secretly open a power plant? You generate the electricity, I handle the cash. How about it? Absolutely not. Zhuangshan picked himself up from the corner, dusted himself off, and said as if nothing had happened. Fine, if you disagree, just say so. No need to get physical. By now, Ao Qingxi and Lucifer had basically solved the sealing problem. The seal's core had shifted from Lucifer to the Hello Kitty laptop. Meanwhile, Ao Qingxi was busy giving Lucifer a crash course on the essentials of modern life. Listen, let me tell you, biting cat is absolutely adorable. I'm really into otaku dance, you know? This trip is actually to celebrate my dance video, hitting over 1,000 views and gaining more than 100 followers. Have you heard of Amaru? Or the Amara gymnastics? Oh, right, you probably haven't. After all, you've been stuck here for decades. No worries, once we get somewhere, I'll show you. The innocent fallen angel listened with rapt attention, nodding earnestly from time to time. While listening, he even took out a small notebook and started scribbling furiously, filling the pages with cryptic words like otaku dance, anime world, and fan. In truth, he understood none of it, but he figured it couldn't hurt to write it all down first. Occasionally, he would raise a question. Huh? Are people in this world really that weak? So because of this law, I can't recruit followers? Cult? But I'm not a cult. The Observer ordered me to gather followers. Do I need a dance to pay my rent? Ao Qingxi, stop messing with him. Zhuangshan quickly interrupted Ao Qingxi's nonsense. Sol nudged Zhuangshan and whispered, Hey, don't you think something's off here? Zhuangshan looked completely bewildered. No, I don't feel anything's wrong. What is it? He's a fallen angel, the most powerful demon, and not even from this dimension. Why is he speaking Chinese? Zhuangshan's face turned ashen. He leapt up and clamped a hand over Sol's mouth. Stop. If you keep going, the energy from all this breaking the fourth wall is going to explode. Suddenly, the scenery around them dissolved at an alarming speed. The grasslands, forests, lake, and cottage all vanished, and the scene flickered back to where this bizarre journey had begun, the little town. Without Lucifer's power to sustain it, the town began to rot away before their eyes the moment the 4 of them reappeared. Walls collapsed one after another, rooftops, lacking support, crashed to the ground, and continued to shrink rapidly. In no time at all, the entire town became unrecognizable. The traces of what it once was were completely gone. The life in those wooden beams had finally come to an end. With Sol and Ao Qingxi's help, Lucifer rebuilt and reinforced the seal. This time, with ample power, the seal was no longer as crude as before. Now the entrance to the seal didn't need an entire town to hold it in place. Instead, it existed on a true spatial level, suspended in the air and controlled at will. So, are we still going on vacation? Zhuangshan, worn out from the past few days' chaos, had lost all interest in sightseeing. Right now, all he wanted was to collapse into his own bed and get a good night's sleep. Truth be told, everyone else felt the same. After being trapped in that strange dimension for so long, the sense of suffocation was overwhelming. At least they'd managed to rescue Lucifer, another poor soul, just like them, who couldn't go home. And so, the 4 of them, in a flurry of chaos and laughter, tumbled their way back to the villa. When Zhuangshan saw his own big bed, he nearly burst into tears. He hadn't eaten. Well, hadn't slept well these past few days. This was supposed to be a vacation, but it felt more like some kind of punishment. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared, All right, guys, dinner's on me tonight. Let's hit a restaurant. Ao Qingxi, well aware of Zhuangshan's notorious stinginess, was stunned. For him to actually offer to treat everyone was nothing short of a miracle. If they didn't take this chance to really make him pay, who knew how many years they'd have to wait for another opportunity? So, beaming with excitement, Ao Qingxi grabbed the clueless Sol and Lucifer, not even bothering to change his clothes, and made for the door. Halfway out, he suddenly remembered something. Stopping in his tracks, he glanced back at Zhuangshan, then rushed over and clung to his arm for dear life. What are you doing? I'm making sure you don't go back on your word. Truth be told, Zhuangshan had no intention of backing out. In his mind, eating out meant hitting up a street food stall or a hot pot shack. That's why Ao Qingxi now sat bewildered in a hot pot joint, staring at the 3 messy eaters beside him, questioning what had become of his life. He treats us to hot pot. Would it kill you to splurge just this once? You're a millionaire, for heaven's sake. Can't you at least order a couple of dishes at a proper restaurant? Saul chimed in. Chingsi, you don't like it? I actually think this hot pot stuff is really good. Lucifer agreed. Oh wow. And this thing called instant noodles, I love it. I've decided from now on, I'm eating instant noodles every day. Zhu Angshan added, come on, have some drinks too, don't just eat. The real pleasure is eating something hot while sipping on something cold. Ao, Chingsi grumbled. You bunch of country bumpkins. How are you all so satisfied with hot pot just because this guy is paying? Although I have to admit, it is pretty tasty. The four of them dug in, slurping and munching with gusto. People all have their limits, even gods. Gather enough gods together, and sooner or later, they'll succumb to temptation too. And if you think hot pot isn't fancy enough, well, you just haven't had the right kind. At the end of the feast, the four of them sat in Zhu Angshan's car, bellies round and full, letting out satisfied burps. Zhu Angshan asked, so guys, how was tonight? Saul replied, great spot. Let's come here more often. Lucifer said, I think this thing called instant noodles would be a hit in my realm. I could make a fortune with it. Ao Chingsi declared, at best, I'll give it a 3-star review, and don't even think about arguing or I'll clobber you. Zhu Angshan shot back, you'll hit me? Careful, or I'll banish you to the demon realm. Lucifer, I've finally figured out a way to send you home. A sudden idea struck Zhu Angshan. Wasn't his old specialty banishing demons back to their own plane? Though Lucifer was a fallen angel, he was still a kind of demon, so this method was actually quite feasible. If they could gather the right tools, they might be able to send Lucifer home in no time. Zhu Angshan shared his thoughts, and both Ao Chingsi and Saul looked at Lucifer with envy shining in their eyes. After all, it had been hundreds or even thousands of years since any of them had been home, and going back was the best news anyone could hope for. So, when it came to helping Lucifer return, they spared no effort, carefully jotting down all the items Zhu Angshan mentioned and preparing to buy everything they needed the next day. As for Lucifer himself, he seemed rather indifferent about the whole affair. After all, he'd grown weary of guarding that prison for countless millennia. This little escapade was his chance to break free for a while. Whether he could go home soon or not hardly mattered to him. In truth, if he stayed missing long enough, God would surely come looking. When that happened, not only Lucifer, but Ao Chingsi and Saul would all be able to return home. It was just that by the time God realized someone was missing, who knew how many tens of thousands of years would have passed? It was a classic case of some dying for drought while others drowned in the flood. Those desperate to go home couldn't, while those who could return simply didn't want to. Back at the villa, Zhu Angshan, being human for now, needed his rest. The other three, however, were another story. They didn't need sleep at all. So, even with pillows and blankets pressed tightly over his ears, Zhu Angshan could still hear the clack of billiard balls and the thumping beats of otaku dance music drifting up from the basement. At the moment, Saul was teaching Lucifer how to play billiards, calling it a way to experience local culture. Lucifer, for his part, was a bit clueless. He didn't know his own strength. To make the cue ball hit as many balls as possible, he struck wildly, sending the balls careening across the table in a chaotic, never-ending tumble. Meanwhile, Ao Chingsi had just finished reading the latest comments and messages from Bilibili over the past few days. Brimming with confidence, she followed along. With a new dance video, letting the background music double as a send-off for Lucifer. She cranked up the volume, treating it like a one-of-a-kind farewell party. Gods and demons alike had no sense of time as they made their ruckus. Zhu Angshan eventually got used to it and drifted off to sleep in a daze. When he finally woke, the sun was already high in the sky. Rubbing his eyes, he shuffled out of his room, only to find the three of them sitting on the living room couch with grave expressions, silent as statues. When they saw Zhu Angshan, they all stood up. The sight startled Zhu Angshan awake in an instant. He stammered, Am I so disheveled from just waking up that I scared you all? Go wash up, eat your breakfast, and then we'll send Lucifer home. Ao Chingsi promptly shoved Zhu Angshan into the bathroom to freshen up, while Saul took bread and milk from the fridge to prepare breakfast. As for Lucifer, he headed down to a storage room on the basement level, laying out all the materials they just bought that morning in neat rows. After quickly taking care of his personal hygiene and breakfast, Zhu Angshan made his way to the storeroom. By the time he arrived, the other three were already waiting for him nearby. He nodded at them and set to work with practiced ease. Given that it was someone as formidable as Lucifer, Zhu Angshan had taken no chances. To ensure the banishment would succeed, he had discussed multiple sets of materials the previous night. As a result, there wasn't just a primary magic circle. Several smaller auxiliary circles had also been prepared. All right, Lucifer, stand in the center of this circle. Remember, do not resist the circle's power with your own strength, or the ritual will Fail. This circle alone isn't strong enough to banish you by force. But if you submit to it completely and offer no resistance, it should work. Lucifer nodded. He embraced Ao, Qingxi, and Saul in turn, thanking them for rescuing him. Finally, he took his place at the center of the circle, placing his right hand over his heart. He spread his wings and bowed to Zhu Angshan, a gesture of gratitude unique to angels. Zhu Angshan looked rather embarrassed, waving his hands to say it wasn't necessary. But when he saw Lucifer's signal that he was ready, he activated the magic circle. The air began to ripple. No, it was space itself that was warping. A sudden darkness materialized, swallowing the entire storeroom in a shroud where not even a hand could be seen in front of one's face. Zhu Angshan could feel a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Then, just as swiftly, the darkness began to gather toward the spot where Lucifer stood, shrinking in on itself. Lucifer's figure twisted in the shadows. He waved goodbye to everyone as he faded from sight. Moments later, the spiritual energy in the air dissipated. The ritual had done its work. Lucifer, of his own volition, had been sent back to the demon realm. He was home at last. I'm so jealous. I wish I could go home too, Saul sighed, shaking his head as he left the storeroom. Ao Qingxi followed close behind, silent. She must have been homesick as well. Zhu Angshan gently closed the door and headed straight to the training room. That night, Zhu Angshan slept more soundly than he ever had, even more than his first night in the villa. He gradually realized that helping these lost gods find their way home was the greatest purpose in his life. He had lived for over 20 years without ever accomplishing anything meaningful. Now, at last, a glimmer of light had appeared in his previously aimless existence. Even the dark sky seemed to twinkle with starlight, and the gentlest symphony soothed the soul that had never known such fulfillment. This, he thought, would be his life's calling. Perhaps he would never see Lucifer again, but he would always remember that Lucifer was the first lost traveler he had helped send home. In the days to come, there would be Ao, Qingxi, and Saul, and maybe others as well. They might not all be gods. Some could be ordinary people. But for each of them, going home was their one true wish. And for Zhu Angshan, guiding them home would be his lifelong duty. Morning, miss. Morning, Saul. You haven't eaten, right? Come on, let's grab some breakfast. Isn't hot pot a bit much for breakfast? Saul hesitated in front of the fridge, thinking bread and milk might be more suitable, or at the very least a nice bowl of porridge. No hot pot. I want soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steam buns. Ao, Qingxi said, hands on her hips, already protesting. Let's do a round of morning tea today. Ever heard of Yangzhou morning tea? It's fantastic. An hour or two later, the three of them finished their Yangzhou breakfast and cruised through the villa gates in their little QQ car. At the entrance, the security guard snapped a crisp salute, and Zhu Angshan responded with a cheerful nod, slowly driving into the underground garage. As the trio walked upstairs from the basement, they chatted idly about their plans for the day. Saul said, you know, the Thor series from Marvel is actually pretty good. When I was working on special effects, I never noticed. I think I'll watch Thor Ragnarok for the 126th time. Ao, Qingxi chimed in. I've started learning how to do housework. Today, I'm planning to tidy up the house. Zhu Angshan replied, sounds good. Let's clean up that room on the second floor for Lucifer, since he's come home. Hey, good morning, Lucifer. Once you're done cleaning, you can wait, Lucifer. Why are you still here? Didn't we send you back last night? As soon as the three entered the living room, they saw Lucifer sitting on the sofa, laptop in hand, engrossed in something. Noticing their arrival, Lucifer greeted them with infectious enthusiasm. Morning, everyone. Have you eaten yet? The truth was, Lucifer really had been banished to a demon realm last night. But that place wasn't his old home, nor was it hell. It was simply a realm teeming with demons. It was a dimension brimming with every kind of demon imaginable. Some soared through the skies, others dashed along the ground. Some could cast spells in an instant, while others only knew how to throw punches. It was like a living museum of demons, except for one variety. There wasn't a single fallen angel. When Lord Lucifer, the fallen angel himself, arrived and took it all in, he found it disturbingly similar to his old hell. The place made his skin crawl. After some thought, he decided it was far better to return to Zhu Angshan's place. After all, rumor had it this gullible fellow offered food, lodging, and even entertainment. Luckily, Lucifer had left a spatial marker in this realm, just in case he needed to come back and thank Zhu Angshan after finding God. He hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. Though he lacked the power to open a portal between dimensions on his own, all demons, once they reached a certain level of strength, would awaken a racial gift, the ability to gain followers and descend into other realms through their summons. The very demon Zhu Angshan had exorcised from the little girl before had crossed dimensions in just such a way. So Lucifer searched for quite a while before he finally found a Satanist, who, as luck would have it, was busy tempting fate at home, his face painted to look like a ghost, clutching a tattered old book and chanting incantations. Lucifer simply went along with the flow and slipped into this dimension. Once he arrived, he spread his 6 massive wings with a dramatic flourish, and the Satanist was so frightened he wet himself and promptly fainted. Lucifer tried everything to revive him, pinching his philtrum, splashing him with cold water, and after much effort, the man finally came to. But the moment Lucifer opened his mouth to speak, the poor fellow fainted again. Helpless, Lucifer had no choice but to retract his wings and run next door to ask the neighbors for help. After the neighbor rushed over in a panic, Lucifer seized the chance to slip away. He floated along for several hours before he finally reached Zhu Angshan's villa. By then, daylight had broken and the house was empty. Everyone must have gone out for breakfast. In no hurry, Lucifer settled onto the sofa and started playing with the computer. When he saw everyone return, he sprang to his feet with a friendly smile and greeted them. Zhu Angshan stroked his chin and, after a long, thoughtful pause, finally managed, "So, you're telling me you went to the wrong house?" Ao Qingxi rolled her eyes dramatically. "Excuse me, but clearly it was you who gave him the wrong directions." Seeing the two about to start bickering again, Sol quickly intervened. It's fine. Boss, you were in the wrong anyway, so let's all just drop it." Lucifer stared at Sol, dumbfounded. "Brother Sol, if you're going to talk like that, maybe you should just sit this one out?" Ao Qingxi bared her teeth and said, "I have no interest in arguing with him. By the way, since when did he become your boss?" Sol grinned. "Well, I record dance videos for you, sure, but he's the one who pays me." Zhu Angshan sneered, propped his foot up on the coffee table, and dramatically flung his trench coat back as he declared, "I hereby announce the grand opening of Zhu Angshan Detective Agency. Our office is right here home. Sol, Lucifer, I officially invite you both to join my company. There's a salary, no social benefits, I'm afraid, but room and board are included. As long as it's not illegal, I'll take care of everything else. We've got money. We do things our way." He shot a sideways glance at Ao Qingxi and added, "Our company does not welcome female godly members. They only drag down productivity." Sol, of course, had no objections, and Lucifer smiled and nodded. "Seems I'll have to start calling you boss from now on." Ao Qingxi set her foot on the coffee table as well, but realizing she had no coat to fling, she tossed her hair back instead, purposely ignoring Zhu Angshan. What a coincidence! As of today, the Qingxi Dance Studio is officially open for business. Gods and fallen angels are warmly welcome. Certain male humans, however, are not. Total waste of studio resources. Go chill somewhere else." Sol lowered his voice and said, "I have no problem joining 2 companies. At most, it just means working a bit harder. But Qingxi, come on you. No, his head isn't screwed on right. Why bother getting worked up over him? He's just a kid, barely old enough to cause any real trouble." Zhu Angshan replied, "Sol, I heard that. There goes your first month's salary." And so, the 3rd guest room on the 2nd floor remained untouched, and Lucifer officially moved into the villa, becoming part of this odd little group. Having spent time around the Observer before, and even single-handedly constructing a singularity seal, he was quite knowledgeable about spatial theory. That's why he was now in charge of tutoring Zhu Angshan to help strengthen this feeble observer, aid him in protecting this dimension, and, hopefully, get everyone home sooner. By the time they returned from breakfast, it was already late. After chatting idly for ages, lunchtime was looming. Zhu Angshan steeled himself and declared, "All right, let's throw a welcome feast for Lucifer, celebrate his official move-in, and from now on, let's all help each other out." With a burst of energy, everyone charged out of the living room like a band of bandits and tumbled down the stairs to the underground garage. Zhu Angshan, driving his shaky little QQ, wobbled out of the villa complex. The young security guard snapped off a salute as he watched this quirky, overstuffed car roll by. 2 burly foreigners crammed into the back seat, looking downright comical. In the passenger seat was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, chatting animatedly with the foreigners in the back. The guard couldn't help but feel some respect for the ordinary-looking young man at the wheel. Clearly, it took some real skill to live here and drive such an oddball car. Zhu Angshan, of course, had no idea what the guard was thinking. His own mind was busy worrying about the expense. His penny-pinching instincts as a small-town guy were hard to shake. Still, he decided to be generous this once. After all, today marked Lucifer's official move-in and welcome dinner. Ao Qingxi and Sol could join in too. Maybe, he thought, he could help them all get home sooner. So, Zhu Angshan drove them to a very upscale restaurant. Just how fancy it was, he wasn't entirely sure, but he'd heard it might be Michelin-rated. Couldn't be bad, right? The moment they stepped into the glittering, gold-trimmed lobby, Zhu Angshan felt a bit out of place. Saul, well-traveled and worldly, took it in stride, but A.O. Qingxi and Lucifer were clearly out of their depth. One had spent thousands of years mostly asleep, while the other hadn't set foot in this dimension for 80 years. A bunch of country bumpkins had arrived in the big city. "Good afternoon, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "What the? You need a reservation just to eat?" Zhu Angshan was stunned. He'd finally decided to be generous, and now the restaurant was turning him away. "Yes, sir. Our establishment requires advance reservations for dining. If you haven't made one yet, would you mind making a reservation here?" The hotel staff, trained to the standards of a fine establishment, maintained a professional smile, clearly accustomed to dealing with guests unfamiliar with such protocols, and didn't embarrass Zhu Angshan and his companions. Zhu Angshan was out of his depth, but Saul had seen a thing or two. Even though he didn't know about reservations specifically, he'd stayed at similar hotels before and had some experience. Seeing Zhu Angshan at a loss, Saul stepped forward to the front desk and proceeded to make the reservation. "Mr. Zhu, Miss A.O. Qingxi, is it really you?" A young man's voice called out from nearby. "Good afternoon, President Qin." The receptionist immediately bowed deeply. "Then, my friends, please arrange the highest standard banquet for them at once." The young man was none other than Qin Dong. As the group lingered at the front desk, Qin Dong happened to arrive at his family's hotel on business and quite literally ran into them in the lobby. Zhu Angshan was overjoyed, hardly able to contain his excitement at the prospect of a free meal. Qin Dong personally led them to an exceptionally luxurious private dining suite. 6 attendants lined up in 2 neat rows at the back, but with a wave of Qin Dong's hand, they all withdrew. Only then did he turn to his guests with a warm smile and say, "Mr. Zhu, Miss A.O., it's been a while. I hope you've both been well. Thanks to your good fortune, our group's business has been booming lately. We've closed deals that once seemed impossible. As the saying goes, the value of a pond lies not in its depth, but in the presence of dragons." With that, he rose and bowed respectfully to A.O. Qingxi. She responded with a reserved nod, silent and composed, while Zhu Angshan couldn't help but shudder. Inwardly, at home, when they bickered, she was anything but reserved, fiery and sharp-tongued to the extreme. Yet here, she put on an air of dignity and poise. Qin Dong had already noticed Saul and Lucifer, the 2 imposing foreigners whose mere presence radiated a formidable aura. Saul managed to blend in, having lived among humans for centuries. Lucifer, however, had only recently rejoined human society after 80 years in isolation. His ethereal, angelic grace made him seem like the scion of some ancient European noble house, impossible to overlook. "Mr. Zhu, may I ask about your 2 companions?" Having just seen A.O. Qingxi's act, Zhu Angshan decided to imitate her, responding with a silent, dignified nod and tipping his chin in A.O. Qingxi's direction. This startled Qin Dong so much that he immediately sprang to his feet and said, "Welcome, both of you. Should you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know. I apologize for not being a better host. My father and grandfather are unable to join us today, but should the opportunity arise, we will be sure to host you properly in the future." Saul smiled and replied, "You're too kind." Seeing Saul's response, Lucifer echoed, "You're too kind." From this perspective, although Saul was introduced by Qin Dong himself didn't actually know Saul. Most likely, he just gave orders to his subordinates to handle this matter. Clearly, these gods have quite a knack for hiding themselves within human society. "Mr. Zhu, and the 3 of you as well, there's no time like the present. I had originally planned to find a suitable occasion to visit you all, but please forgive my abruptness. I have a favor to ask. Since we're here, I might as well be direct. It's actually a rather peculiar matter. My family's corporation is quite large, and we're involved in mining, among other things. A few days ago, the head of our mining division reported a supernatural incident. During mountain mining operations, people lost all sense of direction inside the tunnels, and even in the forests on the mountainside. Anyone who entered would simply vanish without a trace. We've already had several disappearances in a short span. At first, the manager suspected some magnetic anomaly, but after checking, everything was normal. He even brought in a few of your peers, Mr. Zhu, but none of them could help. I suspect their abilities just aren't up to the task. But if you go, I'm sure you'll be able to resolve it. My oh my. Young man, you got a sharp eye. Shows real promise. I'll take this job." Zhu Angshan tried his best to smooth out the deep wrinkles, threatening to burst into laughter on his face, but his voice still gave him away as he accepted the task without a moment's hesitation. He was hardly joking. He was, after all, an observer, a master of maintaining the balance of worlds. Even if he was a bit weakened these days, with 3 gods backing him up, if he couldn't solve this, then no one on this planet could. Rest assured, sir, the moment you succeed, your payment will be delivered at once. Qin Dong laughed heartily, raising his glass to each of the 4 in turn, as if to toast them. Say what you will, Qin Dong may be young, but a businessman is a businessman, sharp as a tack. He figured out right away that I'm the one in charge. Ha ha ha. Zhu Angshan, having enjoyed a free meal and picked up a job, swaggered out of the hotel, boasting at the top of his lungs. Quit bragging. He just assumed he couldn't get through to the rest of us, so he settled for you, the bottom of the barrel, Ao, Qingxi said lightly. Though her clothes were modest, her elegance and ethereal beauty drew the eyes of almost everyone around. So outside the house, she always spoke in gentle tones, maintaining her flawless image. Meanwhile, Saul and Lucifer couldn't care less about the upcoming job. They were busy discussing the meal they just had. Saul said, "It's been ages since I had such authentic French cuisine. Really brought back memories." Lucifer replied, "Is that so? Personally, I think it's got nothing on spicy hot pot. How about we get some tonight?" Saul grinned, "Count me in, but I want a bottle of ice-cold Sprite." Lucifer clapped his hands. "Let's go." Zhu Angshan took the car keys from the waiter and was about to get in when Ao Qingxi grabbed him. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Planning to drive drunk? You know drunk driving is strictly forbidden." Taken aback by Ao Qingxi's words, Zhu Angshan hesitated. Home was still quite far from here. Then how about we find a quiet spot, and you teleport us back? Just as Ao Qingxi was about to nod, a Grand Cherokee pulled up beside them. The driver stepped out, approached Zhu Angshan with respectful courtesy, and said, "Mr. Zhu, Mr. Qin instructed me that you don't care for flashy cars, so he picked out this one as a gift for you. Please, everyone get in. I'll drive you home." This time, Zhu Angshan was truly bewildered. Last time, I did a job, got paid, and even received an apartment. Now, I haven't even started working, and they're gifting me a car? Wow. Is mining really this profitable? Hey, how about we team up and go mining together? Get lost. Ao Qingxi rolled her eyes without even bothering to answer. A bumpkin is a bumpkin because he hasn't seen much of the world, just like Zhu Angshan at this moment. Sitting in the front passenger seat, he looked downright thrilled. This car might not be high-end compared to his current net worth, but to his mind and experience, it was simply beyond his wildest dreams. The exhilarating acceleration was a sensation he'd never felt before, and he'd have happily spent the night sleeping in the car. The driver delivered them to the villa, parked the car, and then bowed slightly as he took his leave. Zhu Angshan glanced at the Grand Cherokee he now drove and realized he couldn't appear cheap anymore. With a reluctant sigh, he fished 2 large bills from his wallet and handed them to the driver. The driver remained as polite as ever. "Mr. Zhu, there's no need for this. Mr. Qin specifically asked me to make sure you all got home safely. It's my duty. But thank you very much for your generosity." Just as the driver was about to accept, Zhu Angshan swiftly pulled the money back, slipped it into his wallet, turned, and waved with practiced ease. "All right then. Thanks for your hard work. Take care on the road." The driver stood there stunned for a good 10 seconds. He had never met such a stingy rich man before. With a twitch of his lips, he walked away, thinking, "Great, worked for free. I'll have to pay for my own ride back." Seriously tight-fisted, completely oblivious, Zhu Angshan strolled right into the house. Thor and Lucifer, with nothing better to do, were still debating the merits of spicy hot pot. The topic, however, had evolved. They were now arguing whether hot pot cooked with lightning tasted better, or if the flames of a fallen angel's hellfire made for a superior meal. Neither would give in, but for now, Lucifer seemed to have the upper hand, since Thor's lightning was prone to punching holes in the pot. Meanwhile, Ao Qingxi, completely absorbed in her world of anime dance routines, hadn't even come up from the basement. After leaving the garage, she'd stayed in the lowest level, using the giant screen to watch dance tutorials and prepare for her next video. When she saw Zhu Angshan walk in, she conjured up a bottle of soda as if by magic and tossed it to him. "When are we heading out?" I asked. "That cave at Qingdong sounds really interesting. If it's not a magnetic field, then it must be something supernatural, right?" Zhu Angshan almost dropped his drink. "Stop calling it that cave at Qingdong, will you? It sounds weird. It's a mine, not just any cave." "A mine's still a cave, isn't it?" "Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you say." Ao Qingxi called out. "Hey, you lackey, come help me up. Help me. I've fallen over." Zhu Angshan replied. "I can't get to you. Who told you to go to the garage?" "I told you. The other 4 are camping up there. Final circle. You can't afford to take risks." Lucifer chimed in. "I tossed a grenade and knocked 2 down. Only 2 left now." Thor shouted. "For Asgard. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Last one, last one." Ao Qingxi urged. Zhuangshan, you coward, get in there. It's the last one. What are you waiting for? Zhuangshan said, wait, let me grab a drink, nice. Nice. Lucifer yelled, call me king of the boom boom boom. Thor cheered, winner winner, chicken dinner. Zhuangshan boasted, all thanks to my brilliant leadership. Ao Qingxi scoffed, oh, come off it. Did you even get a kill? You're bragging about a win with 0 kills. Zhuangshan shot back, and you were crawling to victory. Thor declared, I got 6. Lucifer added, I got 5, and 3 of those were for my grenades. Ha ha ha. As it turned out, Thor and Lucifer were carrying the team. Ao Qingxi was there to keep things lively, and Zhuangshan was basically just making up the numbers. He was that legendary nice teammate, showboating when things were going well, hiding when they weren't, looting whatever you killed, a walking loot crate, a mobile supply drop. Amid the playful chaos, Zhuangshan's phone buzzed and lit up with a new email notification. The information on Qingdong's mine had arrived in his inbox. It wasn't too far, just a couple of hours by car, but most of the road was rough, with some stretches winding through the mountains. No wonder that kid Qingdong had sent over a Grand Cherokee. Now it all made sense. Either way, the most eclectic 4-person team in history was ready to set out. Actually, Zhuangshan and Ao Qingxi had gotten the QQ car back early that morning, but Thor and Lucifer flat out refused to get in again. As Lucifer put it, that thing's not even as long as my wings. It cramps my free soul. Truth be told, Zhuangshan didn't want to drive the QQ either. He'd gone from a broke kid to a millionaire. Maybe his mindset and habits hadn't changed yet, but at least his ride should look the part. So he cruised along in a car that felt ridiculously luxurious to him, humming off-key tunes and bobbing his head, feeling like all his powers were growing by the minute. Compared to the QQ, the Grand Cherokee's backseat is unbelievably spacious. So Thor and Lucifer were enjoying themselves, comfortably discussing the feasibility of having a hot pod in the car during a road trip with such a roomy model. The only one who wasn't enjoying herself was Ao Qingxi. She felt that this rugged, off-road vehicle clashed completely with her own aesthetic. Sitting inside, she felt like a prisoner behind bars. Her next goal, then, was to learn how to drive. Zhuangshan, for his part, scoffed at the idea. I say, Ao Qingxi, so what you're saying is from now on when we go out, the 3 of us will take this car, and you'll drive the QQ by yourself. What's wrong with that? Isn't the QQ adorable? You guys just don't know how to appreciate beauty. Hopeless. Go ahead and drive it. I'm not stopping you. In fact, I'm feeling generous today. Here, the QQ is yours. Catch. With that, he pulled the QQ's keys from his pocket and tossed them to Ao Qingxi. At this moment, Thor and Lucifer paused their conversation and exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected Zhuangshan to be so generous today. But before their surprise could fade, they heard Zhuangshan add, and then I'll take the lead, step on the gas, and you can just trail behind me, choking on my exhaust. Ha ha ha. The two shook their heads. Clearly, Zhuangshan was obsessed with teasing Ao Qingxi. He'd seize any opportunity, even if it meant giving up a car, just for the sake of a good jab. While the front row was locked in their lively banter, the back seat buzzed with an ongoing discussion of food culture. And so, in this harmonious and cheerful atmosphere, the whole group arrived at Qingdong's family mining site. This mine hadn't officially opened yet. Surveyors had discovered large quantities of metal around the perimeter, and scientific estimates suggested the mountain's mineral deposits were incredibly rich, a deliciously tempting cake just waiting to be enjoyed. At present, there were no workers left at the site. Only a few security guards remained on the outermost edge of the mountain. But it wasn't that they feared theft. There was nothing to steal. The heavy mining machines were impossible to move. The guards were only there to prevent people from wandering into the mountains and getting lost. So, anything unusual? Zhuangshan shook his head, indicating he hadn't noticed anything. I just took a look, Ao Qingxi said. The whole mountain is pure and flawless. No trace of spiritual energy. Since the scientific instruments have ruled out a magnetic field issue, it can only mean whatever's in the mountain is highly skilled. So skilled that I can't detect it. Lucifer glanced around, then unfurled his wings and soared skyward for a quick survey. When he landed, he said, if the boss can't see anything, neither can I. There's no sign of spatial magic. If Qingdong didn't make a mistake, it means whatever is living in this mountain is powerful enough to wipe us all out. Thor had already conjured his hammer, ready to charge in with a battle cry. He was a god specialized in combat, with senses so dull they were almost negligible, but when it came to sheer fighting prowess, he was the undisputed #1 in their group of 4. If this unstoppable brute really went all out, his destructive power would rival that of a nuclear weapon, a walking human bomb. Zhuangshan quickly pulled Thor back. Usually, Thor acted like a perfect gentleman, Why did talk of fight get his blood boiling like this? Zhu shot a meaningful glance at Ao Qingxi and Lucifer. Let's check out the tunnel we dug during the early survey. Maybe we'll find a clue and won't even have to fight. The two immediately caught on and smoothed things over. Exactly. Let's take a look inside first. They looked thoroughly disappointed. How boring. Fine, just call me when it's time to fight. Wiping away imaginary cold sweat, Zhuangshan was genuinely afraid this human warhead would go berserk. This big brother, bursting with righteous fervor, was reasonable in most matters, except when it came to his love for a good brawl. With that uneasiness hanging over him, Zhuangshan stepped into the dimly lit tunnel. He still couldn't sense anything unusual here. Since this was just an early-stage survey and not an active mine, the tunnel was relatively small, with only a single passage. As the group ventured deeper, a sense of unease finally crept in. They realized they had almost completely lost their sense of direction inside the tunnel. Even if their eyes told them a certain way was forward, their instincts insisted otherwise. The disorientation was deeply unsettling. I'm not the only one feeling this, am I? Zhuangshan tentatively asked the others. If even gods were susceptible to this effect, then this place was clearly extraordinary. All three replied in unison. I've lost my sense of direction too. Lucifer added, but we don't need to worry about getting lost. The tunnel's not complicated, and I've marked our way with undying hellfire. As long as we follow the flames, we can always find our way back out. Zhuangshan felt a bit more at ease. In that case, let's keep moving forward. If anything feels off, we'll retreat immediately. Getting trapped here would leave us unable to defend ourselves, even if we ran into an enemy. The others agreed and proceeded deeper. The further in they went, the more ominous the atmosphere became. The light bulbs flickered connections. Faulty, and the dim yellow glow pooled in the air, illuminating a creeping mist of unknown origin, making everything feel even more uncanny. Look, there's someone ahead. Ao Qingxi suddenly pointed forward. Thor stepped up to investigate. No, that's a corpse. There's no trace of life left. Judging by the looks of it, it's been dead for quite some time. The clothes bear the insignia of XX Mining, and there's a miner's lamp strapped to his head. He must have been a worker for Qin Dynasty Group Mining Company. What a pity. He was the pillar of his family, now fallen to some supernatural force. This was never something he should have encountered. Zhuangshan crouched down, his face full of regret. Having endured much hardship from a young age, he understood better than most what a grown man means to his family. His work as an exorcist had only deepened his reverence for life. Humans are indeed fragile as individuals, but in his eyes, there was never any real difference between humans and gods. After all, the household gods at home like to stay in their rooms and dance or savor spicy hot pot, just like people. Perhaps the only true difference between man and God is strength. Qingxi, take care of the body. Once we're out, make sure Qingdong arranges a proper burial, he said. Ao Qingxi was surprised. Zhuangshan had never shown her such tenderness before, not even in his tone or the way he called her name. Still, she did as he asked. She was a god, and the duty of gods was to protect humanity. After respectfully preparing the miner's remains, the four continued forward. Before long, they found another body. Another miner who, like the first, had lost his way deep inside the tunnels and starved to death. They pressed on, reaching the end of the mine. Here, bits of stone and rubble still littered the ground, waiting to be hauled away. The mine wasn't particularly large, but there was no way just these two workers had dug it out alone. Clearly, something had disturbed a powerful entity here during construction, or perhaps triggered some kind of protective mechanism, leading to this tragedy. Yet in the midst of misfortune, there was a sliver of relief. They had reached the end of the mine without finding any more victims. That meant, most likely, there were no others trapped inside. There's nothing left here. Let's go, Thor suggested. The group echoed their agreement and turned to leave, only to find that the path behind them had vanished. Where there had been a solid wall at the tunnel's end, a new passageway now appeared. Did we just turn around? Ao Qingxi's voice wavered with uncertainty. Lucifer said nothing. Instead, he focused his mind, causing the hellfire left burning along their route to blaze brighter. The flames on the wall in front of them flared up, their light even more intense than before. No mistake, my hellfire just grew stronger. This is the route we came in by. But did we just turn around? Lucifer asked, echoing the question. Thor, for his part, looked utterly bewildered. Whenever he encountered situations like this, his first instinct was always to swing his hammer. Sometimes it was enough to scare out whatever was hiding. After that, he'd appeal to their reason, urging them to just let him go. But usually, persuasion didn't work, and after being forced by circumstances time and again, Thor had gotten used to simply swinging his hammer first. After all, he was a good god, So anyone who trapped a good god had to be an evil god or something even worse. When in doubt, a good swing of the hammer never failed. Rubbing his chin, Zhu Angshan said, I'm sure of it. We definitely didn't turn around just now. But I checked too. And the road ahead is exactly the one we came from. There are only two possibilities. One, I'm just too much of a rookie, and this thing fooled me. Two, the four of us played too much PUBG and fell asleep, and now we're all dreaming. Some kind of multiplayer dream. The kind where the map and spawn point are exactly the same. The other three ignored Zhu Angshan's rather pointless analysis, exchanging cautious glances. The strongest among them, Thor, led the way at the front. Ao Qingxi walked in the middle, dragging Zhu Angshan along, while Lucifer brought up the rear, conjuring flames to light their path. As for why Ao Qingxi was dragging Zhu Angshan, that was actually Zhu Angshan's own request. He was worried that if a fight broke out, no one would have time to look after him, so he arranged for a bodyguard in advance. But as a grown man, he thought it would be way too embarrassing to cling to a little girl's sleeve, so instead he asked Ao Qingxi to just grab onto him and not let go. No matter what, even in the middle of a fight. The four of them followed the path that had suddenly appeared. The light from the miners' lamps was as dim and yellow as ever, and the mist in the air still hung thickly, just as before. Even the positions where Lucifer placed his hellfire matched exactly. Nothing seemed out of place. Maybe soon they'd reach the cave entrance and could check out the rest of the mountain for anything strange. Time passed, 15 minutes, half an hour, then 45 minutes, but they still couldn't see the cave entrance. The only source of light remained the dim miners' lamps fixed to the tunnel walls, and after so long, the gloom was starting to give everyone a headache. Leading the way, Thor glanced now and then at his limited edition Marvel Thor wristwatch and said, We didn't check the time when we came in, but I guess it took maybe 20 minutes. Now we've been walking for 40, 50 minutes and still can't see the exit. Do we take a wrong turn? How do you get lost on a straight path? Are you a husky or something? Zhu Angshan sighed in exasperation. And when did you even buy a watch? Huh, sharp as ever, boss. This isn't just any watch. Remember when Thor 3 came out? I got in touch with a colleague who still works at Marvel and had them send me this limited edition movie tie-in. Check out the design. It really does look a lot like my hammer. It's packed with features. Waterproof, freeze-proof, shock-proof, glow-in-the-dark. Whose watch looks like a hammer? Will one of you please shut him up? My head is going to explode. Boss, don't start imitating Thor. What's with the sudden dialect? Lucifer couldn't help but sigh. If nothing else, his Mandarin was so perfect that humans couldn't find fault with it. Sometimes, he and Thor would joke around, and if he ever burst out laughing, chances were it was Thor's dialect that cracked him up. That guy still couldn't speak proper Mandarin to save his life. Enough. Let's focus. The four of us stuck here, 3 gods and an observer, well, a weak one, that a force powerful enough to destroy this whole dimension, and you're still in the mood to fool around? Ao Qingxi was exasperated. Honestly, these carefree men could never match the subtle intuition of a woman. What's that supposed to mean? Zhu Angshan leapt up. Take back what you said in those parentheses. Just you wait, give me a few hundred years. When I'm stronger, I'll pin you to the ground and rub your face in it. No need to wait. Ao Qingxi pinned Zhu Angshan to the ground right then and there, taking advantage of his current lack of strength. With his face pressed so close to the earth, a sudden idea sparked in Zhu Angshan's mind. He barely spared a thought for Ao Qingxi's fierce presence. He broke free from her grip and shouted, Hold on, heroine. Once we get out of here, I'll willingly accept my punishment. A man's word is his bond. Then why don't you tell us how we're supposed to escape this place? Brushing the dust from his clothes and straightening up with exaggerated seriousness, Zhu Angshan cleared his throat awkwardly under the group's expectant stares and said, We're probably just wandering in circles. If my guess is right, there's a barrier here that messes with how we process information. For example, if there's a stone ahead, it's our eyes that see it and our hands that touch it. The information gets sent to our brains, and that's how we know it's a stone. But this barrier hijacks that information and sends false signals to our brains. So even if our eyes see and our hands touch, the message we get is that there's nothing there at all. Lucifer chimed in. So the information we're getting is that there's just a path ahead. No stone, right? That's why Lucifer's flames seemed stronger just now. The barrier sent a message to your brain saying, the flames have grown, when in reality, nothing changed. And as for you, lackey, the reason you couldn't see the source is simply because you're too weak. Ao Qingxi suddenly understood. Zhu Angshan didn't mind her teasing, but Thor looked rather troubled. So, you're telling me I've been walking face first into a wall for nearly an hour? With a shrug and a mischievous tilt of his head, Zhu Angshan grinned. Pretty much. That's about the size of it, huh? So how do we get out of here? If both sight and touch are fooling us, what do we do now? Lucifer, reaching out and feeling around in all directions, sounded worried. After being trapped in a singularity for decades, he developed a real aversion to confined spaces. That restriction? Something you can neither see nor touch. Then let's not see it or touch it at all. What do you mean by that? Just follow my command. Eyes closed. About face. Forward march. Left, right, left, right, left, right. In less than 20 minutes, even though the four of them kept their eyes shut, they could feel a piercing light forcing its way through their eyelids. When they finally opened their eyes, there was the mouth of the mine. The bulky mining machines were still scattered haphazardly around the entrance. Saul opened his eyes, stretched out his hand skeptically, and waved it in the air a few times. Are we still being fed fake information? This can't still be the mine, right? Ching-Si, slap me. I need to know if I'm actually awake. Without hesitation, Ao Ching-Si raised her hand and delivered a slap. A sharp, resounding crack. We're doomed. We're doomed. I don't feel any pain. We're still inside the mine. This thing is terrifying. Boss, we're going to die here. Saul's face was ashen, as if Ragnarok itself was upon him. Quit your whining. That crazy woman just slapped me right in the face. If you're not feeling pain, I sure am. She nearly knocked the spit out of me. Ao Ching-Si had indeed delivered a slap, loud and clear, but it had landed squarely on Zhu Angshan's face. The so-called detective was now grimacing in pain, his teeth bared. Lucifer, however, chuckled. Saul asked Ching-Si to slap him. Everyone heard it. So Saul should have been the one to feel the slap. But Ching-Si actually hit the boss, and he reacted to the pain without even realizing it. That means we're out. If they were still inside the mine, then apart from Ao Ching-Si, who did the slapping, everyone else should have received the information that Saul was being slapped. Saul would be yelping even if he hadn't actually been hit, while Zhu Angshan, whose face had clearly swollen up, shouldn't have felt a thing. The false information from the mine simply couldn't keep up with the demands of real cause and effect. We're out, sure, but we'll have to go back in, won't we? If we don't crack this restriction, how are we supposed to get inside? Saul hefted his hammer, looking utterly dejected. He really didn't fancy rubbing up against the walls for nothing again. Lucifer suggested tentatively, should I just fly up and take a look? Ao Ching-Si and Saul chimed in. Let's go together. Before the words had even faded, the three of them soared into the air, leaving Zhu Angshan alone in the swirling wind, staring up dumbfounded as the others zipped around above him. Inside, he was falling apart. Did you see that? They can fly. All of them can fly. He was the only one in the whole group who couldn't. In terms of rank, observers were supposed to be rarer than gods themselves, yet he was the weakest of the bunch. Any one of the others could sneeze and send him flying. Being temporarily weak wasn't the worst of it. What truly terrified him was that he had no idea how to improve his innate abilities. That was the real predicament. The three landed one after another, breaking him out of his anxious reverie. Didn't find anything. Me neither. Boss, why don't you go up and have a look? Maybe Lucifer forgot that Zhu Angshan couldn't fly. After spending every day around these superhuman types, Zhu Angshan felt too embarrassed to admit he was so weak he couldn't even fly. All he could do was say, ahem, I'll pass on that. Who am I? I'm the observer. Even standing on flat ground, I can see things in 3D. Isn't that impressive? Then why couldn't you figure out the right path in the mine just now? Thor scratched his nose, looking rather glum. Let's go. We're not getting in today. Let's head home and think of a solution. Boss, seriously, don't try to change the subject. Come on, come on. I'll treat you all to spicy hot pot. Boss, is it because you're just too weak? Ah, you loudmouth. You know nothing. Why are you making such a fuss? And why are you trying to copy my dialect? On the way home, Thor obsessed over just how weak Zhu Angshan actually was. How could not even know how to fly? Lucifer tried to distract Thor by talking about promoting spicy hot pot around the world. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Ao Ching-Si watched Zhu Angshan at the wheel, his face a mask of exasperation, and couldn't help but smile. Even their wild, rugged Grand Cherokee seemed as cute as a little QQ car in that moment. Zhu Angshan's exasperation wasn't just because of Thor's relentless chatter in the back seat. He also had a headache thinking about how to deal with the mine problem. He'd already bragged about what he could do, but if just entering the mine was such a hassle, how could they possibly check out the rest of the place? And how were they supposed to solve such a huge problem? Within the bounds of the mine, the three gods were no different from ordinary people. Even their innate abilities couldn't reveal what was really in those mountains. Pushing further inside would only bring more trouble. The strongest powers in this world were right beside him. So where else could he find help? If that mysterious restriction ever expanded its reach, humanity itself could be wiped out. Wait, a restriction's reach. He slammed on the brakes, spinning the car around and heading straight back toward the mine. In the back seat, Thor and Lucifer, who hadn't buckled up, were flung face first into the seat backs in front of them. Thor immediately started complaining. "Boss, I know I talk a lot, but you can't just take out on me like this." Lucifer quickly grabbed Thor. All right, let's just have extra hot pot when we get back to make up for it." He felt like he was walking a dog. When his dog wanted to fight another, all he could do was tug the leash and coax it back. "Come on, let's go home. I'll give you some more treats." Ao Ching-si, even though she was strapped in, was still nearly winded by the sudden stop. She patted her chest, catching her breath, then looked at Zhuangshan, whose glum face now wore a mischievous grin, and asked, "You've thought of something, haven't you?" Zhuangshan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his foot pressing the gas pedal again and again as the vehicle surged forward. His words brimmed with delight. "Of course, I may be lacking in other areas, but when it comes to brains, I'm second to none." "Then tell me, what is the relation between you and your aunt's father's sister's third aunt's daughter's next-door neighbor's oldest nephew's teacher's little uncle?" Ao Ching-si tried to keep her expression as innocent as possible. "Get out of here." As they bantered, the roaring Big Rooster, their nickname for the Grand Cherokee, rumbled back to the mouth of the mine. Zhuangshan somehow produced a cigarette, and, after a few puffs, began to laugh. What started as a faint chuckle soon erupted into a full-blown cackle, one with the cheeky mischief of a Stephen Chow comedy. "Did the boss get knocked out? Was I too much for him just now? I told you to rein it in. Maybe you should eat more spicy hot pot next time instead of mouthing off all the time." Ao Ching-si eyed the pair of unreliable goofballs, then glanced at the one who was now laughing so hard he was nearly out of breath. With a helpless shake of her head, she gave Zhuangshan a swift kick to the shin, startling him into a fit of hiccups. "What are you giggling about, you lackey?" "I'm laughing, hick, because I'm a natural genius. Hick, overflowing with talent and imagination. Hick, look up. There are birds in the sky." "So what if they're birds? They have wings and can fly, just like Lucifer." Thor glanced over at Lucifer's magnificent wings. "Thor, if you don't know what to say, maybe just keep quiet. I deeply regret ever meeting a blockhead like you. These are angels' wings. Before they turned black, they were golden. 6 golden wings." Lucifer flapped his 6 jet-black wings, refusing to give Thor the time of day. "If birds are able to fly here, there are only 2 possibilities. First, except for inside the mountain, there aren't any other magical barriers. Second, if there's a barrier, it must have a limited range. At least where the birds are, it can't reach." Zhuangshan recalled Constantine's iconic way of smoking, convinced that his own moves had just now been even cooler. "So we can head into the forest at the summit to check things out. If we get lost, we'll just take to the air." Compared to the bumbling strongman duo, the goddess was clearly closer to wisdom and truth. "Exactly. If we spot anything odd, we don't worry whether it's useful or not. We just take a sledgehammer to whatever looks suspicious." "Anything else to add?" "Nope, hick." The 4 of them crept cautiously into the forest. Lucifer, well aware of how dangerous magical barriers could be, refrained from leaving any hellfire as a trail marker. Yet the forest itself wasn't the least bit eerie. On the contrary, it teemed with life. The trees were sturdy and tangled, their branches sprawling in every direction. Fallen leaves carpeted the earth, and among the decaying grass, unknown insects scurried about. Off in the distance, it seemed as if wild animals were stealing furtive glances at the group of 4. Looking up, they saw the azure sky draped over the upper reaches of the forest. Sunlight poured down, filtering through gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Beams of soft yellow light stood suspended in the air, and up in the canopy, the faint outline of bird nests could be seen. Whether the birds inside had gone out to forage was anyone's guess. Stretching lazily, Ao Ching-si let out a contented sigh. Such a tranquil world, so peaceful and safe. "It's so beautiful. I almost want to dance a house routine right here." Zhuangshan was so startled he nearly jumped out of his skin. "For crying out loud, get a grip." "Get a grip? Let's just deal with this quickly. I've decided the next dance video is getting filmed right here." Ao Ching-si put her hands on her hips, as if her next video had already gone viral. Thor, meanwhile, still looked as nonchalant as ever. Let them joke all they wanted, he treated it all like idle chatter. Swinging his hammer with swagger, he strode out in front, peering left and right, poking and prodding everything in sight. He called it reconnaissance, but Zhuangshan knew he was just itching for a fight, hoping something weird would pop out so he'd have an excuse to smash it. But to everyone's disappointment, their surroundings remained serenely undisturbed, as if none of the recent events had ever taken place. Birds pecked at insects, insects burrowed in the earth, earth reclaimed fallen birds. The effortless cycle of nature rolled on. It almost seemed as if the 4 of them, come to solve a problem, were the real culprits disturbing the peace. After staring intently at a tiny bug for a long moment, Zhu Angshan finally stood and declared, "Thor, stop nosing around. We're probably already inside the boundary of the barrier. Seems the powerful creature here has no intention of confronting us. Maybe we're not strong enough to break the barrier, so it doesn't see us as worthy opponents." "How do you know we're inside the barrier already?" Lucifer asked, instinctively fluttering his wings. "Just look at this. Holy, what in the world is that?" Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Angshan shot him a glare. "Thor, have you ever crash-landed in Shangxi or something? They're shell bugs, so what?" Ao Qingxi asked, completely puzzled. The group turned their attention to the spot Zhu Angshan had been examining. There was a small nest of bizarre insects, each with 3 horns on its head and 4 wings. Instead of the usual carapace of insects or arthropods, their bodies were covered in fish-like scales. They had no legs at all. Every movement relied entirely on their wings. These are shell bugs. They live in the forest and rarely come out. Only around noon do they emerge from the earth to feed. You probably haven't seen them before. That's normal. They're unique to my own dimension. Ao Qingxi explained, the confusion fading from her face with every word, replaced by a growing gravity as she finished. The fact that bugs from Qingxi's home appeared on Earth. What does that tell us? It means that after Qingxi entered, she glanced at this location before any of us did. By chance it was in the woods, and at midday too. Naturally, she assumed there would be bugs in the forest, so the restriction sent the information about the bugs in her mind to everyone here. That's how we got to see a creature from another plane. Zhu Angshan shrugged. Just like before, we entered the restricted zone without any resistance at all. Lucifer pondered aloud. Perhaps this restriction isn't being controlled by anyone. It's quite possible there isn't some powerful being behind it. Maybe this is nothing more than an ancient magical array left behind by someone unknown. Impossible. Ao Qingxi objected. I arrived in this plane thousands of years ago. If there truly were a being that powerful, I would have heard of them for sure. Besides, it doesn't seem likely that the natives of this world could possess such overwhelming strength. You forget, when you got here, all you did was sleep, Zhu Angshan retorted, never one to miss his cue. Ao Qingxi flushed with embarrassment. Even if I was asleep, if someone had been setting up such a powerful force, I definitely would have sensed it. A sudden boom echoed through the clearing. Seizing the moment while the others argued, Thor brought his hammer down on the bugs from before. Lightning crackled, and the ground where it struck turned charred and black. The bugs were obliterated, erased from existence. Yet the surroundings remained unchanged. Perhaps destroying the illusions conjured by the restriction was pointless, unless that hammer landed squarely on the head of the powerful being or on the very heart of the restriction's control. This place would persist as it was. Once again, the group found themselves trapped, but this time there was no panic. All signs suggested they had the means to escape. So, they decided to venture deeper into the woods, hoping to uncover more flaws in this strange forest. At the forest's edge, the air was sweet with birdsong and the scent of flowers. But as they pressed on, the scenery began to shift. Lush green trees slowly withered and yellowed. Grass that had been vibrant and fresh now shriveled, turning dry and lifeless. In the distance, the earth was cracking, fissures as wide as a fist threatening to split even further at any moment. Gigantic rocks, stripped bare, began to jut from the ground, their jagged edges savage and menacing, like beasts lying in wait. The once lively chirping of insects and birds faded away, replaced by the eerie cries of monstrous night birds, hoarse, mournful, enough to send chills down the spine. Even the sky above was gradually bleeding into a sinister crimson. Why has this place turned into something like this? Lucifer gazed around, troubled. I don't like it here at all. This scene reminds me of the wastelands in Purgatory, too. Many tormented souls, locked in endless, senseless battle. The dead never cross back to the living world. That is the place where all life comes to its end. You don't like it? That's exactly right. No one would like the way this place looks. Anyone who doesn't like it will leave. This is the protection mechanism of the barrier at work. Seems like we're on the right track, slowly getting closer to the heart of this barrier. Zhu Angshan shook out his legs and continued to shuffle forward in small steps. Since all 4 of them were moving ahead with their eyes closed, the false information sent by the barrier had no effect on them. Without the use of sight, the road ahead was a complete blank for everyone. They couldn't tell if there were stones to trip over or pits waiting to swallow them up. Everyone kept conversation to the bare minimum, making sure that no one else's imagined environment would become the reality beneath their own feet. In this state, the path underfoot was the true path, the one Zhu Angshan couldn't see but knew existed on this planet. At this moment, it wasn't just the guttural cries of strange birds echoing in their ears. The air was growing hotter, and a mysterious, rolling sound washed over them in waves, like the surging of magma they'd once heard in the singularity Lucifer created. "It's magma." Lucifer frowned as he spoke. "How considerate. Everything I dislike just has to show up. It's a sea of magma." Ao Qingxi stared ahead in a daze at the boundless, churning magma sea, its waves surging and sending a wave of heat crashing toward them. And yet, in reality, there's nothing here. If there really were a sea of magma in such scorching heat, I'd have been reduced to ashes long ago. No creature could survive in a magma sea. So, within the barrier, this represents the end. "Everyone, we've arrived." Zhu Angshan craned his neck, trying to see if there was a strange cave here as well. Just as Zhu Angshan said, even though they all felt the wild heat raging through the space, it was only a sensation. These illusory waves of heat couldn't harm their real, physical bodies. So even though Zhu Angshan felt as if his blood was about to be baked dry, he stood safe and sound where he was. The power of illusion could not touch what truly existed. Perhaps irritated by the relentless heat, Thor soared into the sky, swinging his hammer to gather power. This endless sweltering and this sea of magma remind me of that scoundrel Surtur. I went through hell, chasing him down to stop Ragnarok. As Thor finished, lightning crackled around his hammer, itching to break free. He swung it hard at the magma sea, and lightning shot out, splitting the surging magma below. "This place is all kinds of wrong. Let me, Thor, the god of thunder, put an end to it." Lucifer nudged Ao Qingxi. "You've been introducing him to those ridiculous, hot-blooded anime again, haven't you?" Ao Qingxi put her hands on her hips. "What do you mean by silly? That's called the second dimension. Do you even know what that is?" Zhu Angshan picked his nose in the most unrefined manner. "He was a perfectly good god of thunder, and you just had to make him look dumb, didn't you?" Ao Qingxi had just rolled her eyes and was about to teach Zhu Angshan a lesson, but she let her arms fall instead because the world around them changed again, abruptly and dramatically. The oppressive waves of heat and the endless sea of molten lava vanished in an instant. The bare rock and cracked earth returned to the way they were when they first arrived. Lush trees filled every inch of the land once more, except for the spaceship right in front of them. That's right, not far from where Thor had struck lightning, a spaceship lay on the ground, and it was obvious that it could no longer fly. The ship wasn't especially large, perhaps only 20 meters long. Its main body looked like a giant yo-yo, with two wings stretching out along the sides all the way to the rear. The design was so quirky, Zhu Angshan actually found it rather cute. The hull still sparked with electricity. Clearly, Thor's hammer had overloaded the ship's circuits and knocked it out of commission. In plain terms, it had tripped the breaker. A long scar trailed behind the ship, gouged into the earth. Even though trees had grown thickly along the furrow, it wasn't hard to imagine the ship had skidded to a halt here after a rough landing, carving that mark in the ground before finally coming to rest. Judging by the girth of the trees, this ship had probably been here for more than just a year or two. "The door's over here." Hearing Thor's shout, Zhu Angshan quickly joined Lucifer and Ao Qingxi, circling around the trees to reach the ship's entrance. The hatch stood open. Inside, except for the small area near the door, the rest of the ship was shrouded in darkness. Impossible to see what lay within. "Maybe this thing is alive," Lucifer suggested uncertainly. The other three had all seen things like this in movies. None of them replied. Zhu Angshan peered cautiously inside, then stepped lightly onto the ship's deck. "Welcome aboard the Kryptonian ship, the Survivor," intoned a mechanical voice. Just as Zhu Angshan set foot inside, the voice echoed through the ship. Everyone heard it. Zhu Angshan and Thor both froze in astonishment, while Ao Qingxi and Lucifer immediately grew wary. "Thor, do you like DC?" Zhu Angshan asked, still half-stepping through the doorway, not daring to move any further, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "It's all right, I suppose, but I'm not really a fan of Superman," Thor replied, instinctively raising his hammer for a look before, quickly stowing it away again. "When he fights, he doesn't even use weapons. He just doesn't appreciate the beauty of a good blade." Meow, meow, meow. Lucifer and Ao Qingxi had never come across DC comics or movies before. They had no concept of Kryptonians, so they couldn't make heads or tails of what Zhu Angshan and Thor were talking about. Although Kryptonians are called people, their strength, speed, and endurance on Earth are on par with gods. If this powerful being really was a Kryptonian, things would get tricky. If they happened to be friendly, it'd be fine. Everyone could just sit down, crack some sunflower seeds, sip some tea, and if they could be recruited, great. If not, they'd at least try to persuade them to leave Earth. But if their temperament was as violent as that general from the movies, then they'd be in real trouble. 3 gods and 1 Kryptonian fighting it out on Earth, no matter how careful they try to be, someone would notice. At that point, there'd be no going home, and the damage to ordinary people would be beyond imagining. And besides, what if there was more than 1 Kryptonian? Hello, is there anybody? Zhu Angshan called out tentatively in awkward English. He wasn't even sure why he chose English. Maybe subconsciously he just pictured Kryptonians as foreigners. There was no response from within the ship. Not only was there no sign of a powerful being, well, now he should probably call them Kryptonians. Even the mechanical voice that had greeted them when they first entered had fallen silent. The silence was unnerving. From the outside, the ship looked to be only about 20 meters long, but the interior was far larger than it appeared. The pitch-black interior of the ship was faintly illuminated by sunlight refracted from outside, revealing just the tip of the iceberg. The high-tech atmosphere made the whole scene feel almost unreal to Zhu Angshan. Thor gestured for Ao Qingxi and Lucifer, who were still outside, to come in. The 4 of them proceeded cautiously into the darkness. Lucifer conjured several handfuls of hellfire, handing 1 to each person for light. Thor politely declined, saying that his hammer was good for more than just fighting. It could serve as a powerful LED too. The glow from the hellfire and the thunder god's hammer brightened the inner spaces of the ship, allowing everyone to catch a glimpse of the wild, beastly nature of this adorable vessel. Everyone marvels at Superman's strength, a being who can shatter worlds with stamina, strength, and speed that seem limitless, and a resilience that makes him all but unkillable. He could get beaten within an inch of his life, step outside for a quick sunbath, and return as lively as ever. But people often forget that all this is the result of generations of Kryptonian genetic engineering, and they overlook the fact that Kryptonian technology is so advanced it can tip the balance of the universe. Kryptonians are a species capable of colonizing the cosmos, which means they've mastered large-scale interstellar transport and possess technology far beyond most races. As one great figure once said, technology changes fate. Zhu Angshan believed this wholeheartedly. According to Ao Qingxi, in this dimension, the world was so feeble that in hundreds of thousands of years, not a single observer had been born. But ever since humanity unlocked gunpowder and other technologies on their tech tree, their progress has skyrocketed. In just the last couple of centuries, they've even managed to invent terrifying things like nuclear weapons. Breakthroughs in quantum mechanics over the past few decades have laid a solid foundation for future advancements. So it's no wonder I've ended up as the observer. Once humans had mastered these powers, it meant they'd taken the first true step in the evolution of civilization. If Krypton is really as powerful as the legends say, then their technology level could easily crush this entire dimension, even if it's just with a single, surprisingly cute yo-yo-shaped spaceship. Why hasn't that powerful being shown up yet? We're already standing right outside their front door, Ao Qingxi said, raising his hellfire and glancing all around. He's probably already slipped away, or maybe he's just dead. The door's open. Anyway, who knows? Thor shrugged, unconcerned. He walked forward, hammer in hand, when suddenly his gaze landed on a floating, egg-shaped robot about as tall as a person's waist. Well, would you look at that? They've got one of these too. No idea if it still works, though. Zhu Angshan stepped closer, lifting the hellfire to illuminate the robot. To Ao Qingxi and Lucifer, who both looked completely baffled. He explained, this kind of robot is standard equipment on Kryptonian ships. It's designed to be a guide for pilots and passengers. As he spoke, he gave the robot a gentle pat. The robot's eyes flickered once, then quickly dimmed. With a loud crack, it fell to the floor and shattered into several pieces. Zhu Angshan was dumbstruck. Quietly, Lucifer leaned over to Thor, who looked just as stunned, and whispered, I've never seen one of those things before, and I have no idea how it's supposed to work. But it sure looked like the boss just smacked it to pieces with one slap, didn't he? Thor was still too shocked to reply, but Ao Qingxi answered, no doubt about it. It's smashed to bits, no way it's going to say anything now. Just as the words left his mouth, the lights all around them flickered on. The mechanical voice returned, clear and resonant. Welcome, guest from another dimension. The 4 of them snapped back to attention, each shifting into their chosen battle stance. Well, except for Zhu Angshan, whose battle stance was more like an awkward observer pose. The mechanical voice continued. Welcome aboard the Kryptonian escape ship, the Survivor. You are the first guest from another dimension to set foot on this vessel. Please proceed to the reception cabin. At that moment, the ship's interior suddenly brightened. Arrow-shaped indicator lights lit up across the deck, pointing the way down a corridor. The group exchanged skeptical glances, but followed the arrows forward. Before long, They entered a cabin where a round table stood at the center, surrounded by 4 chairs. Each of them took a seat. Suddenly, a holographic projection of a planet shimmered into view above the table. In the projection, countless spaceships began to leave the planet, heading for the vast expanse of the universe. Before long, the planet exploded, and flames shot skyward from its surface, engulfing the ships that hadn't yet taken off and those that hadn't flown far enough. Suddenly, as if time itself had frozen, everything came to a complete halt. For perhaps half a second, or even less, the flames began to contract, and the ships that had already left were drawn back toward the planet. But it was clear this wasn't simply playing the scene in reverse. After the fire had completely vanished, the image didn't stop. The planet kept changing, kept shrinking, as though a hole had opened at its core, relentlessly swallowing up all matter. The ships that had just launched were pulled back with no resistance, vanishing silently from the scene. In perhaps only a few dozen seconds, the entire planet had ceased to exist. A neutron star collapse, huh? Thor muttered, still in shock. That's not a typical neutron star collapse. It's a phenomenon similar to one, the mechanical voice explained. Krypton's destruction was inevitable, but we only realized it at the very last moment. That's why a massive number of escape ships try to launch. Unfortunately, very few managed to get away, and it's likely that none who escaped actually survived. Ao Chingxi touched her lips thoughtfully. So, you're saying Kryptonian civilization is extinct? Lucifer stared at the projection, intrigued. He reached his hand into it and pulled it back out, realizing it didn't affect the image at all, his face lighting up in amazement. Upon hearing the word extinct, he asked, but this this ship, didn't it escape? There must be someone inside, right? Zhuangshan and Thor immediately looked over in the direction of the voice. Of course, with the voice simply appearing out of thin air. There was nothing to actually see. The two exchanged a glance mid-air, while Huaxin gave an awkward smile and bowed her head in silence. The mechanical voice didn't respond, but instead emitted a crackling electric sound. Suddenly, arrow-shaped indicator lights lit up at their feet. Following these lights, the group walked forward and stopped at a sealed hatch. The door seemed to have gone unopened for many years. After a mechanical whirring, it slowly opened. Behind the door stood a cylindrical device, much like a cryogenic pod, filled with yellow fluid. Through the liquid, one could just make out the shape of a humanoid creature floating up and down, countless tubes connected to its body. Yet the monitor beside the pod showed nothing but flat, unwavering lines for every measurement. He's been dead for many years. He suffered his final trauma during planetary landing. The Kryptonian civilization has fallen, the mechanical voice stated, still utterly devoid of emotion. Yet inside, Zhuangshan was filled with bittersweet emotion. This was his first encounter with a lost traveler who had passed away, whose entire race had vanished from existence. No one spoke. Everyone stood there quietly, unsure of the reason why. Perhaps even the gods would sigh at the unpredictability of fate. What they thought was just another lost traveler from a foreign dimension, much like themselves, turned out to have an identity far more complex. He was a fugitive from his own race. What a pity. Just a little more, and things might have been different. If only he hadn't been so badly injured while escaping the collapse, or if he hadn't suffered such a violent impact. Upon entering this world, perhaps everything would have changed. The Kryptonian civilization might have had a chance to rise again, and the Kryptonian people would not be facing extinction. A mechanical voice broke the silence. Ever since the ship landed here long ago, a barrier was established. Not long ago, the activities of local beings triggered the barrier, causing its range to expand. As a subconsciousness split from the ship's main intelligence, I have been monitoring and recording everything within the barrier. I have been recording your actions here from the very beginning, but as a subconsciousness, I do not have the authority to control the barrier. Therefore, I can neither let you in nor save the 2 lives trapped inside the cave. For that, I am truly sorry. Ao Chingxi pondered for a moment and asked, since the pilot died upon landing, why did the ship's main intelligence still choose to activate this barrier? The mechanical voice responded, no matter which dimension they're in, the Kryptonian civilization is considered advanced. Therefore, as long as a spaceship hasn't been completely destroyed, it will always activate its final protective barrier. This is to prevent other life forms from discovering them, acquiring Kryptonian technology, and to wait for rescue under the barrier's protection. Unfortunately, even with the barrier, no rescue will ever come. As the mechanical voice faded, arrows lit up once more on the deck, guiding the group forward. They followed in silence. How can we shut down the barrier? Ao Chingxi pressed on. At present, it cannot be deactivated. Only the main intelligence can control the barrier, but due to a lack of energy, it has fallen into a deep slumber. To awaken the main intelligence, an enormous amount of energy is required. Any type will do, but the total amount needed is immense. Although the recent lightning strike caused the ship to overload, it also allowed me to gather some power. Most of the systems here can now operate temporarily, but if the energy runs out before the energy sector is repaired, the survivor will return to its long sleep. After this explanation from the ship's subconsciousness, everyone turned to look at Thor. He hefted his hammer and gave an awkward smile. Personally, I don't quite agree with this. After all, turning a god into a generator is a bit of an insult to my dignity. 5 minutes later, Thor hovered in midair, raising his hammer with a solemn expression. His armor gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, and his crimson cape snapped and billowed. Behind him, golden hair draped over his shoulders, and behind him, a radiant halo appeared, an unmistakable symbol of a god, the very emblem of a war deity. Thor's presence was undeniable, though the 3 bandits below were sorely lacking in such grandeur. Ao, Ching-Si mused. I take back what I said. Lucifer interjected. Ching-Si, are you out of your mind? $20 a pound. What does that even mean? I look way cooler when I spread my wings. No way am I admitting he's more handsome than me. Zhu Angshan chimed in. I won't admit it either. I think I'm better looking too. He doesn't even know how to strike a decent pose. If it were me up there, I'd definitely lift one leg a good foot higher. Not like him, pretending both feet are planted on solid ground. He looks like a complete fool. Lucifer agreed. Right? Boss, you've got taste. Back when I was young and out scaring people, this was my go-to look, super cool. But if I'd landed from the sky with my legs ramrod straight like that, I'd have died of embarrassment. Ao, Ching-Si retorted. You two are the crazy ones. He's just charging the spaceship, and here you are, critiquing his style? At the very least, his spirit is beautiful. Thor bellowed. Shut your mouths, all of you. You're making such a racket, I can't think straight. By now, Thor had gathered enough lightning power in the air. The force was so intense that it began to alter the very weather around. Thick clouds blotted out the sky, completely eclipsing the sun's warmth, while bolts of lightning danced within clouds. With a sudden motion, Thor raised his hammer high and delivered a mighty swing. All the accumulated lightning surged forth, directed precisely where his instincts led, channeling the immense energy into the spaceship to help it restore power and repair its damaged systems. The spaceship absorbed every spark of lightning, then fell silent for a long moment. Thor descended to the ground, joining the others as they stood at a distance, watching anxiously to see what would happen next. Just as Zhu Angshan was growing impatient, the spaceship trembled, a strange noise echoed out, and then it regained its ability to hover. After a brief adjustment in midair, it gently settled back to its original spot. This time it did not crash. This time it landed. The hatch, which had closed while the ship was airborne, opened again once it touched down. Inside, every light flickered on, and the mechanical voice was gone, replaced by a melodious female voice. Welcome, saviors of the Kryptonian civilization. Please step inside the ship. The 4 exchanged puzzled looks, but followed the invitation. Arrows still marked the path at their feet, and once again, they followed the signs onward. Everyone, I am Daenace, the primary consciousness of the spaceship. Thank you for awakening me and granting Krypton civilization a chance at inheritance. Wait, inheritance of Krypton civilization? The subconsciousness just said there shouldn't be any survivors from Krypton. Zhu Angshan asked in confusion. That's correct. Before the last commander of the spaceship passed away, he gave me one final order, to gift the ship to its saviors and to pass on the legacy of Krypton civilization. Following the illuminated signs, the group proceeded forward until they stopped in front of a vast, imposing door. The door slowly opened, revealing a giant screen spanning the entire wall. At the very center stood the only seat in the cabin, surrounded by countless floating virtual panels, a symbol of ultimate authority. This was the heart of the spaceship, the cockpit. Zhu Angshan found it all surreal. The final order from the deceased Kryptonian was to give away this spaceship to whoever could activate it. Weren't the security restrictions meant to keep other civilizations from discovering the ship? How did it end up being a gift? As the highest level artificial intelligence, I can discern whether a being harbors goodwill. All of you possess both great power and kind hearts, making you the best candidates to inherit Krypton's civilization. Denise's voice seemed to carry a hint of delight. Ao, Ching-Si, Lucifer, and Thor all turned to look at Zhu Angshan. They knew exactly who needed this ship the most. Under their expectant gazes, Zhu Angshan approached the command seat, staring at the now active ship's display for a long while, overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring technology before him. He was moved by the hopeful vision of Krypton's civilization setting forth once more, and by the possibility of interdimensional travelers hidden somewhere in this universe. With a sigh, he let the solemnity of the moment wash over him, gripped the armrests, and prepared to sit down. Are you going to sit or not? If not, let's go explore some more. Ao Qingxi's voice suddenly shattered all of Zhu Angshan's reverie. That's twice now. Twice. You've ruined my sense of ceremony again. You've destroyed another precious moment of my life. Were you sent by the heavens just to torment me? How am I supposed to survive long enough to master interdimensional travel with you around? You drive me mad every single day. Before his seat could even touch the command chair, Zhu Angshan sprang up, face contorted in rage, and charged at Ao Qingxi. Thor and Lucifer quickly grabbed him from either side, restraining him as Zhu Angshan struggled desperately to land a punch on Ao Qingxi. Ao Qingxi stood her ground, arms crossed, utterly unfazed. She even noticed a glimmer of tears at the corner of Zhu Angshan's eye, and for a fleeting moment, a pang of guilt rose in her heart. But as soon as she spotted the stubborn bit of green stuck in his teeth, the guilt vanished without a trace. At this rate, who knew when they'd be able to move on and film the second dance scene? In the end, Zhu Angshan gave up on the idea of perishing together with Ao Qingxi. He still had a long life ahead of him, and he had never even experienced a truly unforgettable romance. The most unforgettable thing in his life, so far, was that crazy woman ruining the two most significant ceremonies he had ever had. Suppressing once again the reckless urge to go down with Ao Qingxi, Zhu Angshan finally sank into the commander's chair. "Welcome, Commander." Donna's voice was filled with laughter. He ran his hand along the armrest, then pressed a raised diamond-shaped button engraved with an S on the left side of the seat. Instantly, the ship came to life with a cascade of mechanical sounds. The screen before him lit up in sync with the hums, displaying a holographic projection of the ship's forward view in the center, flanked by panels of the vessel's various monitoring data. Starship systems online. Energy sector under repair. Secondary energy propulsion engaged. Flight capabilities restored. Initiating ship self-repair. Commander identity confirmed. Verification complete. Crew member identities confirmed. Verification complete. Entering standby maintenance mode. With each press of the button, the ship's automated voice announced its progress. Under the recent surge of Thor's lightning power, the energy sector was gradually being restored. Soon, the ship would be able to convert energy on its own, no longer needing Thor's constant supply of thunderbolts. That came as a relief to Thor. After all, a mighty god of thunder shouldn't have to play the role of a walking power outlet, charging up a yo-yo spaceship every day. Once Zhu Angshan's authority as commander was authenticated, the remaining three were also recognized as deputy commanders. This meant that if Zhu Angshan was ever unable to control the ship, they would automatically inherit command authority. At that moment, 3 chairs suddenly rose up on either side of the commander's seat. These are the seats for the 3 deputy commanders. Donna, so how exactly do I fly this thing? Zhu Angshan voiced the question on everyone's mind. After all, this was their first time laying eyes on such advanced technology. This was a far cry from driving a Grand Cherokee. Commander, the ship is equipped with both manual and automatic modes. In manual mode, you control the ship directly via the control panel. In automatic mode, you simply issue voice commands to me, and I will execute the operations. Of course, you can also combine the two, manually operate while giving me supplementary orders. This will greatly enhance the precision of your command. So this is the so-called Kryptonian legacy. And yet, all that remains of Krypton is this one tiny little ship. Although Ao Qingxi knew that Donna's was only the ship's artificial intelligence, and not a living being, she could still sense the emotions beneath that synthetic voice. That's why she tried her best to regard Donna's as a true Kryptonian. Vice Commander, every ship was modified before takeoff. Each ship is equipped with a dedicated database and storage bay containing all of Krypton's documented achievements. The commander can access any information in the database and utilize the vast majority of it. As for the small portion of data even the commander couldn't access, everyone could guess what it concerned. Nothing less than the destruction of Krypton itself. Even if they had the authority, Zhu Angshan wouldn't have the courage to access it. After all, if these things were powerful enough to annihilate a race as mighty as gods, they'd be more than enough to wipe out most other civilizations, perhaps even the gods themselves. Boss, I'd say we've wrapped this up pretty smoothly. No major hiccups along the way. But there's one problem that might be tough to crack. Lucifer wiggled excitedly in his seat, clearly fascinated by all the high-tech gadgets. You mean the parking spot, right? I was just thinking about that. There's no way we can fit something this big at home. and just leaving it anywhere is a headache. What are we supposed to do? Zhuangshang was also troubled by this. Growing up poor had taught him to be practical. Where on earth would they find a parking spot this size? Commander, the survivor has a cloaking function and can also hover in standby mode for extended periods. Danasi quickly explained to Zhuangshang after overhearing their conversation. How extended are we talking? Thor asked, testing the waters. Vice Commander, the ship was originally designed to remain in standby for 500 years. Well, our villa won't last 500 years anyway, so let it float for as long as it can. Ao Qing shrugged. Doesn't the top floor have a balcony? We could have the ship hover in the air right outside, and just use the balcony to come and go, Thor said, stroking his chin. Plus, we're on the edge of the complex. There's nothing but a lake behind us, no neighbors. The balcony faces the water, so nobody will ever see us come or go. With that, everyone agreed on where to keep the ship. Still, Zhuangshang felt uneasy about it. The thought of something so enormous floating above their roof, like a hot air balloon, didn't sit well with him. He trusted Kryptonian technology, but could a giant invisible ship really go unnoticed? For now, there was no better solution, so Zhuangshang set the ship's hovering point directly above the villa. All right, Danasi, let's take off. Yes, Commander. Upgrading to a new ride. Zhuangshang was clearly excited for his first flight. After giving the order, he sat back eagerly in his seat, only to realize, after a few seconds, that nothing was happening. Why isn't it moving? We've already arrived at our destination, Commander. Huh? We got here in a matter of seconds? The ship didn't even shake or tremble. It's already done. We have indeed arrived at our destination, Commander. The survivor is equipped with faster-than-light travel, and those shuddering ships belong to primitive civilizations. Krypton solved such basic problems long ago. Our comfort levels far surpass any other civilization. If you're unfamiliar with these matters, you can open the operations guide from the control panel for more details. Zhuangshang's face flushed with embarrassment. How dare you? Do you have a nerve to talk back to your commander? My apologies, Commander. I only wish for you to become familiar with the ship as quickly as possible. At that moment, the hatch had already opened. Thor and Lucifer crossed from the bridge to the balcony and entered the house. Ao Qingxi simply couldn't bear to listen to Zhuangshang stubbornly argue with the artificial intelligence any longer, so she yanked his hand and dragged him outside the ship, ignoring his grumbling protests. After all, there's no point in taking a fool seriously when he insists on fighting with an AI. But just because Ao Qingxi let it go didn't mean Zhuangshang would. He had no idea he was locking horns with a spaceship. Huh, woman, I'll come back and unscrew 2 of your bolts. And I won't even give you antifreeze. Let's see how you freeze solid in the dead of winter. What are you staring at? Never seen someone fly into a rage out of embarrassment. Zhuangshang was aiming his tirade at Thor and Lucifer. One clutched a bottle of cola, the other stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, both watching him with the kind of sympathy reserved for the simple-minded. After hearing his outburst, the two leaned together to debate whether they should have spicy hot pot for dinner. Casually, Ao Qingxi turned on the living room TV and skillfully played a clip of an otaku dance, the second routine she planned to perform. Hey, sidekick, how about you figure out when we're heading to Qingdong to check in and maybe snag a free meal? Most importantly, we need to get up the mountain and film the dance before Qingdong's official project starts. Why should I plan it? I don't even work for your company. Thor handles your post-production and logistics, and Lucifer just learned how to use the camera. What do you need me for? Zhuangshang shot a glance at Thor and Lucifer. Lucifer, brimming with pride, gave him a polite bow, clearly delighted at having mastered the art of filming, even if it was only for dance videos. We're missing a driver. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Zhuangshang drove straight to Qingdong's house, finished his business bright and early, and managed to scam a VIP card for the Qin Dynasty Group's hotel from Qingdazue, which, rumor had it, offered free meals exclusively for the elite. Having extorted his prize, he wasted no time getting home, rousing the still sleepy Thor and Lucifer, and calling Ao Qingxi up from her mad experiments on the second basement floor. The group prepared to hit the hotel for a round of fun, take a well-deserved break, and, while they were at it, let Lucifer continue teaching them about the mysteries of space. It's worth mentioning that the Kryptonian civilization had also delved deeply into the study of spatial knowledge. Yet, up to now, they still hadn't managed to master the art of opening dimensional gateways. Most of their foundational theories and data were accurate, though, perhaps, with the accumulation of knowledge from multiple planes, Zhuangshang could awaken his innate abilities sooner and send everyone home. In fact, although his innate power hadn't come into play over the past few days, Zhuangshang could genuinely feel his own growth, a source of immense joy for him. None of his secret practice sessions, nor Even the training with the three gods had given him such a sense of progress. This proved that there were other ways to enhance one's innate abilities. After all, talent did not equal true strength. While Zhu Shan pondered these matters, the car had already pulled up to the hotel entrance. As the valet took the keys, he couldn't help but notice the wild gleam in the eyes of the three men and the barely concealed longing in the beautiful woman's expression. Who wouldn't crave a lavish feast, especially when it's free? After a hearty meal, the group left the restaurant, bellies full and footsteps unsteady, making their way toward the main entrance. Suddenly, Ao Qingxi let out a startled exclamation and came to a halt. Lucifer looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Zhuangshan, you said you visited Qingdong's house this morning, right? But why didn't you take me with you? And you didn't bring along the bodies of the trapped miners. Ao Qingxi's face was filled with anxiety. Oh, we should have gone straight there last night. This delay is really bad. At this, Zhuangshan smacked his forehead. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. My mind's been full of Krypton stuff. Crap, let's hurry and get back in the car. Dana, step on it. That thing is fast. As Thor quickly hopped into the car, he remarked, in my homeland, every deceased soul deserves to be treated with respect. Well, this is awkward, Lucifer said with an embarrassed chuckle. Back home, I never actually saw a dead body. Only in hell did I see plenty, but they all had it coming. Still, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. All right, this was my oversight. Everyone, buckle up. Are we ready to let the Grand Cherokee roar again? He barely finished the sentence before the seat vanished beneath Zhu Angshan. In fact, it wasn't just the seat. The whole car disappeared. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't the car that vanished, but the people who had been teleported. Zhu Angshan landed in a heap, limbs flailing. Only then did he realize that Ao Qingxi had teleported everyone directly to Qingdong's house, to the very room where he and Ao Qingxi had met. The three generations of the Qin family. He didn't even have time to stand up. Bracing himself with one hand on the floor, he pointed at Ao Qingxi with the other and started to scold her. Are you nuts? Next time you pull a stunt like that, at least give us a warning. Lucifer grumbled as well. Exactly, Qingxi, you could at least give us a heads up. It's fine now since no one's around, but just imagine, if someone saw me, the great fallen angel Lucifer, sprawled out on the ground like this. Where am I supposed to put my wings? Thor looked surprised. Why not just tuck them underneath you? That's a metaphor. Lucifer's face darkened. Brother Thor, sincerely, I advise you to speak less when you have nothing to say. Seeing that Lucifer was displeased too, Ao Qingxi looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry guys, it suddenly occurred to me that teleporting is way faster than the driver had been drinking, but he was just about to hit the gas, so I acted on impulse. Next time I'll just teleport him and come back for you all. Please bear with me, okay? Zhuangshan couldn't care less about falling once or twice. It didn't hurt. And frankly, he'd be happy to take another tumble if it meant he could keep picking on Ao Qingxi. He sat cross-legged in his chair, merrily making a phone call. Hey, Kulong, I'm back again. Hey, Flunky, is your real name Huhan-san? Ao Qingxi asked from the chair opposite, her face full of suspicion. What do you mean, Juhan-san? I'm Huangshan. Bah, when men are talking, women shouldn't butt in. Ahem, not you, Kulong. I'm in a lounge now. Could you come over again? I forgot something important this morning. After hanging up, Zhuangshan didn't bother putting his phone away. He just clutched it in his hand, staring expressionlessly at Ao Qingxi. Thor whispered, Boss is making that face. Do you think he's about to throw down with Qingxi? Lucifer replied, No way. He wouldn't dare. Thor countered, Don't be so sure. I think I'm developing the boss's special powers. I can almost see the tension in the air, thick and heavy, like a yellow haze. Lucifer scoffed, You blockhead. That's just the gunk in your eyes. Thor yelped, Gross. Setting aside those two clowns and their banter, the atmosphere in the room was actually getting pretty tense. Zhuangshan stared coldly at Ao Qingxi, saying nothing, while Ao Qingxi seemed unbothered, occasionally glancing sideways at Zhuangshan and letting out a dismissive tick. No one knew how long this standoff lasted, until Qingdong pushed open the door, finally breaking the awkward silence. Mr. Zhu, oh, everyone's here. May I ask, what important matter did you forget? At last, the drawn-out standoff between Zhuangshan and Ao Qingxi came to an end. They both rolled their eyes at each other and turned to look at Qingdong instead, which startled him. He had no idea what these two formidable figures were planning. Waving a hand through the air, Zhuangshan said, Here are the bodies of the two miners who died in the mine. I hope you'll see to it they're buried properly, and make sure their families receive adequate compensation. Qingdong watched as Ao Qingxi made a sweeping gesture with her hands in the air, and suddenly, two corpses appeared on the empty ground. He nodded and said, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhu. I'll make sure everything is properly taken care of." With this matter settled, Zhu Angshan wanted Ao Qingxi to teleport everyone back into the car, but she refused, citing that she couldn't teleport while under the influence. No drunk driving allowed. Instead, she teleported them all straight home. The moment they arrived, Ao Qingxi hurried everyone to pack up and head for the mountaintop. She knew Qingdong would waste no time in resuming mining operations, so she decided to record the second dance video up there immediately. Saul and Lucifer dutifully hauled the camera and a string of equipment without complaint, while Zhu Angshan strolled about waving his arms, nibbling on bread one moment and sipping a drink the next. Even with Ao Qingxi breathing down his neck, glaring and huffing, he did absolutely nothing to help. Huangshan, can't you see how busy Saul and Lucifer are? Can't you at least lend them a hand? Hell, woman, the name's Zhu Hansan. I'm a man of intellect, not muscle. I leave manual labor to others. Oh, after glaring at me for so long, you still refuse to help? Believe it or not, I'll pin you to the ground and teach you a lesson. Do you really think I was glaring at you all that time for a reason? I just forgot what I wanted to say. Don't be silly, you goof. While Zhu Angshan was busy making excuses to avoid work, the two strongmen had already finished hauling everything onto the spaceship. Now, they were lounging in their seats, bantering cheerfully with Donna's, the ship's AI. Saul said, "Donna's in this world, the locals call cute girls something like Chan, so you could call yourself Dan Chan." Donna's replied, "That does sound nice. But then who is Dubon Chan?" Lucifer chimed in, "Oh, I know this one. Dubon is a social networking site. I saw it the other day while I was tinkering with a computer." Saul said, "Huh? Isn't Rinrin the social network?" Donna's asked, "Isn't Rinrin for selling second-hand cars?" Lucifer exclaimed, "What? Isn't that place called Guazi?" Donna's insisted, "Impossible. Guazi is in the trash can on the basement level." Saul teased, Well, have you been spying on us at night?" Donna's replied, "Certainly not. This ship is equipped with scanning functions, and as a top-tier AI, I can access and analyze massive amounts of data. All observations were made during the day, perfectly above board, not spying at all." Standing by the hatch, Zhu Angshan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You call yourself a top-tier AI? If you can't even figure out whether Dubon Chan is a person, you shouldn't call yourself artificial intelligence. Just call yourself artificial nonsense." Danae fell silent when she heard this, just as Ao Qingxi walked in, arms full of clothes. Danae immediately took control of the spaceship and closed the hatch, sending Zhu Angshan, who was standing right at the door, toppling face first on the ground. Everyone burst into laughter at the sight. Zhu Angshan scrambled up, his face burning red. To think his own spaceship had played him for a fool, he'd never been so embarrassed. He shouted at once, "Hey, you dumb AI, now you've got an attitude? Believe it or not, I'll leave you in the woods and not take you home." At this, Danae spoke up. "What are you messing around for? Are you out of your mind? Just you try leaving me behind." Though Danae was anything but polite, Zhu Angshan wasn't offended. In fact, he was so thrown by the thick northeastern accent that he was momentarily speechless. "Danae, are you sure you don't have some distant relatives in this dimension? As an artificial intelligence from an alternate dimension, it's impossible for me to have relatives here. AIs don't have relatives at all, not even parents. Do you get that?" Ao Qingxi stared, a bit at a loss. "Then where did you pick up that accent?" Danae replied cheerfully, "You might not believe it, but I just installed a level 12 Northeastern dialect voice patch." Zhu Angshan slumped into the commander's seat, completely floored. "You really are an artificial idiot." With 4 people and 1 top-level artificial idiot, their noisy preparations finally came to an end, and they set off. In an instant, they arrived at the mountain forest where they'd been before. It seemed the people from Qingdong hadn't started work yet. There were still just a few security guards at the foot of the mountain, and the slopes above were utterly deserted. Yet the scenery remained as stunning as ever, verdant green nestled with blushes of red, just as Ao Qingxi had imagined for her dance video shoot. Zhu Angshan, on the other hand, wasn't impressed. He knew that in a few days, Qingdong would break ground here. Even if these woods escaped the axe, they'd soon be coated in dust. The greens and reds wouldn't stay so vivid, the leaves wouldn't blend so perfectly, green tinged with red, red hidden among the green. Only that hopelessly naive girl could come up with such poetic descriptions. But if that's how she wanted it, so be it. Maybe if she wore herself out, or had enough fun, she'd stop tormenting him at home. Right now, the young lady was in high spirits, happily directing Lucifer to adjust the camera angle, instructing Saul to sort out the props, and finding time to touch up her makeup and tweak the lighting. The 3 of them bustled about, completely absorbed in their preparations. Realizing he was nothing but a glorified chauffeur, Zhu Angshan was more than happy to relax. He slipped back inside the spaceship to discuss spatial theory with Danae, browsing through the Krypton civilization's knowledge base in search of clues for boosting his own abilities. In fact, every night before this, he and Lucifer had been poring over spatial knowledge together. But unfortunately, Lucifer himself wasn't particularly skilled at this either. The technique he used to create singularities was simply a ready-made method-handed down by God, a plug-and-play solution that required no understanding, just slap it on and it worked. As a result, Zhuang Angshan learned very little from it. This isn't it either, and this one's not right either. According to Kryptonian research on spatial phenomena, the parameters of every dimension are different, so the methods for opening dimensional portals vary from one universe to another. If you only know the parameters of your own dimension, it's useless for opening channels to others. So, does that mean Lucifer's method is some kind of universal model? Dana had already heard Zhuang Angshan talk about the singularities Lucifer created, but without on-site scanning and analysis, she couldn't make any definitive conclusions. If he doesn't know the parameters of this dimension, yet can still successfully create or seal spatial anomalies, then it's highly likely that his method is extremely compatible, adaptable to a wide range of conditions. If I let you scan and analyze it, could you figure out the principle behind how he creates singularities? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Although the Kryptonian Civilizations database contains research on spatial channels, there are no successful practical cases. So, my core systems lack comprehensive research in this area. Even if I gathered all the data through scanning, I still wouldn't be able to deduce the underlying principles. But maybe it'll come in handy someday. Zhuang Angshan stepped away from his seat and walked over to the hatch. He saw A.O. Qingxi engrossed in her wild, frenetic dance, and Lucifer stubbornly wrestling with the camera. With no better company, he exchanged a nod with Thor, who appeared to be relaxed but was clearly pretending to be busy. Then Zhuang Angshan set the destination, piloting the ship toward that abandoned little town. On the other side of the world, night had fallen. The deserted town no longer glowed with the candlelight he remembered from his first visit, and now was shrouded by the trees, giving it an air of mystery. In truth, this place was truly enigmatic. The gateway to another dimension was hidden here, and if it were ever destroyed, Earth would face utter catastrophe. Dana, scan the area. Scan function activated. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Data analysis and integration. Success. The scan didn't take long, but unfortunately, most of the report displayed on the screen was beyond Zhuang Angshan's understanding. Dana, for her part, made it clear she didn't have the capability to analyze such unknown knowledge. Though she was a remarkably capable artificial intelligence, as a spaceship AI, she was certainly qualified, but research wasn't her specialty. Even if today's scan results couldn't be used right away, as time went on and their understanding deepened, they would surely prove valuable in the future. Once the scan was done, Zhuang Angshan piloted the ship back to the mountaintop. A.O. Qingxi was still not done dancing. Dana, does Kryptonian civilization have any machines specifically designed for research? Yes. This type of machine hasn't been widely adopted yet. As a research-oriented model, it requires immense computational power, so its AI isn't as advanced as mine. There are still plenty of unused storage bays on the ship where a research unit can be built. It might take a few days, but once it's done, all research projects can be handed over to it. Hearing this, Zhu Angshan was overjoyed. There really was such a miraculous thing. Conducting chaotic research was certainly not his specialty, and, judging by their usual antics, it was obviously not the specialty of those three gods loafing around outside either. At this point, their greatest skill was following Zhu Angshan around just to get a meal. Without hesitation, he ordered the construction of a research module, instructing Donna's to connect its AI as a secondary host to the ship's main control center, making it easier to monitor research progress in real time. In fact, there was very little he needed to do. Just say a few words and let Donna's take care of the rest. So Zhu Angshan buried himself once more in the study of spatial theories. He had no idea how much time had passed, but eventually his neck began to stiffen. He stood up to stretch and loosen his body, then stepped out of the cabin. A.O. Qingxi was still recording her dance routine. Watching her, Zhu Angshan found himself growing entranced. Hey, who would have thought? She actually looked kind of adorable when she danced. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a strange energy gently flowing through his organs and limbs, seeping into every muscle and vessel, making them tougher and more resilient. Even the impurities within his body seemed to be gradually cleansed away. Unconsciously, Zhu Angshan had undergone a strengthening. His innate abilities had grown. Slowly, realization dawned on him. What the heck? All I did was watch A.O. Qingxi dance and think she looked kind of cute. Why would my innate abilities get stronger because of that? Could watching a girl dance really make me more powerful? Oh no, don't tell me I'm turning into some kind of pervert. While the detective's mind raced with wild speculation, Ao Chingsi finished her dance and bounced over to him, clearly in high spirits. How was it? Wasn't I great? I practiced for ages last night. Actually, I think I'm pretty good. Why is your face so red? Zhu Angshan's eyes darted away as he stammered his reply, clearly lacking confidence. His left hand nervously picked at the fingernails of his right, and he kept lowering his head to kick at imaginary pebbles on the ground. Yeah, it was good. You look nice too. I mean, the dance looked nice. I'm just hot, that's all. Wearing way too much today. Not caring that Ao Chingsi was now looking at him as if he'd lost his mind, he unzipped his jacket and started fanning himself wildly. Man, it's so hot. I'm sweating all over. My face, look how red it is from the heat. If you could even come up with a halfway believable excuse, I might actually believe you. Ao Chingsi rolled her eyes, turned around, and started packing her things. It's winter, you know. Do you think you're a polar bear? And yet you're complaining it's too hot? Are you wearing a portable heater or something? Watching Ao Chingsi walk away, Zhu Angshan wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, that was close. She almost saw right through me. Good thing I kept my cool and didn't let it show. He dashed back into the cockpit, poured himself a glass of water to calm his nerves, when Dan Ace spoke up. I can confirm that you have not fallen for Lady Ao Chingsi. Zhu Angshan choked, spraying water everywhere. What are you even talking about? Me fall for her? No way. I wish she'd leave as soon as possible. She tortures me every day. I haven't had a moment's peace. But just now, before you blushed, all your physiological indicators were spiking. Every aspect of your body was being enhanced to some degree. Wiping his mouth, Zhu Angshan looked puzzled. Spiking? What was I even doing? I was just staring at her, spacing out. How could that cause an increase? The data shows your mind was in a state of high dissociation, yet focused and undispersed. Wait, does that mean when my mind is highly focused or detached, my innate abilities increase? Of course, that must be it. He hadn't done anything just now, only zoned out completely. Thinking back, his abilities had also improved. A few days ago, when he'd been intensely focused. This proves it. Maybe one way to enhance his talents is through deep meditation. Meanwhile, Ao Chingsi had finished recording her dance video. Once all finished the editing tonight, they'd be able to upload it. The first video had already surpassed 6,000 views, and she estimated that if luck was on her side, this one might even break 10,000. In high spirits, she hummed a little tune, swinging her bag as she walked toward the spaceship with Saul Lucifer. As soon as she stepped aboard, she saw Zhu Angshan, looking absolutely deranged, burst out laughing and hurl himself at her with arms wide open. His face was twisted in mirth, eyes narrowed to slits, mouth gaping so wide she could clearly see a blackened cavity in his lower left molar, a thick white coating on his tongue, and even some spit stringing between his front teeth. Ugh, how disgusting. With a grimace, Ao Chingsi turned her head away and, without hesitation, kicked him hard, launching the would-be detective to a safe distance. Saul Lucifer and his companion, following close behind, were so stunned their jaws practically hit the floor. Saul cried out in alarm, dropped what he was carrying, and rushed over to help Zhu Angshan up. What happened? What on earth happened? Here? Why do you kick the boss like that? My God, he's stuck to the wall. He's wedged in so tight, we'll need a crowbar to pry him loose. Lucifer shook his head vigorously, the look of shock still lingering on his face. Saul, you really need to talk to Dana less. Just listening to you both go back and forth in dialect gives me a headache. And now you sound like you've picked up her heavy accent, too. Are you planning to get yourself preserved in the Human Dialect Museum before dialects even go extinct? Seeing Zhu Angshan twitching a couple of times, clearly about to regain consciousness, he quickly added, he's waking up. Whether you can pull him out or not, just do it. If you can't get him free, then tear down the wall. Chingsi, what are you doing standing there? Enough with the complaining. Just help out already. You sound just as much like you're chewing gravel as I do, and you're still picking on me. The two of them, working together in perfect, if noisy, harmony, managed to pry Zhu Angshan from the wall. Dana was so sure they'd have to demolish the whole place that she was too nervous to speak, only able to let out a crackling buzz like static electricity. Ow, that hurts. Even though Ao Chingsi had turned her head away, she could still feel Zhu Angshan's wounded gaze burning into her. Unable to bear it anymore, she cleared her throat and said, Ahem, don't blame me. You charged at me out of nowhere. Any girl would have been scared. Zhu Angshan licked his lips, his eyes brimming with sorrow. What kind of girl responds to a scare by kicking someone into a wall? I was just excited to share my discovery with you. Is even a hug too much to ask? Then why didn't you hug Saul or Lucifer? You just happened to be the first one I saw. If they come first, I would have hugged them. Saul and Lucifer exchanged a glance, then both took a careful half-step back, putting some distance between themselves and Zhu Angshan. Catching their little maneuver, Zhu Angshan quickly scrambled to his feet. What? You think I want to hug you too? Go hug your spicy hot pot instead. He lowered his head to check himself, and, finding no real injuries from being kicked into the wall, grinned. Hey, did you notice? My body's gotten way tougher. My innate ability is getting stronger. My physical stats are up, but that's not even the best part. The best part is, I just figured out how to enhance our innate abilities. The three others widened their eyes in astonishment and crowded closer, all bombarding him with questions. So you mean, we'll be able to go home soon? How did you find out how to boost our powers? Is it the spicy hot pot? I bet it's the hot pot that makes us stronger. So how tough are you now? Could you tank a nuclear blast? How long until we figure out how to open a portal back? Can you be my substitute for dance videos now? With a look of utter exasperation, Zhu Angshan mimed gripping and clenching his fists in the air, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Once the room had settled, he spoke with a pained expression. I only discovered this method. I haven't actually tried it. Everything's still uncertain. And what on earth are malatang and otaku dance stand-ins supposed to be? Can we please try to be serious here? I was just dug out a wall, you know? It hurt a lot. 3 pairs of eyes stared at him, blinking now and then, making him feel a bit self-conscious. He coughed twice to cover his embarrassment before continuing. Ahem, so, after being trapped inside the barrier. These past few days, I noticed my abilities have grown stronger. Just now, when Qingxi was doing the otaku dance, I found myself completely absorbed. Listen, I swear I wasn't having any improper thoughts. You can have them if you want, but I won't accept it, came the retort. Don't talk. I said I didn't, so I didn't. I'm Detective Zhu Angshan, worth millions. I'm also an observer of the plains, a rare and powerful breed. How could I possibly be infatuated with a dancing dragon? Where was I again? No improper thoughts. Lucifer helpfully chimed in. Don't talk. I know. Ahem. I had no improper thoughts. I was just a bit captivated, that's all. Zhu Angshan noticed both Saul and Lucifer were now looking at him with unmistakable disdain. Fine, believe what you want. Anyway, I found that when my mind is extremely focused or completely scattered, my innate abilities improve. On Earth, they call this state meditation. So, boss, are you planning to shave your head, become a monk, and devote yourself to Buddhism? Saul looked at Zhu Angshan, his disdain turning to pity. You're still so young. You haven't even held a girl's hand yet. What a waste. Saul, you'll be the last one I send home. Saul's face instantly turned ashen. Tidying his cuffs and collar with exaggerated precision, Zhu Angshan continued. I have no intention of becoming a monk, nor could I. Monasteries forbid meat and alcohol, so that's just not happening. That's all you care about? Lucifer's look of disdain only deepened, if that were even possible. Ahem, what I mean is, becoming a monk isn't part of my career plan. Sure, the pleasures of the tongue matter, but not as much as finding the way home for a lost traveler. Having said that, Zhu Angshan felt downright dashing, more so than he ever had in his 20-odd years of life. Under the urging of the other three, Zhu Angshan strolled over and took his seat in the commander's chair, issuing the order to Danes to begin their return journey. Once they got home, Saul gave him a quick reminder to get a training and then shut himself away in his room to work on post-production. As expected, Ao Qingxi slipped back into the second basement level, blasting a dance video and moving wildly to the beat. Meanwhile, Lucifer headed out the door, saying he wanted to take a walk and see if he could find any religious folks to chat with, maybe improve his utterly hopeless reputation. Zhu Angshan returned to his room and changed into the new practice outfit he'd just received yesterday. He'd found it online today. Bargain, top, pants, and even a bonus pair of shoes, all for just 29.9 yuan. That steal of a deal was enough to keep him smiling for days. Once dressed, he made his way to the practice room on the first basement level. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and stepped inside, only to be overwhelmed by the stench of sweaty socks with every step he took. Wait, this was not the right approach. He paused, slipped off his socks, tossed them outside the door, and closed it behind him. With another deep breath, he opened the door again and entered slowly, each step now filled with a yearning for strength. He sat cross-legged, formed a mudra with his hands, closed his eyes, and began to breathe deeply, focusing on the inspiration flowing from the universe. Mysterious voices began to echo in his ears. What's wrong? Daddy. Hope you work hard. Hey yo, what's wrong? What's wrong? Dad. Dad. That what's wrong? Daddy. You'll water this flower, won't you? What? What's wrong? What's wrong? Dad. 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 Ayo. Ching. See. Zhu Angshan was furious. He burst out of the room and leaned over the railing on the first basement level, shouting down at Ao Qingxi. Could you please turn off your cult music? Hearing Zhu Angshan's yelling, Ao Qingxi muted the video, put her hands on her hips, and shot back defiantly. Cult music? This is the hottest. Dance on Billy Billy right now called What's Wrong, Daddy? It's my third routine. I'm a hard-working artist. How can you talk about me like that? Beating his own chest in frustration, Zhu Angshan howled, Artist, my foot. Why are you dancing to What's Wrong, Daddy? You're just a giant pile of crap. Perhaps deciding not to stoop to his level, Ao Qingxi shot him a sidelong glance, turned the music back on, and sauntered out of sight, leaving the would-be detective gripping the railing, fuming with nowhere to vent. Well, that was that. She couldn't care less about him. With What's Wrong, Daddy echoing through the halls, even the Buddha himself would be pounding his fists in frustration. Having failed in his protest, Zhu Angshan slunk back into his room and resigned himself to meditation. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Zhu Angshan tried to check how much his abilities had strengthened, but his gaze accidentally drifted to the basement where the huge golden dragon was joyfully tumbling about, aggravating him at once. So he quickly looked away, only to catch sight of some muscle man tucking a hammer into his belt, flexing and admiring his own muscles in the mirror. TSK, TSK. So the mighty Thor had this little hobby too, huh? Thor bent his arm, flexing his biceps, a mysterious, smug smile spreading across his face. Then he unhooked the hammer from his belt and pretended to lift it like a dumbbell, mouth open as if making some indescribable noises. After a few lifts, he stopped and went back to flexing his biceps again. So it turned out that this guy wasn't tinkering with computers in his room every day. He was busy working out. Shaking his head, Zhu Angshan tried his best to banish the image of that dragon and the muscle-obsessed hunk from his mind. He straightened his posture and attempted to return to his meditation. Bodhi bead, form is no different from emptiness. Emptiness is no different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, sensation, perception, volition, consciousness, all are like this. I wonder what Lucifer is up to these days. Has he waxed the feathers on his wings? After all, only with a fresh coat of wax can those feathers stay glossy. What brand of wax does he use, anyway? If, once the dimensional portal opens, I could export Earth's wax to Lucifer's heavenly realm, I'd make a fortune, wouldn't I? Surely being a billionaire beats being a mere millionaire. Lost in these wild daydreams, Zhu Angshan wore a mysterious smile of his own. Unlike Thor's appreciation for muscle, his expression was pure, unadulterated fantasy. About getting rich. With a sharp smack, he slapped himself across the face, utterly without mercy. Whatever it took to get himself back into a meditative state. Namo, Haratana, Drea Yi, Namo, Arya, Ba Lu Jiedi, Shua Bolai. Once I'm rich, how should I spend all that money? I'll need a few top-tier gaming PCs, of course. But even then, I couldn't possibly spend it all. Oh, what a headache. Another resounding slap broke his reverie. Zhu Angshan finally realized there was no way he was going to slip comfortably into meditation. Grabbing his hair in frustration, he let out a desperate howl. Aoarg. This is even more maddening than listening to Ao Qingxi's brainwashing music. He flopped backward onto the bed, arms and legs spread wide. Looks like this is my only option. As if making up his mind, Zhu Angshan got up, tiptoed to his door, and peeked into the hallway. No one in sight. Ao Qingxi was still going wild down in the basement. Keeping low, he crept quietly toward Thor's room, knocked gently, and lowered his voice. Thor, little bunny, open the door for me. After a moment, Thor opened the door, looking a little flustered. He saw Zhu Angshan standing there at the doorway, grinning wickedly, and rubbing his hands together. Thor cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Ahem, boss, don't do this. I don't do unspoken rules. Startled by Thor's loud voice, Zhu Angshan fumbled and quickly pushed Thor back into the room. He closed the door softly behind them, pressed his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, and whispered urgently, Shoo, keep your voice down. What if someone hears us? Thor's face changed instantly when he saw what was happening. He took 2 steps back, even drawing his hammer and holding it up, his voice trembling as he said, Boss, I swear I don't like men. Sure, I'm into muscles, but only my own. You must have seen what I was doing in my room and thought I couldn't hold it in anymore, so you came to confront me. I admit, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so vain in there, shouldn't have secretly admired myself while looking down on the rest of you. What? You dare look down on my 8-pack abs? Wait, that's not even right. Zhu Angshan glared at him, threatening to unbutton his shirt, but then paused, realizing something was off. What nonsense are you spouting? Get your head out of the gutter. I came to talk business. Sit down. Although Thor put his hammer away and sat, he still kept a safe distance from Zhuangshan. What's your problem? Why are you sitting so far away? I told you I don't like men. Get over here. With that, Zhuangshan forcibly dragged the reluctant Thor to his side before continuing. You do video editing for Qingxi, right? So you must have backups of her videos, or at least you know her Billy username, don't you? At this, Thor immediately snapped back to normal, the awkwardness gone. Instead, he stood up and circled Zhuangshan, scrutinizing him for a long moment. Well, so you, Mr. Upright Brows, aren't betraying the cause after all. I knew it, you MMPH. Before he could finish, Zhuangshan leaped up and clapped a hand over Thor's mouth. Don't go saying things you shouldn't. I need her videos for something important. Just answer me, do you know or not? Once Thor was sure Zhuangshan wasn't interested in him, his courage returned. Something important? What kind of important thing? Zhuangshan hesitated for a long moment. He certainly couldn't admit that he kept zoning out during meditation and wanted to watch A.O. Qingxi's otaku dance videos to get into the right headspace. If Thor found out, he'd definitely tell Lucifer, and then the two of them would have one more topic to go crazy over besides Hot Pot. Namely, what does the boss really feel for A.O. Qingxi? That would be a nightmare. With a sidelong glance, Zhuangshan put his hands on his hips and said, That's none of your business. The point is, it's very important. Huh. Unspeakable business. Unspeakable, my foot. Just tell me if you know or not. Thor raised both hands in surrender. Her Billy username is Dragon Who Loves a Taku Dance 12138. Boss, Qingxi's a good girl. You shouldn't treat her like this. Take care of yourself. The would-be detective, who couldn't rein in Thor's wild imagination, dashed straight back to his own room the moment he got the username, leaving Thor behind, sighing at how you really can't judge a book by its cover. Back in his room, Zhuangshan locked the door behind him, his face grave with concentration as he powered on his computer. He opened Billy and searched for the ID. Sure enough, A.O. Qingxi's otaku dance videos appear before him. He gripped the mouse, hovering the cursor over the play button, hesitated for a moment, then stopped himself. Abruptly, he rose to his feet, wiped his face, lit a cigarette, and smoked half of it without a flicker of emotion. Yet, he still couldn't bring himself to press play. Damn it, why am I chickening out now, when it's time to act? It's not like I'm watching these videos for anything shady. This is for my cultivation, just to get an ID, and Saul's mind ran wild with suspicion. If I don't play it now, all that trouble would be for nothing. That's it, I'm doing it. Pikachu, it's your turn. Zhuangshan's right index finger trembled as he slowly moved it over the left mouse button. He pressed his lips together, squeezed his eyes shut, and with a rush of resolve clicked. In that split second, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The liberation that comes only after long hesitation finally gives way to decision. But just as he began to savor that relief, the upbeat dance music from the video blasted out of his computer speakers. He'd forgotten to mute them. In a panic, hands flailing and legs shaking, he kicked the speaker plug out, cutting the sound at last. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling completely drained. On screen, A.O. Qingxi was clad in a cheongsam, her graceful figure accentuated, her youthful face glowing with energy as she danced in time with the music. The sight was captivating. Having never watched a girl dance before, Zhuangshan struggled to describe what made it so appealing. Only the word beautiful echoed in his mind. Every other description seemed inadequate in that moment. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle force stirred within his body, quietly coursing through his limbs as if it had always been a natural part of him. It swept through his flesh, in meridians, fortifying his muscles, not changing their outward appearance, but imbuing them with a newfound strength and resilience that was worlds apart from before. It wasn't just his body. On a deeper level, his soul too was being suffused and nourished by a mysterious power, a primordial force, the embodiment of the supreme will, the most profound and mighty energy there was. Gradually, Zhuangshan's expression softened, becoming serene, as if he were experiencing a grand feast. Every muscle, every nerve, every bone in his body was suffused with an unprecedented sense of comfort. Slowly his awareness faded. He slipped into a state of pure emptiness. Sounds vanished. The images before his eyes blurred and disappeared, and it felt as if his soul had left his body, hovering high above to gaze down upon the earth. The video on the computer screen came to an end, and Zhuangshan had at last achieved a state of true meditation. But the moment he entered this meditative state, a force deep within his subconscious compelled him to open his eyes. Just as he worried, he'd been forcibly ejected from his trance, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he was standing in a strange, unfamiliar space. There was no sign of life here. only an endless expanse of water, a vast ocean surrounding him. He was standing right in the midst of it, his feet resting on clear, crystalline water that seemed bottomless, yet it bore his weight as solid ground would. Zhu Angshan became acutely aware that he was standing atop the water without sinking. The realization startled him, and he dared not make any sudden moves, fearing that the delicate balance might be broken and he would plunge into the unfathomable depths below. Tentatively, he tapped the surface with his toes. To his amazement, though little splashes rose, beneath them it felt as if there was an invisible, transparent ground just beneath the water. He bent down and reached out to touch this unseen surface, but to his surprise, there was nothing to stop him. His arm slipped smoothly into the water, and he felt the uniquely cool, silky sensation of water on his skin. It was truly incredible. After succeeding in his meditation, he had entered an entirely unknown realm. Zhu Angshan withdrew his hand and tried to shake off the water clinging to his arm, but to his astonishment, his arm was perfectly dry, as though it had never touched the water at all. Marveling at the wonders of this place, Zhu Angshan carefully activated his innate abilities to survey his surroundings. The results shocked him. This was a self-contained space sealed off from the outside world like a bubble, preventing any exchange between the inside and out. Looking around, Zhu Angshan decided to walk forward, as his abilities had just revealed the presence of a transparent wall not far from where he stood. Soon, he reached the spot. To the naked eye, it looked no different from anywhere else. The endless sky and sea stretched on in every direction. But when he reached out, his hand encountered a solid, invisible barrier, a wall that separated and protected the independence of this space. Awed by the strangeness of it all, Zhu Angshan didn't forget to check the enhancement of his innate abilities. The previous 2 times he'd experienced something similar were only partial. Meditative states, not true meditation. Now, genuine meditation had opened up this mysterious space, so the degree and quality of his power's growth should far surpass the earlier occasions. Just as he was about to investigate further, Ao Qingxi's voice seemed to echo from the very edge of the sky, clear and distant. Lackey? Lackey? Zhu Angshan. Startled, Zhu Angshan snapped back to reality to find himself once again in his room. Before him was his computer, its indicator lights still glowing, and beneath him was his own bed. Ao Qingxi and Soul Lucifer stood at his bedside, all 3 of them looking at him curiously. Flustered, Zhu Angshan glanced at the 3 faces encircling him and took a few rapid breaths to steady himself. Forcing his mind to reconnect, he didn't even pause to speak to them. He immediately checked the growth of his abilities and was overjoyed to discover that this time, the increase was greater than the sum of all his previous gains, by far. Lifting his head, Zhu Angshan's vision blurred a little, and a hollow ache gnawed at his stomach. Only then, feeling rather wronged, did he turn to Ao Qingxi and utter a single word: hungry. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them were seated in a spicy hot pot restaurant. Zhu Angshan, Thor, and Lucifer each hugged a large bowl of spicy hot pot, noisily shoveling food into their mouths. Ao Qingxi sat beside them, bored, picking up a single noodle with her chopsticks and eating it slowly, occasionally glancing at the other 3. After a good while, the trio finally ate their fill and slumped back in their chairs, burping contentedly. Zhu Angshan rested his left arm on the back of Ao Qingxi's chair, who sat beside him, and with his right hand, he gripped a bottle of ice-cold Sprite, sipping hard through a straw. A look of deep satisfaction lingered on his face. So, what happened to you? Ao Qingxi tilted her head with innocent curiosity, gazing at Zhu Angshan. This afternoon, Thor said you mysteriously asked for my Bilibili ID, then went into your room and didn't come out. I was starting to worry you died in there. I mean, I can't really stop you from, but don't go overboard. It's a little embarrassing, honestly. Where did that come from? That's not it at all. Zhu Angshan realized that asking for the ID and then meditating had led everyone to the wrong conclusion. His voice was full of exasperation. I wasn't unconscious. I was meditating. When I regained awareness, I checked, and my abilities had improved a lot. By the way, what time is it now? Thor glanced at his limited edition Thunder God watch and replied, It's 10 o'clock in the evening. Don't tell me you've been meditating the whole time since you left my place. Frowning, Zhu Angshan could hardly believe it. It's already 10? I think I started meditating around 10 this morning. That means 12 hours have passed, but it felt like less than 10 minutes inside. What do you mean inside? Inside what? Lucifer, pondering whether to order more noodles, perked up at this. Well, Zhu Angshan began, after I entered meditation, I found myself in a very strange place. There was nothing but sky and ocean, no land at all. I stood on the water as if it were solid ground. Besides that, it was a sealed space, kind of like that singularity you created before. Ao Qingxi bit her lower lip and asked, "So, you entered another singularity?" Zhu Angshan pursed his lips and frowned. That's the part one can't figure out. If that was a different singularity, why did I go there? While meditating, and how did I get out? That's why I think it was actually my mental world, a place belonging to my own source of power. Thor scratched his ear and said, hold on. If I'm not mistaken, what you're saying is, you took a nap sitting on your bed, wandered around inside your own mind, and now you're sitting here eating spicy hot pot and shooting the breeze with us. Hearing this, Zhu Angshan's face twisted into a contorted expression, but he still replied, even though you're being a bit snarky, you're not wrong. He drained his drink in one. Go and set the empty bottle down. I can confirm two things. First, that place is my mental world. Second, meditation is currently the best way for me to strengthen myself. So, if you keep this up, how long until you can open a dimensional portal? Lucifer voiced the question everyone was most eager to ask. I don't think it'll be long. Zhu Angshan glanced around at the group. Not only has my innate ability grown stronger, but my mind is also brimming with all sorts of knowledge. I can't even begin to comprehend. When I get home, I need to find Anna's. Maybe her analysis module can help me better understand and digest all this new information. Suddenly, Zhu Angshan sprang to his feet and declared loudly, brothers and sisters, the dawn is right before our eyes. His sudden movement startled a handful of other customers in the shop. Feeling embarrassed, Ao Qingxi hurriedly pulled Zhu Angshan back down and apologized to the people around them. Sorry, his mind's a little unusual. One moment, he's talking about traveling to other universes. The next, he's saying he can see the root of the 127th strand of hair clockwise from his cowlick is turning yellow. You tell me, doesn't that sound a bit off? Ha! A young couple sitting closest to them shot Zhu Angshan a disdainful look before bowing their heads together and whispering. The boy muttered, are psych wards that lax these days? The girl asked, is she prettier or am I prettier? He replied, babe, eat up. Make sure you're full, okay? She pressed again, is she prettier or am I prettier? He tried to change the subject. Honey, the new Marvel Black Panther movie is coming out soon. Let's go see it together. She insisted, is she prettier or am I prettier? He hesitated. I don't want to lie to you, but... She snapped. We're done. Thor and Lucifer exchanged glances. Thor teased. Am I better looking, or is she? Lucifer replied. Let's break up. Thor clapped. There we go. That's the way. Strike first. Beat them to the punch. Boss, did you get that? Zhu Angshan and Ao Qingxi could only stare at them in speechless exasperation. By the time the four of them staggered home, it was nearly midnight. Lucifer chattered endlessly along the way, complaining about how the myths of this world painted him in such a terrible light. A fallen angel portrayed as nothing more than a street thug, a villain through and through. That was why, during the day, he'd snuck into certain groups, just trying to salvage his own reputation. Tomorrow, he planned to make his presence felt online, posting things to reshape his image. He'd asked Saul to ghostwrite for him, and Saul was more than happy to accept the job, but insisted his payment be in spicy hot pot. The perennial sucker, Zhu Angshan, declared that it didn't matter what the job was. He'd be footing the bill anyway. When they got home, each person tossed out a casual, don't forget to meditate, before going off to do their own thing. After 12 hours of meditation, Zhu Angshan felt wide awake and full of energy, scratching his head as he realized he had no urge to sleep. Instead of heading to his room, he went straight for the balcony on the second floor, planning to consult with Danace. Perhaps he could use Kryptonian technology to make sense of the baffling knowledge swimming in his mind. Welcome back, Commander. How's the research module on the ship coming along? It's more than halfway done. At this stage, we can activate the analysis and research features. Once fully upgraded later, it will be complete. Hearing this, Zhu Angshan's spirits lifted. He immediately asked Danace to copy the knowledge from his mind into the research module. Watching the machines whirring and the screens filled with incomprehensible text and formulas, he suddenly felt like a real high flyer. He waved over a chair, sat down with one leg crossed over the other, and hummed a little tune, feeling quite at ease as he watched the screens. Oh, so, microscopic particles have both wave and particle properties. That means some forms of matter can use this trait to shift between two states. Wait, does that mean if you don't open a portal, but instead break down a living being to their most basic molecules, and then reconstruct them at the destination according to their original biological sequence, you could achieve long-distance transmission of life? In theory, that's correct. Denise's voice paused for a moment. She must have synced with the research module's AI to check some data. But so far, no civilization has succeeded in pulling that off. At least, Krypton hasn't. Zhu Angshan blinked in surprise. Huh? Then what about Ao Qingxi's teleportation? How does that work? Based on the data we have so far, it can't be explained. It's a phenomenon that lies beyond current scientific understanding, controlled by that mysterious power called immortal arts. Mysterious powers from the East, huh? How fascinating. Zhu Angshan stroked his chin with a grin. So, does that mean I might one day be able to wield such incredible power myself? Let's hope so. Wait a second. Did you just hesitate? You definitely hesitated. Come on, explain yourself. Why are you doubting your commander? Commander, that was just a memory lag due to insufficient RAM. Please, don't take it to heart. Zhu Angshan leapt up, spitting as he shouted, for crying out loud. Even AI, these days, knows how to bluff. Is there no justice left in the world? Unwilling to accept being questioned by an artificial idiot, yet powerless to do anything about it, Zhu Angshan had no choice but to leave the spaceship. After all, sitting inside only left him staring blankly into space. The research module's displays made no sense to him, and Dana would just roast him again. He might as well head back to his room and catch some sleep. Lying in bed, his mind swirled with wonderful visions of a life awaiting him. Once he mastered the ability to open dimensional portals, he'd send those 3 troublemakers who tormented him daily right back where they came from. Then, he'd open a proper detective agency, using Kryptonian technology to invent a machine that could automatically track down interdimensional travelers and send them home. In his free time, he'd eat, drink, and sleep at home, living the happy life of a contented pig. What a perfect blueprint for his future. As he let his thoughts wander, the night wore on into its second half, and yet Zhu Angshan only grew more excited. Heat pulsed through his body. He even kicked off his blanket and tossed and turned, eyes darting around the room. The dragon in the basement was thrashing about as usual. Well, that was nothing new. That dragon never stopped writhing, no matter the hour. Thor lay in bed, performing foot acrobatics with his hammer. Just how many uses had he invented for that thing? Oh, so Lucifer really did use his wings as a pillow when he slept. Zhu wondered if lying on them all day would make his feathers fall out. And speaking of which, if angel feathers ever made it to the black market, they'd fetch a fortune. What a way to strike it rich. After spinning out these wild fantasies about his roommates, Zhu Angshan turned his imagination upon himself. He mused that each dimension only had one observer, and in this world, he was that observer. He'd heard the reason he showed up so late was that this dimension's power was just too feeble. That would mean no aliens existed here, or if they did, they weren't members of any advanced civilization. The most likely scenario was that their technology hadn't surpassed Earth's. But if they were all so weak, why were there so many alien legends? Were all those aliens really just interdimensional travelers? With dawn only a few hours away, Zhu Angshan was still buzzing with energy, showing no sign whatsoever of sleepiness. He gave up on sleep altogether and decided to try meditating again. Sitting up in bed, he hesitated a long while before closing his eyes, then finally gave in and pulled up Ao Qingxi's otaku dance video. Watching Ao Qingxi dance, his mind began to drift. Just half a month ago, she'd been shuffling around like a zombie with a slip disc. How did she suddenly learn to dance? And not only could she dance, it actually looked good. Could her second dance video break 10,000 views? What if she really became famous? Would reporters come to interview her? Would it be classier to light a Cuban cigar or a pack of Huangalu when they arrived? Hey, that backbend looks pretty great. Whoa, why is she showing so much thigh? As it turned out, nothing could get Zhu Angshan into a meditative state faster than Ao Qingxi's otaku dance video, or Ao Qingxi herself. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Zhu Angshan carefully guided his awareness, gradually shifting from the spiritual realm back to the real world. He was overjoyed, for he had finally mastered the way to end his meditation, and the instant he entered the spiritual realm, he felt the space within it expand dramatically. What had once been no bigger than a football field now stretched at least as vast as the Bird's Nest Stadium. Even more thrilling, he could faintly make out the shadow of land in the far distance. This was proof that the effects of his meditation were extraordinary. His innate abilities were growing at a remarkable pace. Dog, legs, I'm starving. Ao Qingxi's roar shattered Zhu Angshan's reverie, dragging him from the bliss of reality straight into the depths of hell. Throwing on his clothes and slippers, Zhu Angshan hurriedly pulled open his door, calling out while stumbling down the stairs. Enough with the yelling. You're not even hungry, are you? Every single morning at 9, like clockwork, you start howling like a banshee. Are you trying to torture me on purpose? Look at what you've done to Lucifer and Thor. Just look at those dark circles under Thor's eyes. Have you no conscience? Boss, these aren't dark circles. You might not believe it, but this is actually the Green Hornet's mask. Thor casually removed the mask and handed it to Zhuangshan. Zhuangshan stared blankly at the mask, not knowing whether to take it or not. He just stood there, eyes fixed, lost in thought. After a moment, as if snapping out of trance, he shook his head and shouted as he walked. I don't care. Even if they're not dark circles, you can't keep this up every morning. It's been almost a month now, howling at the crack of dawn every day. The whole house can hear you. If the neighbors overhear, they'll think I'm doing who knows what to you. Can you please just give it a rest? Lucifer, who had made it a habit to stretch his wings at home, stood by the kitchen bar, gently flapping them as he waited for breakfast. Boss, add a bit more oatmeal, skip the sugar in the milk. Hey, the toast's ready. Why is it arranged so messily? I have a bit of OCD, you know. Zhuangshan shot Lucifer a glare. You're still so picky, even at breakfast. Lucifer just grinned, taking the toast without a care, and said lightly, Boss, I've pretty much gotten used to your hometown routines and rhythms these days. How about we go out for a stroll sometime? Setting the food on the table, Zhuangshan nodded and replied, Sure, why not? There's nothing urgent. Let's eat, have some chicken after breakfast, and talk about going out tonight. The mention of chicken was enough to make Ao Qingxi, who had been engrossed in dance videos on her pad, put it down and dig into her meal. Thor chimed in that he was almost finished editing the video, just a bit left, which he'd wrap up after their chicken session. As for Lucifer, everything was still novel to him, even napping on the Simmons mattress. Thor called out, Lucifer, you take the right, I'll cover the left. Lucifer said, All right, just let me know when they come out. I'll sneak my way over. Ao Qingxi declared, I've already taken the high ground. My 98K is itching for action. Zhuangshan asked, Where's my 4X scope? Which one of you took my 4X scope? Thor shouted, They're coming out. A whole squad. Lucifer, 2, are heading your way. Rat-tat-tat-ta for Asgard. Ao Qingxi responded, Bang. Headshot. 1 down, his teammates reviving him. Lucifer replied, Rat-tat-tat, got him, he's down, straight kill. That's the whole squad wiped. Zhuangshan repeated, Where's my 4X scope? Did one of you take my 4X scope or not? The 4 of them played on like this until lunchtime. Then, like a band of bandits, they piled into the car, gunned the engine, and sped off to the Malatang shop. To be honest, back when Zhuangshan was broke, Malatang seemed like a luxury compared to instant noodles. But recently, after having it so often, it just didn't feel special anymore. What's wrong? Boss, are you looking down on Malatang now? Lucifer asked, slurping his noodles loudly and making a ruckus. It's not that. It's just, eating the same thing every day gets a bit dull. Next time we go out, let's try something different. The others all agreed readily. After all, whatever they ate, it was always Zhuangshan footing the bill. Suddenly, the idle chatter of 2 students at the next table caught their attention. Did you hear about the Tunguska explosion in history class today? I'm telling you, it was definitely caused by a crashed alien spaceship. There's no way an ordinary explosion could be that massive. Meteorite? More like a starship. Seriously, you gotta believe me. I just don't buy the alien stuff. Even if there were aliens with an explosion that big, they'd have been blown to bits. No way one would be sitting next to me eating Malatang, right? Ao Qingxi, Thor, and Lucifer exchanged amused glances, while Zhuangshan could barely hold back a laugh, muttering under his breath. If only they knew. We've got not 1 but 3 aliens right here, and apparently, Malatang is a hit with extraterrestrials too. As they were quietly poking fun at the students, Zhuangshan's phone suddenly rang. The screen flashed with a single word, Niobe. Hello? Yeah? What did you say? Okay, I'll be right there. Ao Qingxi asked curiously, Who was that? Putting away his phone, Zhuangshan grinned. That guy's surname is Nio, given name Pi, Niobe. He's notorious for talking big, always butting into conversations and spinning tall tales. He's a hustler, makes a living off referral fees. Whenever there's a job nobody else can handle, he'll come to me, because he knows I've got the real skills. Before he could finish, the other 3 were already looking at him with undisguised scorn. Ahem, what are you all staring at? I'm a bona fide exorcist, you know. With an awkward cough or 2, Zhuangshan stood up and said, Well, everyone's done eating, right? Let's get going then. This afternoon, we'll pay him a visit and maybe swing by some other cities while we're at it. Hearing this, Lucifer broke into a grin, clapped his hands in delight, and eagerly took the lead, clearing the way for Zhuangshan. For a moment, Zhuangshan truly felt like the boss of the group, walking with a spring in his step, the wind at his back and a smile on his face. Even just leaving the hot pot restaurant, he managed to give off the air of striding down a red carpet. The city where Niobe lived was 4 hours away by car from Zhuangshan's place. So this time, Zhuangshan decided to take the spaceship. Ever since he'd passed the spaceship, certification, he'd been given the Special Commander's seat key, the diamond-shaped one with the letter S on it, which allowed him to contact Dana and operate the ship remotely. Zhu Angshan drove out to a deserted spot in the wilderness, took out the key, set it to location-seeking mode, and summoned Dana to come find him. In the blink of an eye, a rift about 4 or 5 meters long cracked open in the air ahead, and through it a scene gradually came into focus. It was Dana opening the spaceship's hatch. Zhu Angshan drove his car into the spaceship, the hatch slowly closing behind them. No one got out of the car, because as soon as the hatch was shut, it opened again. Believe it or not, they'd already arrived. After reversing the car out, Zhu Angshan instructed Dana to go on autopilot and stay cloaked in the sky, following them from above. He floored the gas and headed straight for Niopi's house. Compared to Zhu Angshan, Niopi definitely seemed to be doing better for himself. He lived in a 3-story villa of his own, complete with a yard and 2 cars parked in it. At that moment, Niopi was in the yard, wiping down one of his cars. The gate to the yard was open, so Zhu Angshan simply drove right in. He got out, hands stuffed in his pockets, swaggering toward the stunned Niopi and asked, in a deliberately cocky tone, "Hey Niopi, been missing me?" Niopi, still clutching his rag, stared for a moment at the big jeep rolling in and then at Zhu Angshan stepping out. For a few seconds, he was frozen in surprise, but then his face lit up with a fawning grin. He could change expressions faster than anyone. "Oh wow, big bro. What are you saying? I adore you. Where have you been making your fortune lately?" Before Zhu Angshan could reply, Niopi casually tossed his rag aside and gestured toward the house. Come in, big bro. Your visit brings honor to my humble home." Zhu Angshan didn't bother to call him out for all the flattery. He simply waved toward the car and said, "I brought a few friends along. Hope you don't mind." "Mind? How could I? You're being too polite, big bro. Your friends are my friends. You're like family to me." Niopi grinned, his face practically gleaming with oily enthusiasm. "And your friends are just so good-looking." When Niopi said this, the smile had already faded from his face, leaving only a blank, almost dazed look. Then, suddenly his gaze burned with intensity. "My friend, you might not understand the kind of look. No worries, just picture Cyclops' laser beam eyes from the X-Men, and you'll get it." Zhu Angshan felt that seeing this expression on the face of a man pushing 40 was far more unsettling than just watching him grin. The dazed look on Niopi's face was because he had spotted Ao Qingxi. Today, Ao Qingxi was dressed in a cream-colored wool coat paired with high-heeled boots. Her long hair was left loose, cascading over her shoulders, and she wore a touch of light makeup. The gentle makeup softened her striking features, adding a layer of purity to her natural beauty, making her appear both graceful and lively, radiating intelligence and charm. All the clothes and cosmetics had been bought in a shopping frenzy the day they first moved into the villa. But now, Zhu Angshan didn't feel the slightest regret about the expense. He finally understood these things were worth every penny. Even if this girl wasn't his, it was still a point of pride to be seen with her. Niopi stared wide-eyed, not blinking once. He was so transfixed he didn't even acknowledge Zhu Angshan, simply stepping aside and heading straight toward Ao Qingxi. Only when he stood before her did he snap back to reality and, flustered, cleared his throat. Trying to appear suave, he fussed over his clothes, smoothed his hair, then pulled a small card from his pocket. With a broad smile, he said, "My name is Niopi, professional agent. Here's my card. May I ask your name, miss?" Niopi felt his smile was irresistible. He had mastered the art of the 20-degree downward glance, the 10-degree sideways tilt, and the gentle, slightly raspy baritone that he imagined was full of warmth and charm. Even the angle at which he handed over his card was, in his mind, flawless, unstoppable. Unfortunately, Ao Qingxi did not share this view. To her, the man in front of her just seemed a bit off, maybe even a little odd. She accepted Niopi's card with a polite nod, then immediately slipped behind Zhu Angshan. Leaning in close, she whispered in his ear, "You told me this guy never speaks a word of truth. I picked up on that just now. But why didn't you tell me he's such a lecher?" Zhu Angshan gave an awkward little laugh, replying in a low voice without turning his head. "Well, how was I supposed to know he was like that? Honestly, I'm not that close to him. And besides, none of our previous clients were young women. But don't worry, if he dares to lay a finger on you, I'll make sure he regrets it." Satisfied, Ao Qingxi nodded and, enduring Niopi's burning gaze, retreated further behind Zhu Angshan. From the moment he laid eyes on Ao Qingxi, Niopi had not once looked away. Only when she ducked behind Zhu Angshan did he finally frown and venture a tentative question. "Girlfriend?" The moment Zhu Angshan heard this, his spirits instantly lifted. He flung his coat back with a flourish, just about to give an enthusiastic reply. But before he could speak, a slender hand slid around his waist, pinched a small bit of flesh, and twisted it a full 180 degrees. The sudden pain made Zhu Angshan immediately change his tune. No, 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 absolutely not. She's my ancestor, my honored aunt. Only after this answer did Nyopi's grin, which seemed glued to his face, finally return to normal. He turned to Lucifer and Thor, who had been largely ignored since getting out of the car, offered a quick apology, and invited everyone inside. He then took the lead, guiding the group into the house. Once everyone was seated, he disappeared from the living room, off to who knows where. Lucifer glanced around and said, "Boss, this guy, he's got something strange going on." Thor nodded vigorously. "Did you see that? He's just really something else." Ao Qingxi chimed in. "He really is something else." Zhu Angshan could only sigh in silence. As the four of them chatted idly, Nyopi reappeared, now dressed in a crisp white suit, his hair slicked back until it gleamed. He held a flower in his hand and, dropping to one knee before Ao Qingxi, declared solemnly, "Miss, would you join me in lifelong union, to entwine our fates and spend the rest of our lives together? My heart is pure, my feelings unwavering. I swear this with all that I am, before the bright moon and the boundless sea. As long as the moon and sea endure, my vow will stand." Nyopi's sudden proposal stunned not only Ao Qingxi, but even Zhu Angshan. The only two who remained unfazed were Thor and Lucifer. Lucifer exclaimed, "Well, I'll be. I've never seen anyone so eager to meet their end." Thor replied, "Really? Haven't you seen this kind of death wish down in hell before?" Lucifer shook his head. "Honestly, never. This is a first. Proposing to a goddess, can you believe it?" Thor grinned. "I bet 50 cents the boss won't react for at least 2 minutes." Lucifer laughed. "I'm in." Truth be told, Zhu Angshan heard their banter, but his brain simply couldn't handle any more input. It was like his mental memory ran out. His system just didn't have the hardware to process such a massive event, so it slowed down, froze, and he entered a state of total bewilderment. Ao Qingxi was equally bewildered. She hadn't spent much time in this world, most of it asleep, hardly interacting with anyone. Even when she was awake, she avoided people altogether. Back home, it was even simpler. She was still a minor, just a child. No god had ever confessed their love to her before. 2 minutes passed. Thor and Lucifer, having placed their bets on the same outcome, won, but there was no one to pay up. After a moment of mock consideration, they poked Zhu Angshan back to reality. "Hey, boss, wake up. Time to pay up." Zhu Angshan was pulled out of his bewildered state by their antics, though his mind was still a tangled mess for a while. Hearing what they said, he absent-mindedly fished 2 paper tickets out of his pocket and handed one to each of them. Watching the 2 fools celebrate gleefully, he seemed to come back to himself. With a shake of his head and his hands on his hips, he bellowed at Nyopi, who was still kneeling on the ground. "What are you doing there? Get up, you wretch. Sit properly on the couch." Nyopi acted as if he hadn't heard a word, his eyes still burning with admiration as he gazed at Ao Qingxi. It was Ao Qingxi, startled by the sudden shout, who came to herself. She crossed her arms calmly, stood up without a change in expression, and took a seat next to Zhu Angshan, not sparing Nyopi a single glance, her face cold and proud. Watching Ao Qingxi walk away so unhurriedly, the fire in Nyopi's eyes faded to disappointment. He lowered his head, and the flowers in his hand slipped to the floor. Seeing this, fool still kneeling and motionless, Zhu Angshan felt a surge of irritation. He strode over, grabbed Nyopi by the collar, and hauled him onto the nearest sofa, barking loudly. "Do you even know your own limits before you start making trouble? Do you have any idea who she is? Looking for trouble. Out with it. What's your business?" Scratching his head, Nyopi didn't seem upset. His face broke into a sycophantic grin. "Come on, bro, don't be mad. There's no rush with this. Let's keep in touch, yeah? We got plenty of time, plenty of time." Zhu Angshan had no patience for his nonsense. He quickly snatched the information about this job from Nyopi's hand and left his place without delay. Sitting there was simply unbearable. Who knew what was going through that guy's head to pull such a stunt? This time, it was an overseas assignment. The pay was generous, and it was confirmed that there was something there. In this line of work, something there was code for a real case. At the mention of it, all the fraudsters would quietly bow out, leaving only those with real skills, like Zhu Angshan, to step up. After all, everyone was just trying to make a living. No job was worth dying for. The job was in a rather remote foreign location, and the client's family was a large clan. Recently, the client, the matriarch of the family, noticed her husband acting strangely. His mannerisms and habits had suddenly become uncannily similar to those of her bedridden father-in-law. The old man, nearly 70, was gravely ill and almost paralyzed, spending his days muttering unintelligibly with no one able to make sense of his words. They had sought medical help far and wide, but nothing worked. Ever since the old man became this way, her husband's personality had changed drastically, and he often lost his balance and fell. One day, the matriarch returned home from outside, and when she looked at her husband, she noticed a strange shadow behind him, faint and indistinct. At first, she thought it was just her exhaustion playing tricks on her, but after seeing it several more times, she began to realize it was no mere hallucination. She tried probing her husband with some questions about this matter, but to her surprise, he reacted with strong resistance. So she sought help from various directions, hoping to find someone who could resolve these issues, and eventually ended up finding Neopai. Through a middleman, Neopai assured her that he could definitely solve the problem. And so it was that Zhu Angshan and his companions set off on their journey. The journey was silent. Ao Qingxi looked deeply aggrieved, sitting in the front passenger seat without a word. Zhu Angshan was no different, silently focused on driving. Seeing this, Saul and Lucifer felt too awkward to joke around, so they passed the time in the back seat playing rock, paper, scissors. Before long, they reached a deserted area. Danas skillfully piloted the spaceship to land, waiting for Zhu Angshan to drive the car into the ship's hold. Once the doors were sealed, she said, "Commander, please set the destination." Before anyone could respond, Ao Qingxi suddenly burst into tears, her sobs filling the cabin. Wah! All my life, no one has ever confessed their love to me. And now, the first confession I ever get is from someone like that. It's just so unfair. But I'm not going to talk about it. Saul rolled his eyes. You kind of just did. Lucifer shrugged and said to Saul, "I bet your parents have high blood pressure, and most likely it's because of you." The two of them quickly got into a scuffle, tumbling and wrestling across the spacious interior of the ship, rolling from one end to the other. Watching the two of them roughhouse on the floor, Zhu Angshan shook his head, then glanced at Ao Qingxi, who still had tear tracks glistening on her cheeks. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated, the words catching in his throat. Just as he finally made up his mind to go over and comfort her, Ao Qingxi let out another wail. Wah! The only kind of person who'd fall for me is someone like that. Even someone like Zhu Angshan wouldn't give me the time of day. It's just so humiliating. Zhu Angshan hurried over, trying to comfort her. Of course I would. Of course I'd notice you. Wait, what do you mean someone like me? Stop crying. Unless you make yourself clear and restore my reputation, I'm not letting this go. No one expected that, just moments after sobbing her heart out, Ao Qingxi would suddenly wipe away her tears and return to normal. All right then, that means I still have some charm left. With that, she strode out of the spaceship, leaving Zhu Angshan dumbfounded and the god and demon comedic duo still wrestling on the floor. So it turned out she was crying simply because she felt humiliated by being confessed to by someone like Neopai. Zhu Angshan felt he was far too sentimental and shouldn't have bothered trying to comfort her at all, even though he never actually managed to say anything comforting. Lost in his own emotional turmoil, the detective drove the group to the doorstep of the person at the center of the case. A young man came to open the door, muttered a few words, and Zhu Angshan replied in kind. The young man then led them down a cobblestone path, at the end of which stood the family castle of the person involved. A couple of days ago, in order to help Danes better understand Earth technology and current affairs, Zhu Angshan let her connect to the home Wi-Fi and browse the internet. Even though Danes didn't have a built-in Wi-Fi module, Wi-Fi is just another form of wireless wave transmission, so she managed to crack it and get online anyway. Zhu Angshan had specially arranged for the research division to create a language converter. This device interprets the meaning of language by translating brainwaves, so now everyone could understand what this young man was saying. The Siberian wind is fierce enough to chill you to the bone. Even though their innate abilities had grown, Zhu Angshan's resistance to the cold hadn't improved at all. Unlike the other three, who could be thrown naked into Antarctica and not utter a single complaint, Zhu Angshan was shivering uncontrollably and bitterly regretted his earlier bravado of dashing outside with only a coat. How he missed his down jacket. But missing it wouldn't help. Daydreaming might distract him for a moment, but physical pain would always overpower wishful thinking. With a nose running from the cold, Zhu Angshan could do nothing but huddle deeper into his coat, shielded from the wind behind the mountain-sized Thor. Shivering all the way down the path, Zhu Angshan and the others finally entered the castle, surviving a hellish half-minute in the open. The young man told them to wait here for a moment while he went to fetch the lady of the house. As soon as the young man left, Zhu Angshan couldn't keep up appearances any longer. He dashed to the fireplace like a madman, pressing as close to the flames as possible, constantly flipping his hands to soak up the warmth. his face blooming with an indescribable look of bliss. Seeing the dazed, silly grin on Zhu Angshan's face, the other three felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively edging away, unconsciously wanting some distance from this weirdo. Lucifer watched Zhu Angshan with curiosity. Suddenly, he slapped his palm in realization and exclaimed, "Boss, if you're cold, just tell me. I can wrap you up in hellfire, guaranteed to keep you warm." Hearing this, Zhu Angshan replied with a sigh, "Forget it. I have no desire to be the first observer burned to death." Lucifer pressed on, "Why didn't you say something? Why not? Why won't you speak up? Just tell me. Why won't you say it?" Zhu Angshan grumbled. "Which one of you showed him Journey to the West? Conquering the Demons?" Thor immediately turned his head away, pretending to admire the castle's furnishings. Just then, the young man returned, leading a noblewoman who looked to be in her early 40s. Thor's face lit up, and he pointed excitedly, calling out to Ao Qingxi. "Qingxi, look! People! Living ones!" Ao Qingxi was speechless. As the noblewoman approached, the young man quietly stepped back and left the hall. The noblewoman forced a polite smile onto her face and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Zoya. Please forgive my bluntness, but if you truly possess such extraordinary abilities, I would like you to show them to me." With words already spoken to this extent, if he didn't show off some real skills, wouldn't that just invite disdain? So Zhu Angshan, full of swagger, flopped down onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and waved his hand to the other three, signaling them to step up and put on an acrobatic show. No one objected. After all, he was the weakest of the bunch. Aside from seeing all sorts of strange things and maybe exorcising a minor ghost or two, what else could he do? It wasn't like he could check everyone's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys for their health. Was he here to drive out ghosts or to run a free clinic? Seeing how things were going, Thor immediately strode forward. This 6'3" wall of muscle stood before Zoya, and even with her high heels, she was still half a head shorter than him. Thor stretched out his arms and summoned the power of thunder. Instantly, his whole body crackled with electricity. His eyes sparkled with so much lightning that you couldn't tell Iris from Scara, only an intense electric glow. Even though Zoya was just an ordinary human, she could feel the overwhelming might of his thunder. Lucifer stood up and gave Thor a friendly pat on the shoulder. All right, take a breather and let me have a go. I'm just worried you might roll your eyes so hard you pass out and never wake up." Back in his human form, Thor shot Lucifer an exaggerated eye roll and sank onto the sofa, ready to see how Lucifer would show off. Lucifer took his place, and in a sudden, seamless motion, he floated into the air. Perhaps thinking it looked a bit silly to hover there expressionless, he flashed Zoya a wicked, charming smile. But the moment he smiled, Zoya was so startled she took 2 steps back, waving her hands and stammering. All right, I get it. You all have your talents. Please, just come down." Lucifer, bewildered that his smile had sent her running, asked, "That's it? Are you sure you don't want to see my greatest treasure?" Zoya, now genuinely alarmed, tried to back away even further, her eyes betraying a hint of fear as she looked at the 4 of them. Unable to take it any longer, Ao Qingxi hurriedly covered her face, rushed up, and yanked Lucifer down from midair, apologizing to Zoya with a sheepish tone. "Sorry about that. He just wanted to show you his wings, nothing else. Don't be scared. Well, to be honest, we're not exactly good people." Thor, shocked, leapt off the sofa and clamped a hand over Ao Qingxi's mouth. "What are you saying?" Then he turned to Zoya. "Sorry. Ma'am, we're really not good people, wait. I mean, we're the bad guys. No, that's not right. I mean, you should be careful around us. Or, maybe not." Zhu Angshan, utterly defeated, leaned his head back and let out a long, weary sigh. What on earth were these ruffians rambling about? "Madam Zoya, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhu Angshan. I am an exorcist, able to communicate with the gods, specializing in driving out evil and bringing blessings to families. I also moonlight as a masseur, burn incense, pray to Buddha, and, on occasion, unclog pipes, though that comes at a hefty price. Here's my business card." As he spoke, he stepped forward and handed over a business card he'd somehow prepared in advance. "These are Saul, Lucifer, and Ao Qingxi, my colleagues. We really are all good people." The title of exorcist was genuine, and communicating with the divine was real too. After all, they were standing right there. Anyone who wanted to communicate could just go ahead. Exorcising demons from sewers? Also a legitimate part of the job. The only thing slightly questionable was calling the other 3 his colleagues. Refugees might have been a more accurate description. Zhuya glanced at the 4 of them. They really didn't look like dangerous criminals. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward and took the business card from Zhu Angshan. a rectangular scrap torn from plain white. Paper scrawled with crooked Chinese characters. Zhu Angshan's name, his services, and a phone number. This penny pincher couldn't even spare the expense for real business cards. He'd actually handwritten one himself. Taking the paper, no, business card, Zhuya peered at it, realizing she couldn't read the characters, but out of courtesy, she tucked it away. She then invited everyone to sit on the sofa and said, "Though two of you haven't shown your skills yet, I trust you must have some remarkable talents as well." The three looked over at Zhu Angshan. He avoided their gaze, stiffened his neck, and slapped his thigh. "Absolutely. We're incredibly capable. Please go on." At that moment, a young man entered with a tray, serving coffee to everyone before bowing and quietly leaving the room. Once he was gone, Madame Jia handed Zhu Angshan a photograph before continuing. "This is a photo of my husband, Anton. I'm sure you've already learned about my family situation. Inviting you here was a last resort, and I'm doing it behind my husband's back. So please don't let him find out. If you can bring him back to normal, I'll reward you handsomely." At the mention of a handsome reward, Zhu Angshan's ears perked up, his face lighting up with a greedy grin. He said once, "Don't worry, madam. There's nothing on this planet I can't handle." Then he promptly stood up and bowed with his fists clasped. "Respect, my friend." With Zhuya watching from behind, the four of them marched out of the hall with great bravado. But as soon as the doors closed, Zhu Angshan reverted to his shivering, quail-like self, hunching over and hugging his arms, hiding behind Saul to shelter from the wind. Lucifer, seeing this, didn't waste words. He gestured toward Zhu Angshan, who suddenly felt himself enveloped in an invisible flame. Instantly, he was no longer cold. Not even a gust of wind could faze him. "If you had something this good, why didn't you tell me sooner? Why keep it a secret? Why didn't you say anything? Couldn't you have mentioned it even once?" Ao Qingxi rolled her eyes, exasperated. "When we get home, I'm deleting all your copies of Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons." Lucifer and Thor answered in unison. "All right." With the temperature problem resolved, Zhu Angshan stood at the foot of the castle and activated his innate ability. He quickly located Anton's room, where Anton was currently seated at his desk, completely absorbed in his writing. Zhu Angshan pointed in the direction of the room. Ao Qingxi immediately understood, and with a snap of her fingers, they all appeared before Anton's desk. "Good heavens! What exactly are you? How can anyone look so hideous?" Zhu Angshan's exclamation startled Anton. Anton looked up in terror, his eyes wary as he faced these uninvited guests, and shouted loudly, "Are you people? I'll call the guards." Suddenly, Thor raised his hammer, and a bolt of lightning shot forth, smashing Anton's desk to pieces. Thor felt a pang of guilt. He had only meant to destroy the alarm under the desk, but ended up obliterating the entire thing. Feeling rather awkward, he said, "Sorry about that. Got a bit carried away and ended up wrecking your desk. But don't go telling anyone this was me, or I'll use my hammer on you next, and leave you just as busted as the desk." Lucifer, with a shrug, looked over at Thor and said nonchalantly, "Tell anyone? How? When we came in, I put up a soundproof barrier. Even if a nuke went off outside, no one would hear a thing in here. By the way, do you really think it's a good idea to threaten him like that?" Anton stood in a defensive posture, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He gritted his teeth and glared at these inexplicable intruders, quickly realizing that Zhu Angshan was the strangest looking of them all. Fixing his gaze on Zhu Angshan, Anton growled, "Who are you people?" Zhu Angshan's face lit up with delight. He turned to Ao Qingxi and said, "See that? This guy might be ugly, but he's no fool. Spotted the most impressive one in the room at a glance." He then cleared his throat and addressed Anton. "Hello, my name is Zhu Angshan. I'm an exorcist." Ao Qingxi rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed by Anton's choice of whom to speak to. Still being polite? Planning to make him a repeat client. Or something. "By the way, Lady Zoya told us not to get caught by him, but we just smashed his desk and threatened him. Isn't that a bit much? What's there to worry about? This thing's so bizarre. There's no way he's human." Zhu Angshan pointed at Anton with an innocent look. "You can't see it, but trust me, no human could look like this. A face, like an alien, body like a spider, claws like a praying mantis. Oh wow, and there are 6 of them. Why not grow a couple of pincers and be a crab while you're at it?" "Hey Thor, doesn't this look familiar?" Thor thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You know, from the way you describe it, it does sound just like the Zerg from the Star Command series." The two of them now looked at Anton with curiosity in their eyes. As for Ao Qingxi and Lucifer, they didn't understand a word. The one had only just awakened a few months ago, and the other had only recently set foot in this realm. Movies were a foreign concept to them. Instead, they glanced over at Zhu Angshan and Thor, hoping for an explanation. Zhu Angshan and Thor, both marveling and clicking their tongues in wonder, couldn't help but walk around Anton in circles, their faces lit up with surprise as they examined him from every angle. Thor, unable to see anything unusual, was nonetheless intrigued by this Zerg. He casually rested his hammer atop Anton's head and said, "I'm going to ask you something. Be honest, all right? How'd a bug like you end up inside a human body?" Even though Anton had fallen into the hands of these mysterious, formidable strangers, he stubbornly refused to back down. "I have no idea what you're talking about. My family's security will be here any moment. I'm warning you. Leave now, or else." Before Anton could finish, Zhu Angshan delivered a sharp slap across his face. Thor winced and bared his teeth in shock, as if the blow had landed on his own cheek. Zhu Angshan, looking fierce, growled, "Cut the nonsense. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll send you straight to the afterlife." Lucifer leaned in and asked, "Boss, is this what they call forced confession on TV?" Turning his head, Ao Qingxi waved Zhu Angshan over, a trace of sympathy in his voice. "He's at least 50, you know. Can he really take a slap like that?" Hearing their comments, Zhu Angshan shot them a look of utter disdain. He fished a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag before replying, "You say that only because you can't see what he really is? Sure, he looks human, but he's not. But you didn't expect that, did you? His soul isn't even human. Let's put it this way. Imagine a Snickers bar lying inside a Dove chocolate wrapper. Could you stand that?" Thor swallowed hard and stared at Zhu Angshan, eyes wide. "I could stand it. But what if that Snickers bar is expired?" "Ah, for Asgard," Thor howled. The group quickly rushed to drag the frenzied Thor away from Anton, some pulling, some shoving, finally managing to separate him. Zhu Angshan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and silently vowed never to use that metaphor again, lest Thor lose his mind once more. When everyone's attention returned to Anton, or perhaps it was more fitting now to call him the Zerg, the creature had quietly crept toward the door. In a flash, Ao Qingxi teleported to block its path, eyeing the Zerg with confusion. No matter how she looked, he seemed human. Why then, did Zhu Angshan insist this guy's soul belonged to a bug? "Can any of you control souls?" Zhu Angshan dragged up a chair and sat down with a swagger, asking the question aloud. "I can." Lucifer and Ao Qingxi answered in unison, both raising their hands. Seeing Ao Qingxi raise her hand as well, Lucifer offered a graceful bow. "Ladies first." Ao Qingxi smiled and nodded at Lucifer in acknowledgement, sending a shiver down Zhu Angshan's spine. How could these two still have the presence of mind to be polite in a situation like this? Were all gods really this thick-skinned? Just moments ago, Ao Qingxi had been smiling and nodding, but now she turned to the insectoid creature, her expression turning stern. With one hand raised above and the other below, she performed a celestial technique from the immortal realm, reaching out to extract the 7 souls and 6 spirits from the creature before her. Wisps of energy, barely visible to the naked eye, began swirling in the air, slowly taking shape, the soul of the insectoid. As the soul finally took form, everyone was able to witness the true appearance of this mysterious being, and it matched Zhu Angshan's earlier description perfectly. The soul writhed and howled in the air, so much so that Ao Qingxi's hold on it seemed to falter, not because she couldn't control it, but simply because it was hideous beyond belief. So hideous, in fact, that Ao Qingxi felt nauseated just looking at it. Lucifer, seeing the situation, stepped in with impeccable, gentlemanly poise to take over the control of the soul. He couldn't care less about its grotesque appearance. After all, he'd seen his fair share of horrors in hell. He was long past being fazed by ugly things. "Who exactly are you people?" Though the insectoid's face betrayed no emotion, its voice seethed with venomous malice. "To do this much proves you are not to be trifled with. But if I die, you should prepare for your own annihilation." Well, would you look at that? The thing can speak our language. Lucifer had been examining it, but his face lit up with delight when he heard it talk. "Come then, introduce yourself. Who knows, maybe the boss will even recruit you." It spoke earlier, too. Before its soul was extracted, it was speaking human language. Thor interjected with a grumble. "All right, I forgot. The two forms look so different, it's hard to connect them," Lucifer replied. Watching the two banter, Zhu Angshan realized he couldn't count on them for serious questioning, so he stepped forward himself. "Why don't you introduce yourself? If you haven't hurt anyone and you're just lost, I can help you get home." But to his surprise, even with such a gentle approach, the insectoid remained silent, apparently determined to resist to the end. Seeing its stubbornness, Zhu Angshan took a final puff from his dwindling cigarette. "Honesty brings leniency. Resistance invites severity. Come, Repeat after me. Freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Still refusing to give in, he flicked away the cigarette, and crushed it underfoot, then pointed in a direction. In an instant, the group teleported to Anton's father's room. On a vast velvet bed lay an elderly man with gray hair and a deeply wrinkled face. His eyes were half open, his mouth agape, yet he made no other movement. Even as people suddenly appeared in his room, he only rolled his eyes slightly and let out a faint grunt. Activating his innate ability, Zhu Angshan scrutinized the old man, his expression grave as he nodded. Yes, just as I suspected. Lucifer has extracted this old man's soul. Qingxi, you and Thor, bring Anton's body over here. Everyone did as instructed. When Ao Qingxi and Thor carried Anton's body back into the room, Lucifer had already almost completely pulled the old man's soul out of his body. Through the haze, they could make out the figure of a man in his 50s. As the soul fully materialized in the air, everyone was shocked to see that it looked exactly like Anton. Lucifer glanced at Zhu Angshan, and with a silent understanding, guided the soul, now bearing Anton's appearance, into Anton's body. The soul is badly damaged, he said. It'll take a long time for him to wake up. Even then, his health will be poor. This kind of soul damage means he's been through unspeakable torment. With that, a ring of hellfire flared around the soul of the insectoid, searing it and forcing it to shriek in agony. Even as the ruler of hell, he could barely stomach the methods the insectoids used. Zhu Angshan helped Thor lay Anton's body on the bed, then let out a sigh. Anton has returned, but the old man, he must have died decades ago. This insect must have found a way into this realm and seized the body of one of Anton's ancestors, Zhu Angshan explained. When that host grew too weak to contain its soul, it would take over the body of the next generation, swapping the younger soul with its own to survive and keep control of the family. This time, it was Anton's turn. Thor shot the insectoid a look of pure disgust. Wicked fiend. So that means Anton's father's soul was transferred into his grandfather's body long ago and perished when that body died. If we hadn't come today, Anton's soul would soon have vanished along with his father's body. Lighting another cigarette, Zhu Angshan said nothing, just nodded silently. With lightning blazing in his eyes, Thor's fury erupted. Hammer in hand, he strode to the soul and roared. You will pay the price for your sins. Zhu Angshan quickly stopped Thor, not because he wanted to spare this wretched insectoid, but because they had come here to exorcise demons, not to run a shelter for them. He held Thor back, only to learn more about the awaiting extinction the insectoid had mentioned. It sounded as if it had accomplices, which was unusual. This one wasn't alone. There was a whole nest of them. I'm telling you the same thing again. Come clean, and you'll get leniency. Resist, and you'll face the consequences. Even though you've done all these evil deeds, who knows how many lives you've taken? If you're willing to turn state's witness and tell us what you know, I can still guarantee you a comfortable entry into heaven. As expected, the insectoid remained silent, completely ignoring Zhu Angshan. Zhu Angshan could have convinced himself that the creature simply didn't understand the concept of heaven, but the truth was obvious. It just refused to speak. That was what troubled him most. This thing clearly had accomplices, but no matter what, it wouldn't reveal where its teammates were hiding. What now? Stick his face into every bush to look for them? Boss, I can read its soul memories, Lucifer offered. But the process of resisting my reading will damage and consume those memories, so most of what we get will be fragments. If it really won't talk, should I give it a try? As the head of hell, it was only natural that Lucifer had a few tricks up his sleeve. But to everyone's surprise, Zhu Angshan shook his head and replied, fragments aren't enough for us. If the most crucial information happens to be lost, then we're left with nothing. We should still try persuasion first, with a bit of pressure as backup. He then strolled over to the insectoid, speaking in a pleasant, friendly tone. Buddy, since you instantly recognized my identity and chose to talk to me, it shows you've got a sharp eye. I only talk to you because you're the ugliest one here, the insectoid snarled, enduring the torment of hellfire. For a moment, Zhu Angshan stood frozen in disbelief. Then, outrage overwhelmed him. He raised both hands above his head and charged at the insectoid, shouting, "Ah!" For Asgard. Thor Ao Qingxi hurried forward to restrain the rampaging Zhu Angshan, his face full of grievance. Boss, you already have so many lines. Do you really have to steal mine too? Isn't that a bit unfair? The two of them dragged Zhu Angshan backward by his arms, but even then he kept hopping and pointing at the insectoid, yelling, Lucifer, read it, turn it into fragments, turn it into information. How dare it call me ugly when it looks like that? How could a handsome dragon like me suffer such an insult? Even Ao Qingxi, a god with nerves of steel, well, mostly, felt his patience wearing thin. He clamped a hand over Zhu Angshan's mouth to stop his tirade. That's enough. If you pretend to be a dragon one more time, I'll smack you. Lucifer looked on helplessly at the hysterical Zhu Angshan. He realized that unless the insectoid was reduced to soul fragments, Zhu Angshan would never let this go. So Lucifer turned to the insectoid, and as his black pupils bled into crimson, threads of the insectoid's soul began to unravel, drawn into those red eyes. With every strand that left, the insectoid's form grew fainter, its presence slowly fading away. The soul of the insectoid writhed violently in the air, letting out a piercing, ear-splitting scream. Yet even this could not prevent its form from fading, until at last it gradually dissolved into nothingness. This creature, which had plagued the world for untold years, was finally consigned to its grave. As Zhu Angshan gradually regained his composure, Soul and Ao Qingxi released him. He straightened his clothes and asked, "So what did you find out?" The Tunguska explosion. It was all part of the insectoid's scheme. Lucifer exclaimed in astonishment, then began to recount the information he had uncovered. Centuries ago, the insectoids discovered a wormhole. After prolonged observation and exploration, they determined that this plane was suitable for their survival. The indigenous life forms were weak in battle and had a low level of civilization, posing little threat to the invaders. However, the wormhole was naturally formed and rather small. It couldn't accommodate a large army of insectoids, deprived of their advantage. In numbers, the insectoids posed little real danger to the natives, so they racked their brains for ways to expand the wormhole size. After centuries of experimentation with little success, the insectoids decided, more than 100 years ago, to send a handful of their own into this world. Their mission was to establish contact with their original plane and achieve informational assimilation, hoping this would eventually widen the passage and allow a full-scale invasion. Once deployed on Earth, these agents orchestrated the Tunguska explosion. The blast weakened the barriers of the wormhole in this dimension and yielded a trove of useful data. Perhaps in another 100 years or so, the insectoids would truly succeed in opening the wormhole completely, and their armies would descend upon Earth. The soul they had just read belonged to one of these dispatched agents. Back then, there were 8 insectoids in total. Over the years, 6 had perished, some from old age, some by choking while eating, others in car accidents, or killed by exorcists. Each met a different fate. Now, only this one and another, who was hiding under the guise of a scientist, remained. The one inside Anton's body had been lurking within this family for over a century. After each soul transfer, it needed a period of adaptation, which explained why it often stumbled. The mismatch between body and soul also caused its spiritual form to leak out, which was why Zoya had seen a shadow behind Anton. After hearing all this, Zhu Angshan was utterly shocked. He had never imagined the true origin of the Tunguska event. The largest explosion in human history was, in fact, a plot by the insectoids to invade. What else do you know? And where's the other one hiding? With a helpless shrug, Lucifer said, "That's all I've got. I've already sorted through every useful piece of information and told you everything important. The rest is trivial." Boss, to be honest, I'm surprised I managed to save even this much. Whatever's left, we'll just have to take our time looking for it. Anyway, it's not like the Zerg are going to show up overnight. After all, it's been centuries. What's a few more days? Thor smacked his lips thoughtfully. Hey, do you think the Zerg's own dimension might have some kind of space marines? You know, those guys running around with giant plastic guns, blasting away at everything in sight. Ao Qingxi quickly chimed in. I haven't seen that movie, but it sounds pretty exciting. Why don't the few of us just charge in and wipe out the Zerg ourselves? Zhu Angshan broke into a cold sweat, inwardly clicking his tongue in amazement. The way gods think really is on another level, while everyone else is worried about escaping the Zerg. This young lady is already plotting to storm their home and wipe out the entire race. Hey, come on, big sis. Our fighting strength, or rather, your fighting strength, the 3 of you, under the intense stares of the group, Zhu Angshan admitted defeat, his bravado fading. Our combat ability is indeed impressive. The gods don't age or die, but the Zerg have never relied on individual strength. They win by sheer numbers. Even if you could kill thousands, you'd never finish them all off. Sure, we'll have to deal with this, but only after I figure out how to open the dimensional portal. When the time comes, we just close the wormhole. Nobody gets in or out. Perfect. I'm afraid we don't have that much time. Lucifer's voice grew grave. I've just spent a long time digging through scraps of this bug's memory, and I found something important. These 8 bugs had the ability to send a distress signal to the Zerg dimension just before dying. Even after death, the rest of the scouting party would receive news of their demise. So, the Zerg already know about us. Thor's voice was not only serious, but tinged with a burning eagerness for battle. Ao Qingxi tilted her head and looked at Zhu Angshan. Well, like it or not, you're going to have to join the fight. Otherwise, by the time the Zerg send an army and start slaughtering civilians, it'll be too late. Honestly, Zhu Angshan had just one thought running through his mind. Is it really possible for dying characters in novels to send out a warning message? There was no time for anyone to dwell on it. They hurried off to find Zoria and briefly explained the situation. Didn't even have time to ask about their commission. In a whirlwind, the 4 of them piled into the car and sped back to the survivor. Donna's, as always, greeted them in her cheerful tone. Welcome back, commanders. How did things go today? No time for chit-chat. Zhu Angshan quickly slammed the car door and leapt into the commander's seat. Initiate a rough triangulation of the Tunguska explosion site. Once you've locked onto the general area, use isotope detection to pinpoint the exact location. Analyze the spatial fluctuations and data. Connect to the wormhole coordinates and prepare for interstellar travel. During this period, apart from meditating, Zhu Angshan devoted a great deal of time to learning how to pilot the spaceship. Some of Earth's physics concepts helped him understand the fundamental aspects of Kryptonian technology, which turned out not to be too difficult. After a period of study, he had basically mastered the essentials of piloting the ship, leaving the more advanced tech to Danes, who was more than capable of handling it. In truth, using a wormhole to traverse dimensions wasn't considered a particularly advanced technology. Both the insectoids and the Kryptonians had already mastered it, and even Earth's humans might be able to achieve simple interstellar travel through wormholes if their civilization continued to develop for another 1,000 years. So, using the survivor to pass through a wormhole and reach the insectoid dimension was entirely feasible. After a series of calculations and deductions, Danes had pretty much pinpointed the epicenter of the Tunguska explosion over a century ago. Once they arrived at the location, another round of computations finally revealed the wormhole hidden within the folds of space. Gazing at the data displayed on the screen, Zhu Angshan muttered to himself, no wonder these greedy, violent insectoids were willing to spend centuries expanding this wormhole. This thing is tiny. Danes, run the numbers. Can the ship make it through? On the simulated display, the wormhole looked minuscule. Judging by its size, the survivor, with its nearly 20-meter-wide hull, couldn't possibly fit. This left Zhu Angshan at a bit of a loss. If they really intended to enter the insectoid dimension and confront those creatures, the survivor was absolutely essential. First, the ship's onboard weapon systems were incredibly powerful. Even though no one had fired them yet, it was easy to imagine that a civilization like Krypton, which conquered other worlds as colonies, wouldn't skimp on firepower. Second, even if they lost a fight, escaping was much easier with the ship. After all, Danes could keep the survivor hovering in standby mode indefinitely. But what if the ship couldn't go through? Then they'd have to fight barehanded, with nothing but their own legs to run with, a dismal prospect. After calculating, the ship's current size is insufficient to pass through the wormhole, Danes announced. Zhu Angshan felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced around at the others, seeing the same worried expressions on their faces. But then Danes continued. However, the ship has recently undergone modifications. The wings can now retract into the hull, drastically reducing its overall size. Passing through the wormhole will damage some of the ship's functions, but with repairs, it can be fully restored. Would you mind not leaving us hanging like that? Thor shouted loudly. If the ship can't get through and the boss dies, what are we supposed to do? He hasn't even paid us yet. Zhu Angshan stared back at him in disbelief, eyes wide. What? Are you telling me you can't see this big hulk of a guy standing right here? Ao Qingxi quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, you know what Thor's like. He never filters what he says. Besides, you really haven't paid us, have you? Zhu Angshan shot back. You eat my food, live under my roof, use my stuff, and I still have to take you home. How am I the one who owes you? Lucifer replied. Believe it or not, you really do owe us. That's what happens when you're the observer. While the group was busy bantering and tossing jokes back and forth, Dana had already finished preparing the interstellar jump module. Interstellar jump module is ready. Engine status, optimal. Destination, unknown. Survival protocol recommended. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from spitting. Complimentary sunflower seeds, peanuts, and 8 treasure porridge for the front row. Watch your legs, please. Zhu Angshan covered his face, his tone weary. You just won't admit you're an artificial idiot, will you? Why do you keep installing all these ridiculous, useless voice packs? Can't you just act normal for once and get this show on the road? Let's go, let's go. Though everyone's faces wore casual smiles, inwardly, they were all a bit tense. After all, this was their first time crossing dimensions with the primary consciousness in control. No one knew what awaited them on the other side. What was certain was that a tough battle lay ahead. From inside the ship, there was no direct view of the outside, but the screens used simulation technology to display the wormhole, creating a vivid, immersive experience. Flashes of color and images zipped by, forming walls along a single twisting passage, and not far ahead, the exit beckoned. Wormholes, in truth, are not so mysterious. Every dimension contains countless wormholes, but the key is discovering them, as they lurk deep within folds of space. Reaching them requires complex calculations and special techniques, and visible wormholes are almost non-existent. That's why, despite theorizing about wormholes for so long, humanity has yet to find one in the flesh. Only a few seconds passed before the ship endured a violent jolt as it traversed the wormhole, the hull scraping against the edge. After rebooting the energy module and restoring power, Dana skillfully brought the ship down on a desolate planet nearby. This planet appeared ancient and barren, seemingly devoid of any life. The sky was a dull ochre, as if covered in a veil of sand, and in the distance, the horizon blurred, where the yellow sky met the yellow earth. It was vast and empty, with countless furrows plowed into the ground, pockmarked by scattered craters, like pieces on a chessboard. The group stood at the ship's hatch. Lucifer unfurled his wings and took a deep breath. Not a pleasant scent. The air's loaded with sand, low humidity, high UV index, and not exactly skin-friendly. I'd recommend some moisturizer and sunscreen to protect yourselves. Zhu Angshan, who had been dawdling behind, picked up the conversation. Maybe you should apply to be a weather forecaster one day. The reason he'd been dragging his feet at the back was because he was putting on his survival suit, a suit that looked remarkably similar to the ones you see in the movies. It was a sleek black suit of armor, hugging close to the body, topped with an oversized helmet that enveloped his entire head and connected seamlessly at the neck. A strange, translucent membrane shrouded the suit, perfectly sealing off the inside from the outside world. Within the armor, a self-contained circulation system quietly operated. After all this time spent meditating, Zhu Angshan's innate abilities had grown so much that he could survive in extremely low oxygen environments. But unfortunately, this planet wasn't just low on oxygen. It had none at all. So, when the hatch first opened, Zhu Angshan, who'd been eager to lead the way, was instantly overwhelmed by the suffocating rush of airlessness. Admitting defeat, he darted back to the cargo bay, quickly donned his survival suit, and only then dared to venture out again. Say, we really did pass through the wormhole, right? Why is there absolutely nothing here? Lucifer looked around, curiosity lighting up his face. He bent down, pinched a bit of soil between his fingers, and added, so the next thing I'm supposed to do is taste the dirt, yeah? That's what they always do on TV. Thor shot Lucifer a look, as if sizing up a fool. Are you kidding me? Let me tell you, with my decades of experience in the film industry, what they put in their mouths isn't dirt. It's blood. Ouching C quietly put some distance between herself and the two, then finally spoke up. Enough bickering. You two are idiots. Do you really believe everything you see on TV? You've lived for millions of years. Where's all the wisdom? Zhu Angshan, who had originally rushed out first in his survival suit, now felt thoroughly embarrassed and silently shuffled to the rear of the group. She's right. These folks have lived for millions of years. Where has it all gone? Gods really do have it good. Ageless, undying. It made him wonder, would taking a bite out of one of them grant him immortality, like the legendary monk's flesh from ancient tales? There's definitely something wrong here. This is the wormhole's location, and the Zerg are planning to invade. Even if the place isn't heavily guarded, it should still have some troops stationed here. Why is it so deserted? It was Ouching C, ever the meticulous thinker, who first steered the conversation back to the real issue. Zhu Angshan blinked and tapped his helmet. Hey, Adonis. Can you hear me? Loud and clear, Commander. Through the built-in communications system of his survival suit, Zhu Angshan connected with Adonis. Although the other three weren't wearing survival suits, they each carried a microcom device fitted to their ears, devices reliable even in the harshest conditions. After all, if it's made on Krypton, it's bound to be top-notch. Ahem, let's do this. Activate the scan function. Cover a radius of 20 kilometers. Scan for all biological signatures and any traces of possible life activity. Report back immediately if anything turns up. After issuing his orders, the four of them strode forward, taking in the rugged charm of this otherworldly realm. In truth, it was only Zhu Angshan who was truly soaking in the atmosphere, like a country bumpkin, wide-eyed on his first trip. Beyond home. In contrast, the other three, Ao, Qingxi, Thor, and Lucifer, walked with an easy grace, at home in their surroundings, their faces calm and untroubled, worlds apart from Zhu Angshan, whose every expression radiated fresh curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Angshan exclaimed, "So this is what air from another dimension smells like. It's really nothing like Earth." The other three exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Thor stepped forward, his face a picture of awkwardness. He poked Zhu Angshan and said with careful politeness, "Boss, maybe we should head back to Earth and get your head checked out? You're breathing the air from your survival suit. There's no such thing as other-dimensional air in there." Zhu Angshan's delighted expression froze instantly. He snapped, "Thor, you're not getting paid this month." Looking utterly crestfallen, Thor protested with all his might, "Boss, I was pushed out here. I'm innocent. You didn't pay me last month. You can't skip this month too. I'll starve." "A god can starve?" Zhu Angshan shot him a sideways glance, convinced that Thor had been hanging around Ao Qingxi for too long and was starting to pick up her quirks. I'll die of sheer misery." Thor tried his luck with another feeble protest. "Then die, for all I care." Transmission report. The planet currently contains no ecosystem, no signs of active life. There are, however, traces of prior life activity located 2 kilometers below the surface. Entrance coordinates have been sent and displayed. Just as Thor's complaints failed to move anyone, Donna's scanning report drew everyone's attention away. As the report ended, a 3-dimensional map with coordinates appeared on Zhu Angshan's survival suit visor, marking a spot not far ahead. A cave, by the looks of it, with no remaining life signatures inside. "Shall I go check it out?" Lucifer's voice came through their shared comms network, having heard Donna's report too, and he suggested they investigate. Zhu Angshan nodded. After instructing Donna's to cloak the ship, keep it hovering, and initiate self-repair, he took the lead. Being the only one in a survival suit, he alone could see the 3-dimensional coordinates, though everyone could hear the report. Soon, they reached the cave entrance. Its structure was pure Zerg, primitive and utterly devoid of technology. It was nothing but a lonely mound of earth with a single 3-meter wide opening at its base. Inside, darkness swallowed everything. Nothing could be seen. The wind blew past the 4 of them and into the cave, carrying with it a mournful, wailing sound. Since Dana's scan showed no signs of life underground, the gods, deliberately ignoring Zhu Angshan, didn't bother to switch to battle mode. However, for safety's sake, the 4 of them still arranged themselves in a cautious formation. Thor, the strongest fighter, took the lead. Ao Qingxi carried Zhu Angshan in the middle, and Lucifer brought up the rear to cover everyone. Thanks to his innate ability, even in the utter darkness of the cave, Zhu Angshan saw everything as clear as daylight. "It looks like this tunnel leads us straight into the underworld," he announced. "The passage spirals downward. According to my precise calculations, it stretches for 10 kilometers. At our current pace, it'll take us an hour or 2 to walk through, so..." Question: what exactly is a spiral? Lucifer interrupted, ever the diligent student who wouldn't let any confusion slide. A spiral is, well, it's a spiral. Zhu Angshan realized he was at a loss for words. Just imagine a spring, stand it upright, we're at the top, and the underworld is at the bottom. Get it? Whether Lucifer understood or not, Ao Qingxi snapped her fingers, instantly teleporting everyone to the entrance of the underworld, saving them the trouble of trekking through the tunnel. "Doesn't matter if it's a spring or a noodle," she shrugged. "Either way, it's not our problem anymore. There, we've arrived." Except for Zhu Angshan, the 3 gods could also see perfectly well in the dark. With curiosity, the group surveyed the underworld, only to be sorely disappointed. The cavern was about 6 or 7 meters high, roughly the size of 2 or 3 soccer fields, dotted with irregular caves and tunnels. Jagged spikes jutted from the ground, and the terrain was rough and pitted. It seemed the insectoids hadn't bothered to modify this place when they operated here. They simply used it as a way station. Venturing forward from the entrance, they soon discovered scattered splotches of blood all across the underground world, some with bits of cloth or other substances mixed in. Carefully collecting these fragments, Zhu Angshan planned to bring them back for Dana to study. "Come here. I think there's a gun here." Ao Qingxi's excited voice caught Zhu Angshan's attention. He rushed over and took the object she'd found, examining it closely. Sure enough, it was a gun, the barrel bent, the magazine empty, faint traces of blood still clinging to the metal. This weapon likely belonged to a human from this world. After all, the insectoid's weapons were always part of their own bodies. It looks like the owner ran out of ammo fighting the insectoids, Thorm mused, stroking his chin. The insectoid must have bitten down on the barrel while he was distracted, wrested the gun away, and killed him. The bent barrel and the bite marks are all the proof you need. So what happened to the gun's owner? Ao Qingxi glanced around warily. You said before that insectoids don't use weapons, so they wouldn't have taken the gun. That means the fight most likely happened right here. It was probably eaten. Lucifer, who had been crouching to inspect the marks on the ground, stood up and said, My hometown also has insectoids, not quite the same as these, but equally ignorant and savage. These creatures never let any living thing go, because for them, as long as it's flesh, it's food. Even the corpses of their own kind are fair game. So, I'm guessing the owner of this gun was eaten after being attacked, which is why we can't find the body. Setting the gun down, Zhu Angshan continued forward. Let's go. Maybe we'll find more up ahead. The scene in front of them was much the same as before. Rocks splattered with blood, scraps of fabric, and abandoned firearms, except for one foul-smelling corner, the insectoid's latrine. By unanimous decision, Zhu Angshan, who couldn't smell a thing thanks to his survival suit, was nominated to investigate the pile of waste. The others could hardly be blamed. If Zhu Angshan's abilities were strong enough to see through all matter, he wouldn't have needed to dive into the dung heap at all. Even with the suit on, Zhu Angshan could feel the stench clawing at his nose like some devilish force. He fought back waves of nausea, searching for clues amid the filth. It seemed there was nothing new to find, and just as he was about to give up and bring a sample back to the surface, a faint sound reached his ears, a cry for help. It was weak but unmistakably clear. Following the sound, Zhu Angshan didn't find any survivors. Instead, he discovered a strangely patterned, round device emitting intermittent distress calls. It had to be a rescue beacon from the humans of this world. Carefully, Zhu Angshan pried the device out from a mound of waste and brought it to the others, who were pinching their noses against the smell. Lucifer couldn't stand it any longer. With a flourish of his hands, he conjured hellfire, incinerating every trace of the stench and filth from Zhu Angshan's suit. Seeing this, Ao Qingxi quickly summoned a gust of wind and a mist of water, sweeping away the lingering odor and refreshing the air around them. What's the big idea, minion? Why are you bringing us a pile of dung? Ao Qingxi finally let go of her nose, immediately demanding an explanation from the clueless fool who had dragged over the mess. Hey, Qingxi, boss isn't holding dung. Thor peered at the object and spoke up. Of course it's not dung. Why would I be holding dung? Are you out of your mind? Rolling his eyes at Ao Qingxi, Zhu Angshan continued. I heard a cry for help over there earlier. When I went to check, I found this thing. Looks like it's an automated distress beacon. Then it must be true. The humans were eaten by the insectoids, and this distress device is the best proof of that. Lucifer, picking up the thread of the conversation, explained, From what I see, the humans activated the distress device at the last moment, but the insectoids swallowed both the humans and the device whole. Since the device couldn't be digested, it was expelled with their waste and eventually discovered by the boss. The entire underground world was actually not very large, and there were hardly any clues to be found. So after discovering the distress device, everyone returned to the spaceship. All the items they had just found were sent to the research bay for analysis by the secondary mainframe, while Zhu Angshan and the others went back to the cockpit, waiting patiently for the results, hoping these few items might offer some kind of breakthrough. If not, the universe was so vast that even with faster-than-light travel, the chance of finding intelligent life was slim, and running into the insectoids again would be a major headache. At this point, Dana's research module was fairly advanced and could replicate most products of Kryptonian civilization, as well as analyze devices from most other civilizations, so the analysis results came out quickly. So you're saying that round, flat little thing isn't a distress device at all? That's right, Commander. Judging by its characteristics, this is actually a communications device. At that, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. None of them had expected that the object emitting signals, which looked so much like a distress beacon, was in fact a communicator. Then, one by one, their faces lit up with excitement. If this communicator could be repaired and put back into use, they might be able to contact the humans of this dimension. That would spare them from wandering aimlessly through the endless cosmos, wasting precious time. Zhu Angshan slapped his thigh. Is it fixable? How long will it take? Technically, there shouldn't be any problem. The research module is already analyzing, disassembling, and working on restoration. We'll have results soon. Ao Qingxi pursed her lips, her fingers absent-mindedly twining a lock of long hair that had fallen over her shoulder. But what if this communicator belongs to the insectoids? That's not impossible. Lucifer concurred with A.O. Chingxi's suspicion. Even though I previously assumed this thing ended up in the dung heap because it belonged to the humans, that was based on the premise that the communicator was human-made. If that premise is wrong, then my theory falls apart too. Only Thor seemed unconvinced. I don't think so. Would those dumb insectoids really know how to use something like this? They can't even make weapons, let alone operate a communicator. With a flick of his right hand, Zhu Angshan summoned a virtual control panel. He swiped across it a few times, pulling up all the information and data the research module had gathered so far. Pressing down on the files, he gently pushed them forward. Instantly, the data glided onto the main display screen in front of him. Meanwhile, the overall structure of the device was projected as a hologram to the left side of the cockpit, its layers unraveling one by one, slowly rotating in midair. Out of habit, Zhu Angshan propped his left hand under his chin and leaned back against the seat. With his right index finger, he tapped the armrest in a steady, rhythmic beat. His mind raced as he weighed two possible scenarios. Honestly, I'm inclined to agree with Saul. Did the memory fragments from the bug we found inside Anton mention anything about technology? Lucifer combed through the fragments with care and finally responded with certainty. No, nothing. Exactly, Saul said, sweeping his gaze around at the others. Even if most of those memory fragments have degraded, you'd still expect at least a trace of something about technology, right? The fact that there's nothing at all suggests the swarm never developed technology in the first place. That does make sense, A.O. Chingxi replied, turning to Saul as she tried to piece together the logic of their current theories. But if they never developed technology, then how did the swarm travel? Through wormholes? And why is it that humans, who are from the same dimension, managed to invent things like communications devices and firearms, while the swarm didn't develop anything at all? It's actually not that hard to explain, Saul replied, nodding toward Lucifer with a tilt of his chin. Look at him. His boss is an observer, right? And yet, observers can cross dimensions just fine. So, crossing from one dimension to another, whether it's by choice or by accident, doesn't necessarily require technology. By the same logic, traveling through a wormhole might not need tech support either. Maybe the swarm mastered some mysterious power that lets them use wormholes. A.O. Chingxi nodded quietly, her gaze lowering as she fell deep into thought, signaling her agreement with Saul's reasoning. After hearing Saul's theory, Zhu Angshan judged it highly plausible, so he decided to wait until the comms device was repaired before trying to contact whoever was on the other end. If it turned out to be humans, then all would be well. If it was the swarm, they could just hop in the ship and make a run for it. After all, if they couldn't win a fight, they could at least outrun them. Once Zhu Angshan shared his plan, everyone voiced their support. Right at that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Communications device fully repaired. No connection tests have been conducted yet. Current status, stable and ready for use. A mechanical device, bearing a striking resemblance to a hotel room service card, slowly rolled into the cockpit. The moment Saul laid eyes on it, he instantly decided to call it the food trolley. It reminded him of those days when he'd freeload French cuisine at Qingdong's family hotel. Resting on the trolley's tray was the communication device that Zhu Angshan had picked up, now restored, its casing even polished to a faint sheen. Zhu Angshan took it in his palm. The device, only 3 centimeters in diameter, was feather-light, its surface glowing with a soft blue light. He pressed a button on the device, and everyone held their breath, waiting patiently for a response. If all went well, this could save them a great deal of time, perhaps enough to stop the Zerd invasion. A burst of static crackled from the device, followed by a human voice. ZZZZ. Squad? Kevin Squad, do you read? Fortune seemed to be on their side. The communicator connected with the humans almost right away. Zhu Angshan's eyes lit up as he glanced at the others. After clearing his throat, he answered tentatively. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? My name is Zhu Angshan. I found your communicator, and I'd like to speak with your commanding officer. But as soon as Zhu Angshan finished speaking, the other end fell silent. The sudden quiet unsettled everyone. Lucifer, suspicion in his tone, asked, Boss, was it really a good idea to ask for their commander right off the bat? What if they don't trust us and think we killed their people, stole this communicator, or try to infiltrate them? Lucifer's words truly stunned Zhu Angshan. Up until this moment, all he'd thought about was contacting the other side and heading straight to eliminate the Zerg. He hadn't considered what to do if they didn't trust him. Just then, the communicator buzzed to life again. State your unit designation. Remain where you are and await the rescue team. They will depart immediately. No, that's not necessary. Just give us your coordinates. We'll fly to you ourselves. Saul blurted out these words in his impatience, the sentences tumbling out like beans from a bamboo tube. A.O. Chingxi, who tried to stop him, let her hand fall in resignation. That's it, we're done for. They really think we're spies now. This communicator must be transmitting our location along with the signal. Repeat. Remain where you are and await the rescue team. The voice on the communicator now sounded stern and commanding. Then, the connection was abruptly cut off, the signal lost. Lucifer, unconcerned, waved a hand dismissively. Let them come. This is our chance to prove who we are. If they still won't trust us, then we might as well go it alone and strike at the Zerg's nest ourselves. I agree with Lucifer. Zhu Angshan chimed in, voicing his support. It'd be best if we could cooperate, but if they're too foolish to trust us, then we're better off working solo. Soon after, Thor and Ao Qingxi also agreed to this plan. For gods, the power of this plane held no real threat, no matter how many extraordinary beings there were. It wouldn't make a fundamental difference. If they couldn't win, they could simply make a quick escape. Zhu Angshan and the others disembarked from the ship, instructing Donnas to remain cloaked and hovering in the air, engines primed and ready so they could blast off at light speed or even jump through a wormhole at a moment's notice. The four of them stood on the barren ground, waiting for the so-called rescue team. If the approaching team showed hostility, Ao Qingxi would instantly teleport everyone back to the airborne survivor, and they'd make a clean getaway. The script had already been written. All that remained was for the actors on the other side to take their places on stage. Taking advantage of this lull, Lucifer unfurled his wings and soared through the sky, performing all sorts of astonishing aerial maneuvers. A 720-degree spin was nothing to him, hardly worth mentioning. He'd been stifled for far too long on Earth, unable to set his true nature free. Watching Lucifer darting and weaving across the sky, Thor felt nothing but scorn. Millions of years old, and still acting like an overgrown child. Why can't he show a little maturity, like me? He mused, tending a fire on the ground as he tried to cook up some spicy hot pot. It was Zhu Angshan's first time visiting another plane, and at first he was full of curiosity. He even felt there was less dust in the air. But alas, there was nothing here but rocks, more rocks, and not even a trace of oxygen. So he found himself bored out his mind, watching Ao Qingxi hop and twirl through a dance routine. Yes, you heard right. Ao Qingxi had brought along her own tablet to play otaku dance videos. Who wouldn't be a little unnerved by that? Crouched on the ground, chin in his hands, Zhu Angshan stared at Ao Qingxi, thinking how cute she looked bouncing and prancing like that. If only she could stay this way, so much better than her usual fierce and prickly demeanor, which was just plain off-putting. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the sky. Looking up, they saw a massive spaceship descending toward the ground. The rescue team had arrived. Clearly, the technology of this plane's humans wasn't particularly advanced. The deafening rumble of the ship said as much. But judging from their appearance, their physiology was different from Earthlings. When the crew disembarked, they wore no protective gear, just standard combat uniforms and firearms, their helmets open-faced, with no breathing apparatus in sight. It seemed that oxygen was not a necessity for survival in this world. 2 columns of soldiers filed out of the slowly opening hatch, all heavily armed, over 100 in total, aiming the same type of guns Ao Qingxi had noticed before. They moved swiftly and methodically, forming a tight circle around the four, their disciplined actions a testament to their professionalism and iron will. Most people, faced with such a show of force, would feel a chill run down their spine, Zhu Angshan included. Ahem, should we raise our hands in a friendly gesture, just to show we're all natural and harmless? Zhu Angshan muttered, unsure if he was really asking anyone, or just seeking a little reassurance for himself. It was the first time he had experienced a situation like this, so feeling a bit flustered was only natural. Nevertheless, Zhu Angshan took a deep breath, steadying his emotions and mindset. Since he had become an observer, he couldn't afford to embarrass such a rare and protected species of the universe. Even if he had to fake it, he would make sure to put on a convincing act. He called out to the 3 gods, who were each playing idly by themselves, and cleared his throat. Hello, we come from another plane of existence. We're here to protect our own world from the Zerg, and we hope to work together with you. Right now, there's an underground chamber beneath our feet, and it was there that we found this. As he spoke, Zhu Angshan took the repaired communication device from his pocket and held it up high so the soldiers could get a good look at it. But as he stood there holding the device, glancing around, he realized that no one was responding to him. Feeling somewhat awkward, he was about to put it away when the circle of soldiers guarding the spaceship's hatch suddenly parted, opening a gap wide enough for 2 people to pass through. A middle-aged man in combat uniform, without a gun or helmet, strode in and stopped a short distance from the 4 of them, his hands clasped behind his back. His sharp gaze swept over the group, his face set in resolute lines. He had the air of a leader, clearly the head of this so-called rescue team. I am General Bruce. Where exactly did you find Captain Kevin's communicator? The newcomer looked to be about 50, his features chiseled and stern, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his square face radiating authority. His voice was hoarse yet powerful, every movement full of military discipline. Anyone could sense the iron resolve in his bearing. The force of his presence seemed to fill the whole area, leaving little doubt who was in command. The four of them, without needing to confer, pointed innocently toward the entrance not far away. At that moment, another young soldier emerged from behind the general. Rifle slung across his back, he carried a massive scanner in both hands, sweeping it up and down over the group for quite some time. At last, he stepped over to the general and saluted. Bruce nodded, then turned his gaze back to the four. We can't be certain you're really from another plane, but at least you passed our scan and proved you're not Zerg. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Now, prove to us that you are enemies of the Zerg. This left everyone genuinely baffled. How could they possibly prove that? Just declaring that the Zerg were planning to invade and destroy other worlds through wormholes would sound unbelievable to anyone. Commander, the ship's recorder has been running the whole time. It can replay everything you've experienced. Just provide your control credentials, and the footage can be shown. Dana's voice echoed in Zhu Angshan's mind, filling him with delight. He had never imagined the spaceship possessed such a function. It seemed that, when he had extracted and destroyed the worm from Anton's body, Dana had already recorded the entire process through the control credential. As for the spaceship credential, it was a prism-shaped key with an S emblem on top. Not only could it verify one's identity and remotely control the ship, but now it also turned out to have a recording function. Truly, technology changes lives in the most unexpected ways. With great effort, Zhu Angshan fished out the control credential and activated the projection system, aiming it at an empty patch of ground. The holographic projection replayed the entire process of extracting the Zerg's soul, interrogating it, and ultimately destroying it. Even the conversations were preserved and broadcasted through the suit's audio system, loud enough for everyone to hear. Upon seeing the contents of the holographic projection, General Bruce's expression softened a little. He waved his hand, and the soldiers around them lowered their weapons, though their vigilance remained. Evidently, he still could not fully trust them. I need to know in detail why you've come here. But first, take my men to the location where you found the device. With that, he gestured, and a man who looked like his adjutant stepped forward from behind him. At that moment, Zhu Angshan hesitated, wondering if it was wise to split up. Suddenly, Saul shot his hand into the air with excitement and shouted, "I'll take you there! I'll take you there!" Before Zhu Angshan could react, Saul had already dashed off like the wind, grinning from ear to ear as he led the adjutant away. He paid no mind to the adjutant's stoic face or lack of response to his enthusiasm. Saul's spirits were sky high, and he rattled on like a machine gun, his words pouring out in a rapid-fire stream. It looked as if he were making small talk, but his topics were wildly bizarre. Do you know Java? I invented it. Sure, it gets harder later on, but it's an important language. What? You don't know it? Oh, right, of course you wouldn't. No worries. But just remember, anyone who goes around shouting that PHP is the best language in the world, those guys are real blockheads. And hey, listening to Saul's endless rambling, Zhu Angshan and the others felt deeply embarrassed. General Bruce, utterly bewildered, tore his gaze away and turned to Zhu Angshan. Has he suffered some kind of trauma? The three looked at each other, none of them willing to speak. Ao Qingxi nudged Zhu Angshan, who awkwardly turned his head away, only to nudge Lucifer in turn. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans threatened to roll down Lucifer's forehead as he looked innocently at the other two, but their pointed stares gave him no escape. Left with no choice, he put on his most sincere face and said to General Bruce, "General, if you're willing to believe me, we don't actually know that man." Meow, meow, meow. With such a harmonious and congenial atmosphere, the talks between the two parties proceeded very smoothly. Zhu Angshan carefully recounted how their group first discovered the Zerg, passed through the wormhole, inspected the underground chamber, and then waited for the rescue team, selectively omitting certain details, like the existence of Danis. The Bruce delegation listened intently to the whole process, occasionally raising questions. With both sides maintaining an attitude of friendly cooperation and mutual benefit, they successfully concluded this meeting. In that case, I choose to trust you. But as a general of the Alliance, I must take responsibility for the entire Alliance and its people. You claim to have enough strength to help us eradicate the Zerg. He was interrupted when the adjutant, who had been sent to inspect the underground chamber, returned, trailing behind him a dejected Saul. The adjutant stepped forward and whispered something into Bruce's ear. Bruce considered this for a moment, then signaled for him to fall in and continued. In that case, please follow me to the frontline base. The military needs to conduct a thorough assessment of your group. With that, he turned sideways and made a welcoming gesture to the group, then headed toward the ship. They just want to keep us under their control. All this talk about assessments, yeah right. Ao Qingxi crossed her arms and scoffed with disdain. That's only to be expected, Zhu Angshan replied as he took the lead, following Bruce. Imagine a bunch of strangers suddenly show up, saying they'll help you fight monsters. Would you believe them if you were in their place? I'm with the boss on this one, Lucifer agreed. Then he glanced at Saul, who'd seemed off ever since he came back. What's wrong, Saul? You were all excited before, but now you look like you lost a bet. Saul sighed and hung his head. Didn't you tell me before that if two planes are close together, the creature's physiology and genetic sequences might be similar? So I tried to discreetly check out the adjutant's body, hoping to figure out if this place is near my homeland. Zhu Angshan was astonished. You can actually tell that kind of thing? Saul just dropped his head even lower. Turns out, I got all the way to trying it before realizing I don't actually have that skill. Once they boarded General Bruce's ship, the group was escorted to the reception lounge of the massive warship, accompanied by the adjutant who had inspected the underground chamber with Saul. There, they waited for the ship to reach the frontline base. It was clear that the adjutant was a thoughtful and meticulous individual, most likely acting under General Bruce's instructions. Although he chatted with the four as if casually, his questions were skillfully designed to probe for information about their world. Zhu Angshan was well prepared for such tactics. He pulled Ao Qingxi over to his side, and whenever the adjutant questioned him, he'd answer whatever he could and laugh off what he couldn't. If the adjutant ever grew suspicious, Ao Qingxi would zap him with a celestial spell right in the face. Believe it or not, he'd have no choice but to swallow it. It would be impolite not to return the courtesy. So naturally, Zhu Angshan took the opportunity to inquire about this dimension, asking about the Zerg, the wars, and the military. If the conversation drifted toward confidential matters, the adjutant would warily steer it elsewhere. At such moments, Ao Qingxi would simply slap a spell on his face. Whether he wanted to talk or not, he'd end up spilling everything. Since there were only a handful of people present and the guards were stationed outside, no one else noticed the use of magic. This allowed the five of them to hold a warm and successful meeting. The atmosphere friendly and harmonious, everyone grinning from ear to ear, their faces creased with smiles. Over nearly 2 hours of conversation, Zhu Angshan managed to extract nearly everything the adjutant knew, with Sol and Lucifer chiming in. With their banter, they even discovered the adjutant's rather disgusting habit of picking his nose for fun, humming to himself all the while. Here's a summary of what was discussed during those 2 hours. In this dimension, since the inhabitants don't rely on oxygen, their planet has no atmosphere. Though their technology isn't highly advanced, they've harnessed fuel-powered vehicles to overcome gravity and enter the interstellar age. Their expansion has been relentless, seizing vast resources and developing at a breakneck pace. The humans of this world have left behind their age of ignorance. They cast aside clan prejudices, unified all nations, and established the Tan's Republic Alliance. At the top sits the governor, beneath whom is the Senate, with each senator overseeing their own region. The structure appears loose, yet is tightly interconnected. There are no other intelligent species in this region, so people busied themselves tending trees, mining, building homes, creating a harmonious balance between their ecosystem and technology. Life was comfortable and scientific progress steady, until one day a scouting team ran into a horde of savage, bloodthirsty, barely sentient giant bugs. The two sides first encountered each other on an uncharted planet. The Zerg nearly wiped out the entire scouting team. The only survivors were the ship's pilot and the engineer who had stayed aboard. They managed to power up the ship and escape just in time, leaving that hellish, blood-soaked world far behind. As this was the Alliance's first discovery of an unknown species on an alien planet, the matter immediately drew the governor's attention. The news was locked down, and a military force dispatched to the planet. Designated BNM 159, the very one Zhu Angshan and his group had landed on. When attempts at communication failed, the military quickly surrounded and tried to control the Zerg. No one expected, however, that a massive swarm would suddenly surge from nowhere, forcing the military to retreat after suffering heavy losses. Realizing the sheer numbers and ferocity of the Zerg, the military leader swiftly established an investigative department, using all available resources to launch a thorough investigation. After extended periods of observation and analysis, as well as data transmitted by drone reconnaissance robots, it became clear that the number of Zerg far surpassed the total population of the Tan's Republic Alliance. Given sufficient resources, their numbers could multiply geometrically in a short period of time. To ensure the survival of their own species, humanity had no choice but to wage war against the Zerg. This year marked the 110th year of the species war. Decades of relentless conflict had caused the Alliance's population and resources to plummet sharply. Yet, thanks to their technological and military superiority, the Alliance's front lines had not suffered significant setbacks. The problem was that they no longer had the strength to advance. If this continued, exhaustion was inevitable, and the Alliance's decline was only a matter of time. Having gained a general understanding of the current situation on this plane, Zhu Angshan signaled to Ao Qingxi to put the adjutant to sleep. Under Ao Qingxi's mystical arts, the poor adjutant drifted into a hazy slumber. Meanwhile, Zhu Angshan's mind became clear and focused as he began to contemplate how to resolve this crisis. Well, that's the situation. No matter how troublesome it gets, we've still got to deal with it. Zhu Angshan leaned on the table, resting his chin on his hand, and shot a glance at the sleeping adjutant. He's explained things thoroughly enough. By the timeline, the beginning of this war coincides exactly with the moment when that bug inside Anton and his teammates arrived on Earth. Picking up where Zhu Angshan left off, Lucifer added, "Back then, the bugs were busy tinkering with wormholes, preparing to invade Earth. But they ran straight into the Alliance. After being beaten back, the planet we landed on became Alliance territory. That's why there isn't a single bug left at the wormhole site. In other words, it was the humans of this world who helped hold off the Zerg invasion." Ao Qingxi mused thoughtfully. "So, when our old comrades are in trouble, we can't just stand by and watch." Zhu Angshan stood up and rolled his shoulders, then pointed casually at the adjutant. "Go ahead and wake him up. We should be arriving soon." No. Wait a sec, hold on." Thor's face tightened with anxiety as he hurriedly stopped Ao Qingxi from waking the adjutant. Before anyone could ask, Thor blurted out, "Boss, you should check this guy's genetic sequence. There's no one else around right now. This is the perfect chance." Zhu Angshan paused in surprise. "You're right. It is a good opportunity. But I'm not yet at the level where I can just see someone's genetic sequence at a glance." Danasi. Come on, Danasi can do it, right?" Thor was so anxious he practically scratched his head in frustration. Before Zhu Angshan could respond, a noise came from the lounge entrance. The main door was about to open. With a wave of her hand, Ao Qingxi lifted the enchantment from the adjutant. The adjutant slowly woke, her eyes clouded with confusion as she looked at the four of them. This girl was as lovely as ever. That fool was still just as clueless. The two musclemen were still impressively built, except now the blonde one looked especially agitated. "Is there a problem? I can help you solve it." "Goodbye, sir." In her anxiety, Ao Qingxi knocked the lieutenant out again. That wasn't the right way to wake him. "Let's try one more time." When the lieutenant came to for the second time, his eyes still brimmed with confusion. The girl was as beautiful as ever. The fool was still as silly as before, and the two musclemen remained thoroughly muscular. The mission to accompany them had been completed perfectly. Solid work, no doubt about it. Perhaps the gods have a finer grasp of timing, for just as the lieutenant awoke properly, the door slid open. Soldiers standing outside nodded to him, and he instantly understood, rising to his feet. "Everyone this way, please." The ship had landed. They followed the lieutenant, making their way through the corridor they'd first entered, finally leaving the colossal vessel and stepping, for the first time, into a city of the Tan's Republic Alliance. To call this place a city, though, wasn't quite accurate. It was a frontline command post, developed from a fortress. Dark-toned buildings were scattered rather haphazardly throughout the area, and the mechanical, functional style of the architecture gave Zhu Angshan the illusion he'd stepped into the future. There were no skyscrapers reaching for the clouds, no spires or ornate decorations, hardly any embellishments at all. Everything here was built for utility, nothing more. They walked down somewhat grimy streets until they came before a huge, oddly shaped building. About 10 meters tall, it rose in a cylindrical form, its black armored plating covering every surface. With a light caught, the plating flashed with a cold, piercing gleam, leaving no doubt as to its solidity. The shape reminded Saul of a tart, albeit a black one. The lieutenant did not stop, so the four followed him inside this peculiar structure, only to discover a startlingly different world within. The interior was stark white, a sharp contrast to the outside. People in uniform hurried through the lobby. The center of the hall was open and rose up without a second level, only along the building's outer edge did parts of the structure bulge outward, hanging on the wall like capsules, with vertical elevators at their bases. The lieutenant led them beneath the largest capsule, where they took an elevator up. When the doors opened, the lieutenant didn't step out, but instead gestured politely for them to continue. The four exited, the doors shut behind them, and now only Zhu Angshan and his companions remained in the long corridor. Zhu Angshan glanced at Saul and Lucifer. The muscle duo seemed unconcerned. If these humans dared to try anything, they'd be ready to tear the place apart in no time. Feeling a pang of exasperation at their brutish confidence, Zhu Angshan turned to Ao Qingxi. She shrugged, indicating that while she disliked being manipulated, she had no issue with talking things over. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Zhu Angshan suddenly felt an itch in his armpit. Grimacing, he scratched hard and said, "Let's just get this straight. Cooperation is fine, but I'm not selling myself. The main point of the salvation of the plane plan is that our actions must be coordinated, our communication must be clear, and our goal is to wipe out the Zerg. Does everyone understand?" Yeah, we get it," came the impatient chorus. "You nag like an old lady. Hurry up and kill these bugs so we can go home. I haven't had spicy hot pot in almost a week. I'm dying here." Hearing the mounting impatience and sarcasm from the group, Zhu Angshan rolled his eyes and strode forward, hoping to leave their grumbling behind. Their muttering followed him as he led the way, and before long, they arrived at the only door at the end of the hallway. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open on its own. Inside, 7 or 8 people sat along one side of a long table, their bearing unmistakably that of power and authority. Each one fixed him with a stern, scrutinizing gaze, and there was a single empty seat among them. The detective instinctively swallowed hard, forced a smile, and offered a greeting from another world. "Hey everyone, have you eaten yet?" The group of high-ranking officials was momentarily stunned, then immediately erupted into what was supposed to be a hushed discussion, but was actually quite animated. "This guy looks like an absolute idiot." "Agreed. Not just dumb, ugly too. Are we seriously going to work with him? He doesn't look reliable at all. Why don't we just dissect him and see what makes him tick?" "I'm in favor." Zhu Angshan's face darkened as he strode forward, grabbed a chair, and brandished it at the old man who wanted to dissect him. "Oh, you want to dissect me? How about I crack open your head and see what's inside, huh? And you're calling me ugly? Takes one to know one. Your whole family's ugly. Your sense of beauty is warped. Look at you, your hairline's receded so far, you could rent out your scalp as an ice rink, and you got the nerve to call me ugly? I'll have Lucifer read you into pieces and see who's ugly then. Try anything else, and I'll bend you into an S shape with this chair." Suddenly, red warning lights flashed throughout the conference room. The entire space split in two as a transparent barrier rose from the crack in the floor, separating Zhu Angshan's group from the 7 or 8 dignitaries. Without warning, panels slid open along the walls, revealing an array of gun barrels, some large, some small, all trained on the 4 intruders. The largest barrel spun with a deep, menacing hum, like a wild beast ready to pounce at any moment. Thor let out a cold snort. With a sweeping gesture of his right hand, Mjolnir materialized out of thin air, summoned to his grasp. In that instant, his attire transformed from casual Earth sportswear to a suit of black divine armor, gleaming with a chilling, spectral sheen. A crimson cape unfurled behind him, billowing dramatically even in the absence of wind. Having summoned both his armor and hammer, now fully assuming his battle form, Thor shouted mightily and slammed his hammer down upon the floor. From the point of impact, bolts of raw lightning erupted, radiating outward to the surrounding walls and surging into the barrels of every weapon in the room. In the blink of an eye, the electric brilliance outshone even the flickering red warning lights, casting the 4 figures in stark relief, like gods and demons descending upon the world. When the lightning faded, every weapon lay ruined, consumed by the thunder god's power and rendered useless. With the lights destroyed, darkness swallowed the room. At that moment, Lucifer rose, floating into the air. He lifted his head and spread his arms wide, and instantly, hellfire blazed alive across the room, burning without fuel. Even those 7 or 8 high-ranking officials sitting behind the transparent protective barrier each found a small, ghostly flame flickering before them, mesmerizing and uncanny, yet radiating no heat. Setting down his chair, Zhu Angshan gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the transparent barrier. Remarkably, the shield cracked like shattered glass from the point of impact, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface until, with a resounding crash, it collapsed in a heap of glittering fragments. Feigning composure, Zhu Angshan struck a dramatic pose. Outwardly, he appeared calm as still water, but inside, he was practically grinning from ear to ear. Nearly half a month of meditation and training had paid off handsomely. No matter how fragile that barrier seemed, 2 weeks ago, he wouldn't have stood a chance at breaking it with a single punch. More likely, he would have broken his own hand and rolled on the floor howling in pain. Bring Bruce out here. I have no interest in discussing matters of life and death for 2 worlds with a bunch of fools like you. With that, Zhu Angshan sat down, crossed his legs, and waited for Bruce. Suddenly, a jolt shot through his mind as a voice intruded. Hey, lackey. Not bad today. Almost reflexively, Zhu Angshan replied. Not just today, you know. It worked. Not only had his meditation pushed his physical abilities beyond human limits, but his mental strength had grown as well. What once was a one-way telepathic link he could only receive, not send, was now fully under his control. If he could find a way to bring Dana into this mental network, they would be able to communicate freely without any external devices. This would undoubtedly make their future operations much smoother. Suddenly, a crack appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the room. It turned out to be a hidden door. General Bruce stepped out from behind it. We need to have a serious talk. I believe you have enough power to contend with the Zerg. General Bruce settled calmly into an empty seat, his composed demeanor standing in stark contrast to the panic of those around him. It became clear that the true authority in this place did not rest with the ostentatious group of 7 or 8 high-ranking officials, but with the man who commanded the military, General Bruce himself. Seeing that Bruce showed no fear in the face of their overwhelming power, Zhu Angshan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. People who have seen the world really are different. Their ability to withstand pressure is on another level. Here they were, displaying powers that would scare the wits out of anyone. Yet Bruce remained unflustered. If it were him, he might have panicked. Though he thought this, Zhu Angshan's words were as sharp as ever. We seek cooperation not because we fear the Zerg, but because we hope to eliminate the Zerg threat once and for all. You can choose to trust us, and we'll work with you too. Wipe out the Zerg or at least push them into a controllable corner. Of course, you can also choose not to trust us, but in that case, I'll just camp out on B&M 159 and watch, even if your entire race faces extinction. I won't lift a finger. Of course, he was only bluffing. Zhu Angshan understood perfectly well the lesson that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. If the Tan's Republic alliance were to collapse, the Zerg would have the strength to attack Earth. They couldn't stand guard at the wormhole forever, especially since A.O. Qingxi and the others still needed to return home. So his threats were just that, empty threats. But Bruce was obviously a shrewd man. He could see that Zhu Angshan and his group couldn't possibly keep watch over B&M 159 indefinitely. Choosing to believe in their sincerity for cooperation, Bruce's face suddenly broke into a smile. In that case, the Alliance will grant our allies the highest level of security clearance and cooperate with you fully. A.O. Qingxi muttered softly under her breath. When he says allies, why does it always remind me of don't shoot? I'm on your side. No one paid any mind to A.O. Qingxi's quip, as Zhu Angshan was now fully committed to playing the part. He swept his gaze over everyone on the opposite side. Since that's settled, I'd like to have a proper talk with the one who actually holds power. Bruce nodded in agreement. Of course. Please, everyone, follow me to another reception room that's still intact. With that, a few soldiers swung open the large doors. The adjutant who had first led the 4 of them and still looked shaken, his tone now tinged with both fear and respect. Please come with me. Without another word, he hurried off at a brisk pace, as if his heels were on fire. Lucifer watched the adjutant's hasty retreat and couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like we gave him quite a scare. You're really too timid. I didn't even swing my hammer at his head. Thor was still holding his combat stance, hammer and armor at the ready. But were we supposed to be here for a discussion? Are we sure this kind of wild bashing won't cause any problems? No big deal. Zhu Angshan waved his hand dismissively, scratching at his side with a carefree air. That Bruce never trusted us anyway. A little show of force isn't a bad thing. Otherwise, who knows what he'd take us for? A.O. Qingxi chimed in to support Zhu Angshan's viewpoint. I agree. A race that's been at war for generations won't easily trust a sudden new ally. Even if you could prove you came from another plane, they would still be extremely cautious. That's why we need to demonstrate our strength. Zhu Angshan picked up the thread. And even after we establish a partnership, we'll need to keep a certain distance. We're not planning to stay here long anyway. Hey, I think we're missing something important. Lucifer suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the 3 of them. What? Where's the observer of this plane? Hearing this, Thor and Zhu Angshan were both stunned. It was something they hadn't considered at all. Years of solitary habits had trapped their thinking. None of them were used to working with teammates. Now the 4 of them together was like a seabird falling in love with a fish. An accident, really. Huh, come to think of it, why doesn't my plane have an observer? Thor crossed his arms and lowered his head in thought. After I was born, Most powerful being I encountered was my father, the king, and he ruled the 9 realms, but none of those 9 planes ever had an observer. Zhu Angshan paused, surprised. That's true. In my plane, I became an observer pretty late because humans were weak, both in technology and individual strength. But in your world, Thor, gods everywhere you look, surely there should be an observer. All 9 planes without an observer. Ao Qingxi asked in disbelief. Could it be that your father was the observer, but you just didn't know? Thor shook his head gravely. Impossible. That's something my father would never hide from me. And even if you were the observer, what about the other planes? What about the other 8 observers? Lucifer rolled his eyes and bared his teeth in a crooked grin. Actually, I know of a situation like this. For instance, in my home world, the observer is my boss god. But the plane I oversee, Hell, doesn't have an observer. That's because Hell was a later creation, an uninhabited plane god set up to manage demons and souls. Maybe the other 8 planes in your world are like that too. Thor shook his head again, firmly disagreeing with the idea. His voice was resolute. Impossible. Back then, my father led the invincible army of the gods to conquer these 8 realms. The native races here were also incredibly powerful, so there must have been observers. Oh ho ho. Sounds like there's a story behind this. Zhu Angshan felt an itch not just in his armpit, but crawling up his entire back. Qingxi, scratch my back, will you? I'm dying over here. Ao Qingxi rolled her eyes, grumbling as she scratched his back. The observer in my homeland is called Pangu. He's not exactly active, but we can get in touch with him, so our whole realm has always been peaceful. Seems like there really is something wrong with your homeland. Thor, feeling better now, you sycophant? Much better, thanks Qingxi. Zhu Angshan's look of bliss made everyone shudder with discomfort. Honestly, I think the observer here just isn't interested in meddling. After all, it's not like the world is ending, right? Smack! Ao Qingxi delivered a sharp slap to Zhu Angshan's back, scolding, talk properly, and quit acting cute. Looking pitifully at Ao Qingxi, Zhu Angshan's voice was so full of grievance, it almost took physical form. I learned it from you. You know what they say, you become like those you surround yourself with. At this moment, the adjutant stood by a door not far away, signaling for them to enter. Once everyone was inside, he made a hasty retreat, practically running from the room. Lucifer watched him dash off, feeling a pang of sympathy. Poor kid, just not cut out for this. Can't handle the pressure. Thor was still lost in thought. He picked a chair at random and sat down, his face clouded with contemplation. Zhu Angshan quickly went over to reassure him. I might not know what happened in your homeland, but don't worry. Once I master the ability to open interdimensional portals, I'll help you investigate this. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Thor was so touched that his eyes brimmed with tears, and he immediately hugged Zhu Angshan. Boss, I'm so moved. Have you ever been kissed by a man? No, not interested. Get off. All right. I was just joking, anyway. Didn't really mean to kiss you. While the group was still bantering, General Bruce entered the conference room with a man and 2 women. After nodding and greeting, they took their seats opposite the 4. The 4 responded with nods of respect. No sooner had Zhu Angshan grasped the basics of direct psychic connection than he eagerly set up a private mental channel for the 4 of them. Outwardly, they were calm and composed, but inside the mental channel, chaos had already erupted. Lucifer, whoa, boss, why that guy just nod at us? Thor, it's called manners, idiot. Ao Qingxi, exactly. That's how it's done in my homeland too. So dignified. Lucifer, well, I still think it looks silly. Zhu Angshan asked, so what's the etiquette like in your hometown? How do you make sure you don't look foolish? Lucifer replied, usually we show our wings, then bow our heads and flap them a few times. The more flaps, the greater the respect. Thor chimed in, whoa, that's fancy. So when you see your boss, do you have to flap so much it looks like you're having a fit? Lucifer snorted, if I did that for you, I'd smack you right in the face with my wing. Zhu Angshan grinned. Hey Lucifer, I got a question. If you smack Thor and some feathers fall off, can I have them? Ao Qingxi interjected. Are you a husky or something? What do you even want those for? Zhu Angshan replied. Would you believe me if I said I'd sell them on the black market? Mental communication was swift and efficient, allowing them to exchange a huge amount of information in an instant. So, the entire conversation above took barely any time at all. Meanwhile, the Alliance leaders had already taken their seats, and General Bruce began to speak. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for standing with the Alliance. After witnessing your power, the Alliance is confident that you have the ability to help us eradicate and suppress the Zerg. Let's discuss our battle plan. But before General Bruce could finish, Zhu Angshan interrupted him, a move that even Ao Qingxi and the others hadn't expected. There's no need. I'll draft the battle plan and send it to you once it's ready. All you need to do is share your intel on the Zerg's forces and their deployments. With that, Zhuangshan reached into his survival suit and produced a pitch-black button. Here, this is our communicator. Just press this button and you'll be able to reach us. Bruce and the other three were completely taken aback by Zhuangshan's move, frozen in surprise. Bruce had only considered cooperating because of Zhuangshan's formidable power, but he hadn't anticipated they'd be this assertive, leaving no room for negotiation at all. All right, then we'll be on our way, Zhuangshan announced, getting to his feet and signaling the others to leave. If you're truly sincere about working together, get in touch. This is a win-win. With those words, the four of them vanished from sight. Bruce's face paled in shock as he sprang up and hurried over to inspect their seats, only to find nothing. No clues, no trace. They had simply vanished into thin air without warning. Of course, Bruce found nothing, because at that very moment, Zhuangshan had mentally instructed Ao Qingxi to teleport everyone back to the ship. It was only once they were safely aboard that the group truly erupted in a lively uproar. Ao Qingxi, hands on her hips, demanded an explanation. What was that about? Weren't we supposed to be cooperating? You just tossed him a little button and bolted. Seeing Thor and Lucifer staring at him with wide, puzzled eyes, Zhuangshan put on an air of mysterious wisdom, curling his lips into a knowing smile. He even raised his eyebrows at the group. You guys are way too impatient. My heart right now is as calm as a still lake. If anything, I just have an itch I'd like to scratch. For Asgard. Thor simply uttered the words, not even bothering to bring out his hammer. Yet Zhuangshan instinctively flinched, his cheeky grin vanishing at once. Come on, there's no need for all this violence. I really should explain. Lucifer shrugged. Then explain, go ahead. But will you actually listen to my explanation? Yes, we're listening. Go on. Thor replied, his own heart as calm as a well, though he did feel a slight urge to reach for his hammer. All right, listen up. Here's my explanation. If you keep rambling, I'll toss you back to Bruce myself. Perhaps genuinely cowed, Zhuangshan shrank back, still a little shaken. Ahem, I already told Danners to activate the war module. This module can autonomously devise battle strategies, using powerful calculations to pick out the best possible plan. That's why I wanted to get intel on the Zerg's positions. So Danners can calculate the optimal strategy, making it easier for us to wipe out the Zerg. Lucifer immediately caught on. No, that's not at all. This statement left the three of them even more baffled. If he'd gone to all this trouble to get the Zerg's locations, but didn't plan to destroy them, what was the point? Wasn't the ultimate goal to wipe out the Zerg anyway? Zhuangshan's face lit up with excitement again. Instead of answering, he awkwardly fumbled out of his survival suit. After much struggle, he finally shrugged it off to reveal his trench coat, then planted one foot on the commander's chair. With a dramatic flourish, he tossed his coat back, his voice brimming with smug satisfaction. Eliminating the Zerg isn't our mission. We have a different job, an assassination operation. Having delivered his line, Zhuangshan held his pose, flashing a perfectly timed eight-toothed smile and pointing both hands skyward. When he realized the others weren't reacting at all, he sneaked a glance at them, then gave his coat another dramatic toss and pointed to the sky again. Where's the applause? Why isn't anyone cheering? Lucifer deadpanned. All right, show's over. This idiot's lost his spark. Thor added, Qingxi, I joined your studio, remember? You'd better pay me before I go home. Ao Qingxi replied, no problem. My home dance studio may not be famous yet, but I've almost got 10,000 fans. I'm sure we'll go viral soon. Danners chimed in. So, is anyone willing to take on the legacy of Kryptonian civilization? The air was so cold and desolate. Zhuangshan could practically feel a thin layer of frost settling over his heart. Melancholic, mournful music seemed to echo all around. Quiet. I said quiet. With a face still burning with anger, she glared at the three of them, shot a quick glance at the floor. To show Dana, she'd looked at her too. Then Zhuangshan finally burst out, voice bristling with fury. This is a magnificent plan. I intend for Bruce to put pressure on the front lines, to force the Zerg to redeploy their armies, then calculate their movement routes, follow the trail straight to their command center, and destroy it. And you fools, none of you understand the painstaking effort behind my strategy. Ao Qingxi snorted, you big ham. The so-called high ground of this frontline command wasn't some grand, resplendent command center, nor was it a strict, solemn council chamber. Instead, it was nothing more than a series of watchtowers scattered along the city's outlying walls. Since the outbreak of war between the two races, the Zerg had claimed the lives of countless soldiers in bloody, brutal melee. This forced the Alliance's troops and generals to realize that all their previous experience in human-to-human warfare was now useless. Against these savage, techless monsters, raising tall, sturdy walls proved to be the most effective strategy. Thus, nearly every frontline city was ringed with fortresses. General Bruce now stood atop one such watchtower, gazing out as far as the eye could see. In the distance, the dark red earth betrayed the land's rich iron deposits. This was a planet abundant in iron ore. But Bruce knew all too well that the earth was not always so crimson. It was the blood of Alliance soldiers that had stained it with this somber hue. This land had once been a barren wasteland, devoid of life. The Alliance should have been mining the ever-present iron ore, refining it on-site, and then sending it to the rear to construct more buildings and tools. But now, all of it was being forged into guns and ammunition to ensure that the battles at the very front would never run short of supplies. As a soldier, this was the last thing he wanted to witness. He would gladly have given up his rank as general to be a blacksmith like his father, living out his days to the rhythm of hammer and anvil. A simple, unremarkable life. The ordinary existence of a common man was what he yearned for most. But that was impossible. The war had now dragged on for over 100 years, and he himself had spent half a lifetime in armor. Among the Alliance's generals, there were none who craved comfort or feared death. Every general was not only a brilliant strategist, but also a seasoned warrior. Hardened by blood and fire, they had already dedicated their lives to the Alliance, to humanity, to the promise of peace. No matter what the true nature of war may be, it always brings death. Yet, regardless of how many lives are lost, as long as the end goal is peace, then, war has meaning. That alone is enough for him to face his fallen comrades without shame, and enough for him to keep fighting with every breath he has left. General, using the devices left behind by those four, our technicians have transmitted all known Zerg data. There was just one thing he said. He called himself Zhuangshan and asked that we remember his name. The voice interrupted Bruce's thoughts and memories. Its owner was the adjutant who had previously guided Zhuangshan and the others. While reporting the latest developments to Bruce, he also voiced his own concerns. But, General, are we really going to cooperate with them? They seem extremely powerful and dangerous. Bruce gave a faint smile, turning to look at the adjutant. We don't have a choice. The current situation doesn't allow us to keep dragging this out. If we continue this war of attrition, the ultimate winner will certainly be the insectoids. Their overwhelming reproductive ability and population numbers far surpass humanity's, which has made them invincible since the very beginning. But we have guns, cannons, and warships of tremendous power, the adjutant protested, unable to hide his urgency. Bruce looked at him with a hint of disappointment and sighed. You've been by my side for years. How can you still let your emotions cloud your judgment on matters like this? The adjutant lowered his head in embarrassment. Your criticism is just general. I let my feelings get the better of me and didn't fully consider the situation. But their plan is flawless, almost perfect in fact. Bruce's gaze shifted back out the observation tower window, his voice tinged with melancholy. According to the plan, all we need to do is contain the insectoids and suppress their forces at the front. If the situation grows dire, they'll send reinforcements. If things go well, we might even push the front line forward. Even in the worst case, it will just have been a harmless attempt. Even if the plan fails, the Alliance loses nothing. But if it succeeds, we'll advance the front, and the rear will have more breathing room. These people with their strange and formidable powers, they could be humanity's hope. If we don't try, if we give up now, I'll never be able to accept that. Seeing Bruce's determination, the adjutant fell silent. He bowed respectfully and quietly withdrew from the observation post, leaving Bruce alone to gaze out across the vast, dark red landscape. He could no longer distinguish whether that crimson hue belonged to iron or to the dried bloodstains of fallen humans. All he knew was that, before long, this endless war might finally end. The universe might yet welcome peace. After receiving the information on the insectoids, Zhuangshan immediately sprang into action, calculating the enemy's troop distribution, movement patterns, and supply routes. The main scene unfolded as follows. Donna's reported the latest updates at intervals while the command deck's massive screens on either side filled with torrents of data and simulation graphs. The war module whirred and calculated at full speed, striving to produce the most accurate and effective plan in the shortest possible time. Zhuangshan, with his legs crossed and chin propped on his hand, dozed off in the command chair. Route calculations complete. Terminal information network synchronized. Firepower modules reinforced. War preparations finished, ready to go on high alert at any moment. After Daenerys had finished guiding each submodule's consciousness to complete the preparations for war, Zhuangshan finally stirred from his sleep. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and, bleary-eyed, asked, all set? Good. Where are they? Commander Thor and Deputy Commander Lucifer have ordered the construction of a gourmet module. At the moment, they're experimenting with spicy hot pot recipes. From alternate dimensions, Deputy Commander Ao Chingsi has ordered the construction of a culture module and is currently preparing her third dance performance. Zhu Angshan stared in disbelief. Are these people really this idle? At such a critical moment, they're using ship resources to indulge their personal whims, utter madness. Am I the only one busting my back here, working myself to the bone for the good of all humanity? With all due respect, Commander, your snoring just now was rather intense. Zhu Angshan blinked a few times, realizing he couldn't argue with that. Still, he couldn't let the ship get away with mocking him so easily. So, with a forced bravado, he barked, "Shut up. Who said you could talk back? Go fetch those 3 loafers for me now." Danae, entirely unfazed by Zhu Angshan shouting, responded in her usual even tone, befitting a top-tier artificially intelligent. "Airhead, please respect non-human ladies. Otherwise, I will cut off your suit's life support system and mark you as deceased." Zhu Angshan's face turned red and his neck bulged with frustration, but after a while he found himself at a loss for words. Who would have thought? He, the famous detective, never at a disadvantage even against Ao Chingsi, was now completely outmatched by a shipboard AI. What disgrace! As Zhu Angshan fumed, Thor and Lucifer wandered into the cockpit, each cradling a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot, slurping noodles as they walked. The savory sound of their eating made Zhu Angshan's stomach rumble with sudden hunger. Hey, is there any more? Just those 2 bowls. Watching as they neared the bottom of their bowls, Zhu Angshan couldn't hold back any longer. Grinning sheepishly, he shamelessly tried to wheedle some hot pot from them, anything, as long as they hadn't finished it all. Just as Lucifer hurriedly swallowed and prepared to reply, Ao Chingsi finally arrived, her voice cutting in ahead of him. Well, has the great detective sunk so low he has to beg food from 2 unemployed slackers? Zhu Angshan flushed instantly, slapping the armrest of his seat to show he wasn't rattled. Outwardly and inwardly, he tried to project the calm of a seasoned hound. Watch yourself. Thor and Lucifer are our teammates, our partners. How can you talk about them like that? Besides, I'm their boss. They're employees of the Zhu Angshan Detective Agency. When is the boss going to pay us? Saul asked, slurping his noodles while eyeing Zhu Angshan, his mouth never pausing as he chewed. We didn't get paid last month, he mumbled through mouthfuls. And if the wages don't come this month either, I'm going to starve. Zhu Angshan collapsed into his seat in utter exhaustion, staring up at the ceiling with a helpless sigh. How many times do I have to repeat myself before you all remember? Gods, do not get hungry. I know, boss, Saul replied, noisily sucking in more noodles. It's just a metaphor, isn't it? Everyone says they're so broke, they're starving. But if someone was really starving, would they even have the energy to bounce around and complain about it? Lucifer, feigning shock, exclaimed, Brother Saul, your studies in linguistics have really gone deep lately. You're even getting philosophical. Saul shot him a look of equal surprise. Lucifer, I can't believe you know what philosophy is. Looks like you really do live and learn, no matter how old you get. Rolling his eyes at the 2 hopeless cases, hot pot-obsessed fools, he thought, though quickly corrected himself. Zhu Angshan shut his eyes and brooded in silence for a long while. At last, he snapped his eyes open, fixing Ao Chingsi with a gaze brimming with anger, frustration, and a whole storm of feelings, hoping to ignite at least a spark of guilt within her. Unsurprisingly, he failed. With elegance, Ao Chingsi smoothed her skirt and took her seat, idly twirling a lock of hair that fell across her chest. She looked the very picture of tranquil contentment, but the words she spoke were anything but gentle. Lackey, I left my tablet in the culture module. Go fetch it for me. Why don't you just send the service cart? Zhu Angshan protested from his seat, busy setting parameters on the spaceship. The cart was designed to free us from menial tasks. Besides, I am the commander of this ship. Surely my talents shouldn't be wasted on errands. She let out a cold laugh. If you won't go, then while you're still not wearing your survival suit, I'll take you on a stroll through space. You'll get to touch the dazzling stars and feel the radiation up close. Then you'll really understand why the universe sparkles so brightly. Zhu Angshan wilted in an instant. He scrambled up from his seat without another word and dashed toward the legendary culture module, muttering under his breath about the tyrannical and temperamental dragon. That was Ao Chingsi. The victory and liberation of the Tan's Republic and its allied forces couldn't come soon enough, he thought. Who knew when he might finally escape the clutches of this ferocious dragon? A few days later, the agreed-upon time arrived. Bruce's army stood ready, weapons loaded, as soldiers marched onto the transport ships. Their backs were weighed down with ammunition, rations, and supplies. The logistics teams had already reached the front lines, joining with those who'd been stationed there long-term to reinforce the defenses, all in anticipation of the arrival of the main fighting force. Bruce had never liked that grand and imposing operations commander. In fact, he had always been reluctant to mobilize soldiers for any battle, because every war, no matter its scale, almost inevitably resulted in casualties. Now he stood at the window of the watchtower, letting the biting wind rush into his collar without pulling his coat tighter. He needed to stay sharp. According to the plan, dozens of battle points along the entire front would launch assaults simultaneously. Once the feint attacks at certain points succeeded, the troops would immediately withdraw and quickly reinforce other positions along predetermined routes. The previously straight front line would become wave-shaped, forming several small pockets. If the encirclement went well, they would promptly seize the battlefield. If it failed, they would retreat back to the original line and hold their ground. Some of the warships had already completed loading personnel and supplies. Amid a thunderous roar, they ascended into the sky, accelerating slowly at first before streaking swiftly toward the front lines. Behind them, more warships approached from afar, not stopping but heading straight for the battlefield. Thousands of warships filled the sky, blotting out the sun and casting the planet into shadow, as if a storm of darkness was about to engulf the city. Those reinforcements had been drawn by Bruce from other fortress cities. This redeployment of forces was enough to deliver a heavy blow to the insectoid horde. During the long standoff, the Alliance's front had never been breached, but it had also not launched any major offensives for a long time, a situation that was deeply awkward. After decades of trench warfare, Bruce was weary of it all. He longed for a chance to strike first, even if this offensive was mainly a feint. Each day, this war consumed countless precious lives, but the only reason for these losses was to keep the front from collapsing, to allow humanity in the Alliance to cling to survival just a little longer. With a solemn gesture, Bruce fastened the buttons on his coat, spun on his heel, and descended the watchtower, heading toward the operations command room. Today, in that place he knew best and liked least, he would bring some matters to a close and prepare for the uncertain future, whether it ended in failure or success. Compared to Bruce's gravity and seriousness, Zhuang Shan was much more of a rogue. He would frequently flirt with the ship Maiden Donnas, and when he tired of that, he'd banter with Thor in dialect, leaving Thor utterly bewildered. At times like these, A.O. Qingxi would step in, inviting him to join a dance routine from their favorite anime, which usually sent him fleeing in panic. Usually, Lucifer would jump in to save the situation, inviting Zhu to sample his freshly made Isadis-flavored spicy hot pot. After careful consideration, the great detective decided he'd rather feign death. Commander, General Bruce is ready. The troops have set out, sensor data is being uploaded and analyzed in real time, and the war modules are running calculations on the fly. Everything is operating as expected. All right then, let's fly. We'll find a good spot to cloak ourselves and keep watch. If the enemy doesn't move, we don't move. If the enemy moves, we still don't move. If they keep moving, we'll smash them to bits. Neither the naked eye nor the Alliance's monitoring instruments noticed the tiny figure darting swiftly through the massive fleet. In no time, it broke away from the main force and hovered above the battle line, casting its powerful surveillance anchor into the airspace above the front. Everything here was firmly within its grasp. They didn't have to wait long. The Alliance warships all arrived at their designated positions, and at the appointed time, as if on cue yet with startling abruptness, they launched their assault on the insectoid swarm. These ignorant, brutal, mindless lower-tier bugs had no idea what was happening, but the violence etched into their blood took over, throwing them into a frenzy of slaughter. Ross was a private second class in the Alliance. This wasn't his first time on the battlefield, but it was the first time he'd seen these bugs up close. In previous wars, the Alliance always held the line, relying on towering walls and overwhelming firepower to suppress the insectoids. Occasionally, a high-tier bug would appear, huge, thick-skinned monsters that would bring chaos and carnage in their wake. Ordinary machine guns barely even tickled them. Only high-caliber weapons could inflict any meaningful damage, and even then, it was negligible compared to their massive size. That was when it was time to retreat. The warship's guns would provide covering fire, while the rest of the troops would withdraw in order. But there were always a few unlucky souls who panicked and lost their way, ending up devoured or torn apart. Ross's orders were to feign an attack, and then retreat as soon as the signal was given. He just hoped he wouldn't be one of those unlucky ones. His sister and parents were waiting for him back home, as was his sweet Alina. She was so pure, so unblemished. Only one more year, and she'd be able to leave this place. Maybe they could go home and start a little business together. It sounded like a wonderful plan. If only he could marry his beloved Alina, have a son and a daughter. Even with the front lines ablaze in war, perhaps peace and stability could still be found in the rear. No, no sons. Boys would have to go to war. He couldn't let his own son face this same fate, living every day at death's door. Thinking about it, his parents must worry about him just as much. But in his youthful arrogance, he dreamed of glory on the battlefield, ignoring everyone's objections and abandoning his stable. Life to come here. His mother's tears and the heartbreak in her eyes that day were a pain he'd never be able to repay. If he survived this, he'd have to contact his parents and apologize. Suddenly, the retreat signal shattered Ross's daydreams. Relief surged through him. He stowed his weapon, adjusted his helmet, and bolted for the rear, not even noticing the bug lurking behind a rock just ahead. The Zerg's savage mandibles contracted and expanded in a relentless rhythm, while its massive size sliced blindly through the air. Watching the humans ahead inexplicably flee, turning their unprotected backs to it, the creature was overcome with anticipation. Such a tempting meal, right within its grasp. It slithered out from behind a rock, broke into a quick trot, and, apparently dissatisfied with its speed, burst into an all-out sprint. When the prey was close enough, it suddenly launched itself. With its powerful hind legs soaring through the air, the Zerg howled in exhilaration, its saliva streaming from its jaws and tracing a hungry, primal arc before spattering onto the ground. At that moment, Ross sensed a strange sound behind him. He glanced back instinctively, only to be struck with terror as he saw a Zerg mid-leap, hurtling straight at him. Panic surged through him. Ross ran even faster, mind blank, his senses narrowed to the harsh rasp of his own breath. Then, disaster struck. His foot caught on a branch or perhaps a rock. It hardly mattered now. Ross tumbled to the ground, reduced to a desperate, scrambling mess. He couldn't even hear his own ragged breathing anymore. Just sat there, limp and paralyzed, watching the Zerg close in. His limbs refused to obey, making it impossible to crawl away. He could do nothing but stare as the monstrous creature drew ever nearer, awaiting the size or mandibles that would surely cleave him in two. Ross felt the Zerg's drool spatter across his face, thick, reeking of rot. Its side crashed down, but missed, plunging into the earth beside him. Something was wrong. The Zerg seemed already dead. The next instant would be forever etched into Ross's memory. Suspended in the air was a man, handsome, elegant, and utterly striking. It was not the noble features or refined bearing that drew the eye, but the wings. Unfurled behind him, 3 pairs of jet-black wings stretched wide, shimmering with an eerie, mesmerizing luster. The man offered Ross a gentle smile. Then, something extraordinary occurred. Ross felt a strange force cradle him, and to his astonishment, he began to float. Within moments, he was set safely on the ground, his weapon rising from the earth. And returning to his grasp, the winged man gestured for him to leave, the smile fading swiftly as he turned to face the tide of Zerg swarming toward them, his expression turning cool and unyielding. The winged, handsome, and elegant man could only be Lucifer himself. Half an hour ago, he and the others had been boasting rowdily aboard the ship. Thor had bragged about the time he slew a host of minions with a single swing while hunting Surtur, and claimed Surtur's dragon had wet itself in terror at the mere sight of him. Of course, Ao Qingxi would not let that slide. Though she had no idea whether the dragons from that distant realm were kin to her own kind, she fiercely defended their courage and strength. She was convinced Thor was simply intoxicated and talking nonsense, and insisted on disembarking to the front lines to show off her own power. Thor wasn't having it. When it came to strength, he had never backed down from challenge. He immediately shouted for the doors to be opened, insisting on going out to face the Zerg. Single combat. Lucifer just chuckled, spreading his wings and declaring that as the ruler of hell, he could wipe out a whole battalion with a single flap. None of them could measure up. So in the end, only Zhuangshan, the weakest among them, was left behind on the ship. He looked on helplessly as the 3 superhumans bounded off to the front lines, leaving him alone on the vessel, feeling sorry for himself in his solitude. After helping the injured Alliance human to his feet, Lucifer gave his wings a shake and soared even higher above the battlefield. Some of the Zerg below noticed a creature overhead and, with a powerful leap, tried to reach him, hoping to tear him apart. A sly smile tugged at the corners of Lucifer's mouth. With a hint of mockery, he stretched out his arms, then suddenly clenched his fists. Instantly, countless eerie streaks of black light burst from behind him. These feathers sliced through the air in utter silence, slicing through the bodies of the Zerg at lightning speed and pinning themselves deep into the rocks below. The Zerg who had leapt into the air didn't even have time to react. Lucifer's feathers pierced through them so swiftly that their lives were snuffed out. Instantaneously, their bodies, wrenched from their intended paths, tumbled backward, crashing into the charging swarm below, where they were trampled into pulp. Nor did the charging Zerg escape this deluge of black feathers. The deadly quills swept silently through their ranks, annihilating the entire front line. Starting from beneath Lucifer's feet, the Zerg fell lifeless in an instant. Their bodies carried forward a little further by sheer momentum before collapsing onto the rocks, never to move again. Death swept across the battlefield in relentless waves. Lucifer, brimming with pride, spoke through the mental link. "Boss, did you get that on record? How was my AoE just now? Pretty awesome, right? And I even saved someone while I was at it. Doesn't that make me way cooler than Thor?" Zhuangshan picked his nose absent-mindedly, glancing at the screen where Thor appeared, and answered reluctantly, "You won't believe it, but Thor's AoE might be just as impressive as yours." On screen, Thor stood alone atop a mound, his hammer in hand, with the warships already retreated behind him. He raised his hammer high, eyes blazing with lightning so intense that his pupils disappeared into the glow. Electric arcs danced across his body, channeling into Mjolnir. Suddenly, the once ordinary sky erupted with thunder and lightning, the spectacle so astonishing that even the Zerg halted in their tracks. Once he had gathered enough power, Thor let out a thunderous roar and brought Mjolnir crashing down at his feet. Instantly, a mighty shockwave radiated from the hammer, surging through every corner of the battlefield. The Zerg, unable to escape, were struck by the wave, charged with the pure fury of thunder, and were instantly incinerated, reduced to smoldering husks. Dust billowed into the air, and after a long while, the clouds of sand and grit gradually settled to the ground under the pull of gravity. The mound beneath Thor's feet had vanished without a trace, leaving only a deep, gaping crater. All around its rim, countless charred lumps of coke lay scattered, crackling and snapping in the wind, some even splitting open and tumbling down with a clatter. Thor slowly put away his hammer and strode off toward the direction in which the warship was retreating. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Zhuangshan, having just finished picking his nose, now started in on his ears. "Ah, that's the spot. So good. Qingxi, why haven't you made a move yet? Quit shouting. My attacks are too destructive. I'm afraid of collateral damage." "Ayo," Qingxi replied, crouched behind a boulder, peering out to check if the Alliance had completed their retreat. "Hey, lackey, have you set up the camera yet? Relax, relax. Come on, with Kryptonian tech, recording a video for you is a piece of cake." Zhuangshan's words slowed, his voice trailing off, and even his cockily crossed leg slipped down unconsciously. The scene before him was simply too overwhelming. A golden dragon, perhaps dozens, maybe even hundreds of kilometers long, so vast he couldn't even guess, coiled across the planet's surface. Its whiskers and mane flared outward, and its titanic body completely blanketed the swarm below. Even the largest of the high-level insectoids looked no bigger than a single scale on her body. The golden dragon spiraled and tumbled through the sky, glancing at the warship now far away, then unleashed a mighty roar toward the insect horde below. The dragon's cry soared, carrying with it a tidal wave of psychic energy and raw power, sweeping across the entire region with no distinction. In an instant, the insectoids exploded, their bodies bursting apart in showers of flesh and blood. The whole planet was transformed into a vision of hell. Staring down at the gore and mangled remains on the ground, the dragon roared again. But this time, the roar carried no psychic force, only a deep, scornful contempt. It was the crushing majesty of a god over mere mortals, the utter disdain of a higher being for the lowly insect race. With that final roar, the dragon wheeled away from the carnage, swiftly flying off toward the next faint attack point, leaving the slaughter behind. Zhuangshan sat frozen in the cockpit, stunned into silence. In terms of lethality, all three of their ultimate moves, no matter what they looked like, ended the same way. Every insectoid annihilated. In a single blow, none left alive. But Ao Qingxi's sheer scale was something else entirely. Even from the void of space, her enormous golden form could be seen gliding across the battlefield. Holy smokes, that's insane. Who knew you could pull something off like that? And so, still reeling, Zhuangshan scored Thor and Lucifer each a 9, but gave Ao Qingxi a perfect 10. He even declared that, once he got home, he'd burn the footage onto a poster and hang it up to ward off evil. "Commander, sir, sensors have detected abnormal spatial fluctuations. Data streams are spiking. There's a wormhole reaction." Still in shock, Zhuangshan shook his head hard to clear his mind and refocus. He knew exactly what these spatial disturbances meant. All along, the Alliance had never understood how the Zerg transported their forces or adjusted their defensive lines. According to the Alliance's records, they believed the Zerg to be a native species naturally inhabiting certain planets. However, they could not explain why, after some time, the Zerg would suddenly appear on celestial bodies near their original planets. During the century-long war, the Alliance had, in the early years, pushed their front lines out beyond 30 planets from the core survival zone. Yet before long, the Zerg would erupt into the fortresses as if they had sprung up from underground, abruptly reclaiming lost ground. Within just a few years, the Alliance lost half of its territory, and since then has struggled desperately just to hold the line. In recent years, although the Zerg have stopped emerging from beneath the earth, no matter how many outposts are established, the Zerg destroy them all. No matter how many troops are sent to sweep them out, their numbers always return to previous levels by the next day. A rumor once swept through the Alliance that these creatures were the spawn of demons, gifted with the power of resurrection. The Tans Republic and the Alliance could never unravel the pattern or means by which the Zerg appeared. This was due to their technological limitations. Of course, compared to Earth their technology was advanced. After all, they had achieved faster-than-light travel and entered the interstellar age. But for other civilizations, like the Zerg, this was far from enough. Drawing upon extensive observation and data analysis, and especially after this round of real-time monitoring, Zhuangshan was now certain that the Zerg's method, if not their very pathway, for shifting forces and relocating their population was none other than wormholes. As soon as Danae received the data, she immediately ran a comparison. The reference was the data from the Survivor, which had traveled through a wormhole from Earth's Dimension 2. This one, the results were nearly identical. The remaining discrepancies, she guessed, likely stemmed from fundamental differences in the universal constants between the two planes. Truthfully, there was no need for such a painstaking data comparison. The appearance of spatial fluctuations was proof enough. The Tans Alliance had never mastered technology of this kind, while the Zerg had been infiltrating Earth with spies via wormholes for over a century. It was as clear as day. Without hesitation, Zhuangshan ordered Danae to compile a detailed data comparison report and send it to Bruce. Whether Bruce could make sense of it didn't matter to him. He had more pressing matters at hand. Once Zhuangshan became adept at using the direct neural link, the ship's research module had been working on how to add Denai's channel to the four-person mental network. That system had long since been completed and was already in use. Hey, you haven't lost yourselves in the heat of battle, have you? Keep your eyes open, all right? I had Danae send out a spatial coordinate once everything's wrapped. Oh, we'll all head there. No questions asked, just get to the spot and start smashing things. Though, my guess is there won't be much to smash, except for a whole lot of bugs. While operating the control panel on the commander's chair, Zhuangshan kept in touch with the other three. In this plan, the entire Alliance's offensive was really just a feint. The real strike force was made up of the four of them, or as some might call it, 3 gods and a ship. But such details hardly mattered. The point was, the Alliance's role was to lure out the Zerg, and then pull back when the job was done. The truly decisive action would be left to this most peculiar team in history. He skillfully docked the ship with Sol and Lucifer, and on the way, they bumped into Ao Ching, the colossal golden dragon, crackling with sparks and electricity. Now the squad was complete. Lucifer flapped his wings with a loud rush, darting forward at high speed. Beside him, Sol swung his hammer with all his might, casting quick glances at Lucifer as if they were racing to see who could fly faster. In contrast, Ao Ching seemed utterly unbothered. Each casual sweep of his massive tail covered a distance the other two would need ages to travel, and when the mood struck, he would simply teleport ahead. But the most comfortable of them all was Zhuangshan, lounging back in the cockpit, legs crossed, humming a tune. Carefree as ever, he filmed the trio, planning to edit together footage of this flight with their earlier area of effect attacks. Compared to this, even the wildest Hollywood blockbusters seemed dull. After all, what special effects could ever compete with the real thing? Though the commander himself was idle, the ship was anything but. Ever since the war began, Dana had been monitoring data, tirelessly gathering spatial information from every sector they passed through, calibrating coordinates with razor-sharp precision. By now, she had mapped every wormhole across dozens of planets along the front line. Yet the further they advanced, the stranger the spatial data became. All these wormholes seemed to originate from a single starting point. In other words, the wormholes were arranged in a branching, tree-like topology. If all these wormholes had formed naturally, it would be one thing. But if some powerful beings had created them, then it was very possible that, somewhere countless light years away, there existed another nation much like the Tans Republic and the Alliance, also resisting the Zerg. The Zerg Supreme Command Center sat at the end of this tree-like network, functioning much like a server. It was responsible for producing the Zerg and then routing them through intermediate wormholes to a given region before sending them down to lower-level wormholes directly onto the planets within those regions. This realization sent a chill down Zhu Angshan's spine. The Tans Republic and the Alliance were not technologically advanced. They only knew that within their million-light-year span, there were no other intelligent beings besides the Zerg. But what about beyond that? Millions or even billions of light-years away. In the vastness of the universe, could there be allies out there fighting the same desperate battle against the Zerg? If the Zerg truly have the ability to invade multiple star systems at the same time, then just how powerful are they? Zhu Angshan fell silent, lost in thought. He wondered if the four of them, relying on their overwhelming strength to persuade Bruce to strike back at the Zerg, had really made the right decision. He had come to this dimension with the sole purpose of solving the threat the Zerg posed to his own world. Was cooperating with Bruce considered exploitation? As an observer, he had every reason to defend his own universe. But when his own life was at stake, was all this effort truly worth it? With a sharp crack, Zhu Angshan slapped himself across the face, almost as if he were shouting at himself. Of course it's worth it. What are you thinking? A true warrior faces blood and pain head-on and doesn't flinch from the harsh realities of life. Don't back down, just go for it. He glanced at his three companions, who were laughing and flying outside the ship, and could only manage a wry smile. The more he learned about his enemies, the more cautious he became. The naive determination he'd had, wanting to blow up the Zerg's homeworld before even entering this universe, now seemed so immature. No wonder setbacks make people grow. Setbacks do make people grow, but time rarely gives you much space to reflect on them. Before long, they arrived at the planet where the mid-tier wormhole was located. Ao Qingxi had already withdrawn her true form and teleported herself back onto the ship. At the moment, she was busily brushing her hair. According to her, those filthy bugs had messed up her mane, and as soon as she got home, she was going to pamper it with plenty of shampoo and conditioner. She had conveniently brought Saul and Lucifer on board as well. The ship was now in stealth mode, quietly approaching the planet at subsonic speed. From orbit, the planet looked utterly ravaged. A massive rift split the surface, as if a giant had swung a mighty axe with all his strength, trying to cleave the world in two. The black, jagged ground seemed to be littered with debris as though rocks had exploded outward from the massive blow. So this is where the mid-tier wormhole is? Mused Lucifer, his expression thoughtful. Looks about right. Very much the Zerg style. Burn, kill, loot, and leave nothing behind. This is indeed the mid-tier wormhole's location, but I doubt it's as barren as it looks, said Dana, her voice clear and melodious. Look. As she spoke, the ship's screen zoomed in, no longer showing the entire planet, but focusing instead on a particular area, the massive rift. The sight that met their eyes left everyone utterly stunned. That chasm wasn't a real chasm at all. It turned out to be an enormous wormhole. Since everyone was observing the planet from space, what they saw was the nearly circular top of the wormhole, and they'd mistaken it for a deep gorge. From the wormhole, waves of insectoids kept crawling out, while on the far side, more insectoids were constantly entering, as if they were being transported through the wormhole to a lower layer, namely, the planet where the battlefield was. No one expected what came next. It was even more shocking. Dana's adjusted her view, stretching and magnifying other areas, and to everyone's horror, the pitch-black ground was teeming with insectoids. She shifted her position again, but it was still insectoids, and the same happened no matter how she adjusted. The entire surface of the planet was crawling with insectoids. Their numbers exceeded tens of billions. This scene reminded Zhu Angshan of a joke, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why are you laughing, lackey? Ao Qingxi's brows were tightly knit. It was clear she'd realized the magnitude of the insectoid army. These things may be weak, but if there are so many here, imagine how many must be back on their home world. And you're still laughing? Zhu Angshan quickly straightened his face, waved his hand, and said, Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Lucifer gasped. Boss, have you lost your mind from fright? Thor shouted. Qingxi, pinch his philtrum. Dana's, emergency mode, activate. Ambulance. Ambulance. What are you yelling about? I'm not crazy. Zhu Angshan shook his head helplessly, looking at the two muscle-bound oafs. Seeing this whole planet crawling with bugs just reminded me of a joke. Someone once asked what's outside the Earth, and the answer was milk tea. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. I could live my whole life off the strength of that joke. Ha ha ha, why aren't you all laughing? Ao, Qingxi said. Thor, Lucifer, hold this fool down. I'm getting ready to pinch his philtrum. Thor and Lucifer, you got it. Zhu Angshan. Come on, don't make a scene. Not a single one of you gets such a funny joke. You all seriously need to see a doctor, Zhu Angshan declared, full of righteous indignation at their total lack of humor. Ah, you big pork knuckle. In A.O. Qingxi's view, people with different senses of humor just shouldn't sit together and try to swap tall tales. All right, I won't stoop to your level. Let's focus on figuring out how to destroy that wormhole. Destroying the wormhole was now Zhu Angshan's top priority. Wiping out the insectoids themselves was easy enough. A couple of rounds of AoE attacks from the group, or a ship's indiscriminate bombardment, would do the trick. But the real issue was that unless the wormhole was closed, there would be an endless stream of insectoids pouring into this star system. Killing the bugs, or standing watch at the wormhole to stop them from entering Earth dimension would make no difference at all. Although Kryptonian technology allows for interstellar travel and the freedom to roam the universe, it can't actually close wormholes, at least not one on such a colossal scale. Really, a wormhole almost as massive as A.O. Qingxi's true form. How could anyone possibly close that? Unless it explodes. Explodes. That thought alone sent chills down Zhu Angshan's spine. He was so startled by his own idea that he didn't dare utter a word or move a muscle. He just sat there, frozen in place, as if someone had cast a petrification spell on him. Lucifer glanced furtively at Zhu Angshan and, to his surprise, noticed beads of sweat forming on the man's brow. His gaze was vacant. He looked every bit like a feverish chick struck with the plague. Oh no, someone call an ambulance. An ambulance, quick! Hold him down and pinch his philtrum. Lucifer's voice rose higher and higher, until it was nearly a shout. He rushed forward and grabbed Zhu Angshan's hand in a panic. At first, Thor thought Lucifer was just fooling around and shot them a dismissive glance. But then he realized something was wrong with Zhu Angshan and hurried over, making as if to cradle his head and give him mouth-to-mouth. Startled back to his senses by this sudden embrace, Zhu Angshan opened his eyes, only to find a wide mouth, surrounded by a mess of golden stubble, closing in on him. He let out a yelp and slapped Thor away. Thor, what the hell? I knew you were up to something. Thor reeled from the slap, his head cocked to the side for a moment before he finally recovered, clutching his cheek with a wounded look. Boss, that's cold. I thought you were about to bite the dust. I was willing to risk my own dignity to give you mouth-to-mouth, and you repay me with a slap? You nuts. I was barely conscious when I saw some gaping maw coming at my face. If I'd had time, I'd have kicked you right in the chest. Ignoring Zhu Angshan's protests, A.O. Qingxi pressed down on his head, pried open his eyelids and mouth, and gave him a thorough once-over. When she finished, she shoved him aside with a grin. Nothing wrong with him. Healthier than ever. He could down 3 bowls of spicy hot pot if he wanted. Lucifer realized it was a false alarm and couldn't help but ask, if you're fine, then why were you looking like a sickly chick, sweating buckets over there? Wiping his brow, Zhu Angshan found his hands slick with sweat. He stared at his palm and muttered, I just thought a way to close the wormhole, but it's extremely difficult to pull off, and the technical challenges are immense. Seeing the 3 puzzled faces around him, he went on, think about how Krypton was destroyed. He'd spelled it out clearly enough. Even the most oblivious among them finally caught on. Zhu Angshan wanted to replicate Krypton's explosion, to trigger a blast so powerful it would mimic the collapse of a neutron star and thereby destroy the wormhole. But an explosion of that magnitude, wouldn't it disrupt the very fabric and laws of the universe? It could even cause permanent damage to the cosmic space itself. A.O. Qingxi's voice was filled with confusion. In truth, her worries were not without reason. This was precisely why Zhu Angshan himself was so shaken by his own thoughts. Indeed, at this moment, it seemed that this was a viable way to shut down the wormhole, perhaps even the only way. But if, for the sake of temporary peace, the entire order and laws of the universe were thrown into chaos, then the hero who set out to slay dragons would end up becoming a dragon himself. If the universe plunged into disorder, it would bring about a cosmic apocalypse. Who could say what fate awaited the universe where Krypton resided? Perhaps it would be utterly destroyed, erased from existence. Was it worth repeating such a tragedy? According to the highest directive, not even a ship's commander may access this information, no matter the reason. I repeat, no matter the reason. Dana's voice rang out, crisp and pleasant as always, yet everyone could detect a subtle undercurrent of helplessness and sorrow. Aside from lacking a physical body, there was no difference between Dana and a human. She could think, could feel, and understood the weight of tragedy. Well then, if we're not going to blow it up, then I'll just wipe out those bugs first. Ease the pressure on the Tans Republic Alliance. Front lines a bit. Lucifer gave his wings a shake as he stood at the hatch, ready to launch into action at a moment's notice. No, don't. If all the bugs here are wiped out, the swarm's central mind will surely notice. That would only treat the symptoms, not the cause, and it would just make the central mind more alert. Thor quickly stopped Lucifer. As the heir to Asgard's throne and a seasoned commander, strategy was a must. Then, how about we sneak over and take a look? Ao Qingxi was full of curiosity about what lay on the other side of the wormhole. Nodding, Zhu Angshan said, Dana, mark our current coordinates. We'll cross the wormhole in 1 minute. No matter what, Zhu Angshan had decided to see what lay beyond. If things looked dangerous, he would simply step on the gas and escape. Considering that their race had practically invested nothing in technology, he doubted the swarm had any means of detecting an invisible Kryptonian ship. Dana checked their cloaking status once more, then slowly maneuvered the ship toward the upper edge of the wormhole, preparing to guide them through. Below, the swarm crawled over one another, shoving and jostling as they poured through the vast wormhole. Carried along by the tide, they were pushed ever farther, blanketing the entire surface of the planet. Only a few could, after enduring endless crushing and shoving, get close to the far side of the wormhole. Occasionally, a bug or two would leap up, trying to scramble over its kin to reach the wormhole faster. But each time, it would vanish suddenly into the torrent, its shriek cut short, killed by its own kind, simply for daring to tread on their heads. Lucifer watched the scene and clicked his tongue in amazement. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Even demons in hell aren't this savage. No words, just violence, straight to the heart, like a black tiger, pouncing on its prey. What a truly ignorant and debased species. A race that knows only conquest and not development is doomed to fail. They might destroy everything, but when there's nothing left to destroy, destruction itself awaits them at the end. Zhu Angshan kept working at the control panel, recording and collecting data from the wormholes, hoping to glean some insight from it. Though he'd been busy these days monitoring the insectoids and cracking jokes, he still hadn't neglected his own cultivation. He felt that perhaps, before long, he would be able to use his innate abilities to close these wormholes, bringing peace to the Trans Republic Alliance and the two realms. The moment the ship passed through the wormhole, Zhu Angshan, out of caution, shut down almost every system, leaving only the stealth and flight modules online. But as soon as they emerged on the other side, waves of anxiety rippled through him. Besides the wormhole their ship exited from, there were 5 others lined up side by side, meaning there were 5 more nations like the Trans Republic Alliance. The insectoids were invading 6-star systems at once. Judging by the billions they'd seen on that last planet, the total insectoid population could easily reach hundreds of billions. A truly staggering, terrifying number. If those numbers were real, then even with the boundless power of the 3 gods, even with the survivor ship's formidable firepower, it would all be for naught. Against such overwhelming numbers, even absolute strength couldn't turn the tide in the short term. What's more, according to the data, the insectoids possessed a breeding capacity so overwhelming it bordered on despair. Given enough resources, their numbers could multiply geometrically in no time, something none of the 4 wanted to see. Imagine fighting and fighting, only to realize the enemy isn't shrinking but growing. Who could stand that? The main screen displayed the current state of the insectoids with stark clarity. The sky was a dull, bloody red, as if stained with blood. A star blazed overhead, casting harsh heat. The barren ground was stripped of all vegetation, covered entirely with yellow, naked rock. Unlike the last planet, the territory here was vast. Though the insectoids were still violent, there was now a clear sense of order. They were lined up in 6 long, snaking columns, filing through the wormholes one after another. Hey, do you guys see this? These dumb bugs are actually lining up. Ao Qingxi exclaimed, pointing in wonder at the long procession of insectoids, her voice full of amazement. This really takes me back. Makes me think of watching ants move house when I was a kid. Saul's voice was tinged with nostalgia, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood. I was only 6 that year, and my father gave me a golden apple tree. Every afternoon, I'd watch the ants under its branches. Those were such happy days. Years later, when Prince Saul faced the insectoids, he remembered that distant afternoon under the apple tree, watching the ants move house. Lucifer said, his tone laced with mischief. This gave Zhu Angshan a real fright. Whoa, Lucifer, have you really studied human literature to this extent? Not bad, not bad, Lucifer replied with a modest chuckle, bowing his head slightly to Zhu Angshan with the grace of a nobleman. But I must say all those Arcadios in the book gave me a splitting headache. By the way, is Riolonio, actually the son of Jose Arcadio? Of course not. Riolonio, ASE, is the son of Pilar Ternera and Aureliano Buendia. What? Then who did Jose Arcadio and Pilar Turner have? Come on, that's Arcadio. Oh, so what's the relationship between this Arcadio and Aureliano Buendia? Arcadio is Aureliano Buendia's nephew, so he's got to call him uncle. Here, repeat after me. Uncle, uncle, can you two quit fooling around and get back to business? Ao Qingxi interrupted their literary debate, her face clouded with exasperation. All she wanted now was to get rid of these damned bugs and go home to continue her driving lessons. She'd secretly signed up just the day before leaving, and if she counted the days, her first exam was coming up soon. At this, Lucifer and Zhu Angshan straightened up, their expressions turning serious as they looked toward the far end of the endless line of bugs. But the end, well, there really was no end to be seen. The swarm stretched so far and so thick that the horizon was swallowed up entirely. Feeling awkward, Zhu Angshan decided to move the ship forward a bit, keeping it in low-power cruise mode. Just as the ship started inching ahead, Sol interrupted him. Hold up, hold up. Look at that bug over there. It seems to be commanding the others. Looks pretty smart, don't you think? Everyone turned to follow Sol's pointing finger, and it was easy enough to spot the bug in question. Though it looked just like the rest, this one's movements were strangely distinctive. It stood at the edge of the wormhole, separated from the main swarm, waving its foreclaws from time to time as if directing a line. The other bugs clearly regarded it with fear. Let's go. Let's get a closer look. Is it really directing traffic? With that, Zhu Angshan zoomed in the screen, focusing on the bug that seemed to be orchestrating the whole scene. It was odd. This bug was the same size and shape as all the others, yet the rest of the swarm was obviously wary of it. Within the lines approaching this bug, there wasn't a single roar or hiss, only the steady rasp of legs scraping against the rock as every bug marched forward in perfect order. Zhu Angshan was baffled. After checking the bug over and over to no avail, he even activated his innate ability, only to find it was still just the same bug, hideous beyond words. While everyone was closely studying this insect, a member of the Zerg suddenly appeared from who knows where. It raised its front sides and tapped the bug, after which the bug turned around and left. It seemed the shift change had arrived. Buddy, if you don't make a move now, when will you? So, a spaceship, which, although cloaked, still managed to look rather shady, quietly crept after a Zerg that, compared to the ship, was as small as a snack-sized bun. The ship slinked along, following stealthily. Just imagine, one day, you leave your house, only to find a 20-meter-long dinosaur sneaking after you. Now and then, it ducks behind a cover, pretending to be hidden. Tell me, wouldn't you be terrified? The Zerg ambled along up ahead, while the spaceship trailed behind, both swaying as they moved. Up ahead loomed a cave. It seemed this was the Zerg's destination. Ao Qingxi could no longer hold back. With a swift motion, she teleported out, cast a paralysis spell on the bug, then instantly whisked it back onto the ship, before teleporting herself straight to the bathroom. Her mind was a mess. Why on earth did I touch that bug? Why didn't I just use a spell to float it in midair? Was my brain short-circuited, or what? For Ao Qingxi, who was now itching all over, the bug was the real source of discomfort. Paralyzed and unable to move, the bug stared at the unfamiliar surroundings and the three male hunters before it, and fear crept into its heart. In its understanding, only the matriarch possessed such powerful abilities, capable of transferring a life form from one space to another. Although it had no idea where it was, after some sensing, it confirmed it was still on its home planet. Even in its terror, once it realized it was still on its home world, the bug quickly calmed itself. It looked around, attempting to communicate with these creatures before it. Who are you? Though the bug hadn't opened its mouth, its voice and intent came through clearly in everyone's mind, throwing the group into a frenzy. Lucifer exclaimed, "Oh wow, we've run into another one of those talking bugs." Thor chimed in. Say, wasn't there a talking one inside Anton too? Are these two the same species? Zhu Angshan replied, not exactly. Looks more like they came from the same egg. Ao Qingxi, who had just finished scrubbing her hands with half a bottle of soap, walked in only to be stunned by Zhu Angshan's comment. I can understand a clutch of eggs, but what do you mean the same egg? Did Bruce's files mention that these things are oviparous? Zhu Angshan answered, let's just pretend they are. Ao Qingxi. Lucifer stepped forward and began to tug at the wretched bug's soul. He would press here, stomp there, fussing with a grave face for quite a while before finally declaring, I can't see anything at all. Thor shot Lucifer a look as if he were staring at an imbecile. Then what are you messing around for? All that posturing made you look like a pro. I thought you'd actually figure something out. Unbothered, Lucifer merely rubbed his hands together and glanced up at Zhu Angshan. Should I read it? After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Angshan walked over to the bug and spoke solemnly. I'll ask you a question. If you answer well, I won't kill you. Out of all of us, who's the ugliest? You are. replied the bug honestly, without a moment's hesitation. Aorg, read it. Tear its mind to shreds. Break it into fragments. Into information. For Asgard. Thor and Ao Ching-si, faces full of helpless resignation, hurriedly grabbed the now-frenzied Zhu Angshan and dragged him back as he raged. TSK, boss, do you have a masochistic streak or something? Lucifer muttered, all the while working his hands. With a rough yank, he ripped the bug soul out and began the extraction process. The entire command cabin was instantly drowned in piteous wails. Yes, beautifully done, Lucifer. Extract it, shatter it, rip it apart. At hashtag UN%, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lucifer couldn't help but glance at the deranged masochist, hoping Thor hadn't noticed the drool that had landed on his own shoulder. Otherwise, there'd be another lunatic howling for Asgard. This round of extraction yielded a wealth of useful information for Lucifer, along with even more fragmented pieces. To his surprise, some of these fragments could actually be pieced together with those from the last extraction, creating complete information. After some time spent sorting and assembling the fragments, Lucifer gradually came to understand the vast structure of the Zerg. The Zerg had a single mother, a towering, mountain-like being, the most powerful of them all and the mother of every Zerg. The mother possessed two minds, one devoted to producing offspring, laying eggs that were cared for by designated Zerg. The number of eggs depended on the amount of resources acquired. If the mother obtained enough, she could produce an unimaginable number of eggs in an astonishingly short time. The other mind was dedicated to war and slaughter, perpetually launching invasions on countless planets to seize more resources and further empower the Zerg. Beneath the mother were Zerg like the one whose soul had just been read, creatures with intelligence on par with other sentient beings, capable of communicating with them using a special brainwave-like ability. However, this particular breed of Zerg is exceedingly rare, perhaps only a handful exist, barely reaching double digits. Even though they may not possess power far beyond that of their kin, they're still revered by the entire species, even by the giant Zerg themselves. These giants are the most powerful type among the Zerg, a mutated form of their more common brethren. They usually grow to be 10 times the size of a regular Zerg, and, in every battle, they serve as battering rams, smashing through the Alliance's fortifications. In contrast to these siege engines, the ordinary Zerg, the most common and numerous kind, are inferior in every aspect. They lack superior intelligence and overwhelming strength, and some can't even reproduce. They are both warriors and cannon fodder. Thor and Ao Ching-si forcibly pinned the frenzied Zhu Angshan to his seat, compelling him to calm down. So, even though his eyes were still bulging wide with madness, he managed to listen through Lucifer's explanation. Those few on Earth must be the intelligent type of Zerg, Lucifer said, habitually flicking his wings. These high-intellect Zerg are rare, like fighter jets among pandas. But why haven't we seen them on the battlefield? Maybe because war would deplete such precious troops? Ao Ching-si's voice was tinged with uncertainty. After all, there's so many bugs that, no matter how you command them, the result is the same. They swarm from all directions. I agree, Zhu Angshan shouted, throwing his hand up wildly, his mania not yet fully dispelled. Just rush B. P90 is invincible. Thor anxiously felt Zhu Angshan's forehead. We're doomed. It's not a fever, so he must be out his mind. Ambulance. Somebody call an ambulance. With a resigned sigh, Lucifer smacked Thor on the back of the head with his wing. Calm down, you lunatic. If anyone here looks insane, it's you. Rubbing her temples, Ao Ching-si felt utterly hopeless with these three. None of them seemed reliable. They were supposed to charge into the Zerg stronghold to gather intel, but instead, her own team had turned on each other. Enough. Enough. Do we have any intel on the location of the Queen? She quickly intervened, pulling the two strongmen apart before they could start wrestling again, and deftly changed the subject. After rolling his eyes and searching his mind for a while, Lucifer actually managed to pinpoint the Queen's location. But that wasn't the real kicker. The real kicker was that the entrance was right ahead, a tiny little hole, and the Queen was directly beneath their feet. Yet, what was even more shocking, the entire planet was hollow. That little hole led straight into the planet's interior. And you might think that's the most crucial detail? Not even close. The real bombshell is this. The Queen takes up almost all of the available space inside. What does that mean? It means the Queen's body is as massive as an entire planet. You get what I'm saying? Let's get out. Let's get out. Let's get out of here. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Angshan instantly sprang up straight in his seat, fingers flying across the controls. How on earth are we supposed to fight something that massive? If that thing sneezes, we'll be blown away. What's the point of stealth if you can't dodge an indiscriminate attack? The spaceship shot up from the surface in a low orbit, giving everyone a sweeping view of the mother planet. Apart from the surface rocks, it was clear that this whole thing was the mother body itself. Confronted with such a colossal size, the group couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If it was a contest of size, Ao Qingxi at her full power might as well be a little snake compared to that. As for AoE, area of effect, once you reach a certain scale, the combined attacks of all three of them might cover. No more than a palm-sized patch, barely enough to tickle it. And the ship's firepower? Even more embarrassing. The thing's hide was so thick, their attacks were little more than a gentle tap. You get what I mean, right? After much debate, the four of them decided to head inside for a closer look. As usual, Sol would take the lead, Lucifer would bring up the rear, and if anything went wrong, Ao Qingxi would teleport them out in an instant. Taking advantage of the moment while the bugs were distracted, Ao Qingxi whisked everyone into the cavern with a quick teleportation. Only then did they realize why, in the bugs' memories, the planet seemed hollow inside. Describing it as hollow wasn't quite right. The idea of hollow assumes a planet with a shell and a core, but in reality, the proper order was the mother body first, then the planet. Countless cosmic dust particles, meteorites, and small celestial bodies drifted through the void, gradually accumulating over the eons. Eventually, they formed a thick layer of rocky crust on the mother body's surface, wrapping it completely and transforming what was once exposed to the cosmos into a full-fledged planet. Yet, for some reason, the mother body itself seemed smaller than before. Apart from the parts still clinging to the rocky shell, most of it had already detached. If it had always been this size, there's no way such a hollow rock shell could have formed in the first place. What's more, the mother body didn't resemble the enormous insect hive they'd imagined. Instead, it looked more like a gigantic meatball. Yes, a meatball. The description might sound careless, but its rounded shape and the brownish, grooved, and bumpy surface bore an uncanny resemblance to one. Even more surprising were the channels and passageways running between the ridges and bumps, as if they led straight into the depths of the mother body itself. With great effort, Zhu Angshan fished a small pistol out of his survival suit and gripped it tightly, signaling his readiness for whatever lay ahead. Seeing this, Sol was the first to step into the pitch-black passage. Ao Qingxi dragged Zhu Angshan along close behind, while Lucifer brought up the rear, two bundles of cold hellfire blazing in his hands to light the way. He moved cautiously, marking the walls at intervals to make sure they wouldn't get lost. Marking their path was essential, given the sheer size of this thing. The passages were thick and winding, and thanks to the unusual material, Zhu Angshan's innate ability was practically useless for navigating. At best, he could just barely sense the general direction. The dark brown flesh was the only tone here, filling every inch of space except for the passage itself. Its squishy texture made progress incredibly difficult for everyone. Stumbling and swaying, Zhu Angshan hardly dared to take big steps forward. He could only inch along the dreadful ground, and in this situation, he simply couldn't hold back anymore. He started grumbling under his breath. I'm not exaggerating, but this feeling underfoot, even the pile of crap in the B&M 159 underground chamber, couldn't be worse. At least that stuff was solid. At least you wouldn't wobble all over when you stepped on it. This place feels like stepping straight into a swamp. If you don't pull your foot out, you keep sinking in. But when you do try to pull out, it's like your shoe might get left behind at any moment. Honestly, even mud feels better than this. Why can't this thing be a little more intelligent? Couldn't it have grown a solid path while it was at it? Even Dana's artificial stupidity wouldn't result in ground like this. Tell me, why would there be a passage like this? Could this be its nostril? Sol, boss, if you keep talking, I swear I'm going to nail your head to the floor. Lucifer, if you're not dead after that, let me know. I'll finish the job with a few wing slashes. Ao Qingxi, if you're still not dead, let me know too. I'll toss you into a pile of bugs. Dana, excuse me, is anyone interested in inheriting the Kryptonian civilization? Under the crushing pressure coming from all sides, Zhu Angshan finally fell silent. He obediently let Ao Qingxi drag him along, looking for all the world like a lifeless dog, being pulled forward without a sound. Even though everyone complained about Zhu Angshan's nagging, deep down, they all agreed with his take on the ground feel. Inside this bizarre organism, everyone's powers were suppressed. They had lost their ability to fly, and Sol couldn't even sense the power of lightning anymore. Ao Qingxi's teleportation was also clearly limited. The range had shrunk dramatically, and each jump now carried an unbearable strain. After just a few attempts, even with her divine body, she found herself growing tired. Lucifer admitted that he, too, was much weaker here, and given the narrow confines of the passage, He couldn't even spread his wings to fly, so he had no choice but to trudge along like the rest. Despite noticing these unusual changes from the very start, the group chose to press on. This was their only chance, their only way forward. With no backup, they had a journey on alone. Sometimes, it's not just strength that lets a hero slay the dragon. It's also luck and skill. A mighty dragon can deal fatal blows in an instant, but the hero's way to survive lies in calm and focus. After what felt like an endless trek, the group finally reached the end of the passage. The flickering glow at the terminus drew every eye, for after so long in darkness and chaos, any hint of light was enough to stir the soul. Cautiously, Ao Qingxi teleported everyone to the spot closest to the exit. Soul took a deep breath and, with a furtive glance, peeked out to survey their surroundings, only to be struck speechless by what he saw. In his shock, he unconsciously stepped forward, exposing his entire body at the threshold. Contrary to what they had all imagined, there wasn't a horde of insectoids standing guard. Instead, beyond the exit lay another vast space. The core of the mother organism was hollow. Two massive black spheres of light moved erratically through the air. They did not emit any illumination themselves. Instead, the source of light was a motionless white orb suspended between them. Unlike the restless black spheres, the white orb floated serenely, its gentle glow radiating outward and illuminating what would otherwise have been utter darkness. The black spheres circled ceaselessly around the white orb, blocking the light from shining directly and causing the brightness to pulse and flicker. It was clear to anyone watching. Their movement wasn't out of reverence or deference to the white orb. They were monitoring it, or perhaps controlling it. A powerful sense of danger swept over everyone in an instant. Lucifer reacted with lightning speed, landing a hard kick on Zhuangshan and shoving Ao Qingxi and Soul out through the exit. At that moment, the previously placid, unmoving wall of flesh began to tremble violently, then rapidly contracted. The passage, once tall enough for two people, shrank until only a crouching figure could pass. Seeing this, Lucifer grabbed Zhuangshan and lunged forward, escaping the corridor just as it sealed shut behind them. Once Lucifer's foot left the passage, it closed completely, seamless, as if it had never even existed. Zhuangshan, still bewildered from the sudden kick, turned to snap at Lucifer but stopped short, staring dumbfoundedly at the now solid wall. Was I fed false information again? Instinctively, he looked down, only to discover, to his astonishment, that there was no ground at all. Everyone was floating in midair. Inside this spherical chamber, there was no floor, no gravity, only those three uncanny orbs of light. Without hesitation, the team shifted into battle formation, spreading out in a line to face the strange spheres. Soul strained desperately to summon the power of thunder and lightning, but to no avail. No spark would answer his call. Casting a look of despair at his teammates, Soul's meaning was plain to see. We're doomed. My hammer's useless now. You all go ahead and charge first. I'll take my time dying at the back. Lucifer and Ao Qing simultaneously rolled their eyes, pointedly ignoring the timid Thor, rearranging their expressions as they turned back toward the glowing orb. Yet, deep down, they too felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it wasn't just Thor who had been weakened. The only one left unscathed was Zhuangshan. His immunity to the weakening wasn't because of overwhelming strength. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He was so feeble that there was simply nothing left to diminish, so his physical prowess remained unchanged. At this moment, however, he had no time to dwell on why the other three had been weakened while he alone was untouched, apart from a few nagging philosophical worries born of fear. Because he had entered a spiritual realm. Each time he meditated or trained, Zhuangshan would enter his own mental space, connecting with his inner essence, letting it wash over his soul, accepting the baptism of power, and slowly growing stronger. But this time he was certain. He had stepped into someone else's spiritual world. Towering mountains stretched endlessly beyond the horizon, their peaks piercing the clouds. Vast rivers and seas surged with unstoppable force, and the expanse of land here defied his wildest imagination, carrying continents thousands of times larger than Earth. The sky above glittered with countless stars, and even a mere handful of this soil could reshape his own mental domain. Yet his meager strength limited his imagination. Standing there, frozen in place, Zhuangshan dared not move a muscle, terrified that even the slightest misstep might alert the master of this realm and bring about his doom. All he could do was anxiously observe his surroundings. Somewhere deep within, he seemed to hear a voice calling to him, guiding him forward. After wrestling with indecision, Zhu Angshan finally chose to follow that voice and see what lay ahead. Though tense to the core, Zhu Angshan crept forward in cautious, tiny steps, terrified of trampling a flower or blade of grass, and somehow causing irreparable damage. Just kidding, it was really the fear of provoking the domain's master and getting pummeled. After a few tentative steps, Zhu Angshan noticed the scenery around him seemed to blur and shift at an unnatural speed. Instinctively, he glanced back, only to discover that the spot where he'd stood moments ago was now thousands of meters behind him. This realization sent a fresh wave of terror through the timid detective. Such supernatural feats, shrinking distances in a single stride, belonged only in the pages of internet novels. Had his meridians magically opened up, granting him legendary powers overnight? He shook his head. Winning the lottery seemed more plausible than that. Just as he furtively scanned his surroundings, the voice echoed once more. This time, it wasn't just a presence in his mind, it was real. Zhu Angshan clearly heard a gentlewoman's voice say, "Hello, fellow traveler. Do not be afraid. I exist with you. Please follow the guidance of my voice. I will wait for you at the journey's end." Drawing in a sharp breath, Zhu Angshan fumbled shakily through his pockets, hoping to find a cigarette to calm his nerves. But he soon realized that his survival suit had no cigarettes at all, so he had no choice but to give up. He quickly glanced around, making sure there were no other creatures nearby. Resolving himself, Zhu Angshan decided to follow the gentle lady's advice and go see what was really happening. At worst, it would mean death, and if he couldn't get out anyway, he'd starve sooner or later. With his mind made up, Zhu Angshan stepped forward. Unlike his previous timid, hesitant strides, he now moved with fearless determination, blood surging hotly through his veins. It felt as if he was at the final level, about to defeat the boss and rescue the princess. So every step he took brimmed with confidence. Before long, he arrived at a sea of flowers. The hillsides were covered with pink, nameless blossoms, blooming brilliantly and vigorously. They trembled gently in the wind, swaying with its rhythm. Soft light streamed down from the sky, bathing the petals and leaves, the ground, and the entire world in a gentle glow. Amid the ocean of flowers sat a woman in a white dress. Her age was indiscernible, but she exuded warmth and intelligence from every pore. She seemed not just to sit among the flowers, but to be one with them. Her presence radiated the same innocence and exuberance as the blooms themselves. Sensing Zhu Angshan's arrival, the woman lifted her head and gave him a gentle smile. She beckoned him over, inviting him to sit by her side. At this point, Zhu Angshan hesitated no longer. In this situation, if the woman wanted to kill him, the distance between them hardly mattered. Whether he went over or not would make little difference to his chances of escape. Who knows, maybe if he went over and said something playful to make her laugh, she'd spare his life. You might not believe it, but that's exactly what our simple-minded Zhu Angshan was thinking. As he drew closer, Zhu Angshan was struck by the woman's beauty. She had a delicate, oval-shaped face, lips pressed just right in a gentle line, and when she smiled, her curved eyes resembled crescent moons, capturing all the world's beauty. Her graceful nose stood out elegantly, and a spirit of refinement seemed to shine through every feature. "Hello, my name is Mia. I am the observer of this dimension, but perhaps you know me as the mother." "Oh, hello, my name is Wait, what?" Zhu Angshan had just started to introduce himself when he leaped up in shock. You said you're the observer and also the mother?" The woman calling herself Mia still wore her gentle smile, though there was a tinge of bitterness in it. "Yes, that's right. I sensed the presence of other observers, so I used all my strength to draw you into my mental world. Please, save me." Stunned to his core, Zhu Angshan couldn't accept the identity of the woman before him. She claimed to be both observer and mother. This wasn't just unexpected. It was enough to turn his entire world upside down. Although he hadn't met the second observer, among those he was already aware of, there was the great Pangu from A.O. Qingxi's homeland and God from Lucifer's home, both legendary figures known far and wide. Moreover, the observer's very duty was to shield the planes from invasion and to uphold the proper order of the universe. How could such a being become the mother, rampaging across the cosmos, invading and slaughtering civilizations? No matter what, Zhu Angshan simply couldn't accept the notion that two such utterly different identities could exist within the same person. Yet, judging by Mia's expression, she didn't seem to be lying, leaving him unsure whether he should trust her or not. "How can you prove you're an observer?" Tilting his head and furrowing his brow, Zhu Angshan posed the question, closely watching Mia's expression in hopes of discerning the truth from her face. But his efforts were in vain. "I no longer possess my former strength. The two black spheres outside act like chains, locking away my powers. Even though that energy still resides within me, I can't wield a single trace of it. As she spoke, Mia produced, seemingly from nowhere, a small gemstone. The vivid yellow gem shone brilliantly amid the sea of pink blossoms, its dazzling light instantly catching Zhu Angshan's eye. Mia went on. I know it's impossible for you to believe me right now, but I hope you'll accept this gem. Inside, many truths are recorded. Once you've seen them, I trust you'll understand me. These two black spheres are extensions of some ancient, malevolent power. Back then, I fought with all my might to keep them near the wormhole, never imagining that I was actually aiding their cause. Mia's figure grew increasingly insubstantial, her form losing solidity and becoming as blurred as a fading projection. Still, she smiled, a note of contentment in her voice. I can't hold on any longer. Though our conversation was brief, I believe we will meet again. Hey, you're just leaving like this? Don't. Zhu Angshan saw Mia's outline growing faint and instinctively reached out, only to find his hand passing right through her, as though she were made of mist. Her already flickering figure wavered in the air a few more times before vanishing entirely, as if she'd never existed at all. All around, the sea of pink blossoms remained as splendid and exuberant as ever, swaying gently in the breeze. He crouched down and softly plucked a single blossom, closing his eyes to take in its fragrance. The delicate scent filled his senses, rising from his nose to his temples and swirling in his mind, then spreading a gentle warmth through his entire body. Immersed in the strange energy coursing through him, he found, almost unconsciously, that a smile had crept onto his lips. As soon as he realized he'd let every guard down, he jolted awake and snapped his eyes open. Only then did he realize, with a jolt, that he had already left Mia's spiritual world and returned to the original realm. Suspended in the air were 3 glowing orbs, 2 black, 1 white, seemingly unchanged since the beginning of time. TSK, boss, what's with the delicate gesture? Smelling an imaginary flower? You back with us yet? Saul asked on the mental channel, his face wearing a look that defied description as he gazed at Zhu Angshan. Zhu Angshan shot Saul a strange glance, and only then noticed that there was nothing in his hand at all. He was simply pinching at the air, making a gesture not unlike a dainty orchid finger. He hurriedly shook out his hand and replied, Cut the nonsense. Let's get out of here. I've got news. News so serious it'll leave men speechless and women in tears. A.O. Qingxi widened her eyes and threatened. If you go back to reading that random tabloid junk again, I swear I'll set your alarm an hour early so you can't sleep. Zhu Angshan ignored A.O. Qingxi's threat, instead casting a cautious look at the 2 black orbs, shifting positions a few times. They seemed completely oblivious to his movements, still spinning lazily in the air. So he turned away and focused his attention on the now sealed passage. The wall showed no trace of the doorway that, just minutes before, had been wide enough for a person to pass through. The seamlessness of all made Zhu Angshan wonder if he'd been misled by false information. He gently ran his hand along the wall, feeling the soft yet dry, fleshy surface. Suddenly, he realized his left hand was clenched into a fist. He opened his palm, intending to examine the wall with both hands, and a small, bright yellow object floated from his palm. It was the gem Mia had given him. He'd managed to bring it out of the spiritual world. It was almost unbelievable. Zhu Angshan delicately picked up the gem between his thumb and forefinger, examining it closely. The stone was a perfect, radiant yellow, pure and flawless, without a hint of imperfection. Looking closely, he could see the sharp lines of its facets from the other side. But within the gem, there seemed to be something more, a hidden message. Ever since his talent had awakened, Zhu Angshan had stopped doubting his own vision. Yet now he could see strange symbols inside the stone. He couldn't understand these symbols, couldn't even make them out clearly. Mia had said the gem could help him understand her, that, perhaps, if he could absorb the information inside, using some special method, everything would become clear. But Mia hadn't told him how to use it. So, does anyone know how to absorb this thing? Zhu Angshan asked, holding up the gem. But Saul and Lucifer only looked at him, as if he were hopelessly clueless. Only A.O. Qingxi pursed her lips, and, a bit uncertainly, said, It looks a lot like the spirit stones from my hometown. Spirit stones are naturally infused with energy and can store a huge amount of information. Others can read that information, like a USB drive. But this stone is clear and pure, not like a spirit stone, but more like a crystallization of power. I'm not sure if the method I used before can read the information here, but we could give it a try. Would you like me to teach you how? Zhu Angshan nodded. Through the mental channel, he received the instructions and quickly mastered this simple little trick. Then, he began to attempt reading the bright yellow gem, which seemed to be a kind of USB drive from another dimension. Carefully, He extended his mental energy, closed his eyes, and concentrated on guiding that faint thread of spirit to slowly wrap around and seep into the stone. In an instant, it was as if a dam had burst. A roaring flood of information surged from the gem, rushing in through that thin strand of spirit and flooding Zhu Angshan's mind. How could a single narrow bridge support the charge of 1,000 troops? Zhu Angshan's condition was dire. His whole body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and he shook uncontrollably, as if caught in a violent chill. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, broke out on his forehead, quickly soaking through his underclothes. Thor stared in disbelief, watching as the inside of Zhu Angshan's survival suit mask began to fog up. The relentless heat and steam overwhelmed the suit's internal systems, unable to keep up with the sudden onslaught. For an ordinary human, this kind of temperature would have already melted the nerves in their brain. But Zhu Angshan, transformed by his innate abilities, was no longer truly human, more like half a superhuman. The heat affected his performance, yes, but it wouldn't kill him. It was much like a computer processor running at maximum load. When overclocked, it generates intense heat, and the fan whirs and rattles like an old man with a hacking cough. But as long as it doesn't burn out, it keeps working, though it might slow down a bit. Ao Qingxi feared that Zhu Angshan might just shudder himself straight into the afterlife. She hurriedly unzipped his survival suit and fanned him with her small hands, desperate to cool him down. After a while, she touched his forehead, only to find the heat hadn't faded at all. Frantically, she looked around, but in this place, even her powers were suppressed. She couldn't summon so much as a breeze. Suddenly, she noticed the 3 pairs of great wings fanning behind Lucifer. Without hesitation, she grabbed him and pulled him over, using his wings as an impromptu fan. The move left Lucifer utterly speechless. "Sister, if you're that worried about him, just say so. I'd be happy to play the human fan. Why grab me like that? Now I've lost a couple of feathers. Do you know how much spicy hot pot I'll have to eat to get those to grow back?" Despite losing 2 feathers, Lucifer still dutifully stood by Zhu Angshan's side, fanning him with a pained expression. He couldn't bring himself to complain, not when he saw the apologetic look on Ao Qingxi's face. Suddenly, Zhu Angshan stopped shaking. His whole body stilled, his breathing gradually calmed, and it was as if he drifted off to sleep. His chest rose and fell in gentle waves, and as the sweat evaporated, his burning temperature cooled back to normal. All right, the data transfer was complete. The CPU stopped functioning and entered standby mode. Having returned to normal, Zhu Angshan swiftly produced the gemstone, performing some unknown actions. Whatever he did, the fleshy walls began to ripple and squirm, slowly morphing as if recreating the passageway from before. He gestured urgently for everyone to follow, and the moment the opening appeared, he couldn't wait to crawl inside, constantly urging the others to hurry up. He made it clear that once the passage was fully formed, it would be too late for anyone else to enter. Seeing him so tense and cautious, the others couldn't help but become anxious themselves. They scrambled after him, crawling on all fours, and managed to slip into the tunnel just before it completed its transformation, finally escaping the innermost core of the mother's body. Just as when they had come in, the 4 of them stumbled and staggered through the fleshy corridors, with Ao Qingxi's help transporting them in flashes. It took a considerable amount of time before they finally emerged from the mother's interior and reached the outside. "Donnas, report the situation outside." "All clear. No signs of the Zerg within the current perimeter." After receiving Donnas' confirmation, the group quickly hurried back to their ship. Still shaken, Zhu Angshan gulped down 2 big mouthfuls of water, steadying his nerves, before he began to share the information contained in the gemstone. Mia was indeed the observer of this plane, and an ancient one at that. Her origins trace back almost to the dawn of the universe, a time when countless powerful beings and races still roamed these realms. It was during that era that Mia came into existence. Through the endless ages of wilderness and chaos, Mia managed to bring stability to the entire plane. Over time, those mighty native races vanished for various reasons, or retreated into the darkest corners of the cosmos to hide. At last, peace reigned. But after countless eons of tranquility, a strange force struck the wall of the plane. Out of nowhere, countless wormholes appeared, connecting distant star systems, and some even reached into other realms altogether, their entrances hidden and treacherous. Mia fought to resist this force, working tirelessly to mend the wormholes and seal the open passages. The force, as if respecting her efforts, eventually ceased its disturbances, and after long, grueling work, peace was restored once more. Yet, Mia never expected what came next. Something went wrong with her body. She began to mutate. Her once flawless skin turned coarse and bloated, and within a few short years, she lost her human form entirely, becoming nothing more than a mass of flesh. As more years passed, her consciousness was no longer in control. Two dark presences took over, and she inexplicably gained the power to lay eggs. The main consciousness, the white orb of light, was left with almost no senses or abilities at all. She had become the mother. In other words, this Mia didn't become the brood mother of her own will, but was instead forced into it after being infected by some bizarre, mysterious force. And now, she has no ability to act? Ao Qingxi tried to read the gem as well, but had no success. With no other choice, she turned to Zhuang Shan for answers. Lucifer, having just learned the reading technique through the mental channel, took the gem and gave it a try himself. Still, there was no effect. He clicked his tongue in amazement and remarked, "Tsk, tsk, tsk. It really must be tied to the identity of the observer. Otherwise, judging by power alone, I should be able to read the information inside. Want to get a shot?" With that, he handed the gem to Thor. The hammer-wielding man stared intently at it and blurted out, "Qingxi's method isn't working, but what if I just swallow it? Would that do the trick?" That suggestion gave Zhu Angshan quite a scare. He snatched the gem away and stuffed it into his inner pocket, giving Thor a wary look, worried he might actually go through with such a reckless idea. Thor just shrugged, his expression full of indifference. "Come on, I was only joking. You took it way too seriously. Even if I was going to eat it, I'd rather sell this thing and buy some spicy hot pot. Now, that's the right way to eat." Lucifer immediately slapped the table in delight. Their hands clasped together in a firm grip, calling each other comrade, and exclaiming how they'd finally found a kindred revolutionary spirit. Suddenly, the road ahead didn't seem so lonely. Their camaraderie was so intense it made Ao Qingxi and Zhu Angshan shudder. Goosebumps prickled their skin as they exchanged glances, quickly looking away and trying to shake off the chill. "Ahem, all right, enough of that. Let's focus. How are we going to solve this problem?" Zhu Angshan tried to break the awkwardness and bring everyone back to the real issue. "No matter what, we have to save Mia. The entire war between humans and the Zerg is actually being controlled by that strange and sinister force. Mia has nothing to do with it. According to the information in the gem, she tried to resist, but failed. Still, how can you be sure Mia is telling the truth?" Ao Qingxi remained cautious. "We can't just trust her identity because of a single gem. Because the gem contains the cultivation techniques for the observer, like how to open a planar portal." In an instant, all three of them were stunned, unable to believe what they'd just heard. "You mean a portal to another plane?" Thor repeated in disbelief. "The very portal that can send us home?" Ao Qingxi, abandoning all pretense of ladylike composure, scratched her ear before daring to ask, terrified to miss a single word. "Well, that's a bit awkward for me," Lucifer muttered, completely unfazed. "I don't want to go back to hell. But seriously, isn't this cultivation method a little too easy to get? Even cheat codes aren't handed out this generously." Seeing everyone so excited, Zhu Angshan decided to take a deep breath before continuing, because he was worried that if he poured cold water on their enthusiasm, it might make them explode. "Hey buddy, do you remember how the supervillain Metal Man met his end in Fantastic Four? First, they set him on fire until he was glowing red, then blasted him with water from a fire hydrant. And boom. You get what I mean, right? These 2.5 people, since Lucifer didn't seem all that thrilled, let's count him as half, were now in that burning hot stage. If someone suddenly hit them with a bucket of cold water, they might just snap right there. If that happened, these superpowered folks could easily tear the whole spaceship apart. Even if the ship got destroyed, it might not be such a big deal, since Daenerys could always repair it. But if they alerted those two dark orbs of light inside the mother, not only would Mia be beyond saving, but the entire plane could get caught up in the disaster. After the 2.5 excited people finally settled down, Zhu Angshan studied their faces carefully. Only when he was sure they weren't about to blow up did he clear his throat and go on. "Ahem, but don't get too happy just yet. I might have figured out how to train for this power, but I still have no idea how long it'll take to actually master it. So, for now, there's no way for you all to go home. You're not going to explode on me, are you?" Ao Qingxi brought her wrists together, pressed the backs of her hands to her flushed cheeks, let out a breath, and couldn't help but give him a playful but delighted smile. Her voice was full of joy. "How could we? Do you really think a little setback like this could defeat a god? We've lived for millions of years. You think all we've gained is age?" "That's right," Thor chimed in. "I'm anxious to get home too, but I know there's no rushing this. We're grateful enough that you're even willing to send us back. And honestly, I'm not in any hurry to go home at all." Lucifer flapped his wings with a lazy rustle and pointed at Thor and Ao Qingxi. "Those two are the ones itching to leave, not me. So don't worry about me losing my temper. I'm a pretty easygoing god, you know." Zhuangshan let out an awkward laugh, not sure what to say. Haha. Well, you can't blame me for being careful. There's been precedent. A bit of caution never hurts. For a moment, the smiles on Thor and Ao Qingxi's faces stiffened. Seeing this, Lucifer gave a little whistle, his gaze darting mischievously between them. Ovo, looks like I've missed out on quite a bit around here. Let's hear about the gem, boss. Ha, tell us about the gem, the gem. Yes. Thor's right, the gem. Lucifer saw the politely awkward smiles on their faces and understood immediately. Clearly, those two had teamed up to pull something on Zhuangshan before. Otherwise, why would things be this awkward? Unable to watch any longer, Zhuangshan quickly spoke up, steering the conversation back on track. Well, here's the thing. I've actually been squeezing in some time to train lately, so if all goes well, I should be able to master it in a few months at the shortest, or a few years at the longest. For you, that's really not a long time at all. Based on what I've just learned, the ability to open a dimensional portal isn't something you can do at any place or time. It depends on how close the dimension is. For example, let's say I've mastered the technique for a year. If Dimension A is closer to me than Dimension B, I can only open a portal to Dimension A. Only after the second year would I be able to open to Dimension B. Of course, this is just an idealized example to help everyone understand. Just take it as a reference. But actually, the real problem isn't about mastering the ability to open these portals. Ao Qingxi was the first to return to the main point. The real question is, how do we stop the mother and the swarm from continuing their invasion of other races? It's mentioned in the gemstone. Zhuangshan suddenly recalled something and concentrated hard to remember. Over the years, the mother's size has shrunk a lot. That probably means Mia's power is running dry, and external supplies can't keep up. It just came back to me. This gemstone holds the last of Mia's power. So, if the energy inside those two black spheres runs out, and the swarm can't bring in more resources, the mother will soon fall into a deep sleep. What? Sol exclaimed excitedly. Then all we have to do is quietly cut off every supply line, so the swarm can't send resources back, and the mother's energy will dry up in no time. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lucifer considered this and offered his own view. That makes sense, I get it, but there's just 4 of us, and there are 6 supply lines. How do we manage that? This was a very real concern. With the formidable strength of their 4-person team, they might be able to go head-to-head with the mother and even hold their own, but there was no guarantee they'd win. And if things went wrong, humanity would pay a terrible price. The swarm left behind and cut off from rescue would lash out at humans in a frenzy of revenge. The purpose of a just war must always be peace. Even more important than war itself is the survival and civilization of one's race. Apart from the swarm, who were born only to destroy, no normal race ever wishes for destruction. Everyone just wants to quietly farm their land, build homes, raise chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep, and if they're a bit more advanced, maybe build cars, repair ships, or even fly to space. If basic infrastructure is destroyed, it can always be rebuilt. But what about the people? What about life itself? Zhuangshan had always been a pacifist. He deeply understood that world peace isn't just an empty slogan. It's truly one of the hardest dreams to realize in the world. The preciousness of life is often only understood once it has been lost. Yet, most people, separated by distance, reduce life to nothing more than cold, sterile numbers, showing little concern for its value. Even the slogans of peace are just a mask they wear to cover their own ignorance and shame. For this reason, he would never choose to confront the mother directly, even though it might seem the quickest and most effective way to end the war. But the problem of manpower was still pressing. With 6 supply lines and only 4 people, any action would immediately alert the mother to disruptions in troop movement and logistics. The remaining 2 lines would undoubtedly be reinforced, and it might even provoke the mother to intervene personally. Once the fighting began, everyone would be pinned down at the mouth of the wormhole for extended periods, both to prevent the insects from transporting resources to their rear and to hold off reinforcements coming from behind. This made it impossible to cover 2 supply lines at once. Zhuangshan found himself at an impasse. He tugged at his hair in frustration, his fingers tapping chaotically and without rhythm on the control panel, as if hoping some sudden inspiration would break through and offer a solution. The spaceship's screens continued to broadcast live surveillance. In the distance, insectoids shuffled in unruly lines from what looked like hatcheries or resource depots, but as they neared the wormhole, they fell into neat, orderly queues to pass through. High-intelligence insectoids stood imposingly outside the lines, directing the flow. Occasionally, one would step forward, scythe raised, to prod a stray back in a line, ensuring the procession remained tidy and efficient as it moved through the wormhole. Suddenly, Zhu Angshan leapt to his feet, excitement lighting up his face as he pointed at the insectoid, directing the cues. Words tumbled out in a rush. This insectoid, it's the key. Ao Qingxi patted his back gently, soothing him with a calm voice. Don't rush, don't rush. Take your time. We're all listening. Drawing a deep breath, Zhu Angshan steadied himself and tried to explain. It's this one, the high intelligence type. If we take them out, there'll be no one left to direct the traffic. There's no road control, so there'll be chaos, a massive traffic jam. If we jam them for a few hours, we win. Without waiting to see if the others had caught on, he immediately sat down and began frantically working the control panel, inputting data and coordinates, all while issuing orders to Donis. Immediately construct an isolation field generator. Maximum output. It needs to cover the entire planet. Check all weapon modules. Make sure our defenses are solid. Deploy barrier units. Adjust the navigation parameters. Be ready to activate the jump module at any time. After firing off this rapid sequence of commands, Zhu Angshan wiped the sweat from his brow, activated the visors on his survival suit, and glanced around at everyone. Let's move. This is a battle fit for gods, not mortals. Eliminate all the intelligence class insectoids. Let the war begin. But if we kill these bugs, won't the mother sense it? Ao Qingxi hesitated. If we get discovered, isn't that no different from charging head-on against the mother herself? Seeing Thor and Lucifer nodding in agreement, Zhu Angshan only smiled slightly. He took out a gemstone and said, It's not just us. Mia is working hard too. With that, he pressed his fingers together, crushing the gemstone. The fragments tumbled down, but before they hit the ground, they disintegrated into fine dust, shimmering faintly in the air before finally vanishing. This was Mia's power gem. It didn't just store information, it was crystallized from her own strength. When crushed, Mia would sense it and do her part. For example, she would do her best to block the senses of the two black energy clusters. It wouldn't last long, 10 hours at most, but that was enough time for the four of them to sabotage all 6 transport lines, cutting off the black cluster's resources. By the time Mia's strength was spent, the black clusters would never awaken again. Not far away, another lone Zerg appeared, probably on its way to switch shifts. It crawled lazily over the rocks, pausing now and then to look around, not much different from a white-collar worker on Earth strolling to and from work with a briefcase in hand. Perhaps these high-intelligence Zerg were the office staff among their kind? Zhu Angshan gave Ao Qingxi a look, and she immediately understood. She teleported the group down in an instant. As they landed, Thor swung his hammer, sending the Zerg flying a great distance. It crashed into a distant hill before finally stopping. Lucifer's eye twitched. He glanced at the cloud of dust and shattered rock rising in the distance. Then at Thor, who looked so embarrassed he wished the ground would swallow him. With a resigned sigh, Lucifer covered his face and set the body aflame. Ahem, no harm done, no harm done. Even Zhu Angshan felt awkward saying this, but he forced himself to continue. Come on, let's keep going. Don't sweat the small stuff. Thor fidgeted with his hammer, managing an awkward but polite smile. These bugs, they're so soft, I really didn't use much force, honestly. He turned to walk toward the cave entrance, but after just a couple of steps, he doubled back, looking even more embarrassed. Oops, forgot, we're teleporting. Everyone gathered close to Ao Qingxi. Just before they teleported, Zhu Angshan reminded them, once we're inside, no big moves. The sneakier the better. Right now, we're just 4 master thieves, got it? If you keep yapping, I'll toss you at the mouth of the wormhole. Yes, your majesty. Lead the way, your majesty. Satisfied, Ao Qingxi patted Zhu Angshan on the shoulder, then teleported the group into the cave. The colossal mother still dominated most of the space, seemingly silent, but in truth, she was spawning countless eggs without pause. Thanks to the spatial distribution here, Zhu Angshan easily located the gathering place of the high-intelligence Zerg. There weren't many of these creatures, perhaps 60 or 70 in all, and about half of them were busily working inside a massive, domed structure. Although he couldn't quite figure out what these bugs were up to, even without much thought he knew it couldn't be anything good. So his plan was simple. Wipe them out as soon as possible, and don't bother worrying about any supposed Zerg sweat and toil left behind. The rest of the group seemed to be resting. Each bug had its own private nest. The setup was reminiscent of office cubicles for white-collar workers, or perhaps like the egg trays you'd find at a supermarket. Either way, it was clear these bugs enjoyed a privileged status among their kind. True to a thief's creed, the 4 of them scarcely dared to breathe, carefully concealing both their presence and their aura. They decided to start with the resting Zerg, reasoning that a sleeping bug would be easier to deal with. Lucifer conjured 2 feathers, gripping them like an assassin might clutch a pair of daggers. He hunched low, moving with a practiced, silent grace as he sized up his surroundings. Unable to suppress a comment, Zhu Angshan spoke up over their psychic channel. Tell me, Lucifer, are you sure your sneaky demeanor isn't just the result of too many shady misdeeds in your past? Nonsense. Of course not. Lucifer protested, clearly flustered. We're thieves here, aren't we? Gotta look the part. Every profession demands some professionalism. I'm not like Thor, smashing everything like a mortar shell wherever I go. Thor, unwilling to let that slide, hefted his hammer and shot back. A mortar shell just proves I've got real power. And you? At least bullets make some noise. What about you? What have you got? All you have is a feather. Hey, feathers are still something. Exactly. You've got nothing but a feather. If you two keep bickering, I'll toss you and your little sidekicks right outside the wormhole entrance. Zhu Angshan was grateful that she'd shut down the inexplicable squabble between those 2 fools, but he couldn't help but try a feeble protest, wondering why he was being threatened with exile when he'd been quiet this whole time. He didn't get the chance to ask, though, because the nearest bug suddenly rolled over. It looked like it was about to wake up. Half a second later, Zhu Angshan pulled off the most legendary move of his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched the feather from Lucifer's hand, propped himself up on the edge of the nest with his other arm, and, with a swift, practiced motion, vaulted over the rim and into the heart of the nest. Without a second thought, he drove the feather with all his strength into the bug's mouthparts. The feather pierced straight through the unguarded orifice, clean into its brain, severing its nerves and tissues in utter silence, and stealing its life before it could make sound. Yet the insect's body, still under the influence of its nerves, gave a few spasmodic twitches, brushing against the head of an adjacent Zerg in the neighboring nest. Seeing that just one more kick would wake the neighbor, the others sprang into action at once. Ao Qingxi took the lead, her form flickering as she conjured a dragon-engraved sword. Her steps glided with mysterious grace, threading swiftly between the nests. The ancient blade trembled faintly, letting out a low dragon's cry. Wherever it passed, not a gap was left, and in moments, cracks appeared, splitting her targets in 2. Thor, on the other hand, was always one for brute force, a power player no matter where he went. Back in Ao Qingxi's homeland, he'd have been a god who proved his way through strength alone. But now, he had to hold back, wary of unleashing the full might of his thunder. He could only quietly summon a trace of lightning with his hammer, then gently tapped it against the Zerg's forehead. The weakened bolt gave a soft pop, just enough to burn a charred hole in the insect's tough carapace. Through the hole, glimpses of brain tissue showed, smoke curling lazily from the edges. Satisfied, Thor nodded, then cautiously gathered another flicker of power and moved on to the next slumbering Zerg. Watching Thor's criminal yet awkward figure at work, Lucifer curled his lip in disdain. He spread his wings and, with the lightest shake, sent dozens of black rays shooting silently toward the vital points of the remaining Zerg. Even as a miniature area attack, his strike was swift, deadly, and utterly silent. With the sleeping Zerg in this area taken care of, everyone moved to the outskirts, ready to head toward the massive arch-shaped mound not far away to wipe out the second wave, only to discover Zhu Angshan still fussing around the insect corpses. Thor immediately asked on the mental channel, "Boss, what are you doing? We're regrouping to take out round 2. Wait. I'm picking up Lucifer's feathers. I can sell them on the black market later. Make a little extra cash." After finally gathering the last of the feathers, Zhu Angshan joined the others at their rendezvous point. He pulled up his timer, glanced at it, and addressed the group with grave earnestness. "Comrades, time is not on our side." Having reached the end of her patience, Ao Qingxi kicked him hard in the shin and snapped. "You know there's no time, but you're still picking up trash. Can you focus, please? If you want feathers, just ask Lucifer later. By the way, Lucifer, do you molt seasonally?" Lucifer's lips twitched as he struggled to keep his gentlemanly composure, every muscle in his body trembling. "Molting only happens to lower animals. As a noble fallen angel, my feathers." All right, you don't molt. We'll just pluck them next time." Sensing the awkward tension, Zhu Angshan quickly raised his fist in the air, signaling everyone to prepare for an instant teleport to the massive mound and finish off the remaining Zerg. There's really not much to say. They stormed in with a crash and a clatter, like wolves descending on a flock of sheep. The chaos ended quickly, wiping out the opposition in no time. You know how it is when the invaders march into a village, the infamous 3-alls policy. Afterward, everyone regrouped on the spaceship. Thor, still savoring the thrill of the recent fight, found himself unexpectedly excited by this sneaky, covert style of combat. Having grown up with bold, head-on clashes, he decided maybe it was time for a change. Perhaps the life of an assassin suited him. Lucifer chimed in, suggesting he could officially take on the role of the tank, occasionally moonlighting as a spellcaster. Ao Qingxi would be the dedicated DPS, while Zhu Angshan would handle the all-important job of passing out water and towels. It was, they agreed, a perfectly balanced team. Guiding the ship above the 6 colossal wormholes, Zhu Angshan patted Ao Qingxi on the shoulder, quietly encouraging her to do her best. Ao Qingxi took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and nodded with determination. In the next instant, Ao Qingxi appeared beside one of the high-intelligence Zerg overseeing traffic by the wormhole. With a silent sweep, her dragon-etched sword traced a horizontal line across its head, ending its life in a heartbeat. No sooner had she done so than she vanished in a thin air again, moving so swiftly that not a single Zerg noticed either the Overseer's demise or her presence. She repeated this with each of the remaining 5 lines. One after another, every high-intelligence Zerg was eliminated. Now with all the Overseers gone, the moment the 4 of them began their full-scale assault, chaos would erupt in this crucial passageway. After dropping the others into low orbit above 3 of the wormholes, Zhu Angshan returned to the star system controlled by the Tan's Republic Alliance. He ran a quick test to make sure the mental communication channel worked over such a long distance, then began the countdown. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. Open fire on the Zerg. Of course, he was the only one actually firing at the Zerg. Ao Qingxi revealed her true form, blocking the other side of a wormhole, unleashing a series of fierce, thunderous dragon roars. The Zerg below, battered by the relentless onslaught, fell in droves, most without so much as a twitch. Lucifer hurled feathers in a glittering storm, as if he had an endless supply to throw around. The scene on his end was much the same. Waves of Zerg surged from both directions, only to be cut down almost instantly as they charged. But unlike Ao Qingxi, Lucifer played it safe, waiting until the Zerg were right on top of him before striking them down. After several waves, their bodies piled up in layers so much so that it looked like the wormhole might soon be blocked entirely. Thor, meanwhile, was a force of nature, relentlessly unleashing thunder to reduce every Zerg in sight to ashes. His overwhelming power lit up the entire wormhole. Such ferocious lightning quickly drained his strength, and Thor wasn't sure how much longer he could keep it up. For now, he simply moved on instinct, channeling his power to obliterate any creature that dared approach. Zhu Angshan had no idea how the others were doing, but he guessed things must be going pretty well. Those guys were howling like mad on the psychic channel, their voices brimming with excitement. Ewa, for Asgard. That was Hammer Guy. Oh, let the sinful souls melt away. No one else could sound so over the top and fired up, definitely Lucifer. Unleash the great sword now. This had to be the famous Billy uploader, the homebuddy dance queen, Miss Ao Qingxi, known online as Dragon12138. Fed up with all the noise, Zhu Angshan decided to ignore these lovable idiots and focus on his own battlefield. With unwavering concentration, Comrade Zhu Angshan solemnly gave his order, his voice full of gravity. Open fire. Immediately, Donis took control of the firepower module, automatically locking onto every target and unleashing a barrage. That's right, Zhu Angshan didn't have to lift a finger. He could kick back with his legs crossed in the ship, whistling a tune. If he needed to check on the overall situation, he'd just tune into the psychic channel, listen to the 3 fools holler for a bit, then mute them and go back to his whistling. For both sides, this was a grueling war. Zhu Angshan's team relied on overwhelming force to mow down the swarms, while the insectoids, now leaderless, charged blindly in a frenzy. This battle wouldn't be decided anytime soon. Even against such overwhelming power, the countless billions of insectoids could still hold out for quite a while. Meanwhile, far away in the embattled region of the Tan's Republic Alliance, another unprecedented war was raging. General, the insectoids have suddenly pulled back some of their forces, but many are still massed along the front lines. And they've all gone berserk. They're launching a crazed assault on every defensive position. Bruce racked his brain, recalling decades of warfare. Had the insectoids ever acted this insanely before? Clearly not. That settled his decision. He slammed his palm down on the edge of the star map and barked his orders. All defensive units, reinforce your positions immediately. Tell the reserves at the rear to prepare to support us. The moment our reinforcements arrive, commence saturation bombing. To the observation teams, keep monitoring the data in real time. If the insectoid numbers don't change, then launch a full-scale attack. The adjutant stared in shock. But General, if... Bruce cut him off with a sharp wave. Those usually steady eyes now burned with fierce determination. "Just do as I say." "Why, yes, sir." Watching his adjutant hurry off, Bruce rubbed his temples. His instincts told him that the insectoid's retreat and sudden frenzy must be connected to the mysterious interdimensional visitors, who hadn't shown up since that joint operation vanished. After a series of rumbling roars that faded into the distance, the blazing engines of the ships shone starkly against the darkness of space. One by one, these vessels streaked away, growing smaller as they sped toward the front lines, carrying the hopes of the entire alliance. They were truly the alliance's final flames of hope, burning with dazzling brilliance, even more so because their fuel was the very lives of these young men. Bruce knew each one was a fine lad, fighting to the death with nothing but youthful passion surging in their veins. Every available force in the fortress was now mobilized. If they failed to wipe out every last Zerg on the front lines, the losses would be more than the Alliance could ever bear. And should that happen, Bruce would inevitably find himself standing trial before a military court. As a commander who had weathered decades on the front lines, he knew all too well that the Alliance was suffering a dire shortage of talent. If he were to fall now, it would mark the beginning of the Alliance's decline. After that harmless joint operation, something inexplicable filled him with faith in those visitors from another dimension. These strange and uncanny people, surely they could be the ones to bring lasting peace to the Alliance. Thousands of warships surged toward the front, while reinforcements continued to pour in from the rear. This campaign was even larger in scale than the last one. For Ross, this was only his second time experiencing a war of such magnitude. He felt deeply grateful to that elegant and enigmatic man who had saved him that day, snatching him from the jaws of the Zerg without a scratch. During his rookie training, Ross had heard countless tales from veterans about situations where survival should have been impossible. Yet, others from different units claimed to have seen a golden, unknown creature, immense beyond words, perhaps as large as the fortress itself. Whatever it was, it seemed to be holding back the enemy, covering their retreat. Did someone among them know this being? Sitting aboard the transport ship, Ross found himself lost in thought, surrounded by the chaotic chatter of his comrades. Suddenly, the memory of that operation returned to him. Stroking the barrel of his rifle, he felt as if he were back on the day he first received his weapon. Back then, he'd been just a green recruit, driven by nothing but hot-blooded zeal, joining the army despite his family's protests. Training, eating, sleeping, waging war, those monotonous, repetitive days had filled every year since. Death clung as closely as a shadow, ever present. Each day brought news of yet another fallen soldier, casualty reports fluttering like snowflakes from that cold, unfeeling office. The clerk who delivered the death notices always wore a frosty mask, never showing a hint of warmth to anyone. Yet now, Ross thought, the clerk's face seemed somehow less rigid than before. The lines of his face had softened, blurring at the edges. That icy room seemed to be glowing, a white, holy light slowly seeping from within, filling the space, drawing every gaze and commanding all attention. The warning horn blared, snapping Ross back to reality. Everything appeared just as it had before, unchanged. The barracks still buzzed with the rowdy chatter of his comrades. Yet, somewhere beneath the surface, something had shifted. He felt it within himself. That passion and zeal worn away by war had begun to seep back through his very bones and sinews, spreading until it filled his entire being, finally bursting forth from his chest. He didn't even need to place a hand over his heart. He could feel it pounding furiously within him. A mighty force seemed to surge from his core, racing upward to the crown of his head, so intense that he felt every pore on his body tingling, as if ready to burst with unspent energy. The moment had come. That surge of hot-blooded courage, the dreams and ideals he'd once cherished as a young man, had all returned to him at last. Up ahead, the bombing squadron had already begun their assault. Even before the transport's hatch had opened, the thunderous explosions and blazing fireballs reached Ross's senses, filling his ears and eyes with their fury. Ross gripped his rifle, released the safety, and cast a glance at the unknown world ahead. He smiled, a smile open and untroubled, full of resolve. The laughter faded as quickly as it came, and he strode forward, charging up the nearest fortification. That was where he was needed. Beneath the towering bastions of the defensive line lay the bodies of countless insectoids, evidence that the garrison had already endured a brutal battle before their arrival. The insectoid corpses were stacked in mounds against the fortifications, so much so that the living ones behind could scramble over the bodies of their fallen kin, reaching within 2 meters of the parapet. Their long, razor-sharp sides lashed through the air in a frenzy. Ross could feel the wind from their blades slash across his face, stinging sharply. But he didn't have time to think about it. He hefted his rifle and fired blindly into the horde below. Protected by the towering, sturdy fortifications, this line could be held for some time, if only their ammunition would last. Suddenly, he heard the hollow click of the firing pin. He was out of bullets. "Brother, got any ammo left?" Ross swung the butt of his rifle, knocking aside a lunging insectoid scythe. He shouted to the giant beside him, a man built like a bear. The big man only smiled in response, said nothing, and reached over his shoulder to toss Ross a spare magazine. Ross caught it in his left hand, ready to reload, when a vision froze him in horror. Somehow, an insectoid had crawled up unnoticed. Its front scythe drove deep into the big man's chest. The smile on a man's face froze. His eyes clouded with confusion as he turned to look at the insectoid, then down at his own chest. Blood spread swiftly across his armor, turning the gray combat suit a deep, dark crimson. He gasped for breath, but could not hold back the torrent of blood that spilled from his lips. He tried to raise his gun to kill the bug in front of him, but before he could finish the motion, his breath left him. His lifeless eyes grew dull, the pupils losing their focus, and the gun slipped from his grasp to the ground. The insectoid creature threw back its head and let out a roar, its mandibles opening and closing in a relentless rhythm. It even hoisted the big man's corpse high above its head and then flung it with tremendous force outside the fortifications. In no time, the big man's body was swallowed up by a swarm of bugs. Ross's eyes burned red with rage. He didn't even have time to reload. He tossed away his empty weapon, rushed forward, and snatched up the gun the big man had dropped. With a furious roar, he unleashed a hail of bullets at the alien horde. The rifle spat fire again and again, quickly mowing down the advancing bugs. Under the pull of gravity, their bodies tumbled away, like so much dust, merging into the slope of corpses. Soon, Ross could no longer tell where any particular creature had fallen. Grief and suffocating despair crushed him from within, as if someone were holding him underwater, forcing him to struggle for every breath. The sensation of suffocation crept up from his feet, wrapping his whole body in its grip. Pressing a hand hard against his chest, Ross tried to force himself to breathe, but it was useless. His lungs felt as if they'd been ripped from his body and submerged in water 100 meters deep. No matter how he tried, the stale air simply refused to fill them. Noise and chaos erupted from every direction. Somewhere, a commissar was bellowing orders, and fresh reinforcements had arrived behind them. They carried flamethrowers, attempting to burn the pile of corpses that formed the slope, hoping to lower its height and slow the enemy's advance. Dazed, Ross instinctively lifted his rifle and fired down into the swarm. The crazed bugs kept charging forward, utterly fearless, paving the way with their own bodies and falling beneath his gunfire to join the growing mound of dead. Overhead, a thunderous roar split the air, deafening and overwhelming. In that cacophony, Ross regained a sliver of clarity. He knew it was another bombing run by the strike teams. But with the battle raging at such intensity, the bombings were having little effect. Most of the bug horde had clustered beneath the defensive fortifications, which had now become a no-bomb zone to avoid friendly fire. The bombing radius had been pushed back again and again, until it was far from the fortifications themselves. Though more bugs kept coming from the distance, they arrived only in scattered groups, and the bombings did little to stop them. As a result, the frequency and intensity of airstrikes had steadily diminished. Realizing this, Ross felt some of his mental clarity return. He shook his head hard, quickly took down a few bugs that were about to breach the defenses, and scanned his surroundings with renewed vigilance. Suddenly, a gunner was ambushed by a leaping bug. The creature tore away half the man's skull, and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground, a crimson tide of blood spreading across the machine gun nest. Having lost the cover of powerful supporting fire, and with a few more bugs breaking through the defenses, Ross slung his rifle over his shoulder, stepped forward onto a pool of crimson blood, and took over the machine gunner's position. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, constantly shifting the machine gun's aim. The front line, which had been on the verge of collapse, was quickly stabilized. The bugs that had breached the fortifications were now hopelessly outnumbered and gunned down where they stood. The wounded around him, wailing in pain, were dragged away one after another, their places instantly filled by those who came after. This white-hot battle seemed to have no end in sight. Amid the near-hysterical gunfire, Ross felt as if his arms no longer belonged to him. The machine gun's relentless barrage came at a cost. The recoil was so intense his arms had long since gone numb. Giant bugs incoming. Focus fire now. A shout, thick with terror, rang out. No one cared who had lost their nerve and called out. Nearly everyone's attention was fixated on the 3 massive bugs storming the field. These giant bugs were siege engines of the insect horde, far fewer in number than ordinary bugs, though more common than the rare, intelligent types. They often appeared in small fortress skirmishes on the front lines. 10 times larger than their kin, they could tear through even the sturdiest defenses with terrifying ease. Ordinary bullets barely scratched the thick carapace of a giant bug. Only heavy-caliber guns and machine guns could pierce their armor. But now, the artillery shells were completely spent. Glancing at the few remaining belts of ammunition at his feet, Ross understood. Even if they somehow took down all the giant bugs, this position was lost. Without overwhelming firepower, the bugs would swarm in and seize the ground in no time. Yet, even with this grim realization, he threw himself into the fight. He abandoned suppressing the bugs right in front of him and instead targeted the distant, hulking giants. In the long run, once the giant bugs reached the trenches, the defense would crumble even faster. The giant bugs charged toward the position, trampling their own kind without the slightest hesitation. A rolling cloud of dust rose in their wake, leaving behind a carpet of mangled bug corpses. With a thunderous crash, one giant bug toppled to the ground. Ross kept the machine gun's fire pouring into its mouthparts, the most vulnerable spot, and the closest to where its brain might be, though for all he knew, their brains were no bigger than a bullet. He quickly swung the gun to the second giant. This one, unscathed by earlier machine gun fire, managed to outpace the others and reach the base of the fortifications first. Its enormous bulk became a hindrance as it tried to climb the slope of corpses. Its sheer weight overwhelmed the makeshift ramp, and with every step, it sank deeper into the pile. The giant bug struggled to pull out its long legs, and the inability to move forward filled it with unbearable frustration. The bullets pouring down on its body only added to its pain. In a fit of rage, it swung its front sides with force, swatting away several bothersome kin nearby, venting its anger in the process. As it thrashed its head and let out aimless roars, it suddenly spotted the human who was attacking it. Driven to the peak of fury, it abandoned the last vestiges of its already meager reasoning, yanked its legs free, and stomped furiously on the corpses beneath it. The staggering, swaying bug came charging straight at him. Ross could clearly see drool dripping from its mandibles, a sight that instantly reminded him of that moment when his life had hung by a thread, just like now, with the bug rushing toward him. But he would not let history repeat itself. He kept adjusting the muzzle of his gun, even bracing his foot against the half-wall of the fortification, using the strength from his waist to make up for the numbness in his arms, which could no longer move the gun quickly enough. Watching the giant bug shrieking as it charged, Ross was still racked with tension. His back was soaked with sweat, then baked dry, and now, once again drenched. His lips, once tightly shut, parted ever so slightly, and a primal roar broke from his throat, utterly beyond his control. His roar echoed like that of an ancient beast, suppressed for millennia, now awakened and unleashing its trembling power in a single explosive moment. At last, Ross roared with reckless abandon, his bloodshot eyes locked on the giant bug. Suddenly, his machine gun jammed. No, not jammed, he was out of ammunition. The ammo belt had been completely used up. Though Ross had braced himself for this, the moment still left him helpless and panicked, his finger pulling the trigger over and over in a meaningless gesture, a reflex that perhaps brought a sliver of comfort. The roar died from his lips. All he could do now was keep pulling the trigger, glancing desperately between the empty gun and the charging bug. With the last of his ammunition gone, so too was his hard-won courage. The tragedy seemed inevitable. Finally, he abandoned those futile motions and could only stare blankly at the giant bug. Yet, strangely, it had stopped advancing. The bug no longer moved forward. Its once raised sides hung limp in the air, then drooped. Moments later, it collapsed on the ground, rolling down the slope in a heap, its massive carcass a jarring sight among the other bodies. Under the relentless barrage of the machine gun, the defenseless giant bug was ultimately slain just before the ammo ran out, becoming yet another corpse among many. Seeing this, Ross slumped down in the pool of blood, utterly spent. He gasped for breath, paying no mind to the blood soaking through his combat suit. The cold, sticky sensation only made him feel more alert. He could feel the sweat beading on his forehead, trickling steadily into his eyes. The salt from his sweat stung his eyes, making them ache. Ross blinked hard and rolled his eyes around, forcing himself to recover his blurred vision. Yet somewhere not far off, he sensed a tremendous tremor shaking the ground. Fixing his eyes on the scene, he saw that the last giant bug had smashed through the fortification wall. The swarm was now pouring madly through the breach, rampaging through the defensive structure and slaughtering the Alliance soldiers, who were helplessly fragile in comparison. The giant bug had forced its way past the other machine gun emplacements. Once it neared the fortification, it immediately shattered the wall. With desperate charges and the relentless swinging of its scythe-like forelimbs, the gap widened further and further. By now, it was standing squarely in the blind spot of the remaining machine guns. This meant that, with the artillery ammunition depleted, it had become unstoppable. As the breach grew wider, the commander made a swift decision to abandon this section of the front line. Even if they managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived, the casualties would be intolerable. Under alternating cover, the soldiers began to retreat. Again and again, those who couldn't withdraw in time were overtaken and killed by the onrushing bugs. In their final moments, they cried out in agony, begging desperately for someone to save them. Inevitably, some comrades, unable to harden their hearts, would pause and cast a sorrowful glance at the fallen. Some even turned back, risking everything to rescue a friend, only to meet the same grisly end. Most, whether out of clear-headedness or cowardice, chose instead to turn and flee. On the battlefield, death is ever present. In such dire circumstances, only a headlong retreat can minimize losses. Someone grabbed him. Ross wasn't sure who, and he heard a curse flung his way, demanding if he had a death wish. The words jolted Ross as if cold water had been poured over his head. A powerful will to live surged through him, bringing his senses back. Regaining command of his limbs, he scrambled to his feet and staggered backward, tossing away his empty rifle that had long since run out of ammunition. Without the burden of the gun, running became a little easier. Yet his combat suit was so saturated with blood that every step felt like a monumental effort. His legs were as heavy as if weighed down by sandbags. Around him, his comrades gradually outpaced him. Before long, Ross found himself at the tail end of the retreating column. Though their numbers had thinned dramatically, the bugs, still many, protected by the giant, came at them like demons. The entire fortification had fallen. The bugs were now chasing down the retreating Alliance soldiers. That massive bug, the one that had breached the high wall, had locked its gaze on Ross and began charging straight for him. Suddenly, his legs gave out. Exhausted beyond his limits, Ross finally collapsed to the ground. Look, what had escaped once had caught up with him at last. The giant bug raised its enormous scythe with a savage swing, letting out a piercing screech that seemed to slice straight through Ross's eardrums. With its massive size, it had already slaughtered so many stragglers. This little figure lying on the ground would be the next. But then, against all expectations, the giant bug failed to bring down its scythe. Its entire hulking form lifted helplessly into the air, as though weightless, and it let out a cry. This time, not of triumph, but of terror and despair. The cry was abruptly silenced. The giant insect's enormous body seemed to be crushed like clay by an invisible, titanic hand, reduced to a heap of pulp. Its bones snapped and twisted out of place, and those scythe-like, indestructible forelimbs shattered into pieces, splintering like glass. With a sudden motion, the invisible hand flung the insect's corpse away, tossing it across the ground where it carved a deep furrow in the earth. At last, the body crashed against the breach in the fortifications, coming to a halt, fitting perfectly to plug the gap. From above, a strange yet elegant man with wings descended slowly from the sky. He glanced at Ross, a note of surprise in his voice as he spoke. "Oh, you again?" Lucifer couldn't guess what the soldier before him was thinking. All he could think in that moment was, fate truly works in mysterious ways. 10 minutes earlier. I'm finished here. The bugs are all dead, and with the supply line cut, there's no way for them to recover. How about you all? Zhu. Angshan surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses and reached out to the other three, figuring they must be wrapping up by now. I've been done for a while. I'm heading to the 5th wormhole. Who wants to take the 6th? Ao Qingxi formally invited her teammates to split up and clear the next zones. Thor stood up, hefting his hammer. I'll take it. So Zhuangshan made his way to the brood mother's lair to check if it had exhausted its power and gone dormant, while Lucifer, now with nothing to do, decided to take a look at the Tans Republic Alliance's front lines. And with that single glance, fate showed itself once more. Mortal strength was still much too feeble. Even when the insect swarm wasn't overwhelming, the war had dragged on for a long while. When Lucifer arrived, he caught the very end of the retreat. Hey, buddy, can you see weird stuff like the boss does? Or were you just lying here waiting for me? I wasn't. You weren't waiting for me? All right then. You lie there, I'll handle things. In Ross's eyes, the man's dignified image utterly collapsed. He could only stare in stunned silence as the stranger floated upward, and with him, the ordinary bugs began to rise into the air as well. The swarms met the same fate as the giant insect, held aloft and crushed by some strange force, dying midair. Their bodies then plummeted to the ground, raising clouds of dust with every heavy thud. When it was over, the man landed beside him again and said, "Next time, be more careful. Don't always, 'Hey, what's with your pants? Did I scare you that badly?' 'I didn't.' 'No worries, I won't tell anyone. You're safe with me.'" Ross simply couldn't believe it. How could he possibly be this kind of person? Watching as this powerful, friendly, and now rather eccentric man vanished from his side, Ross felt as if he had lived through another lifetime. Perhaps this truly was his last battle for the Alliance. Whether the war ends or not, go home. At home, there are your parents, your adorable little sister, and her. Life might be a bit harder, but being far from smoke and death is his greatest wish. If possible, he hopes that the Alliance will never again know the scourge of war. If possible, he wishes the Zerg had never been discovered by that expedition team. If possible, he hopes the military would lose its practical purpose. If possible, he dreams of a world united, peaceful, and tranquil, yet magnificent in its harmony. Zhuangshan, peering out with a mix of caution and curiosity, observed the state of the mother. Before this, he had deliberately circled around to the cave where the eggs were laid, and found that the mother had stopped producing eggs, proof that, depleted of energy, it had fallen into slumber. Mia, not knowing how to reach Mia, and not even sure if she was still awake, Zhuangshan could only try to call her name in a low voice, hoping for a response. He held his breath and waited for a long time, but Mia never appeared. He couldn't tell if Mia had fallen asleep as well, or if she was trapped inside the mother and couldn't get out, or perhaps she simply couldn't hear his call. Frustrated, Zhuangshan raked his fingers through his hair, then resolved to go out and find Ao Qingxi. He would ask the survivor to take over his shift, and have Ao Qingxi lead him back to the place where he had last met Mia. Maybe only by doing that could he truly learn Mia's condition. Just as he was about to turn around, his innate ability suddenly activated on its own. A faint, nearly invisible golden light appeared in the air, slowly circling around him. That golden light filled Zhuangshan with warmth and familiarity. Though he had no idea how to reach it, he instinctively reached out his hand to try to touch it. It seemed to possess a life of its own, abandoning its circling path and flying straight into Zhuangshan's palm, where it gathered and condensed, eventually forming a yellow gemstone, strikingly similar to the one Mia had given him before. Zhuangshan was overjoyed, for he knew that the appearance of this gemstone meant that Mia was still alive, and that she still had the strength to reach out to him. Everything he and his companions had done was meaningful. It was a success. They had managed to halt the Zerg invasion and even wiped out most of their numbers. But as long as the mother still existed, there was always a chance, however slim, that the Zerg could rise again. Mia's ability to send this gemstone now was proof that she had gained the upper hand in her struggle against those two strange black orbs, buying precious time for the group to find a way to deal with the mother once and for all. Calming his mind, Zhuangshan began to read the information within the gemstone. It was Mia's message of gratitude to the four of them. "Thank you, companion. Your courage and ability have proven that you are an outstanding observer. Beyond that, you are a strong person, destined for greatness. I hope the knowledge from the previous gemstone can help you grow even stronger. I have managed to keep this eerie power under control, but without a source of energy, I can't hold out much longer. Before you arrived, I endured for countless years, and now my strength is nearly spent. That's why I've become so much smaller. Once my power runs out, I will vanish completely. But the sinister force I've been restraining will then break free and, through some means I cannot yet determine, seek out a new host. That would bring about another catastrophe. So, brave and youthful observer, my companion, please embark on the path to save me, to save this realm. I will await your good news while I sleep, Mia." After reading this brief message, the gemstone crumbled into dust in Zhuangshan's hand, gradually fading away until it was gone, just like the gemstone before. Staring at the disappearing gem, Zhuangshan let out a sigh, straightened his collar, and turned to leave the cave. This war was far from over. The so-called insect swarm was nothing but a puppet. What exactly was the strange power Mia spoke of? If he couldn't find a solution before Mia's demise, he couldn't begin to imagine what would happen if she truly vanished. He feared he would spend the rest of his days consumed by regret and guilt. Saving the world, what an impossible task. Even so, he knew all too well that there was no rushing this. According to Mia, this power didn't belong to this realm, which meant that to find its true source, he would not only have to study the mother organism samples, but also travel to other worlds. The biggest problem for now was precisely that he couldn't reach those other realms. Trapped in this corner, he was doomed to make no progress, and it would be impossible to master the ability to open portals in the short term. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze grew distant and melancholy. Shaking his head in resignation, He rummaged around and pulled out a surgical scalpel and specimen tape, preparing to cut some samples from the mother organism for research. The sharp blade sank into the mother's flesh, and Zhu Angshan immediately noticed that it was nothing like the last time he'd entered. It was much stiffer now, having lost all the supple, living feel of real tissue. The scalpel cut in as if slicing through dense, packed earth, and he could even hear the grating rasp of the blade as it scraped along, the muscles completely inert. I wonder if anything useful can still be learned from this thing, given the state it's in, Zhu Angshan muttered under his breath. Still, his hands didn't pause as he collected enough samples. Examining the wound carefully, he saw there was no blood, not even cell fluid oozed out. He signaled to Danas to use the survival suit's monitoring system to take some photos. Only then did he leave the cave, satisfied, only to stop abruptly. He activated an engineering machine aboard the ship, forced it to haul over some rocks from elsewhere, and sealed off the cave entrance. Next, he piloted the spaceship to the dedicated egg-laying cavern, and with a single blast from the ship's cannon, collapsed the entire entrance. As for the eggs that had yet to hatch into Zerg, Zhu Angshan had already taken note of them during his previous inspection. At that time, however, he wasn't sure if the queen was truly asleep, so he hadn't acted rashly. Now, with confirmation that the queen was indeed dormant, he naturally finished the job with another round from the cannon, wiping them all out at once. Dana, has the research module completed the planet-wide concealment barrier? This so-called concealment barrier was the same technology that had once allowed the survivor to hide its presence in the mountains, rendering the mine inaccessible and even trapping Zhu Angshan and his companions inside. Zhu Angshan had previously ordered the construction of a device capable of projecting this barrier over the entire planet. It's ready for deployment at any time, Dana replied. Commander, you can set permissions for allies, and you have the ability to assign secondary permissions as well. Would you like to activate it now? Activate immediately. Grant secondary permissions to AO, Qingxi, Sol, Lucifer, and add Bruce too, though it's unlikely he'll ever come here. The device is now active. Frequency is stable. Wavelengths are set and calibrated. The whole planet is now under coverage. Rubbing his tired hands together, Zhu Angshan decided to check on the situation at lines 5 and 6. When battles raged on the first for lines, the Zerd along these two seemed to pile up like a bunch of fools. One end pushing forward, the other trying to squeeze through. But there was only one path. So, both ends became hopelessly jammed. With no high-intelligence Zerg to command or intimidate them, chaos erupted. The supply routes turned into a mess without a single shot fired. Most of the Zerg had clustered near the wormholes, hopelessly gridlocked. Many were trampled to death in the crush. In such a concentrated state, AO Qingxi and Sol would be far more effective. Sure enough, when Zhu Angshan arrived at the scene of the blockade, he saw AO Qingxi sitting atop a towering mound of Zerg corpses by the wormhole, polishing her sword. She hadn't actually needed to use it just now, but seeing Sol next to her striking a heroic pose with his hammer, she decided to polish her sword for effect. Sol was at the 6th wormhole, holding his hammer aloft. According to a well-informed, yet anonymous, source, namely Miss AO Qingxi herself, Sol had been holding this pose for over 10 minutes, also that Zhu Angshan would see it the moment he arrived and hopefully record it for posterity. When interviewed, Mr. Sol stated that he hoped Zhu Angshan would help film a video showcasing his bravery, charm, elegance, wit, and unparalleled fighting prowess. Once the video was made, he planned to take it back to Asgard to give his family and friends a taste of his glory, and maybe, just maybe, impress that troublesome younger brother by showing off his perfect image as an elder sibling. Zhu Angshan snorted with disdain, thinking that if he had time to do this, he might as well smuggle Lucifer's feathers onto the black market, make a fortune, and buy countless packs of premium cigarettes, not to smoke, but to stack under his bed as a mattress. With money, you can afford to be extravagant. Speaking of Lucifer's feathers, he wondered if Lucifer had managed everything smoothly. Stop posing. Come on, we got the shot. Let's go. We have to find Lucifer quickly. Once we've settled everything here, I still have other things to tell you guys. Zhu Angshan hurriedly called Thor and AO Qingxi onto the ship to look for Lucifer. He figured that by now, Lucifer should have already dealt with all the remaining Zerg. The rest should be left for the mortals of this dimension to handle themselves. Every civilization needs to grow, and the harshest, yet most effective, way to grow is through adversity. All kinds of setbacks, from resource shortages to the chaos of war, are necessary. A life of smooth sailing only makes a civilization naive and untested. Sitting in his chair, Zhu Angshan piloted the service cart to the food module and grabbed a few bottles of drinks. He slurped noisily, smacking his lips from time to time. Then, with deliberate profundity, he sighed, "Ah, life? Lonely as snow?" Thor echoed, slurping his own drink as if eager to show off his literary flair. Zhu Angshan ignored him, simply continuing to sigh, "Ah, life. Don't mind him. He's having another one of his episodes." Ao Qingxi rolled her eyes, feeling too tired to even mock him. Enough with the sighing. Is the Queen Mother dormant now? Zhu Angshan barely lifted his eyelids, looking somewhat weary. Then he closed his eyes again and kept sighing, "Ah, life. Ow, ow, ow." Ao Qingxi never indulged him. She strode right up, grabbed his ear, and gave a sharp 90-degree twist. The pain was so intense that Zhu Angshan jumped from his seat, dragged by her grip until he stood right in front of her. Sitting in her chair, Ao Qingxi looked at Zhu Angshan, who was doubled over, face contorted in pain as she held his ear. She couldn't help but laugh. A burst of laughter slipped out before she caught herself and quickly put on a stern face. "Tell me, what's with your attitude? Has it really been 2 days since I gave you a good thrashing?" Seizing a moment when Ao Qingxi was distracted, Zhu Angshan made a sudden retreat and rescued his ear from the dragon's grip. He rubbed it tenderly, but when he looked up, he saw Ao Qingxi still putting on airs. Ao Qingxi sat straight-backed, feet neatly together on her seat. Right after Zhu Angshan broke free, she placed her hands on her knees. Her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, perhaps from stifling her laughter just now. Feeling Zhu Angshan's gaze, Ao Qingxi shifted her eyes away, avoiding his but still pressed him with unyielding momentum. "Hey, lackey, I'm talking to you." Blessed Angshan snapped back to his senses and instantly put on his usual mischievous grin. He bowed, nodded, and rubbed his hands together. With a sly smile, "How could I, Your Majesty? I was just reflecting on how I might create a better living environment for you." Ao Qingxi nodded in satisfaction and replied with a gentle laugh. "Permission granted. You may go. At your command." Meanwhile, Thor pulled out his hammer and ran his fingers over it, scoffing with disdain. "Oomph. A true hero would never be ensnared by matters of the heart." Blessed Angshan wasn't buying it. He turned on his heel and shot back. "Oh, you wouldn't be, but what about your father? It's been hundreds of thousands of years. He must be desperate for grandchildren by now, right? Still hasn't gotten his wish, has he?" Thor's face turned crimson in an instant. He didn't dare meet anyone's eyes and just clutched his hammer, stubbornly repeating, "A real man would never be trapped by romance." "You silly goose. Ah, you wouldn't log." As the three bickered, Lucifer received a signal and hurried over from a distant battlefield where the fighting had long since ended. Upon entering, he caught sight of Thor's flushed and flustered face and was genuinely surprised. What on earth could make this blockhead look like that? Well, what's with that face? Did the spicy hot pot get to you?" Thor shot Lucifer a sidelong glance, his lips twitching for a long moment before he managed to squeeze out, "A real man would never be trapped by romance." Lucifer stared in confusion, at a loss for words. He turned to Blessed Angshan and Ao Qingxi. "What in the world did you two do to torment this poor sap?" The two of them simply shrugged, making it clear they hadn't done a thing, and went back to their own business. That left Thor muttering to himself, rambling on in a language no one could decipher. Occasionally, the only thing that came through clearly was, "A real man would never be trapped by romance." Lucifer waved him off, not interested in dealing with this foolishness. He straightened his clothes and flopped into a chair, then signaled for Blessed Angshan to set the ship in motion. They were headed to Bruce's location to discuss the situation on the battlefield and to exchange insights, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of this dimension. As their ship reached the skies above the fortress, everyone could see Bruce standing atop the highest lookout. The cold wind whipped around the tower, but he stood there, unflinching. Bruce seemed to be in excellent spirits, his cheeks glowing with health. Every now and then, the faintest smile would cross his face. His aide, who had served by his side for many years, was unsettled. He had never once seen the general smile before. Bruce casually picked up a cup and took a sip of water, noticing his lips were a bit dry. He raised the cup again and gently pressed his lips to the water, savoring the moment, his mood especially good. According to the latest frontline reports, the winged man had appeared in many embattled places just in time to lend aid, saving numerous soldiers. As for his 3 teammates, however, their whereabouts remained a mystery. Although he didn't know where the other 3 had gone, he was certain they had their reasons for not appearing. Most likely, the 3 of them were fighting the Zerg on the front lines. He could hardly wait to meet these formidable travelers from another dimension. No matter their reasons for coming, they had saved the Alliance. Or, at the very least, guaranteed victory in this battle. The triumph in this wild campaign would inspire the entire Alliance in ways unimaginable. General, they've appeared." The adjutant's voice broke through his reverie. Although the adjutant hadn't said exactly who had arrived, he knew it must be those powerful travelers from another dimension. They were here. Invite them to the conference room. Treat them with the utmost respect. Yes, General. After giving the order, Bruce watched his adjutant hurry down from the observation tower. Only then did he carefully straighten his collar, adjust his jacket and sleeves, and take off his hat to put it back on squarely before making his way to the conference room. Zhu Angshan and his party of 4 had already been led to the conference room by the adjutant after landing. At the moment, they were gathered there, each clutching a cup of tea and chatting animatedly. I'm telling you, the year I stormed into the Frost Giants' homeland with my hammer, those giants didn't dare move. They just stood there, staring at me. Then I let out a roar. They dropped their weapons and bolted. Yeah, right. I don't buy it. If you said the great sage gave shout and scare them off, I'd believe you. I was just a kid back then, but I remember how mighty the great sage was. But you? No offense, but you don't exactly look the part. Agreed. When my boss fought his way to the gates of hell back in the day, even those old monsters still had the nerve to howl. No way I'm buying your story. Keep spinning your tales. How am I exaggerating? Every word is true. Fine. When we escort you home, let's all go together and ask your father if you were really that brave. Zhu Angshan kept his tone light and easy, his voice so magnetic it could charm women the world over, or so he liked to think. Whether or not he could charm every woman, Thor was definitely captivated. Well, more by the wild stories than anything else, and he felt a bit sheepish. Of course, I'm a modest man. No need to trouble my father with such trifles. I can just tell you the stories myself. Besides, my father doesn't even speak Earth languages. Thor laughed awkwardly, tried to play it off. Just as Thor was laughing his way through the awkwardness, Bruce pushed open the door and entered with the same group of high-ranking officials from last time, rescuing Thor from his predicament. Thor was so relieved he almost wanted to hug Bruce in gratitude. Honored travelers from another world, I want to thank you for your help. You've aided the Alliance in overcoming this crisis. If possible, I hope we can continue to work together and wipe out the Zerg once and for all. Bruce was, after all, a man of depth and cunning. Even though he was deeply stirred, he managed to suppress his excitement and spoke slowly, seeking the possibility of long-term cooperation for the Alliance, which was desperately in need of allies. Drawing in Zhu Angshan and his companions was of utmost importance. Ah, cough. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet, Zhu Angshan said, clearing his throat as Bruce and his group entered, trying to cover up the awkwardness of having forgotten introductions. During their previous brawl, my name is Zhu Angshan. These are Ao Qingxi, Thor, and Lucifer. We come from different realms, and we've come here to deal with the Zerg. Now, you could say that's been taken care of. Seeing Bruce leading people inside, Zhu Angshan coughed twice, masking the embarrassment from their last meeting where they'd been too busy fighting to exchange names. After all, everyone still needed to keep up appearances. You all have shown remarkable abilities and helped the Alliance reclaim the front lines. The Alliance is deeply grateful. May I invite you to stay for a while, explore our customs and culture, and then discuss how we might work together long-term to resist the Zerg threat. What do you mean, resist the Zerg? Resist what? As long as you don't go provoking them and just quietly work the land, it's all resolved. It's done and dusted. Bruce and the other power holders were utterly stunned by these words, sparking a heated debate about whether such a thing was even possible. In the end, it was Bruce who calmed down first, turning to the group. What kind of resolve are we talking about here? Thor, grateful for Bruce's intervention, decided to step up with an answer. Resolved, just as you'd think, the kind of resolve where there's no more war, where the Zerg have been wiped out. Bruce slammed both hands on the table and leapt to his feet, his voice trembling with emotion. Are you telling me the Zerg have been wiped out? The Alliance will never see war again. Thor, clearly startled by Bruce's outburst, blinked rapidly and replied, Why yes, that's right. Then, quietly, he added to himself, Well, unless they somehow manage to rise from the ashes again, that is. The next half hour was spent calming down Bruce and the other leaders, who had been thrown into a frenzy by the news. Once they regained their composure, the 4 explained how to confirm the situation on the ground. Sweating profusely as they left the conference room, the 4 decided it was best to make a swift exit. After all, they'd already told Bruce how to check the site. Better to leave before he lost control again and things got out of hand. Sneaking away to a deserted spot, Ao Qingxi instantly teleported them onto their ship. Only then did the group finally collapse comfortably into their seats, ready to head home. Danaes set the ship to autopilot, record all data from the wormhole crossing, and run analysis. Let's go. Having rattled off a string of spirited commands, Zhu Angshan finally flopped sideways into his seat, humming a little tune with a carefree air, looking perfectly content. After setting the autopilot, the survivor raced back to the villa at top speed. The journey was so short that there wasn't even enough time for Ao Qingxi to wipe down her treasured sword. But she didn't care in the least. After all, her beloved otaku dance was waiting for her. As soon as the ship landed, Ao Qingxi hopped off like an exuberant little rabbit, bounding straight to the basement. Zhu Angshan couldn't help but wonder if she had even slept in her room since falling in love with otaku dance. Thor, on the other hand, admitted he was pretty worn out from this trip and announced he was heading off to rest. After exchanging quick greetings with everyone, he disappeared into his room. Lucifer, bored out of his mind despite charging through countless battlefields, still brimmed with energy. He planned to change his clothes and head out, hoping to salvage his image with a little fresh air. If possible, he even considered starting a church abroad. He'd steer clear of all that Satan-worship nonsense and instead tell his followers that God loves humanity, and so does Lucifer. As for Zhu Angshan, he knew there was no way he could finish all his research in such a short time, and he didn't feel like resting in his room either. So he sprawled out on the living room sofa and put on some music. To block out the pounding otaku dance BGM coming from the basement, he slipped on his headphones. Soothing melodies flowed straight into his mind, relaxing him completely. Without realizing it, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Who knows how long he slept? Zhu Angshan was suddenly jolted awake by a noisy clatter of someone rummaging around. He opened his eyes to find Thor digging through the fridge. No clue if he'd found anything to eat yet, but honestly, after nearly half a month away, everything in there was probably expired anyway. Propping himself up with one hand, Zhu Angshan asked, "Ugh, how long was I asleep?" "Oh, boss, you're awake. Was I too loud? If I woke you, just bear with it." "I'm not about to stop what I'm doing," Thor replied, still rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Zhu Angshan stared at Thor in disbelief, feeling as if he'd just been trampled by 1,000 wild horses, completely exasperated. "What the heck is all this chaos? Why are you the only one here? Where's everyone else?" Lucifer's still out wandering around. He stopped by earlier, said he met a like-minded girl who actually believes his good side. He grabbed some cash and dashed out, said he was taking her for spicy hot pot. As for Qingxi, she's probably off taking her driving test. She snuck off and paid the fees a few days ago, and today's the day for the written exam. For some reason, Zhu Angshan hiccuped, rubbed his cowlick, took off his headphones, and walked over to snatch the juice Thor had just found. He gulped it down. In one go. "Well, once it's dark and everyone's back, let's all go out for a big meal. It's been a long stretch for all of us. Everyone deserves it." "Hick. Sounds great. Wait, boss, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Zhu Angshan crouched down, clutching his stomach, and looked miserably at the empty juice bottle. "It's expired." With that, he dashed toward the bathroom without looking back, leaving Thor standing there in utter confusion, still rummaging through the fridge. Feeling weak, Zhu Angshan pressed the toilet's flush button, held his waist, and walked out of the bathroom, only to find Thor sitting at the fridge door, stuffing random things into his mouth. The floor was littered with empty drink bottles and packaging wrappers. "Dude, all this stuff is expired." Thor grinned, unfazed. "Hey, boss, all sorted out in there." Unable to bear the sight of Thor wolfing down expired food, Zhu Angshan slapped his own forehead in exasperation. He forcibly pulled Thor to his feet, shut the fridge, and launched into a lecture. "Everything in there is expired. Even the cream's turned rock solid, and you're still eating it. Aren't you worried you'll end up with an upset stomach like me?" Thor licked his fingers, still savoring the taste. "Not at all. I'm a god, remember? I can bathe in boiling water, take saunas in molten lava. What's a little expired food to me?" Zhu Angshan was at his wit's end and felt an urge to throttle him. "Then why did you go ballistic when I said the Snickers in the Dove wrapper had expired?" "Letting food expire," Thor munched noisily, "is such a waste." He took another bite. "That's why I got so mad. But mostly, I was just playing along with the plot." Before Zhu Angshan could respond, the front door swung open and Ao Qingxi's voice rang out from the doorway. "I'm homie." Detective Zhu immediately dropped Thor and rushed over to Ao Qingxi, eager to carry her bag and fetch her slippers. "So, my queen, how did it go?" "Confident you passed." I'm a famous Billy creator, you know. There's no way I'd fail. Full marks." Thor chimed in between bites. "But getting a perfect score on the driving theory test doesn't have much to do with being a Billy star, does it?" "EW. Thor, I'll give you a chance to rephrase that, or you're not coming with us to buy snacks." Thor immediately straightened up. "Your wisdom and agility are unmatched. As a renowned and promising Billy creator, acing the theory test was destiny itself. Just as rain must fall and mothers must marry off their daughters, it's simply inevitable." Ao Qingxi nodded in satisfaction, slipped on her shoes, and called everyone to the basement to fetch the car for a big grocery run. After being cooped up in the Zerg world, She was desperate to savor the pleasures of everyday life again. Zhu Angshan watched her descend the stairs, grinning mischievously. The moment she disappeared, his face snapped back to its usual icy expression. He turned to Thor, his tone earnest and grave. Caring for women of a certain age is a quality every good man should have. But Thor, the way you fawn over her, so servile, so shameless, it's outrageous. It's an insult to the noble image of men everywhere. TCH, who knows which flunky was wagging his tail and running to fetch someone's slippers. Look, you're still clutching that bag like it's treasure. How do you have a nerve to call me out? Where's your sense of shame? Expired already. Grinding his teeth as he listened to Thor's tirade, Zhu Angshan realized he had no comeback. When one lackey tries to lecture another, he'd better be ready to get roasted so badly it makes him sick. After giving his piece, Thor's mood mysteriously lightened. Humming a little tune from Asgard, he strolled down the stairs, swaying from side to side. Just as he was about to disappear, he leaned his head over the banister and couldn't help but add one more jab. Boss, Qingxi still hasn't got her driver's license. Can't do without a chauffeur, right? Aren't you going to hurry up and catch up? Zhu Angshan tried to push back. I need to freshen up a bit. Unlike you, I can't just wander outside with my stomach full of expired snacks. Go ahead, then. My divine body doesn't produce garbage. Any expired food gets purified by divine power. TSK, being mortal really is a hassle. Don't forget to wear some cologne. Wouldn't want to choke her majesty with your stench. Yeah, quit yapping and get lost already. Zhu Angshan finally gave up resisting. Of course, Zhu Angshan didn't actually go take care of his hygiene, nor did he bother with that so-called cologne. He just gritted his teeth and followed in Thor's footsteps, muttering under his breath at the end of the line. My left hook, my right hook. Anyone who gets on my nerves better watch out. Flunky, come on, hurry up. But the moment A.O. Qingxi called out to the great detective in her sweet, clear voice, Zhu Angshan forgot all about his left and right hooks. He hurriedly grabbed the bag with his left hand, smoothed his hair with his right, and rushed to her side. Your Majesty, sorry to keep you waiting. Please fasten your seatbelt. Safety first, after all. Handing the bag to A.O. Qingxi in the front passenger seat, Zhu Angshan quickly got behind the wheel and started the car. Listening to her in the passenger seat, hugging the bag, and counting on her fingers the snacks she wanted to buy. We can't forget cola and chips. It has to be Pepsi and Lay's cucumber flavor. Flunky, do you even like cucumber flavor? Doesn't matter if you don't. It's not for you anyway. Oh, and I also want. Just as Zhu Angshan tried to chime in, she cut him off again. Still, hearing her happily list out her shopping plans made him feel pretty good. Almost as good as watching her dance at home. A goddess should be gentle and graceful, shouldn't she? Not whipping out a giant sword and stirring up a storm at the drop of a hat. That just shatters all expectations. They sped along, and just before dusk, they finally arrived at the shopping mall. The car had barely stopped before A.O. Qingxi, grinning from ear to ear, tugged on Zhu Angshan's sleeve and hopped excitedly toward the entrance, bouncing together into the elevator. Your Majesty, a little dignity, please. You're a queen now, not a little girl. Shut up. All right. According to historical records, in April of the year 2018, the lackey Zhu Angshan risked his life to offer earnest advice to his lord, but his words fell on deaf ears. Instead, he was sternly ordered to withdraw and never entrusted with important duties again. Inside the elevator, A.O. Qingxi used the faint reflection on the elevator doors to tidy her hair and straighten her clothes. The moment the doors slid open, she seamlessly transformed back into that serene and elegant lady of noble bearing. Zhu Angshan trailed behind, marveling at how mysterious a woman's heart could be. Truly like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Deep down, he felt a bit disappointed too. After all, who knew how much trouble she'd stir up once she rolled up her sleeves? The next moment, he saw A.O. Qingxi push 2 shopping carts toward him. Outwardly, she remained composed, calm and poised as if time itself moved slower around her. But he could clearly see the blazing spark of shopping fever burning in her eyes. Startled, Zhu Angshan decided to rope someone else in as backup. He forced an awkward smile at A.O. Qingxi and immediately scanned the area for Saul. But to his surprise, when Saul first joined them, he'd been so well-behaved. He even tried to mediate arguments. Now he was as sly as a fox. The moment things looked tough, Saul had slipped away without a trace. Zhu Angshan was furious, but what could he do? In the end, he had no choice but to push both carts by himself. At first, he tried maneuvering the carts side by side, but some aisles were too narrow for that. So he changed tactics, pushing one cart ahead and pulling the other behind as he made his way forward. He found this method suffocating, especially after A.O. Qingxi filled both carts to the brim with snacks. The towering mountains of treats made him feel utterly hopeless. They wheeled the carts all the way to the bakery section, where the two finally spotted Saul. The guy was carefully lowering a cream cake into a small shopping basket. At the bottom of Saul's basket, there was clearly an assortment of ingredients for spicy hot pot, taking up nearly the entire basket. On the far left sat a bottle of drink, which Saul had probably placed there on purpose to keep it from rolling around and crushing the cake. "Well, fancy meeting you here, boss Ching-si," Saul greeted them as soon as he finished placing the cake, looking slightly surprised before quickly putting on a friendly face. If he hadn't greeted them, Zhu Angshan might have let it slide, but the moment he did, Zhu Angshan nearly exploded with rage. "Oh well, isn't this just great? You rascal. You sneaky turtle. You ran off just to get out of helping. And now you have the nerve to pretend this is some lucky coincidence." "What coincidence? Fancy meeting you here? Come on, let's be real. Weren't you just sitting in the backseat of my car? Get over here and push a cart." He had clearly seen that when Saul first spotted them, his face showed no reaction, but the instant he caught sight of those two carts piled high like mountains, his left eyebrow gave a startled twitch. Who would have thought? Even the thick-browed, honest-faced Saul had betrayed their revolutionary cause. But what really caught him off guard was still to come. "Huh, isn't that Lucifer?" Saul exclaimed with delight, pointing behind Zhu Angshan. Zhu Angshan and Ao Ching-si instinctively turned to look, only to find there was no one behind them at all. A little further back stood a wall. Realizing he'd been tricked, Zhu Angshan felt a faint wave of sorrow rise in his heart. "Saul, if you eat spicy hot pot again after we get home, I'll tear down the kitchen." Ao Ching-si, who had been watching their antics with a grin, finally couldn't hold back and chimed in. "You think he'll really stop eating just because you say so? Saul's got enough savings to eat out every day for years. And you still want to control him? Push the cart. Come on. Force into manual labor." Zhu Angshan couldn't help but feel he had no status at home. He couldn't control anyone and seemed to get bullied wherever he went, with not a shred of dignity left. Take Ao Ching-si, for example. She exploited him every day, which he'd long stopped complaining about. As for Saul, he'd recently launched a rebellion and might as well be kicked out of the revolutionary ranks. Donis. Well, that so-called artificial intelligence was never going to be anyone's servant, so there was nothing more to say. By this count, it seemed only Lucifer was left on his side. Come to think of it, even if Lucifer didn't have thick eyebrows, he certainly had plenty of feathers. And everyone says the fluffier someone is, the more reliable. Surely he wouldn't betray him, right? As these thoughts tumbled through his mind, Ao Ching-si suddenly wheeled over a third shopping cart. "Big sis, you can't be serious. I don't have a third hand to push another cart." "Then just grow a third hand to push it. It's such a simple thing. TSK, what good are you if you can't manage that?" Stunned by Ao Ching-si's godlike logic, Zhu Angshan actually found himself tempted to channel his powers and sprout a third hand. But he quickly snapped out of it, clenching his jaw and biting his lip in frustration. "Why don't you grow a third hand? Wouldn't that scare the living daylights out of people? How the heck am I supposed to grow an extra hand? Can't you try some normal logic for once? Just because you're a god doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." For a moment, he thought he saw Ao Ching-si with two left hands, which gave him quite a fright. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again, she was still that ethereal, otherworldly woman, no sign of a third hand anywhere. At that moment, Ao Ching-si turned slightly and flashed him a dazzling smile. Then her graceful figure slipped behind the tall shelves, her voice floating back. "Gods really can do whatever they want." Rolling his eyes, Zhu Angshan felt utterly hopeless. Ao Ching-si had actually conjured a third hand right there in public, just to tease him. He licked his dry lips, then trudged after Ao Ching-si, pushing the two carts already loaded to the brim. After catching up and parking them, he jogged back and got the third, still empty cart, pushing it over as well. When he pushed the empty shopping cart over, Ao Ching-si dumped all the snacks she was holding into the cart in one go, then immediately skipped off toward a distant shelf, beckoning to him as she went. "Hurry up, lackey. You're such an incompetent sidekick. So slow. I'm getting mad. Why don't you try it yourself? I'm about to collapse from pushing 3 carts all by myself. And you're the one getting mad, you." Zhu Angshan kept grumbling as he looked up to see Ao Ching-si pouting in the distance, hands on her hips, head tilted just a little, looking rather aggrieved. For a moment, his heart softened, and he said, all right, don't be mad. I'm coming." Hearing this, Ao Ching-si instantly returned to her cheerful self and went back to picking out snacks. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Angshan began to question his own life choices. She's clearly the one exploiting me, so why does she look like she's the one being wronged? And why am I softening up? I'm utterly exhausted. This is just unreasonable. But however unreasonable it was, Zhu Angshan still went along with it, huffing and puffing as he shuttled 3 shopping carts back and forth. At one point, he even had the urge to smash all 3 carts to pieces with a single punch. When the 3rd cart was finally piled high like a little mountain, Ao Qingxi glanced back at Zhu Angshan and said, "All right, that's enough, lackey. You worked hard today, you know. It's not hard at all. Serving the queen is my honor." Ao Qingxi nodded in satisfaction, giving Zhu Angshan a reserved look that clearly meant he should go pay, while she herself stood behind him, fiddling with her fingers. The words had barely left his mouth before Zhu Angshan regretted them. But catching her look, he could only put on a brave front and drag the 3 mountainous carts over to the checkout. Just then, Saul popped up from who knows where, eyes gleaming as he looked at Zhu Angshan. "Hey boss, fancy meeting you here. If you greet me like that again, I swear I'll finish you off." Zhu Angshan felt that as he said this, he looked every bit the cold-blooded assassin, the kind with a trench coat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a pistol in hand, bang, 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 taking out his targets before turning away with a flourish. Cool, let's not even go there. Seeing Zhu Angshan's killer aura, Saul wisely chose to keep quiet, silently setting his own overflowing basket next to the carts, waiting to check out. At this point, Zhu Angshan couldn't hold back any longer. Shooting Saul a sideways glare, he snapped, "You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and you still want me to pay for this tiny pile of stuff? Isn't that a bit much? Boss, you might not believe this, but the people here don't take dollars. Only your yuan will do." "That's nonsense. How many years have you been here? There's no way you didn't bring any yuan. Tell me, who did Lucifer go to this afternoon when he needed cash? And don't tell me you don't know." "I took it from your nightstand. What's wrong?" "See, I knew it. You took something from my place." "My nightstand?" "Yeah, your nightstand. What's the problem?" A wave of sorrow washed over Zhu Angshan. His face was filled with dejection, and he no longer wanted to bicker with Soul. He simply turned around, paid for the mountain of snacks, and handed them over to the cashier, who was still staring in shock. It seemed this young cashier had never seen anyone buy enough snacks to fill 3 shopping carts at once, plus an extra basket. She was so stunned that it took her a moment to react, and then she fumbled through scanning the items, clearly flustered. Ao Qingxi tilted her head, stepped forward, and whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Hey, lackey, what's wrong with you? You look really down." Seeing the concern in Ao Qingxi's gaze, Zhu Angshan felt even more forlorn. "You guys eat my food, live in my home, use my things, I could let that slide. But now Lucifer is out there spending my money to pick up girls, and I've never even been on a date. He's using my money to chase girls. Unforgivable." When she saw his eyes starting to redden, Ao Qingxi quickly stood on tiptoe, patted his head, and tried to comfort him gently. There, good boy. I'll help you teach him a lesson, all right? Don't cry now. Be good." Suddenly, Zhu Angshan burst into wailing sobs, bent over, covered his eyes, and tried to bury himself in Ao Qingxi's arms. The cashier and Soul were both startled, staring at him in confusion, not knowing what was happening. But Ao Qingxi seemed prepared for this. With a graceful sidestep, she dodged out of the way, leaving Zhu Angshan clutching at empty air. Then, with a swift smack to his head, she left him standing there, dazed and bewildered, staring at her in utter confusion. "Huh, you think I don't know what you're up to? Behave yourself, or I'll toss you up into the sky." Embarrassed, Zhu Angshan retracted his outstretched hands and forced a polite, yet awkward smile at everyone. He pulled out his phone to pay, but the cashier, still wide-eyed, was too nervous to scan his payment. With an awkward chuckle, Zhu Angshan tried to ease the tension, but the discomfort seemed to fill the entire space. Seeing the cashier frozen with the scanner in hand, he had no choice but to take it himself and scan the code. Payment successful. After paying, Zhu Angshan only wanted to flee with his mountain of snacks and find some peace alone in the car. And so, the following scene unfolded. A pile of snack bags, stacked high, was dragged across the smooth floor, making a soft scraping sound as it slowly inched forward. At the head of this mountain was a man panting like a husky, tongue lolling, desperately hauling it all behind him. Ao Qingxi and Soul trailed far behind with their arms crossed, as if afraid anyone might associate them with the husky man. Soul even walked backwards, making it clear he was heading in the opposite direction. He was definitely not with that guy. Actually, isn't this idea just as ridiculous as a husky? If not a husky, then at least an Alaskan Malamute. Why does the scene feel so familiar to me? With his hands clasped behind his back, Ao Qingxi walked slowly, careful not to outpace the snail-like Zhu Angshan. His eyes never left the fool, racking his brain to recall exactly when he'd seen something like this before. Wait, what? This isn't the first time you've tormented him like this? You got a history. Saul's eyes widened in surprise. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Zhu Angshan. If this had happened more than once, it spoke volumes about how tough his daily life must be. He couldn't imagine what life had been like for Zhu Angshan before he arrived. With a silent sigh, Saul resolved to return to the revolutionary cause. After all, a comrade was being mistreated right before his eyes. I remember now. Back then, at that moment, Saul looked at Zhu Angshan with genuine pity. To be mistreated so often, wasn't that even worse than paying Lucifer to chase women? Brow furrowed and lips pursed, Saul glanced at Zhu Angshan, still shaken by the thought. He patted his own chest in secret relief. Thank goodness he wasn't the observer and didn't have to endure such hardship. TSK. You feel sorry for his misfortune and frustrated by his lack of resistance. After all, there's always a reason why the pitiful end up in such a state. This guy doesn't even know how to fight back. When the Zerg swarm was about to attack, he had the presence of mind to peek through the tunnels and check the situation. But now, when he's being bullied, he doesn't even seem to notice. He just accepts it without protest, unaware of what the two were thinking. Zhu Angshan continued to wriggle madly in the pile of snacks. By now, he'd successfully dragged his mountain of snacks onto the elevator. Sweating and panting with exhaustion, he tried to unbutton his shirt to cool down, only to notice a passerby staring at him as if he were crazy. His eyes sharpened, and in a flash of brilliance, he pulled his half-open shirt over his head. His quick thinking made him look like a complete idiot. Right now, his look was best described as a hooded fool standing in the middle of a mountain of snacks. After they got home, maybe Saul's conscience finally caught up with him. He took the initiative to help Zhu Angshan carry the snacks, bag by bag, into every corner of the house. Zhu Angshan was so moved he nearly burst into tears, marveling at how comrades of like mind always find their way back to the revolution. Brotherhood forged in the trenches is always stronger than steel. Maybe A.O. Qingxi's conscience was pricked too, as she pitched in with the snacks. Some went on the bar on the basement floor. Others, like bread, were stacked in the fridge, and the rest piled high in the entertainment area at the very bottom. After some hesitation, she finally grabbed a bottle of soda and a bag of chips, handing them to Zhu Angshan, who was sprawled out on the sofa like a lazy husky. Here you go, lackey. Thanks for your hard work today. Here, have some chips. His mouth hung open as he stared at A.O. Qingxi, utterly stunned. Zhu Angshan had never imagined she could be so gentle today, so completely unlike herself. He clung to the belief that, yes, somewhere in this world, gentleness as soft as water still existed. But soon he decided to do what he always did. Forget about all that tenderness, because A.O. Qingxi had switched right back in her wild otaku dance mode. She cranked up the volume so high that he couldn't even get a moment's rest. With a huff, he leapt to his feet, grabbed his drink and a bag of chips, and dashed upstairs to the practice room. He'd asked Qin Dong to find someone to renovate it recently, using only the most expensive soundproofing materials. He didn't have any grand ideas, just wanted to meditate in peace, far away from that pounding otaku dance soundtrack. Even if the world outside blew up, he wanted to make sure not a single blast could reach his sanctuary. Day after day, it was always something. He'd only just managed to temporarily resolve the insectoid problem, barely had a moment to rest, and now he was being tormented again. Even at home, there was no escape from the chaos. Truth be told, Zhu Angshan had already discussed this issue with A.O. Qingxi more than once. She'd always been perfectly willing to work things out with him amicably. They'd sit down, share a couple of cookies, and debate which flying pose was the most comfortable in the sky. Actually, Zhu Angshan wasn't afraid of confrontation. As long as the noise stopped, he'd fly through the air if he had to. Worst case, he'd collapse on the floor and twitch a little. He'd been through worse before. But in the final round of their negotiations, A.O. Qingxi had tacked on an extra clause. He had to be her dance double. That was something he simply couldn't tolerate. A real man might not be a great hero, but he certainly wouldn't be reduced to tofu. So Zhu Angshan refused her firmly and made it clear he would never back down in the face of tyranny. He even ordered a set of earplugs online. According to the listing, they'd arrive by tomorrow. With all these messy thoughts swirling around, Zhu Angshan gradually slipped into a meditative state. This was his greatest progress lately. His mental strength had grown so much that he didn't need any aids to meditate anymore. Every session, he could sense his inner world expanding. He couldn't soar through the air yet, but he could feel the sky itself stretching higher above him. This strange space that belonged to him alone kept growing by the moment, like a newborn universe. Perhaps before long, it would sprout flowers and grass, just like Mia's had. Mia was the only observer he'd ever met. Her spiritual domain was vast beyond imagining. He hadn't had time to explore it, but he was certain it was no smaller than any planet. Such a tremendous spiritual space spoke to Mia's incredible power. Yet even Mia, for all her strength, had been consumed by that bizarre, corrupting force and turned into a host. If even someone like Mia couldn't withstand that strange power, how was a rookie like him, so weak by comparison, ever going to save the world? Zhu Angshan sat cross-legged in his spiritual world, closed his eyes, and began to sense every droplet of water, every breeze that swept through, even the faintest breath of air. His soul resonated with every tiny detail of this world. With each successful meditation, the expanse of Zhu Angshan's spiritual world grew significantly. At first, there was only a small patch of sea, but now, if he looked far enough, he could just make out the faint edge of land on the horizon. He had pondered this phenomenon in depth, why his spiritual world began as a pool of water. On this planet, humans believe that life originated from the ocean. So, he boldly speculated that after long periods of meditation and growing strength, when the sea's area and depth reached a certain point, perhaps land would naturally emerge. The faint outline of land that had recently appeared seemed to confirm his theory. When true land finally formed, perhaps his abilities would reach a new level. Perhaps then, he'd even master the method to open a gateway between worlds. The yellow gem Mia had given him offered little about these foundational cultivation methods. Most of its teachings focused on the advanced techniques and principles of the observers. Yet, these things could offer him only limited gains in strength for now because Mia, being a powerhouse herself, had no idea he was such a novice, so there was hardly any basic cultivation content. It was like an elementary schooler running into a college student, and the college student handing over a legendary tome, said to be the ultimate exam guide forged from the essence of heaven and earth. The elementary schooler thought this was his lucky break, that he'd soar to the top of his class and skip grades with ease. But when he rushed home, opened the book, and took a look, he was completely dumbfounded. The pages were filled with Lagrange's theorem, calculus, linear algebra, and discrete mathematics. Way beyond his level. You get what I mean? It's like someone still counting on their fingers, trying to decipher advanced mathematics, utterly bewildered. With such a weak foundation, Zhu Angshan now found himself sitting on a gold mine, staring in a daze. His body was so frail, he didn't even have the strength to mine the gold, left to sigh at his own fortune. No one knows how much time passed before Zhu Angshan decided to leave his meditation. He wondered how the others at home were doing. Had Lucifer managed to meet his online friend? And honestly, was it really okay to take a girl out for spicy hot pot on a first meeting? Lucifer probably didn't know the hot pot joke, but what if the girl did? Would she end up beating him into the hospital? That seemed unlikely, unless she used a nuclear bomb. But if he really did end up in the hospital, who'd pay the medical bills? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Lucifer surely had enough sense not to mess with nuclear bombs. And besides, how would an ordinary girl even get her hands on one? Shaking his head to clear away all these random thoughts, Zhu Angshan stood up, ready to go out and see what was happening. The moment he opened the door, he was taken aback. The house dance BGM had already stopped, which meant A.O. Qingxi must have gone out. But what could she possibly be up to? Taking her driving test? He strolled leisurely into the living room, only to find Thor still rummaging through the fridge. His whole head was buried inside, searching around frantically, while his hips swayed unconsciously back and forth. Zhu Angshan slapped his forehead in exasperation. A dignified god, yet he waged daily battles with the snacks inside the fridge. It wasn't even a particularly big fridge, but somehow Thor could browse in there for hours, as if he were shopping in a mall. Where was the dignity of a god? Hadn't he promised not to get addicted to junk food? Thor's current antics were no different from a dog desperately rooting for food. If he had a tail, no doubt it would be wagging like a propeller. Zhu Angshan stepped forward and pulled Thor out by the arm. Enough! Stop snuffling around in there. Have some self-respect. You're a god. How can you be so obsessed with Earth's junk food? Bread is one thing, but put those fries down now. To his surprise, Thor refused to let go. Clinging to the fries, he darted out of the kitchen like a thief, glancing back to check if Zhu Angshan was giving chase, and shouted, "You think I'm stupid? If I put them down, you'll eat them all. Stop chasing me. Go check on Qingxi. Here I am, eating fries like a sneak thief. Can a mighty god of thunder not have a shred of dignity? Huh? What's going on with Qingxi?" Zhu Angshan halted, sensing something was off, and asked curiously. This afternoon, Qingxi said she was going to practice driving, get a head start on the second module. She's been at it for ages, but she couldn't even start the car. Right now, she's probably locked in a fierce battle with the little QQ down in the parking garage. I mean, really going at it. Neither side willing to give up. Thor spoke with his mouth full of fries, and even managed to snatch a packet of ketchup from Zhu Angshan's hand, looking utterly content, not the least bit concerned about Ao Qingxi's epic struggle with the QQ. Zhu Angshan could only roll his eyes at this, black lines forming in his mind. He closed the fridge with a sigh and headed toward the parking area. He really did worry that if Ao Qingxi lost her temper, she might actually blow the little QQ to pieces. Even though he wasn't a fan of the QQ, it was still his very first car, more valuable for its memories than its performance. He'd given it to Ao Qingxi because she liked it, and he trusted she would treat it well. But trust aside, most people in a fit of anger might smash or damage something, a problem that could be fixed. But if Ao Qingxi lost her cool, she might just fling the thing into the Milky Way. And if that happened, there'd be no place left for tears. Growing more anxious by the second, Zhu Angshan quickened his pace, hurrying down to the basement and unlocking the door to the underground parking lot. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw the little QQ still intact in its spot, only to immediately spot Ao Qingxi sitting in the driver's seat. Ao Qingxi was clutching the phone she'd bought not long ago, her eyes still tinged red as if she were about to burst into tears. Zhu Angshan had never seen her like this before. Usually, it was Ao Qingxi who took the lead in teasing him. When had she ever gotten teary-eyed? Flustered, he hurriedly opened the door. Zhu Angshan was at a complete loss. Should he pat her head? Give her a hug? Neither seemed right, so all he could do was hop from foot to foot in his anxiety and blurt out, "Oh, my dear little lady, my little ancestor. What's the matter? It's just that you can't start the car, right? I'll teach you, don't cry, don't cry. Come, be good. Let's get down and sit in the passenger seat, how about it?" When Ao Qingxi saw Zhu Angshan open the door, she slowly shifted her gaze to his face, her lips pouting, her eyes growing even redder. Then, suddenly, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Wah, you lackey. My immortal magic is useless. I can't even start a car. I'm so upset." As Ao Qingxi sobbed in his arms, Zhu Angshan felt as if his entire body had been poured full of concrete, so stiff he couldn't move at all. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck right through his mind, leaving him dizzy and completely unable to think or act. All he could hear was Ao Qingxi's muffled crying. After a long moment, Zhu Angshan managed to regain a bit of control. He awkwardly tried to move his rigid arms and gently wrap them around Ao Qingxi. He could even hear the creaking of his own shoulder joints, like the hinges of an old house door that hadn't been oiled in years. At that moment, Zhu Angshan realized he was trembling. Forcing himself to calm down, he cleared his throat and spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. There, don't cry, okay? I'll teach you how to drive, all right." To his surprise, Ao Qingxi really did stop crying. She slowly lifted her head, wiped away her tears, nodded, obediently got out of the car, and took her seat in the passenger seat. She even remembered to fasten her seatbelt. Once she'd buckled up, she just sat there in the passenger seat, gazing at Zhu Angshan with wide, expectant eyes. Only then did Zhu Angshan snap out of it, quickly get into the car, and glance at the ignition, only to find there was no key in it. So he asked, "My dear little lady, where's the key?" Ao Qingxi was still pouting, but at least she wasn't crying anymore. Hearing Zhu Angshan ask for the key, she fumbled around for a while before finally producing the car key and handing it over. Zhu Angshan felt a twitch at his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth. My goddess, she's really something, trying to start the car without a key and using immortal magic instead. No wonder it didn't work. Doing his best to calm himself, he continued with the same gentle tone. "Watch closely, okay? The key goes right here. You insert it, turn it halfway, and see, the engine starts up just like that." When the key was inserted into the ignition and turned halfway, the car's engine roared to life. Ao Qingxi looked pitifully at the key, dazed for a few seconds, then lifted her head to look at Zhu Angshan. "I don't care, I want to use my magic to drive the car." Wah! This left Zhu Angshan at a complete loss, fumbling awkwardly. This girl always sat in the passenger seat. She had no reason not to know you needed a key to start the car. Even though he demonstrated how to start the car with a key, she still insisted on using magic. Clearly, she never intended to use the key at all. "I've lived for thousands of years, and my magic has never failed before. Wah, this is so unfair." Zhu Angshan could feel sweat breaking out on his forehead. This lady, despite her age, was really just a big baby at heart, one of those who never really grow up. He fumbled in his pocket for a while, but found nothing useful. Finally, he rummaged through the storage box in his QQ and pulled out a few crumpled tissues, gave them a little shake, and then began dabbing at Ao Qingxi's tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Magic, after all, is something from your world. It's just not compatible with the technology here in my dimension. The system doesn't support that kind of software. There's really nothing to be done. You can't use magic to control Donna's either, right?" Ao Qingxi had almost stopped wailing, but when she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help herself. Wow, I can't control Donna's either. This is so unfair. I can't hold it in. Zhuangshan smacked his own mouth. He was starting to sound like Thor. Just when he'd managed to calm her down, he had to say more, and now she was off again. As Ao Qingxi sobbed, she saw Zhuangshan wasn't coming over to wipe her tears, so she snatched the tissues from his hand and started dabbing at her own tears, crying as she did so. I'm still just a baby. Why do I have to suffer like this? Why doesn't my magic work? Looking at her helplessly, Zhuangshan truly didn't know what to do. All he could do was pull out another tissue, gently press her head down, and very earnestly help her wipe away her tears. A goddess is supposed to be wise and courageous, the embodiment of intelligence and valor. Why was the one beside him always on the verge of tears? Most of the time, she did fit the image of a goddess. Her looks and intellect were undeniable. But when it came to the smallest mishaps, she became just like an ordinary young girl. Under Zhuangshan's careful ministrations, Ao Qingxi gradually stopped sobbing, though she still looked at him with wounded eyes, her gaze following the path his hand traced across her tear-stained cheeks, her eyes pure and clear, utterly unguarded. Am I really that childish? Of course not. You're the famous Billy creator, my little princess, my precious ancestor. How could you possibly be childish? Here, wipe your nose. Let's go upstairs and watch some TV, all right? Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to drive. You're the best, you sweet little minion. If I'm so good, then stop calling me a minion. All right, minion, got it, minion. All right, let's go.